Madman of the Sword Chapter 3855 to Chapter 3939. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. Don't speak. He struck out the 5 elemental law. The law of wood quickly circulated and brought about a strong vitality. It surrounded Yang Hao's body. At the same time, he took out a bottle of elixir from his storage ring and fed it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao's broken body began to heal. His pale face also regained its rosy color. Soon, his injuries were healed by 70 to 80%. Senior brother Lin. Yang Hao was so excited that he was about to cry. The others were also dumbfounded. This person was too strong. He actually healed a seriously injured and dying person in an instant. Moreover, Yang Hao called him senior brother. Senior brother Lin? Could it be Lin Wudi? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's really you. The Flying Fire Python clan members were scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Qi Lin and Shi Wu had solemn expressions on their faces. This was the legendary Great Demon King. The young man from the Golden Crow clan walked out with a cold light in his eyes. Lin Wudi, it's really you. Great, you actually came to die. Now, kneel down and follow me back. He was too excited. He was already very excited to find a peerless city disciple. He didn't expect to attract Lin Wudi. If he could capture Lin Wudi, it would be a great merit. Which side are you on? Lin Xian stared at the man from the Golden Crow clan and emitted a cold light. As expected, the Golden Crow clan was behind this. Shi Wu walked out with a smile. So it's young Master Lin. There's some misunderstanding. Young Master Lin, please listen to my explanation. Who do you think you are to talk to me? Get lost, Lin Xian snorted and ignored her. Previously, he saw everything with his heavenly secret divine eyes outside the blazing mountain. His junior brother was tortured by the Flying Fire Python clan. How could it be a misunderstanding, junior brother? What do you think is going on? Lin Xian looked at Yang Hao. Yang Hao told Lin Xian about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard it, his face turned completely cold. They were really taking advantage of their power to bully others. They were actually using the lives of these saints as an experiment to find a way out. Ruthless and shameless indeed, young master, what should we do? Shi Wu and the others could only look at the youth from the Golden Crow clan. The youth from the Golden Crow race sneered. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Lin Wudi is, can he defeat my crown prince? Our crown prince has arrived on planet Tianming. As long as he encountered this Lin Wudi, he would be able to tear him to pieces. A person who was about to die had nothing to be afraid of. Your crown prince? That means you're not the crown prince. You're just a servant, a mere slave dares to be impudent in front of me? Lin Xian's roar shook the 9 heavens. The people of the Flying Fire Python trembled and almost knelt down. Even the Golden Crow was taken aback by the sudden change. Soon, he was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. Damn it, you dare call me a servant? He was really mad. To be honest, he was indeed a subordinate of the 7th Crown Prince. But so what, his status was much higher than some of the geniuses of the Golden Crow race. Because he was a subordinate of the Crown Prince. Who would dare to call him a servant? But now, there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and dared to call him a servant. What are you waiting for? Go, kill him for me. The youth waved his hand. Qi Lin and Shi Wu looked at each other and clenched their teeth. They had no choice. Lin Wudi would definitely find out that they had tortured Yang Hao. He would definitely not let them go. So they had to quickly hug the thighs of the Golden Crow race. Only then could they survive. Qi Lin and Shi Wu didn't move. The remaining people of the Flying Fire Python race all rushed over. They also knew how strong Lin Xian was. So they didn't hold back. In an instant, all sorts of nomological mystical abilities blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. The thousands of people on the ground trembled. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were too strong. The thousands of sages who had suppressed them couldn't even raise their heads. Would Lin Wudi be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body emitted light. He punched out, and like a sun, it instantly enveloped the 10 geniuses of the Flying Fire Python race. There was a boom. Today, there was an earth-shaking sound. Many cracks appeared on the 100,000 Fire Feast mountain. Heaven and earth were shattered and sunk. The sun exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Accompanying it were all kinds of bones and internal organs. Dead, they were all dead, everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe what they saw. The dozen or so flying fire python race experts could wipe out a bunch of them. But now, they couldn't even block a punch. What kind of power was this? You're courting death, Qi Lin was furious. He had brought all the elites this time. They were all dead in an instant. How was he going to explain it when he returned? With a clang, the flame sword on his back flew out and was held in his hand. Go to hell. The sword slashed over. Senior brother Lin, be careful. That's a terrifying Dharma treasure. Yang Hao exclaimed at the side. The others also became nervous. Indeed, a powerful expert had been cut in half by a single sword strike. One could imagine how powerful Qi Lin was. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He reached out a big golden hand and directly grabbed the flying sword. Then, he grabbed it. There was a puff. One of Qi Lin's arms was forcefully pulled off, and blood spurted out. Qi Lin retreated in horror. Kill him, although his arm was broken, he could still control the sacred artifact. The flame sword burst out an unparalleled light and spun wildly. However, Lin Xian grabbed it tightly. How dare an ant compete with the bright moon? Lin Xian roared, and the power in his body erupted. He also grabbed the hidden sword with his other hand. Then, he roared at the sky. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared on the flame sword, and then there were more and more cracks. With a bang, it split into two halves from the middle. How was that possible? That sacred artifact was broken, these people were crazy. That was a sacred artifact. How could this guy do that? Puff, Qi Lin also fell to the ground and vomited blood. This scene almost made him faint from fright. Shi Wu also retreated in horror. She looked at the young man from the Golden Crow tribe. Young master, please take him down. His strength was about the same as Qi Lin's. Qi Lin was easily defeated. She was no match for him at all. Now, she could only rely on this powerhouse from the Golden Crow tribe. Don't be afraid. I'll kill him. The young man walked out with a biting cold murderous intent. With a furious roar, two large golden claws appeared on his palms, and he grabbed at Qi Lin from all directions. Go to hell for me. His strength was above Qi Lin's, so he was confident that he could kill Qi Lin. This time, he had a treasure in his hand that was given to him by the seventh prince. That was a powerful weapon. With that thing to protect his life, he would have no worries. You're just a servant. How dare you attack me? Let your master come. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked crazily. He slapped out a palm print that formed a 5 elements mountain and blasted it out with monstrous laws. It collided with the opponent's Golden Crow claw. The two clashed 5 times in a row. The youth from the Golden Crow race screamed and retreated. His claws were shattered. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones were exposed. A servant is a servant. You don't have the right to fight with me. Kneel down obediently. Tell me where your master is. I'll go and kill him now. Lin Xian's large hand slammed down once more. You're courting death. The youth from the Golden Crow race roared crazily. How could the difference be so big? He couldn't believe it. The flames on his body spread, causing his claws to heal again. He attacked crazily. The aura on his body was extremely majestic. Every time he landed, it was like a divine mountain. However, after 3 moves, he was sent flying again with a terrified expression. He felt that he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. This was simply too unbelievable. Before this, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. However, the cruelty of reality made him despair. Qi Lin and Shi Wu were also stunned. Their greatest reliance, the Golden Crow race powerhouse, couldn't fight back at all. They felt that they were about to collapse. The thousands of sages were dumbfounded. Was this the legendary Lin Wudi? He was too strong. Yang Hao clenched his fists in excitement. Bang! Bang, bang! Lin Xian continuously waved his hands and hit the youth from the Golden Crow race, forcing him to retreat. Many of the youth's bones were broken and blood flowed out. Damn it! The youth had drawn the Golden Crow race and wanted to escape. However, he was slashed down by Lin Xian's sword and half of his wing was cut off. There was also a huge crack on his body, nearly cutting him in half at the waist. How dare you kill me? My master won't let you off. The youth from the Golden Crow race screamed miserably. Lin Xian sneered. Is your master the seventh prince? He won't let me off, but I won't let him off either. A mere servant has no right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sent out 2 more slaps, smashing his opponent's body into pieces. However, the other party did not die. Lin Xian summoned a 5 elements mountain to suppress the other party. Then, he turned to look at Snake Dance. Snake Dance was so frightened that her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. No, I beg you, don't kill me. Her face was filled with terror. Now, she no longer had her previous high and mighty attitude. I won't kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Xian sneered. These people had abused their power to bully others and had even dared to torture his junior brother. How could he be merciful? Snake Dance bit her lips. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to drip with tears. She tore open her clothes a little. I can serve young master. I can give myself to young master. Like a wild cat, she crawled over and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian sneered and lifted her chin with one hand. You? You don't have the right to do that. Snake Dance's last hope disappeared. She could not believe that Lin Xian would not take a fancy to her. What kind of joke was this? She felt humiliated. One had to know that her beauty could make countless geniuses of the Flying Fire Python clan go crazy. Some of the geniuses of the Holy City were also jealous of her. But now, she had taken the initiative to give herself to him, but he did not even look at her. This huge blow almost made Snake Dance die from anger. It was time to send them on their way. A killing sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Snake Dance trembled in fear. On the other side, Qi Lin's face was also pale. No, you can't kill us. No matter how they screamed, it was useless. Lin Xian's sword was about to fall. At this moment, Yang Hao, who was at the side, said, Senior brother, wait. They said that there is a 20,000-year-old flame lotus in the 100,000 flaming mountains. They threatened us before because they wanted to obtain the flame lotus. Oh? A 20,000-year-old flame lotus? Lin Xian stopped the sword in his hand, and a fiery light bloomed in his eyes. This age was extremely attractive to him. Seeing that Lin Xian was interested, Snake Dance seemed to have found hope and crawled over again. Young master, we know about the flame lotus. We'll help you find it. Please spare our lives. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Good, then it depends on your performance. Thank you. Young master. Snake Dance stood up, and her eyes bloomed. On the other side, Qi Lin also heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them wanted to command the thousands of saints, but they were interrupted by Lin Xian. I don't like to involve innocent people. You're not allowed to use them. As soon as he said this, the thousands of saints heaved a sigh of relief. But Snake Dance and Qi Lin's expressions changed. Young master, without them leading the way, we won't be able to find a safe path. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Why? Don't the two of you like to force others to lead the way? Today, I'll let you two have a taste of that. When the two of them heard this, they were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Let the two of us lead the way? When they thought of the scene of those people being mercilessly burned to death, they felt their bodies turn cold. Young master, this isn't good. Qi Lin revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. Snake Dance's face also paled. Young master, spare our lives. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. If you want to live, obediently lead the way. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill the two of you. I don't keep trash here. Young master, please don't do anything. We'll just lead the way. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't suspect anything. Lin Wuti was so strong. He had killed many geniuses of the holy city. Some people that even they didn't dare to provoke had all died at his hands. Such a person was a fearless demon king. Therefore, they chose to lead the way. That way, they might still have a way out. Lin Xian moved the five-element mountain away and then kicked the Golden Crow youth. Get up, don't play dead. Go and lead the way for me. How dare you? The Golden Crow youth was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Who was he? He was the 7th prince's subordinate. He usually flaunted his power in the river district. However, he was now reduced to a prisoner. He was unwilling to accept it. However, Lin Xian slapped him a few times and made him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Do you believe that I won't roast you alive if you dare to resist again? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He cut off one of the youth's wings with a slash of his sword. Then, he used the 9-yang divine fire to test it. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. The youth from the Golden Crow race was scared out of his wits. Stop, I'll go and lead the way. Not only does this person want to kill me, but he also wants to eat me. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he went against Lin Xian. Very well, go and lead the way obediently. Lin Xian said as he continued to test the Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, she told Yang how to keep an eye on them. If they dared to slack off, just kill them. Yes, senior brother. Yang Hao was extremely excited, while the surrounding saints were extremely envious. This was a peerless powerhouse who didn't care about anything. Especially the golden roasted wings in his hand, which made them drool. However, they didn't have a share of it. Lin Xian didn't use them, which was already a huge favor to them. Lin Xian didn't immediately release the seal. After all, a 20,000-year-old flame lotus was enough to cause a huge storm. Indeed. The Flying Fire Python clan didn't have the ability to swallow it. This time, their operation was to dig out the lotus to curry favor with the Golden Crow clan's 7th prince. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to kill them halfway. Next, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan began to explore the path. Their fate was very miserable. After taking a few steps, they might ignite a wisp of flame. The terrifying flame burned them until they screamed crazily. Although they were powerful and were fire elemental powerhouses, they were still very miserable. Half of Qi Lin's body was burned, and he quickly retreated in fear. Shi Wu's legs were also burned, and even the Golden Crow powerhouse was pierced by the flame. The three of them wanted to escape, but Yang Hao was at the side, supervising them seriously. When he saw someone escape, he directly lashed out with his whip. Damn it, the whip hit the three of them, making clanging sounds. To be honest, words couldn't cause too much harm to them, but it was tantamount to slapping their faces. One had to know that not long ago, Yang Hao was tortured to death by the three of them, but now, he was alive and kicking and began to torture the three of them. The tables had turned too quickly. Of course, no one dared to resist, because there was still a great demon king there. Lin Xian enjoyed it very much. He directly used the law to conjure a throne. He sat on it, holding the golden roasted wings in one hand and a pot of spirit wine in the other. This wine was given to him by the Heavenly Tao Union. It was very good. Junior brother, take it. Lin Xian threw half of the golden roasted wings to Yang Hao. After Yang Hao received it, he was overjoyed. Thank you, senior brother. He took a big bite without hesitation, then almost jumped up in excitement. It was too delicious. He had never eaten such delicious meat in his life. The face of the Golden Crow youth who was scouting ahead was terrifyingly dark. He finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is going too far. As a result, Yang Hao's whip landed on his face. Behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll lose your other wing too. The Golden Crow youth had no choice but to behave. 10 days later, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the depths of the blazing mountain. The temperature of the flames here was extremely high. Even these saints of the fifth heaven were frightened. Lin Xian was also moved. As expected of the celestial mandate star, there were actually such terrifying flames in the depths of the 100,000 volcanoes. If he wasn't careful, he might even get injured. What made him even more shocked was that he smelled a fragrance. This was the fragrance of heaven and earth spirit medicine, and it was very fragrant. Thinking about it, it should be the legendary 20,000-year-old flame lotus. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. One had to know that in the outside world, a 10,000-year-old flame lotus was already very popular, let alone a 20,000-year-old flame lotus. In front of them, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan were in a very sorry state. They had been burned to the point of hovering between life and death. Their bodies were heavily injured and charred. However, when they smelled the fragrance, their injuries were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good stuff. Their eyes lit up. As expected of a legendary saint spirit medicine, it could even heal bones. After advancing for another 2 days, they finally stopped. There was a monstrous law waving in front of them. In the endless lava, a lotus flower bloomed. It was only the size of a palm. However, it attracted everyone's attention. Was there really one? Shi Wu and Qi Lin were both shocked. To be honest, they had only received information that there might be one inside, but they were not too sure. They did not expect it to really be there. The youth from the Golden Crow race was also very excited. He had originally come to seize the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and prepare to give it to the 7th prince. He did not expect to become a prisoner now. No, he had to think of a way to get it. Such a terrifying divine medicine, there must be a powerful demon beast guarding it. When Lin Wudi and the demon beast fight, I will fish in troubled waters. The youth from the Golden Crow race thought quickly in his heart. Yang Hao, who was beside him, was also excited. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood up. Sure enough, there was one. Junior brother, when the fight starts later, it would be better for you to find a safe place. Yang Hao nodded. The flames here were enough to threaten his life. Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked forward. He said, the 3 of you go and see if there is a formation in front. Is there a beast? If there is, lure it out. F***ck, 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 F***ck. The 3 of them vomited blood. Was he really treating them as guinea pigs? Why? Not willing? Do you believe that I won't kill the 3 of you right now? Lin Xian slapped each of them. The 3 of them felt their blood boil. Their bodies split open. The 3 of them could only brace themselves and walk forward. Buzz, as soon as they got close to the flame lotus, the surrounding flames suddenly tumbled, forming a sea of fire that rushed towards the 3 of them. Not good, retreat quickly. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. The temperature of the flames here was too terrifying. They did not dare to resist at all. There was indeed a beast. Lin Xian snorted. He gave the order to attack from afar. Shi Wu and the other 2 began to use their mystiques from afar. The terrifying mystique light surged forward and exploded. Endless flames spread, tearing the void apart. Near the flame lotus, under the sea of fire, there was a roar. Wah! A terrifying sound accompanied by a sky full of flames swept out in all directions. The Golden Crow race and Qing Yan retreated frantically. Did they come out? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He shouted and punched forward. All the flames were shattered. Then, he saw a fiery red crow cawing in front of him. Its demonic eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Soon, the fire crow stared at Lin Xian. It seemed that it had also sensed that Lin Xian was the most threatening. It turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Beast, you're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm, engaging in a fierce battle with his opponent. Great. The Golden Crow race and Qing Yan were ecstatic. They were worried that Lin Xian would use them as cannon fodder. They did not expect the fire crow to be so smart. It immediately locked onto the strongest person. Will senior brother be in danger? Yang Hao had already been ordered to retreat far away. At this moment, he was also nervous when he saw this scene. This was because he also sensed that the fire crow in front of them was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than the Golden Crow race youth. As expected, Lin Xian had met his match. This fire crow had cultivated for thousands of years and had really become a spirit. Its strength was shocking. Especially when the other party had condensed a law weapon. This was no ordinary law weapon. It was truly terrifying. It was a furnace. The light it emitted formed countless fire crows that swept in all directions. Lin Xian drew his unparalleled sword and fought against it. The battle between the two was like two worlds colliding. This was a good opportunity. Seeing Lin Xian and the fire crow fighting, the golden crow expert was overjoyed. He could start to fish in troubled waters. On the other side, Shi Wu and Qi Lin were the same. However, their movements were not as fast as the golden crow youth. The golden crow youth transformed into his true form. The wings that had been cut off grew out again. He displayed his flight. He rushed towards the 20,000-year-old fire lotus with monstrous flames. Haha, this is mine. A pair of golden crow claws reached for the fire lotus. Wow. Wow, the fire crow who was fighting saw this scene and roared. It opened its mouth and spat out a flaming blade. The power was too terrifying. It directly split the golden crow youth in half. Ah, the young man from the golden crow tribe screamed miserably. His broken body quickly retreated. This attack had almost taken his life. He was so powerful that Yang Hao was shocked. Shi Wu and Qi Lin were also frightened. The two of them glanced at each other. Then, their bodies quietly merged into the sea of flames. Then, they quietly inquired. They did not dare to be as brazen as the golden crow youth. The two of them moved very slowly and did not attract the attention of the fire crow above. Moreover, Lin Xian had already used his great ability and was locked in a fierce battle with the fire crow. It seemed that the other party did not have much energy to pay attention to them. Finally, they arrived below the fire lotus. Looking at the fire lotus in front of them, Shi Wu and Qi Lin trembled with excitement. They wanted to laugh at the sky, but they held back. When they completely obtained the fire lotus, they would escape this place and consume it. At that time, their strength would increase greatly and they would seek revenge on Lin Wudi. They swore that they would trample the other party beneath their feet. With such a beautiful wish, Snake Dance and Qi Lin grabbed the flame lotus and prepared to uproot it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The flaming lotus rotated, and an extremely terrifying flame burst out, instantly enveloping the two of them. No, Shi Wu and Qi Lin screamed crazily. They wanted to escape. But in an instant, they were burned to ashes. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Wow, the fire crow cawed twice with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. These two people thought that they could deceive everyone, but how could they escape from his eyes? He had been watching the two of them. If these two succeeded in seizing it, then he would send out a clone to pursue them. However, he felt that it would not be so easy to seize it. Sure enough, the two of them turned into ashes in an instant. It could only be said that the two of them were courting death. There was another person who was courting death, and that was the golden crow youth. The two halves of his body were healed again after using a great mystic technique. He even burned his bloodline and transformed into a stream of light that charged in. His eyes were red. He swore that he would definitely obtain the flame lotus. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear flew out, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void and pierced the golden crow youth's body. Furthermore, it nailed him in a sea of fire. Ah, the golden crow youth's body that had just healed was severely injured again. However, he did not die. Instead, his heart was pierced and nailed in the void. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he resisted, he could not escape. Demonic chi even appeared on the great destruction spear, which directly turned into black chains that shrouded him and completely sealed him. The ants have been dealt with. You're next. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a biting cold light as he stared at the fire crow. The unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly as dragon roars sounded. Boundless nomological laws accompanied the sword aura as it slashed down. The 100,000 mountains trembled as if they had all been split apart. Heaven and earth lost their luster and the flames were about to be extinguished. Lin Xian began to use his killer move. He did not want to waste any more of his energy. Wah wah, the fire crow roared crazily. He sensed the danger of the sword and did not dare to take it head-on. He pushed the furnace in front of him and it suddenly enlarged as if it had turned into a huge mountain to meet the attack. Boom, boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two collided more than 1,000 times. It was earth-shattering. 100,000 mountains collapsed. Then, they quickly retreated along the safe path and were pushed outside. At this moment, the thousands of people outside were also dumbfounded. Was the Great Demon King fighting inside? Were they from the Golden Crow clan or the Flying Fire Python clan? They did not know. However, they thought that they must have met someone powerful. Otherwise, the mountains would not have collapsed and the rocks would not have crumbled. After countless collisions, cracks had appeared on the large furnace. The Fire Crow roared crazily. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he was shocked. How could the human in front of him be so terrifying? The other party was not old. Was he still not willing to stop? Then I can't let you live. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. Endless light blades rushed out along with the dark green light waves. The Fire Crow had a splitting headache and almost fell from the sky. He endured the injury to his soul and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a flaming light blade. It was this light blade that had easily cut open the Golden Crow youth's body. This light blade was definitely not weaker than a sacred artifact. This was the Fire Crow's killing move. It could not be used consecutively. Every time it was used, it had to be nurtured with the laws in his body and accumulated power. Only then could it be used. Now, he finally activated the second light blade and it instantly flew out. Such an unexpected attack should be able to kill the other party, right? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and used stellar transposition. The light blade turned into an arc and charged back at the Fire Crow. With a pft, it slashed the Fire Crow's body. A large number of feathers fell from the Fire Crow's body. His flesh split open, and his internal organs could be seen. His face was filled with horror. He turned around and fled. It was too strange. He could not defeat this human at all. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He fell into the sea of fire and disappeared. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he stared at the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and shot a few sword chi downwards, enveloping the flame lotus. He wanted to collect it. The lotus bloomed and suddenly erupted with an unparalleled flame aura. Lin Xian was shocked. He immediately took out the Great Sage Pagoda and went in. At the same time, he also brought the Great Spear of Destruction and the Golden Crow youth in. At the same time, he scanned with his soul and found that Xianxia had already left. The entire depths of the flaming mountain were boiling. After a long time, the power of the flame slowly dissipated. Lin Xian tested it 3 more times before he heaved a sigh of relief. The violent energy within the flame lotus had almost been depleted. He could collect it now. The flame lotus still resisted, but it was no longer a threat to Lin Xian. It was not easy for you to survive for 20,000 years. I will not harm your foundation. I will only take your lotus. If you understand what I'm saying, just drop the lotus. Lin Xian said to the 20,000-year-old sacred herb. As expected, the lotus struggled for a while. In the end, the root swayed gently and the lotus flew out. The root was hidden in the sea of fire. It would probably be able to grow another flame lotus after tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the lotus. Then, he took a look into the depths. He looked deeper and did not continue investigating. Instead, he turned around and left. After coming out, Lin Xian found Xianxia. He split the corpse of the Golden Crow clan youth in half and gave it to Xianxia. Then, he left with the other half. He did not kill the Golden Crow youth. Instead, he captured his soul. Tell me, where is the Crown Prince? Lin Xian asked. The soul of the Golden Crow youth floated in the air. Countless black chains bound him. At this moment, his soul was very weak. It was emitting waves of fear. It was too terrifying. His physical body had been destroyed by Lin Xian. Furthermore, he had almost been killed by Lin Xian. Humph, do you want me to betray my master? Impossible. It seems that you do not know your place. I have to teach you a lesson. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled the youth into the locking spring and autumn. He did not collect the soul directly because he discovered that there was a seal in the youth's soul. It should be a seal to prevent others from capturing and searching the soul. He could not break the seal. Once he forcibly collected the soul, the youth's soul would be instantly burned to ashes. He would not be able to find anything. This should be the work of an elder of the Golden Crow clan. After all, he had been by the 7th Crown Prince's side for many years and knew many secrets. That was why he added this system. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to torture the other party so that he would obediently spill the beans. The young man from the Golden Crow race had long been scared out of his wits. At this moment, he hadn't even experienced 100 cycles of reincarnation in the locking spring and autumn before he was already screaming and begging for mercy. Lin Xian let him out and asked, "How is it? Are you willing to talk? I can let you reincarnate 10,000 times. Let's take it slow," I said. The Golden Crow youth gave an address. To be honest, he was afraid, but he did not intend to betray them completely. This was because he had unlimited confidence in their 7th prince. If Lin Xian dared to kill their crown prince, then he would definitely die. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to deliver himself to them, their crown prince could obtain a 20,000-year-old flame lotus for free. Why wouldn't he do it? Thus, after struggling for a while, he decided to say it. However, he sneered in his heart. "Let's see how you'll die this time." "Very well, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Lin Xian locked him up and began his preparations. It was impossible for the 7th prince to act alone. There should be many experts around him. Thus, he was prepared to give the Golden Crow race a big gift. Lin Xian's figure changed and he returned to the depths of the flame mountain again. He came to the place where the flames were continuously erupting. He felt that it was not safe and walked further in. When even he was frightened, he used the Great Sage Pagoda to store the surrounding flames. When he felt that it was about time, Lin Xian stopped and quickly left. This kind of flame was dangerous even for his physique. If he attacked them in groups, the Golden Crow race would not be able to withstand it. This way, he would not be afraid of being surrounded. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian naturally knew what the other party was planning. The Golden Crow 7th prince wanted this 20,000-year-old flame lotus. How could he give it to him? Therefore, even if the other party had an ambush, he had to eat the lotus first. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he returned to the black earth. Inside, the Golden Crow youth's soul was imprisoned. When he saw Lin Xian return, his body trembled. "Damn Demon King, what do you want? I've already told you everything I can. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you now. I'll let you see with your own eyes that I behead your crown prince. I'm only here to cultivate." Lin Xian sat down with a smile. Damn it. The Golden Crow's soul was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He knew that Lin Xian had a powerful pagoda. Why didn't he cultivate there? Why did he have to cultivate in front of him? Wasn't this deliberately provoking him? Lin Xian said, "I've filled the pagoda with endless flames and am preparing to deal with you. I can't comprehend in the Golden Crow race's place. Even I'm afraid of those flames. Pfft, damn it, how dare you use such despicable means?" The Golden Crow's soul screamed in anger. He had a bad feeling. Lin Xian sneered. "It's mainly to prevent you from attacking me. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big gift this time." Buzz. He waved his hand and took out the 20,000-year-old flame lotus. He placed it in his palm and absorbed it. In the end, he felt that it wasn't enough. He broke off the petals and put them in his mouth. "You actually ate it." The Golden Crow's soul trembled in anger. According to his original plan, the other party would take the initiative to attack them. Their 7th crown prince would kill the other party and obtain the flame lotus. However, who would have thought that not only did the other party prepare an escape flame to burn them, but he also wanted to eat the flower. Lin Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the other party. He sneered. "Nonsense. If I don't eat my things, do you think I'll leave them for you?" After saying that, he refined them even more with all his might. The Golden Crow's soul fainted from anger. He felt that he had caused a huge disaster for his race and the crown prince. He was now extremely regretful. Why did he reveal the crown prince's whereabouts? He hoped that this guy wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, the disaster for the Golden Crow race would be unimaginable. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The flame lotus was too terrifying. It melted in his mouth. Boundless flames enveloped Lin Xian, tempering his laws and improving his physique. In just 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His laws were purer than before. More importantly, he felt that his divine body seemed to have improved. Furthermore, it was an obvious improvement. The 9-yang divine body had evolved, his physique and strength had risen to a level. After Lin Xian felt the changes in himself, he was wild with joy. This was the celestial fate star. It was too miraculous. No wonder countless people wanted to come in. A day here was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation outside. For example, his divine body. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to improve it without cultivating for a few hundred years. But now, a lotus flower could save him a few hundred years of cultivation. Of course. This was not simple. If Lin Xian was weak, he would have been killed by the Golden Crow race, the Flying Flame Python, or even the terrifying Fire Crow. If one wanted fortuitous encounters, one had to be strong enough. If I am lucky, I might be able to make consecutive breakthroughs on this heavenly fate planet. Lin Xian felt that this was an opportunity. A chance for him to improve rapidly. Alright, it is time to go and kill your Golden Crow prince. Lin Xian stood up. As for the Golden Crow soul, it peed. Xiaochen could clearly feel that the other party was much stronger than before. Lin Xian steered the black earth and quickly flew to the location the other party mentioned. It was a huge lake filled with flames. There were many people sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Golden Crow illusions appeared on their bodies, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was abnormally terrifying. Suddenly, the 4 of them opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the sky as they looked into the distance. Soon, they stood up. 3 beams of light descended from the sky and turned into 3 golden crows. The one leading them was Jin Kongjue. After he arrived, he asked, "Where is the 7th prince?" The crown prince left with his people. It seemed that he had received news of a golden palace and was preparing to investigate it. After they left, Jin Kongjue frowned. Originally, he wanted to give the crown prince good news. A bronze gate appeared. Really? That's great. When the crown prince returns, he can go to the bronze gate to search for treasures. These Golden Crow race experts were very happy. Jin Kongjue nodded and prepared to wait in this flaming lake for a while. They did not know that a black spirit ship was quickly rushing over. Its target was them. One day later, Lin Xian stood up and looked into the distance. Have they arrived? He steered the black earth and turned into a beam of light, instantly arriving above the flaming lake. At the same time, his voice rang out. Where is the Golden Crow 7th prince? Tell him to kneel and accept his death. The 7 experts from the Golden Crow tribe who were cultivating and waiting below suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the void like rainbows. Who is it? Who dares to insult their crown prince? Is he seeking death by provoking the Golden Crow race? Die for me. An expert opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flames that flew up like a sun. In an instant, the black earth ship was enveloped, and a terrifying radiance exploded, illuminating half the sky. They revealed sinister smiles. Ants that didn't know what was good for them. The few of them sat down cross-legged. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the sea of fire had spread, but the black spirit boat was completely fine. This was a powerful holy artifact. These people were shocked, and some of them frowned. One of them snorted coldly. I'll go and kill the people inside. He was the crown prince's bodyguard. How could he allow others to provoke him like this? He arrived in the air, and a golden saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down from the air. With a clanging sound, the void was split in half. The black earth also suffered a violent impact and let out a clanging sound. However, at this moment, a large golden hand stretched out from the black earth and collided with the terrifying blade light. It tore apart the saber lights that filled the sky and slammed into the body of the Golden Crow tribe expert. Boom, the body of the Golden Crow tribe elite was torn into pieces. Blood spurted out, and miserable shrieks rang out. The 6 people below originally had cold smiles on their faces. Those who dared to provoke them would definitely die. However, their smiles froze on their faces. How could it be? Someone slapped away their bodies with a single palm. Who was this person? He was too powerful. Could he be a chief disciple? Pong, the 6 people instantly stood up. Extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. Especially Xianxia, who took a step forward, and the illusory flames on his body surged. Who exactly are you? How dare you go against our Golden Crow tribe? Is your Golden Crow tribe very powerful? I'll go against you. What can you do to me? A figure walked out from the black spirit boat. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Lin Wudi? You're courting death, is he Lin Wudi? The eyes of the remaining 5 people turned red in an instant. Let's work together to kill him. Yes, there was no need to talk about rules with them. The 5 of them soared into the sky. Kid, go and die. The 5 of them displayed their great abilities and charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian sneered. I knew you guys were despicable and shameless. Hence, I've already prepared a great gift for you. Buzz, he waved his hand and took out the great sage pagoda. He opened the flames inside and poured them down. Using flames to deal with us? You're courting death. The Golden Crow experts sneered. They were born from flames. Furthermore, it was rumored that they cultivated the fire of the sun. How could mere flames do anything to them? This Lin Wudi wasn't anything special. He didn't have any brains at all. The 5 of them were filled with disdain. However, they soon panicked. Something was wrong. The power of the flames was too violent. 2 of them were instantly injured. Their arms were burned and turned into ashes. The other 3 people's bodies were also charred black. The pain almost caused them to faint. Damn it, retreat quickly. There's something wrong with the flames. The 5 of them roared crazily and retreated quickly. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Weren't you all very powerful earlier? Weren't you all disdainful? Why are you all running now? Xiaochen's finger was like a saber as he chopped down, directly chopping off the head of a Golden Crow race expert. At the same time, he threw another punch, shattering the body of another Golden Crow race expert. The 2 screamed miserably in the air. In an instant, the 5 of them were severely injured. Damn it. Below, Xianxia did not make a move. Originally, he thought that with the 5 of them working together, they would not be able to take down the other party easily. How could he have imagined that the other party's means were so strong, exceeding his expectations? Despicable and shameless brat, do you dare to fight me head-on? Xianxia roared at the sky. Why would I not dare? I am here to kill the 7th Crown Prince this time. Where is he? Get him to scram out here. The 7th Crown Prince is not here. Furthermore, there is no need for the Crown Prince to do anything. I can kill you myself. Xianxia was simply too furious. This brat was too arrogant. He even dared to kill their Crown Prince. Today, Xianxia had to kill Xiaochen. Not here? Lin Xian frowned. Was the information wrong, or did the 7th Crown Prince leave? The information should not be wrong. Otherwise, Xianxia and the others would not be here. That Crown Prince probably had something to do and left. He was really lucky to be able to escape with his life. That's fine as well. I'll let your 7th Crown Prince live for 2 more days. Today, I'll take you down first. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia soared into the air. Ignorant ant, do you think you can fight against me? Previously, I did not make a move against you at Crescent Moon Lake because I feared the demonic race army. Otherwise, do you think you could have left alive? Today, on Heavenly Fate Star, there is no demonic race army. Let's see how you are going to fight me. Boom. Xianxia attacked. His palm released a fiery light. The Golden Crow image caused space to tremble as he threw a palm strike forward. Alright, I'll use you to practice. Lin Xian waved his fist. His physique had improved and he wanted to try it out. He might as well use his opponent as a guinea pig. His fist and his opponent's palm bloomed in the sky, emitting an unparalleled radiance. Boom, both of them were evenly matched. Jin Kongjue snorted coldly. Kid, I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength. Now, you're going to die. Another punch, even more violent than before. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. That was just his previous strength. Now, it was his new strength. His fist was like a dragon as it punched out. With a bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This time, 3 cracks appeared on the golden palm. How could it be? Jin Kongjue felt his palm crack. The pain made him shocked. How could his opponent's physique become so strong? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian attacked violently. His right hand was like a knife as he slashed at his arm. His arm was immediately broken. At the same time, his left leg flew up like a coiling dragon and kicked him in the waist. With a bang, he was sent flying. With the injured area as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Many cracks appeared on his body as if his whole body would shatter at any time. How could it be? His opponent injured him in an instant. The 5 Golden Crow tribe experts were also stunned. They were resisting the sea of fire while watching the battle. Seeing this scene, their scalps went numb. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Although Jin Kongjue was not the crown prince, he was an extremely terrifying genius of the Golden Crow tribe. He even dared to challenge a top genius like Lei Zhen. But now, he was no match for Lin Wudi. This is impossible. Jin Kongjue was stunned. He could not believe it. How could his opponent injure him so easily? Damn it, how did your strength become so strong? He was shocked to find that his opponent's strength and physique seemed to have increased to an unimaginable level. This was simply too unbelievable. Not long ago, he had seen his opponent at the Crescent Moon Lake. At that time, he could feel that his opponent was on par with him. But now, his opponent had actually surpassed him. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Geniuses naturally have to improve every day. Do you think I'm the same as an ant like you, still stuck in the same spot? Damn it, I don't believe it. Die. Jin Kongjue roared. He was infuriated. The other party actually called him an ant. He couldn't stand it. A pair of golden wings grew out of his back, continuously flapping as he charged over. Flames surged, terrifying radiance blotting out the sky. His feathers flew out, turning into countless rays of light. After each feather exploded, they pierced through a part of the world. With over 1,000 feathers, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Boom! Boom! Sparks flew in front of him, piercing through the void. Jin Kongjue stood in the void and roared towards the sky. Let's see how you'll die this time. Although they had suffered heavy losses this time, several of their people had been burned to death, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They had lost the ability to fight. But so what? In the end, he still managed to kill the other party with ease. There was only one outcome for those who dared to oppose the Golden Crow clan: death. Humph, is this your ultimate technique? It's just SOSO. A pair of large hands tore apart the flames. Lin Xian walked out. The 9 yang divine body shone even brighter. How is this possible? You're not dead? I don't believe it. Jin Kongjue was dumbfounded. His opponent actually didn't die after such a violent attack. Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. What kind of physique is this? Then, you'll have a taste of my fist. Lin Xian started to swing his fists. He was extremely violent, even more violent than the other party. He beat Jin Kongjue until his entire body trembled. Damn it, every time they collided, Jin Kongjue's bones would break. If not for his strong vitality, strong physique, and strong recovery ability, he would have died. He would have been beaten to a pulp. Even so, he wouldn't be able to resist for long. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, Jin Kongjue roared. A golden crow phantom appeared in his body. He also turned into his true form and roared towards the sky. This time, he opened his mouth and spat out a torrential flame. It turned into a flaming golden crow, burning vigorously. Not good, retreat quickly. When the two surviving golden crow experts saw this scene, they used their last bit of strength to retreat quickly. They knew that Jin Kongjue had used his ultimate move. This was an ultimate move, the golden crow's raging flames kill. It was enough to sweep away everything. As soon as they retreated, the area in front of them exploded. Countless rays of light filled the sky. The raging flames were enough to destroy everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He punched in all directions, turning into fists one after another. In the end, there were 18 fists. They were like 18 blazing suns, revolving in the sky and stabilizing the area. This made the golden crow phantom unable to get close. Is this your trump card? If you don't have a new trump card, you can go and die. Lin Xian sneered. His eyes shone with a cold light. Damn it. Jin Kongjue was so angry that his entire body trembled. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He flapped his wings and swooped down. A pair of sharp claws tore through the void, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. These two claws were really too strong. They shone with a sharp light, like two sacred weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Competing with him in physique was an act of seeking death. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, destroying everything. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers collapsed continuously. Moreover, the collapse was still spreading. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian slashed out a ray of sword qi, tearing through the void. Jin Kongjue did not dare to resist. His body suddenly turned and dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. However, he was still hit. A crack appeared on his wing and half of his body lost consciousness. His opponent's sword qi was even more terrifying. If he was hit completely, he would definitely be split in half. Brat, you forced me to do this. I will definitely kill you. Even if I am seriously injured and my foundation is damaged, I will still send you to hell. Jin Kongjue flew up. His body covered the sky and covered the sun. The flames on his body started to burn. There was even a trace of red light on them. This guy started to use the power of his bloodline. Is he burning his bloodline power? Flames danced on those golden feathers. In the end, they formed the golden crow, circling non-stop. This was really too shocking. At this moment, there were thousands of golden crow silhouettes circling. It was impossible to tell which one was real. The aura they carried was abnormally terrifying. With the power of one person, he could create thousands of clones. This was too terrifying. The two experts of the Golden Crow tribe were wild with joy when they saw this scene. With this absolute art's divine ability, the other party should be dead for sure, right? Kill. There was a roar in the sky. Thousands of Golden Crow silhouettes swooped down. There was nothing that could stop him from doing so. Lin Xian's expression was very serious. He had to admit that the Golden Crow clan was very talented, and this Jin Kongjue was one of the best. This kind of bloodline talent was really too strong. It was naturally much stronger than other clans. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He pulled out the unparalleled sword and the dragon sword spirit roared. Its eyes shone with an unparalleled light. Countless dragon-shaped swords flew out and intertwined in the sky. They formed a 10,000 dragon picture on the tip of his sword. 10,000 dragons against the golden crows. This was a peerless collision that caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless large cracks intertwined, making everyone despair. In the distance, some people saw this scene and were terrified. Who was fighting? Should they go over and take a look? Did they want to die? They would be courting death if they went over with such terrifying power. They were definitely two top-notch experts, and they stayed far away from them. If such a person went berserk, anyone who got close to him would die without a doubt. At this moment, no one dared to go and watch the battle. They could only run away quickly. However, with a quick glance, they saw countless golden crows circling in the sky. It was the experts of the Golden Crow clan. Heavens, there must be tens of thousands of golden crows. Did the Golden Crow group have so many experts? These people went crazy. At the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the expert fighting the Golden Crow clan? All of a sudden, they saw tens of thousands of giant dragons roaring at the same time, and there were very few in all directions. Those were giant dragons. Did the people of the dragons appear? Dragons against golden crows. This was a battle between two powerful divine beasts. These people went crazy. Golden crows were torn apart by the dragon claws one after another. Of course, some of those giant dragons were also burned to ashes. The two sides kept fighting. And there was a figure that kept shuttling back and forth. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He used his heavenly secret super ability to the extreme. He started to search for Jin Kongjue's true body. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. Any destructive power that got close to him was repelled by him. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the void. He found it. Soon, he laughed coldly, and the unparalleled sword rushed over. The sword landed on the golden crow and sent that person flying. Half of Jin Kongjue's body was chopped off. Ah, damn it, how is this possible? The fact that the other party could create 10,000 giant dragons to fight against his 10,000 golden crows was already shocking enough. For someone to be able to resist his bloodline absolute art was simply too unbelievable. Now, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, the other party was actually able to see through his real body. How did he do it? He resisted with great difficulty and recovered his body. However, after a few strikes, he was split open again. This person was too terrifying. His strength was too strong. Jin Kongjue felt despair. Could it be that this person had entered the Bronze Gate? He suddenly had an idea that made his heart beat wildly. Damn it, he had to leave. If the other party had really entered the Bronze Door, then he was no match for him. He wanted to leave, and then he would also enter the Bronze Gate and obtain great power to kill the other party. Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to leave. Did he escape? Jin Kongjue actually escaped. The two Golden Crow race experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. This Lin Wudi was too strong. They had 7 experts on their side. Aside from Jin Kongjue, there were 6 more. However, the other party killed one of them the moment he arrived and burned the other 3 to death. Now, the two Golden Crow race experts had narrowly escaped from the blazing fire. They were severely injured and on the verge of death. They had placed all their hopes on Jin Kongjue. Who would have thought that Jin Kongjue wanted to escape as well? Who else could kill the other party? Could it be that the 7th Crown Prince had to make a move himself? Lin Xian would not give Jin Kongjue any chance to escape. He attacked forcefully, beating the other party into a bloody mess and causing feathers to fall off. In the end, Lin Xian managed to save up half of the feathers. He even used the Great Destruction Spear to create a demonic domain to suppress Jin Kongjue. Jin Kongjue was severely injured and on the verge of death. He could not escape at all. Jin Kongjue showed a ferocious expression. Damn it, how did you find this place? He was simply too shocked. Was it a coincidence? Did you think that your Golden Crow race was a monolithic entity? Come out. Jin Kongjue waved his hand and grabbed a soul from the black earth, tossing it forward. That person was the soul of the Golden Crow expert. At this moment, he was trembling in fear. How could this be? When he was in the black earth, he had already seen the scene outside and was scared out of his wits. In his opinion, even if the 7th Crown Prince was not around, Jin Kongjue could still kill the other party. However, the result of this matter exceeded his expectations. The other party beat Jin Kongjue up, leaving him unable to fight back. It was you. Damn it. You dared to betray the Crown Prince. Jin Kongjue was so angry that he vomited blood. How could he not recognize the other party? This was someone by his side. No wonder the other party could find this place so accurately and even make preparations in advance. It was their people who betrayed them. No, it was not me. I did not betray them. I only wanted to. That soul trembled. However, it was instantly killed. Jin Kongjue used his strength to kill that soul traitor. I will make sure that you never reincarnate. The boundless blazing fire burned that soul. I did not. The soul screamed miserably. However, it soon turned to ashes. Good method. Lin Xian laughed and clapped. However, don't worry. You will reunite in hell soon. Damn brat. I will not let you succeed. Despair appeared in Jin Kongjua's eyes. Suddenly, his body swelled up like a small mountain. In an instant, it turned into a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He exploded with a boom. Die for me. He let out a ferocious roar, and his soul transformed into a little golden crow. He broke through the void, wanting to leave. Buzz, Lin Xian was startled by his crazy attempt to self-destruct. He quickly took out the Great Sage Pagoda and blocked this violent attack. At the same time, he waved the Great Destruction Spear and locked onto the other party's soul. It turned into a jet-black light that flickered in the sky and instantly pierced through the other party's soul. I am not satisfied, Jin Kongjua's soul dimmed and disappeared. If I can enter the bronze door, I will not be defeated. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Although you killed me, the 7th Crown Prince will avenge me. I will be waiting for you in hell. In the end, his soul disappeared. Lin Xian kept the Great Destruction Spear and walked out of the Great Sage Pagoda. You can go to hell obediently. However, I can swear that the one who will reunite with you in hell will not be me, but your 7th Crown Prince. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with cold killing intent. He turned his head and stared at the two people in the distance. The two golden crows were scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but their bodies were already seriously injured. How could they escape? Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and grabbed the two of them. Locking spring and autumn, reincarnation, torturing the two of them. Lin Xian killed the two of them and took their storage rings. Then, he fell into deep thought. It turned out that the 7th Crown Prince had found a golden palace and went to search for the secret inside. Jin Kongjue had rushed over later. He brought news of the bronze door. This news was naturally known by Lin Xian. Lin Xian killed 13 members of the Flying Fire Python clan and 8 members of the Golden Crow clan. He had 350 flowers of the Tao on him. It was unbelievable. One had to know that it hadn't been a long time, and he hadn't met many people. It was already heaven-defying to have dozens of flowers on him. But now, Lin Xian only had 350. Lin Xian felt that it was time to go to the Bronze Gate. He also wanted to see what was inside the Bronze Gate. He took away all the corpses of the golden crows. They were all delicious. Lin Xian wouldn't miss them. Then, he flew in the direction of the Bronze Gate. After he left, the people in the distance finally dared to come up. They saw the shattered sky and blood around them. But there were no corpses. They were puzzled. These feathers should be the feathers of the Golden Crow clan. Heavens, were the Golden Crow clan members injured? They were too shocked. Who dared to fight against the Golden Crow clan? I don't think it's as simple as injuries. Someone said, look at the sword energy and flames here. I think of someone, Lin Wudi. What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi fought against the Golden Crow clan? Someone nodded. Only he would dare to do that. If it was Lin Wudi's battle, then the disappearance of the corpses of the Golden Crow clan members could be explained. The Demon King must have taken them back to make delicious food. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. Soon, the news spread. Some people were shocked when they heard that the Golden Crow clan members had died and their corpses were taken away by the Demon King. The Demon King had become terrifying again. They must not provoke him. Demonic beasts like the Demon City felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, they were now scared because their bodies were all delicacies from land and sea. If they were caught by the Demon King, not only would they be killed, but they would also be eaten. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Everyone was anxious, afraid that the Demon King would come. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about these people. At this moment, he came to a quiet place hidden in the mountains. It was very strange. What was even more bizarre was that there was a bronze door. The bronze gate was simple and unadorned. It had the vicissitudes of time and mysterious runes engraved on it. Lin Xian circled the bronze gate dozens of times and found that it was really just a gate. There were mountains behind the gate. There was nothing special about it. Could it be that he had to open it? He walked up, placed his hands on the bronze gate, and pushed it hard. Boom boom, the bronze door made a trembling sound and slowly opened. A green radiance flowed out from the inside. Lin Xian looked over and found that it was hazy inside. He couldn't see clearly from the outside. After he entered, he was greatly surprised. He had previously probed behind the bronze door, but there was nothing behind it. Could it be that it was connected to another space? Welcome. Of you. Lin Xian was startled. Was there someone else behind the bronze door? Who was it? Shocked beyond belief, he looked around with his golden eyes. In the next moment, he realized that a figure had appeared out of thin air in front of him. Spatial abilities? Lin Xian was shocked. That figure was wearing bronze armor and even had a bronze mask on his face. I'm the envoy here. You can call me the Bronze Envoy. I'm in charge of everything behind the bronze gate. Young man, what do you want to exchange for? There was actually a bronze emissary behind the bronze gate who was in charge of everything. Was he even alive? Was Destiny Star under someone else's control? What kind of power was that? Even the sacred city couldn't control it. Was it the Great Sage? Or was it someone even more terrifying than the Great Sage? Lin Xian didn't know. He felt that everything was full of mystery. He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Senior, this is my first time here. I don't know what I can exchange for in the Bronze Gate. What kind of treasures are there? Indeed, Lin Xian only knew that the Dao flower could be exchanged for. But how? He didn't know. The bronze envoy smiled. You'll know when you see this. He waved his hand and a light screen formed in front of him. There were images and words on the screen. Lin Xian looked. The images were probably the items to exchange for, and the words were the requirements. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the first line. At the very beginning were saint weapons, saint medicines, and martial arts techniques of saints. Clearly, there were no ordinary items here. Behind each item was a list of the required quantity for the Dao flower. Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance and saw that some items were marked with question marks below. The number of Dao flowers wasn't written, which confused him. What was going on, Senior? What's the meaning of this? The bronze envoy said in a low voice. You can't exchange for the items below, so there's no number written. Could this flood martial scripture be the ultimate divine ability of the flood martial emperor? Lin Xian suddenly exclaimed. That was because he had found something below where the question marks had been placed. However, he didn't quite believe it. Wasn't the flood martial scripture Emperor Flood Martial's legacy? How precious was a legacy of a great emperor? Only the imperial clans had it. Moreover, he remembered that Yan Nantian had received the flood martial scripture, but he'd already killed him. It must be someone with the same name. However, the bronze envoy did say that it was indeed a great legacy. One could exchange for a great emperor's legacy here. Lin Xian was stunned. That couldn't be, right? How many Dao flowers would that require? 108,000 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Upon hearing this number, Lin Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. That meant that there was no hope at all. That was because the strongest person he knew of right now was probably his senior brother. Fu Hongya. Last time, Fu Hongya had created 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, shocking the second astral realm. But compared to 108,000, it wasn't even a fraction. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's be realistic, he had 350 now, so he could only exchange for some of the earlier ones. Lin Xian's heart was burning with desire. He found many things that made his eyes red, but they were all in the tens of thousands. It seemed that when he got out, he'd have to hunt down his enemies and get a large number of Dao flowers, then come back to exchange. Young man, you're the first to open the bronze door, so you have a discount this time. I'll give you half the price of the items you exchange. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Great! This way, the items he exchanged could be upgraded by a grade. This meant that his 350 Dao flowers could be exchanged for more than 700 items. He hurried to find them. There were many items that could be exchanged for, but 3 of them tempted him. One was an elixir that would increase his cultivation by 500 years. One elixir for 500 years of cultivation was tempting. However, Lin Xian didn't immediately exchange for it. Instead, he looked at the other two. The second was a 13,000-year-old sacred medicine that could enhance one's soul. Lin Xian was very tempted. The third was a mystique, the 5-element ring. It had two uses. One was as a tool, and the other was to bind and restrain people. Lin Xian was also tempted. After all, he cultivated the 5-element Tao. If he could cultivate it, he would be exceptionally terrifying. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it was better to increase his strength first. After all, this was just the beginning. He would have to fight more and more battles in the future. 500 years of cultivation might not be enough for him to raise his cultivation level. As for his soul, his Tianji godly I was still enough. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to exchange for the 5-element mystique. Senior, I'm still in the process of exchanging for the 5-element mystique. After collecting Lin Xian's 350 Dao flowers, the bronze emissary reached out a finger and tapped Lin Xian's forehead. In the next instant, some information appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian left the bronze gate and made a mark near it. This would make it easier for him to come in the future. He could also tell his friends and fellow sect members about this mark. After exiting, Lin Xian found a place to seclude himself. He wanted to study the 5-element ring. The 5-element ring used the 5-element Tao to arrange it according to an array formation. This arrangement was unknown to those who didn't cultivate it. Lin Xian was shocked. The 5-element ring was indeed mysterious. If he hadn't been the first to enter, it would have taken him a long time to exchange for it. Now that he was able to grasp it in advance, its might was truly boundless. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He could already begin to condense the 5-element ring. He condensed the 5 stars and flew out. Immediately, several large mountains were completely penetrated by him. The incision was even and there were no cracks. This move was very powerful, which made Lin Xian very happy. Moreover, this 5 stars also had a special characteristic, which was that it could be nurtured within one's body. It was similar to a law weapon, but it took less time to nurture. After a month or two, or even a few days of training, he would be able to use the 5-elemental ring once. Its power was quite terrifying. Someone actually came. Lin Xian was surprised. He wasn't far from the bronze door, so he could sense that someone was coming. It seemed that someone had also found the bronze door here. Look who it is. He glanced over, and then his expression became extremely interesting. It was actually them. Lin Xian was too surprised. With a sway of his body, he charged forward. A few figures streaked across the sky. The power of thunder on these people was abnormally terrifying. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Lin Wudi, they found the bronze door. It was really an unexpected surprise. He would mark this place and report it to senior brother Lei Zhen. A man appeared in the sky. It was Wang Xiao. Beside him were a few fellow disciples from Thunder God City. There were a total of 5 people. They looked at the bronze door with incomparable joy. Senior brother Wang, since we've already found it, why don't we go in and see what's inside? This way, we'll have a goal and motivation in the future. Someone next to him laughed. Wang Xiao also nodded. That's right, let's go in and see. They flew forward. At this moment, Wang Xiao's body was surrounded by nearly 200 Dao flowers. It was exceptionally spectacular and majestic. It seemed that these days, he had killed many people. Obediently hand over the Dao flowers on your body, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. After everyone heard it, they were stunned and then angry. Courting death, who dared to rob them? Did they want to die? We're from Thunder God City. Get out here. Wang Xiao sneered, his eyes sweeping in all directions. In the next moment, he was stunned. It's you. The others were also stunned. Lin Wudi, they were really stunned. Ha 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 ha, what an unexpected surprise. Wang Xiao laughed. Not only did they find the bronze door, but they also found Lin Wudi. One had to know that their mission this time was to find Lin Wudi. Kid, do you know that we've been looking for you all over the world? You actually dared to be arrogant here instead of hiding obediently. What Lin Wudy? He's not that great. One of Thunder God City's people sneered. He didn't even have a Dao flower on him. Could it be that his original 4 Dao flowers were also robbed by someone else? These people sneered again and again. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to take the Dao flowers on you, but I didn't expect you to have no value at all. Of course, there were also people who frowned. After all, Lin Wudi's reputation was too great. Senior Brother Wang, should we hurry up and send a message to Senior Brother Lei Zhan and ask him to come? Wang Xiao waved his hand. There was no hurry. Lin Wudi was just a legend. How could he be the one to do it? He had infinite confidence at this moment. He had more than 200 Dao flowers on him, which was a symbol of his strength. The other party didn't even have one on him. Such a person wasn't worthy of his senior brother to take action. He could deal with him. Kid, kneel on the ground obediently and hand over your secrets. Then, wait for my senior brother to arrive. Wang Xiao looked at the other party disdainfully. The experts at the side also sneered. Kid, you dare to go against our Thunder God City? Today, we'll send you to hell, sigh, a group of ignorant people. Lin Xian girl. Since you don't know life from death, I'll give you a big gift. With a wave of his hand, 5 stars appeared in his hand, and then he threw it forward. Boom, the 5 stars flickered between heaven and earth. Not good, senior brother, be careful. Thunder God's people are facing a great enemy. Wang Xiao snorted. A saint weapon? Do you think I'm afraid of you? He opened his mouth and spat out a lightning ball. It suddenly expanded into the size of a small mountain, releasing a destructive aura in the sky. This was a lightning ball, a peerless ability. It could even block a saint weapon, so he wasn't afraid at all. Puff, the 5-element ring jumped, directly tearing apart the lightning ball, and then blasted on Wang Zhao's body. How was that possible? Wang Zhao's pupils shrank. His lightning ball was torn apart in an instant. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that the power of the 5-element ring was far beyond his imagination. This scene seemed to have frozen in time. The people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Ah! Wang Xiao let out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The other party had cut him in half at the waist with a single blow. How was this possible? He was a top genius with more than 200 Dao flowers. These were all symbols of his strength. The other party didn't even have a single Dao flower. How could he compete with him? However, the outcome of the matter was far beyond his expectations. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the 5-element ring was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This strike had actually pierced through a top-notch expert. This is great, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. If he placed the 5-element ring in his body and cultivated it for a period of time, then he might be able to pierce through the chief disciple. As expected of the Mandate Star, it was indeed a peerless ability. So this is your strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I have to say, you're courting death. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. Damn it. Wang Zhao's body quickly reassembled. His wounds came in contact with countless thunder runes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You actually dared to trick me. He guessed that the thing just now was definitely not ordinary. It was very likely a terrifying saint artifact, or the other party's trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to hit her. I was careless just now. Now, I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Endless thunder condensed in his hand, forming a thunder bow. Then, a thunder arrow appeared in his hand. Thunder erupted from his body. He pulled the bow and released the arrow. In an instant, thunder rang out. The arrow turned into a thunder dragon and rushed forward. Countless Dao surrounded it. It was abnormally terrifying. Thunder Feather Arrow was a killing ability. It seemed that Wang Xiao was really angry and wanted to kill her in an instant. In the distance, the other people from Thunder God City also revealed cold smiles. Their little senior brother Wang was serious now. Killing the other party in an instant was as easy as pie. Brat, you won't be able to dodge. My Thunder Feather Arrow won't come back until it's stained with blood. Wang Xiao laughed in the air. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Damn it, was he looking down on him? Wang Zhao's face turned cold. No one dared to underestimate him. He would make the other party pay a painful price. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian floated in the air, his body blossoming with light. The 9 suns divine flame danced and turned into one golden crow after another, enveloping him. This scene was extremely terrifying and strange. Those golden crows spread their wings and circled around, bringing with them powerful flames. When the thunder feather arrow flew into the sea of fire, its speed instantly slowed down. In the end, he was even entangled by countless golden crows, unable to move forward at all. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched out 2 hands and gently caught the flying feather arrow between his fingers. Then, he looked ahead with a disdainful smirk. This is the peerless divine ability you were talking about? You want to use something like this to take my life? I say, is your brain flooded with water? A disdainful voice sounded, leaving the god of thunder dumbfounded. How was this possible? Why wasn't Lin Xian injured at all? Wang Xiao was also stunned. He could not believe that Lin Xian had broken through his peerless divine ability so easily. Ah, I want you dead. I must kill you. Thunder surged on Wang Zhao's body. His big bow kept flickering with light as arrows flew out one after another. 9 arrows danced in the air. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian also made a move. His terrifying palm covered the sky, and at the same time, a terrifying sword chi flew out from his body to contend with it. The two fought fiercely. Lin Xian's physique was simply too valiant. It swept through all 4 directions. Those arrows were all slapped away by his big hand, and his sword chi was unparalleled. The unparalleled sword bloomed in the air, splitting the remaining arrows. After 100 moves, Wang Xiao was smashed into pieces and fled in panic. What followed was a merciless pursuit. After 200 moves, Wang Xiao was like a dead dog, lying on the ground. The other 4 people from Thunder God City were completely stupefied. Their senior brother Wang Xiao had actually been seriously injured by someone, and had been thoroughly sealed. Damn it. Has this Lin Wudi become so terrifying? Quickly. Send the message. They instantly sent the message out, and at the same time, they roared crazily. Damn kid, let go of our senior brother. That is, kneel down and accept your death. Kid, you are too arrogant. I have already sent a message to our chief senior brother. When our senior brother Lei Zhen arrives, it will be the time of your death. Peng. Lin Xian did not reply, but made a move. How could these 4 martial artists from Thunder God City be his opponent? Although they were also geniuses, they were beaten to a miserable state. They fell to the ground like dead dogs and were stepped on by Lin Xian. Lei Zhen is coming? What a surprise. Well, I will give him a big gift here. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. Before entering the heavenly fate star, there were a few people who were very arrogant, saying that they would kill him if he entered the heavenly fate star. Today, he would like to see how these people would kill him. Wang Xiao and the 4 sages from Thunder God City were completely suppressed by him with the 5 elements mountain. He began to set up a formation in the surroundings. He also released the remaining half of the flame in the Great Sage Pagoda and merged it into the formation. Feeling the terror of the flame, Wang Xiao and the other people from Thunder God City felt their scalps tingle. Damn it. He actually had such a trump card in his hand. Wang Zhao's face was pale. Previously, he was not convinced and thought that he was careless. But now, seeing the flame, his face completely changed. If the other party had used this flame at the beginning, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. His ending would be worse than now. Why was the other party so strong? When he saw the other party before, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Suddenly, he had a thought. Could it be that the other party had entered the bronze door? That must be it. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Why was he so stupid before? There was a bronze door nearby, and the other party didn't have a single Dao flower on him. It was obvious that he had just entered the door and exchanged for a treasure. It was laughable that he'd thought the other party was too weak to obtain a Dao flower. It was truly ironic. This wrong judgment not only harmed him, it might even harm their entire Thunder God City. Could senior brother Lei Zhen withstand it? To tell the truth, they didn't have much confidence. On the other side, Lei Zhen stopped flying and looked at the formation in his hand, his eyes shining with a biting cold light. What's wrong, senior brother? The surrounding sages of the Thunder God City also stopped, their faces filled with doubt. Lei Zhen revealed a cold smile. He had finally found that brat. When the sages of Thunder God City heard this, they were shocked. Was it that Lin Wudi? Great, they had finally found him. Senior brother Lei, what should we do now? Are we still going to the Golden Palace? Some of them asked. Lei Zhen thought for a while and said. The Golden Palace was definitely not that easy to attack. Even if we were to delay for a while, it wouldn't matter. Now, let's go and kill this Lin Wudi first. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to swallow this anger in my heart. Alright, senior brother, we got it. These sages of Thunder God City started forming seals with their palms. Lightning surged from their bodies. One of them took out a saint weapon, forming a huge thunder lightning that wrapped around everyone. After which, the lightning tore through the void and flew towards the distance. Below, there were a few people who were tearing each other apart, reaching an abnormally intense state. Suddenly, at this time, they all felt their blood run cold. They all stopped. They looked towards the sky. An intense crack appeared in the sky, and a boundless black aura spread out. What was that just now? These people were shocked. It was as though a thunder lightning had struck them. It couldn't be, right? Was that a heavenly tribulation? Perhaps it was the people of Thunder God City. They weren't the only ones. Following that, wherever he went, those people were all stunned. The aura of this thunder lightning was too scary. Furthermore, its speed was so fast. Just what had happened, they didn't know. Even if they wanted to chase after it, they couldn't catch up to this thunder lightning. They could only guess. Thinking about it, the person who possessed such power should be their head disciple, Lei Zhen, right? That was the legendary thunder spirit body. On the other side, near the bronze gate, Lin Xian was cultivating while waiting. After waiting for a long time, he stood up and said impatiently. Did you guys send the wrong message? Send it to me again? Why isn't your senior brother here yet? The people of Thunder God City were stunned. What the hell? This brat couldn't wait to die, or was he trying to kill their senior brother? Looking at the surrounding true skills and the flames from before, they spat out saliva. Damn it, eldest senior brother, please don't come, they prayed in their hearts. Lin Xian directly grabbed a person's head and coldly asked. That person was so scared that he almost fainted. He wanted to resist, but after 2 slaps, his face was smashed. Next, Lin Xian began to torture these people. These people from Thunder God City were tortured to the point that they wished they were dead. Damned brat, kill me if you have the guts. Wang Xiao screamed crazily. He had never been tortured like this in his life. Humph, you think I'll let you go? Killing you is a must, but I won't kill you so easily. When I'm done with the torture, I need to find a few more spectators. I will let you personally witness your senior brother Lei Zhen die by my hands. After that, I will send you all to hell. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king, making them feel a deep sense of despair. All of a sudden, they were shocked and raised their heads to look. In the distance, there was a huge crack that was spreading rapidly, extending all the way to the vicinity. It was too fast. What was that? It was thunder. It was our godly thunderbolt, these people screamed. Our eldest senior brother is here. Wang Zhao's eyes were also burning with passion. This is great. Senior brother Lei Zhen is here. Brat, your death is here. I will return the torture that you have inflicted on us 100 times, 10,000 times. Later, I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. They screamed crazily, but what welcomed them was Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian stomped on their faces. At the same time, he stood up and looked at the sky. Is it finally here? A cold smile appeared on his face. The hunt was about to begin. That huge lightning bolt was actually Thunder God City's powerful divine ability combined with a spirit boat. It was called the Lightning Spirit Boat. Its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Thunder God Sage in the Lightning Spirit boat said, "Eldest senior brother has arrived at the destination." Lei Zhan opened his eyes, and endless light burst out from them. "Follow me." He waved his hand, and a group of people walked out of the Lightning Spirit boat. They stood in the void, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. They were like a group of gods descending from the sky. However, soon, some people frowned. "What's going on? Why isn't anyone here to welcome us? Where's Wang Xiao?" They were very dissatisfied. This Wang Xiao was getting more and more arrogant recently. Could it be that he didn't even put their eldest senior brother in his eyes? Even a trace of dissatisfaction surfaced in Lei Zhan's eyes. However, when they looked down at the scene below, they were stunned. What's going on? They realized that their Thunder God Sage's men were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were tortured beyond recognition. Among them, Wang Xiao was one of them. Their Thunder God City's men were seriously injured by someone. These people were instantly stunned. They stared at a figure standing below. It was a figure that looked like a demon. "Lin Wudi!" They almost roared. Lei Zhan's eyes instantly turned red, and a biting cold-killing intent surrounded the world. "You dare to hurt my men?" He was really angry. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You're finally here. I've been waiting impatiently. Get down here and accept your death." They lined up in a row and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. He waved his hand, completely disregarding the group of experts above him. "Damn it! Damn it!" The Thunder God Sage's men were so angry that they vomited blood. Lei Zhan's face was also gloomy. How noble was his identity? Who dared to treat him like this? Even those elders didn't dare to reprimand him. Go down and save our men. Don't touch this Lin Wudi. I want to kill him with my own hands." Lei Zhan waved his hand, and suddenly, 3 figures rushed down, wanting to save Wang Xiao and the others. Lin Xian made his move forcefully. 3 beams of sword light flew out and split the bodies of the 3 in an instant. "You dare to save people in front of me? What a joke. Let Lei Zhan do it himself." Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 3 souls fled in panic. Damn it. They were too frightened. The other party had destroyed their bodies in an instant. At the same time, they realized that the other party had stretched out a golden hand, wanting to grab their souls. "Eldest senior brother, save me!" The 3 screamed for help. Lei Zhan was also angry. "You're courting death. How dare you hurt my men in front of me? It's unforgivable." With a roar, endless thunderbolts struck down from the sky, as if it was a lightning tribulation. "If you dare to make a move, I'll tear you into pieces." Lin Xian coldly sneered. "You're not qualified to threaten me." His golden hand blocked the sky full of thunder. At the same time, a golden light blade shot out from his eyes, killing the 3 souls. All the 3 souls screamed and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian's Tianji divine ability was so powerful that they were instantly destroyed. Is he dead? The sages of Thunder God City in the sky were completely stunned. Their companion had been killed so easily. At this moment, they felt fear once again. After Lin Xian killed the 3 of them, he sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to you? You want to attack just because you want to? Let me tell you that you don't have the final say in this world." Lei Zhan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He couldn't stand the other party provoking him. Soon, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by coldness. "Kid, are you trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, it's useless. I've been through hundreds of battles and killed my way up. The battles that I've experienced are definitely not something that an ant like you can imagine. This kind of provocation is useless against me. Today, I will kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to my Thunder God Chang spirit." One had to admit that Lei Zhan was really too strong and his martial will was very firm. He recovered his state of mind so quickly. He was indeed a difficult opponent to deal with. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't plan to break down the other party mentally. What he wanted to do was to crush the other party in terms of strength. Is that so? If you want to attack, then attack. I heard that you have a thunder spirit body. I wonder what's so special about your blood. After I kill you, I will suck all the blood out of your body and use your blood to cook a pot of golden crow soup. It should be a delicacy. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smirk. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Go to hell, Lei Zhen couldn't hold it in anymore. Even though he had a firm mind, when he heard those words, he was furious. He roared and lightning bloomed all over his body. His long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like a god, extremely dazzling. The thunder god sages around him retreated frantically. They knew how powerful the thunder array was. Once the battle started, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would shatter. Now that this Lin Wuti dared to act so recklessly, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Boom, Lei Zhen made his move. His palm was filled with endless lightning law. A terrifying power surged like a sea of lightning, pressing down from the sky. Boom, Lin Xian was fearless. He rushed forward with his golden fist and attacked his opponent. Their attacks collided in the sky, causing the void to explode in an instant. Countless large cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined in all directions. The thunder gods' people frantically retreated. This power was beyond their imagination. As for those who were sealed below, they were sent flying. Among them, the bodies of 4 people from the Thunder God City were torn apart in an instant. Their souls were also completely annihilated by the collision of this energy. He was also heavily injured and flew into the distance. Lin Xian glanced at it and frowned slightly. He'd long since taken their Dao flowers. Now, he had nearly 300 of them. However, what made him frown was that the lightning array was so cruel that it didn't care about the lives of its fellow disciples. That man kept saying that he was going to avenge his junior brother. Yet, when he attacked, he ended up affecting these people with his battle. Lei Zhen didn't even blink when the people of Thunder God City died. Even Wang Zhao's death didn't seem to concern him at all. This showed that he was an extremely selfish person. He only cared about his own interests. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Such a person coupled with his powerful strength could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Xian sneered. How despicable. You keep saying that you're going to avenge your people. But in the end, the 4 of you who died were all killed by you. Brat, they all died because of you. So I'll cut off your head and offer it to them as a sacrifice. Lei Zhen wasn't affected at all. He attacked crazily once more. At this moment, he really was like a god wrapped in thunder, dazzling and resplendent. This thunder was much more terrifying than the Thunder God City's lightning. That was because he had a thunder spirit body. He was born for thunder. Sure enough, those martial artists of the Thunder God City were also shivering. Although Lei Zhen's previous actions had chilled their hearts, although Lei Zhen's actions were cold, no one dared to say anything. That was because Lei Zhen's physique was too special. His strength was too violent. Even in the Holy City, Lei Zhen's attacks were also violent. It was common for him to heavily injure his comrades. They didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian was also dignified. He couldn't help but admit that Lei Zhen was too strong. Among the top geniuses, there weren't many who could resist this kind of Thunder Dao aura. Buzz, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless golden flames rushed to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the black Qilin tattoo appeared on his body. It was as if the Qilin was resurrected. It was a kind of extreme yang energy that could tear the 9 heavens apart. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a war god. The Thunder God City's cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't dare to believe it. In their opinion, Lei Zhen's thunder spirit body was enough to sweep through everything. There was nothing else that could compare to it. However, the aura that Lin Wuti displayed at this moment was also very strong. It wasn't any weaker than Lei Zhen's. It was really too shocking. Could it be that Lei Zhen also had a supreme physique? Could it be that Lei Zhen's physique wasn't any weaker than the thunder spirit body? This was really too shocking. Lei Zhen frowned. There was actually someone who could block his thunder spirit body in terms of physique. He couldn't bear it. Kill, he turned into a ray of light and rushed over. For a long time, he had been the only one in Thunder God City. He was an unparalleled genius. But recently, Thunder God City was filled with legends about Lin Wuti. This made him feel that his light was taken away by Lei Zhen. He couldn't bear it. In this battle, he must kill Lei Zhen with his own hands. No matter what kind of physique Lei Zhen had, it couldn't be compared to his thunder spirit body. Lei Zhen came, bringing with him a vast sea of lightning. It was a sea of lightning. He was like a god descending. His palm touched the thunder sound and released a terrifying thunderblade aura. The thunder in the sky was like a small mountain. It was huge and fell from the sky. It was so densely packed that it covered the sky. It was too terrifying. Although Lei Zhen was only at the middle stage of the fifth heaven, it was so clear that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart. People of the same realm probably couldn't even block a single thunder. At this moment, thousands of thunder were attacking Lin Xian together. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with radiance, illuminating the 9 heavens. How could he be afraid of Lei Zhen? His physique was also a divine body. Moreover, he had also been through hundreds of battles. He had even experienced more battles than Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen dared to look down on him in battle. What a joke. The 9 suns' divine fist drew 9 golden crows, circling between heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. As Lin Xian's divine body grew stronger day by day, the 9 suns' divine body became more and more terrifying. Now, when he used the fist technique, it was like 9 suns, moving freely between heaven and earth. This kind of power caused those spectators in the Thunder God City to feel alarmed. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was definitely a great enemy. It was no wonder that Wan Xiao and the others were severely injured and tortured to such an extent. Other than Lei Zhen, none of them were a match for Lin Fan. They couldn't even take a single punch from him. Boom. Boom, boom. Their fists collided in the air. Countless thunder blades shot up into the sky, and terrifying flames spread out like an ocean. At this moment, it was as if 2 worlds were about to be destroyed. The scene was hair-raising. Boom, boom. After the first exchange, the 2 of them continued to attack, sweeping in all directions. They fought from the mountains to the rivers, from the sky to the ground. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Each strike caused the void to shatter for millions of miles. In the end, the entire area was blown apart. Far away, the crowd was shivering. Countless roars and cries rang out. Thousands of beasts were crawling on the ground. At this moment, everyone looked at the place where the endless flames and lightning were spreading. Was this the end of the world? Everyone was frightened and retreated. The experts of Thunder God City were also dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Wuti was strong, but they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against their lightning array. One had to know that these people had been by Lei Zhen's side all year round, fighting in all directions. Naturally, they knew how strong Lei Zhen was. He was invincible in the younger generation. In fact, Lei Zhen even had a high chance of entering the legendary Pilgrim Board. Such a person's future was definitely limitless. But now, he was locked in a fight with Lin Wuti. This made them feel incredulous. Although the 2 of them were both chief disciples, there was a huge difference between them. Lin Wuti had only been in Peerless City for a few years. Even if he was the chief disciple, he couldn't be any younger. But Lei Zhen? Although Lei Zhen was also the chief disciple of this generation, he had been the chief disciple for 100 years. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. More importantly, Lei Zhen was in the middle of the 5th level, while Lin Xian was only in the middle of the 4th level. The difference between the 2 of them was several levels. However, both sides were still tied. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Lin Wuti's potential was even more terrifying than Lei Zhen's? Damn it. What should we do now? The expressions of the experts from the Thunder God City were incomparably ugly. Kill him. He had to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure him. But if that happened, senior brother Lei Zhen would blame him. Some people felt their scalps go numb. A total of 15 people came this time. These people frowned. 6 of them said, "You don't have to do anything. The 6 of us will do it." Could it be that you want to use the 6 divine thunder formation? They said in horror as they resisted the energy shockwaves around them. The 6 of them nodded. That's right, we're in the 6 lightning god formation. As long as we can injure them, we'll be doing senior brother Thunder God a huge favor. This kind of person is not only Senior Xianxia's enemy, but also our Thunder God City's 1,000-year-old enemy. We can't let him continue to be arrogant. After discussing for a while, the 6 of them quickly made their moves. These 6 people were all mid-5th heaven experts. Of course, their strength couldn't be compared to Xianxia's. Compared to Wang Xiao, they were only slightly weaker. It could be said that they were all elites, terrifying core disciples. At this moment, the 6 of them joined hands and formed a formation called the 6 Lightning God Formation. The formation was able to increase their strength to an unimaginable level. Therefore, they wanted to ambush Lin Wuti. They were confident that they could succeed. The 6 of them quickly turned into streaks of light in the air and charged towards Yu Wu. The battle ahead was extremely intense. Xianxia was also incomparably shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with a strong killing intent. His opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, but his strength wasn't any weaker than his. This kind of person made him feel apprehensive. If he gave him a few hundred years to grow, it would be terrible. Therefore, he had to kill him. Suddenly, he frowned. He naturally felt that someone was secretly making a move. It was the 6 Lightning God Formation. Was it the people he brought here? These people wanted to frame him. To be honest, if it was under normal circumstances, Xianxia would definitely be angry. Why would he need to use such a despicable method when he was standing with others? However, at this time, he had a trace of selfishness. He didn't care. He even hoped that his subordinates could injure Lin Xian through the 6 Lightning God Formation. He was too eager to kill Yu Wu. Therefore, he didn't stop them. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. How dare they ambush him? Did they really think that he wasn't prepared at all? When the 6 of them approached, he directly activated the formation. The terrifying flames of 100,000 volcanoes pierced through the void and directly enveloped the 6 of them. The 6 of them couldn't reach them. They were completely enveloped, and they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Damn it, he had a formation. This kid actually defended himself in advance. They were extremely frightened. Damn it, come back quickly. The 9 people who were watching the battle from afar also exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to have set up a formation in advance. Damn it, why didn't Wang Xiao and the others warn him? Suddenly, they remembered that Wang Xiao and the others had already been killed by the energy of the lightning god. How could they warn him? The 6 of them screamed miserably and rolled in the air. They ran quickly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the assassination. They could only escape. However, the power of the flames was far beyond their imagination. Even if they were top experts, they couldn't withstand it. Senior brother, save us. The 6 of them began to cry for help. Because at this time only Xianxia could save them. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, a bunch of trash, a bunch of trash. Even a sneak attack couldn't succeed. How did he raise a bunch of useless subordinates? However, those people were all top geniuses and core disciples of the sacred city. Moreover, they were very obedient to him. Although he was angry, Xianxia still decided to save them. He stretched out a palm, which carried a terrifying aura of the path of lightning. It crossed the void and enveloped the 6 of them. He wanted to put out the flames on the 6 of them. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and instantly threw out the 5-element ring. Buzz, the 5-element ring cut through the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Not good. He felt a sense of danger. In a panic, he dodged. He cultivated lightning. In addition to its violent power, it also had extreme speed. Therefore, his speed was also very fast. However, the 5-element ring was too sudden. In addition, Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, so it still hit his shoulder. With a boom, his shoulder was directly smashed open, and his entire body flew backward. A rumble sounded between heaven and earth. 100,000 black holes bobbed together. How could it be? Senior brother Lei Zhen was injured, the 9 spectators almost fainted from fright. The 6 people who were burned by the fire were also dumbfounded. They had forgotten to resist. Impossible. Lin Wuti injured senior brother Lei Zhen, they couldn't believe it. Senior brother, they let out a final scream and were quickly burned to ashes. Lei Zhen's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. His shoulder was completely blown apart, and one of his arms fell off. Blood dyed his armor red. He was still in a daze because he couldn't believe that Lin Fan could hurt him. What was that 5 elemental light just now? It was too terrifying. Lei Zhen came back to his senses and trembled with anger. With a roar, boundless lightning condensed, and the broken arm was restored. He quickly charged forward. Kid, you've completely angered me. I wanted to play with you before, but now the game is over. A big bow appeared in his hand, carrying the Tao of heaven and earth. Thunder Feather Bow. It was a real saint artifact. Lei Zhen also took out an arrow. He was going to use the Thunder Feather arrow. His power was much more terrifying than the one Wang Xiao used before. Buzz, the arrow flew out, shattering the void and causing all kinds of strange phenomena to erupt. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian on the spot. Buzz, Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and slashed it. At the same time, he sneered. It's useless. I've seen this ability before. It's not my match at all. You'd better show me something else. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lei Zhen was furious. You're courting death. I'm not someone who can be compared to you. I'll show you the true power of the Thunder Feather arrow. He stood in the void like a thunder god, continuously drawing his bow. Countless runes of the great Tao flickered around him. Buzz, an arrow flew out, and a sea of lightning descended, about to swallow the world. The second arrow flew out. This time, the merciless lightning intertwined and formed many demonic beasts that rushed over. At the same time, the third arrow came. This time, countless thunder mountains formed and fell from the sky. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot out. This might was enough to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian also became serious. He had to admit that Lei Zhen was very strong. The power of that arrow surpassed all of Wang Zhao's previous attacks. What's more, 3 arrows were fired at the same time. Did they take it seriously? Good, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light, he brandished matchless sword, and similarly unleashed 3 sword strikes. A sword came from the west, and a towering divine flame spread in the sky, as if countless golden crows were floating in the air. The second sword transformed into many giant dragons roaring, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The third sword was like a wave. It kept surging. These were all waves of sword energy. They were incomparable and carried extremely powerful attacks. The 2 divine abilities collided in the air, exploding with extremely dazzling light. Not good, retreat quickly. The 9 Thunder God experts watching from afar quickly retreated. A monstrous power erupted. The destructive aura continued to linger for a long time before it finally dissipated. The 9 lightning gods flew over from the distance. That brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. How could he block the Thunder Feather arrow? These people flew forward with a cold smile on their faces. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely die. However, just as they flew forward, they heard a roar. Damn it, what's going on? The 9 people were stunned. They could tell that the voice belonged to Lei Zhen. What could have caused Lei Zhen to be so angry? Then, they heard another voice. Your Thunder Feather arrow isn't much. Although it's stronger than Wang Zhao's, that's it. You're dreaming if you want to kill me with it. That should be Lin Wuti's voice. How is that possible? The 9 of them spat. How is he still alive after such a violent attack? This Lin Wuti was already heaven-defying to this extent. Finally, when they got closer, they saw 2 figures in front of them. One was the handsome Lin Xian, who looked like a god of war, and the other was the flustered and exasperated Lei Zhen, who was covered in lightning. This guy is really fine. The 9 of them were stunned. Kill, Lei Zhen couldn't accept it. He continued to shoot. Thunder Feather arrow flew out one after another. Its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian fought with him. Wherever the two of them passed, everything was destroyed. The more Lei Zhen fought, the more shocked he became. He realized that his thunder feather arrow couldn't do anything to his opponent. Go to hell, brat. All of a sudden, the power in his body exploded, and a mysterious thunderbolt appeared. The arrow in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Buzz, the power of this arrow surpassed all the previous ones. The 9 of them were shocked. They were first sent flying by the power of the thunder. Then, they cried out in surprise. That's great. Senior brother Lei Zhen used the 9 revolutions divine thunder. He used the secret technique. That kid is dead for sure. Lin Xian was shocked as well. He quickly dodged the attack, feeling shocked. Is it the 9 revolutions divine thunder? He had seen this secret technique before. Lei Qian had used it before and knew the 3rd revolution. Previously, Wang Xiao didn't have the chance to use it. He was directly defeated and suppressed. Now, he saw Lei Zhen use it again. The other party's attainments and secret techniques were also extremely terrifying. This arrow made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also had a secret technique. However, he didn't use it immediately. He wanted to test the limits of his physique. With a roar, Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword. His body emitted a golden light. The long sword in his hand was also dyed golden. It was as if it had turned into a golden sacred sword. With a roar, he split mountains and rivers. This sword didn't have any technique. It was the simplest move from the sky. It used violent power. The power of the sword and the power of the physique merged perfectly at this moment. Kill, boom. Boom, the sword and arrow collided. This attack emitted a destructive aura. Heaven and earth were destroyed beyond recognition. He should be dead now. The 9 of them exclaimed. Lei Zhen's mouth also curled into a smile. You can't even withstand a single blow. I only used the 1st revolution of the 9 revolutions divine thunder. You can't even block it? His eyes were filled with disdain. But soon, his pupils constricted. He heard a cold voice in front of him. What Thunder God's secret technique? That's all there is to it. I didn't even use my secret technique for that attack. Lei Zhen, I've said it before. You're no match for me. Hurry up and kneel on the ground, kowtow, and admit your mistake, that guy is still alive. The 9 sages who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Now, they were all kneeling on the ground in fear. Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. His face was extremely gloomy. Kill, he attacked again. The arrows flew out, but the power was even more terrifying. They were the 1st revolution divine arrow, 2nd revolution divine arrow, and 3rd revolution divine arrow. Especially the last arrow, which contained the power of the 3rd revolution divine thunder. It was really unparalleled. The terrifying aura of thunder shook heaven and earth. The sky shattered, and the earth sank. Countless canyons were formed, and countless abysses appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian still resisted simply. He used the purest strength to deflect the arrow. He blocked the 2nd arrow, but he was forced back by the 3rd arrow. His entire body was wrapped in thunder, as if it was about to be pierced through. Boom, the power of the divine body erupted again. Mysterious runes flowed on it like a sun. At the same time, the black Qilin appeared and roared at the sky. Lin Xian smashed through countless mountains and shattered countless voids. He came to a stop, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3rd revolution lightning. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Although the 3 revolutions divine lightning had sent him flying, he had only suffered light injuries. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In other words, he could block it. He wanted to send the 3rd revolution lightning flying, but with the current strength of his physique, it would be difficult. If the opponent continued to use the 4th revolution lightning, he would not be able to block it. Perhaps his physique would be injured. In other words, the 3rd revolution lightning would be ineffective against him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded. His physique was stronger than he had imagined, but there was still room for improvement. Kid, you are already injured. You can't even block the 3rd revolution lightning. I can use the 5th revolution lightning. What do you have to fight me? Lei Zhen strode over like a demon. His hair danced wildly in the wind. The other 9 spectating Thunder God sages were also ecstatic. Great, Lin Wuди was injured. Their senior brother Lei Zhen was more skillful. This victory would belong to them in the end. It's too early for you to be happy. It's just a small injury. It won't affect me at all. Also, let me tell you, I didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique in the previous fight. Do you think you have the right to show a victorious smile in front of me? Lin Xian stood up and snorted. His body flickered with light. The injury had already healed. It can't be, right? The 9 Thunder Gods who were watching the battle were all stunned. He didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique? This was impossible, they couldn't believe it. Lei Zhen snorted. Kid, don't deceive yourself. If you didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique, how could you fight against me? What a joke. His eyes were cold. He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, Lin Xian was trying to shake his martial Dao will. But how was that possible? His Dao heart was extremely firm. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. Previously, it was all his strength. Now, he could use Wushuang City's secret technique. Brat, there's no need to resist. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You can't stop it. You used an unparalleled secret technique, but you were only able to block my 3rd revolution, causing me to use the 4th revolution Divine Thunder. Let's see how you. Lei Zhen raised his hand again, and a thunder feather arrow appeared in his hand. The power of the Thunder God revolved around it, emitting a dazzling light. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think that your thoughts are the truth? I'll show you how cruel the truth is. Lin Xian took a step forward. His strength exploded. He slashed down with his sword and activated Wushuang City's secret technique. Boom, on the other side, Lei Zhen made his move. 4 divine lightning arrows shuttled between heaven and earth. Die, boom, boom. Boom, the world was filled with light, and the 9 Thunder God saints were sent flying again, coughing up blood. How terrifying. Lin Wudi could be proud even if he died. No matter how powerful he was still defeated by senior brother Lei Zhen. These people sneered. They wanted to cheer, but their necks seemed to be grabbed by someone in an instant. They couldn't make a single sound. The sword tore open a crack in the sky filled with lightning. The pitch-black spatial crack continued to extend, splitting the world into 2 halves. Lei Zhen was sent flying. A sword mark appeared on his body. It was as if he was going to be torn in half. How was that possible? My 4th reincarnation lightning was destroyed. Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. His face was full of shock. The pain was unbearable. He roared. Endless lightning spun around his body and formed the 5th revolution divine lightning. Block it, a terrifying force rushed out from his body and blasted the terrifying sword chi away. Boom. Boom, he stopped and panted. Blood dripped from his body, but his wounds quickly healed. His handsome face was unusually pale as he raised his head abruptly. His long and narrow eyes stared straight ahead like lightning. Damn brat, I want you dead. 5th revolution divine lightning. With an aura that could destroy everything, it was as if it could kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. There was nothing that could stop it. Buzz, on the other side, Lin Xian didn't say anything. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill. He held the unparalleled sword in his hand and continued to use Wushuang City's secret techniques. Previously, he had activated the 3rd revolution divine lightning to block the opponent's 4th revolution divine lightning. Now, he attacked again. Soon, he activated the 5th revolution divine lightning. A sword light shook the sky and earth, shining in all directions. At this moment, everyone lost their splendor. Lei Zhen's pupils violently shrank as his expression became incomparably ugly. This was because this sword strike made his hair stand on end. With a bang sound, he was blasted flying outwards. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his body continuously breaking apart into pieces. Ah, a crazy roar sounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, the 9 spectators felt their scalps go numb. How could senior brother Lei Zhen be injured? No, I don't believe it. They're all crazy. The fifth revolution divine lightning was so terrifying. Once a divine ability was used, no one could block it. But now, he was seriously injured by Lin Wuti. Even his body was destroyed. How strong was Lin Wuti? Could it be that no one could subdue him? The fifth revolution divine lightning was only SOSO. Could he use the sixth revolution divine lightning? Lin Xian looked to the front like a god, looking down on everything with a condescending gaze. In the sky, the fragments of the corpse quickly healed and reformed Lei Zhen's body. Lei Zhen was extremely ugly. Was he defeated by his opponent? He couldn't believe it. He was crazy. He must use the sixth revolution divine lightning. However, his body, which had just healed, suddenly collapsed. No. The sixth revolution divine lightning was not that easy to condense. With his current physique, he couldn't withstand the power of the thunder at all. Perhaps, he would be destroyed by this power before he could kill anyone. Senior brother Lei Zhen, you can't use the secret technique rashly. The 9 spectators in the distance also exclaimed. Although Lei Zhen was a thunder spirit, the secret technique of Lei Zhen City was too terrifying. If he used it forcefully, he might be killed. Senior brother, he must have entered the bronze door and obtained the fortune inside. That's why he's so powerful. Yes, senior brother, push it away first and find another bronze door. After you enter, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. Someone exclaimed in the distance. Lei Zhen also calmed down. Kid, just you wait. The humiliation you brought me this time, I'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times over. I'll tear you to pieces. After saying this, Thunder God turned and soared into the sky, wanting to leave. Who were those 9 people with? It seemed that they didn't plan to fight anymore. Because no one was Lin Wuti's match. You want to leave just like that? Leave your heads behind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword chi between heaven and earth surged over like a wave. You're courting death, Lei Zhen was furious. The fifth revolution lightning rampaged between heaven and earth, turning into a sea of lightning to contend with the sword chi. The 9 people roared crazily. Damn kid, you've gone too far. Let's kill him together. Someone rushed out crazily. If you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. Lin Xian activated another formation. Flames rushed over like 100,000 flaming mountains, erupting between heaven and earth. Damn it, he still has that kind of flame, there's a formation here. Let's run. The 9 saints were instantly burned by the flames, letting out miserable cries. In fact, even Lei Zhen was enveloped by the flames. The flames made his eyelids twitch wildly. He could only use the fifth revolution lightning to defend himself. The blue tide rose. A terrifying eye technique appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It swept toward the 9 great sage cultivators. The souls of the 9 great sage cultivators were hit. They could have resisted for a while, but now they were burned miserably by the flames. They didn't have the energy to resist at all. So in an instant, they were seriously injured. The 9 of them held their heads and screamed in the air. Their bodies were on fire, emitting black smoke. Damn it, stop, we admit defeat, please, Great Demon King, spare our lives. The 9 of them screamed crazily. Damn it, don't beg for mercy. Lei Zhen roared angrily. It was too embarrassing. However, the 9 saints were scared out of their wits. We're willing to hand over all our Dao flowers. The Dao flowers on their bodies instantly flew out. He wanted to exchange for his life. However, Lin Xian didn't relent at all. If I want the Dao flower, do I need you to give it to me? I can get it myself. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all of the Dao flowers in the sky. At the same time, his other hand transformed into tens of thousands of golden warriors, which burned together in the world. He was instantly sent flying. 5 of them had their bodies shattered, while the other 4 coughed out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. Run! The 4 of them seized the opportunity and quickly fled. They burned everything. Some of them even used 3rd Revolution Divine Thunder, while others used 4th Revolution Divine Thunder to escape for their lives. As for the other 5 people, they screamed. One of them decisively abandoned his physical body and rode on a lightning bead to break through the void. The other 4 also wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian smacked it down again with boundless divine fire. The great spear of destruction flew out and sliced the 4 people in half at the waist. The souls of the 4 people were also shattered. Then, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Lei Zhen. Want to leave? Leave your Dao flower behind, he charged out. The Dao haunt on Lei Zhen's body was very plentiful, making him extremely jealous. Because the other party had actually condensed 500 Dao flowers on his body. He really didn't know how the other party had condensed them. Damn it, how dare you, Lei Zhen roared crazily. The 500 Dao flowers were his foundation. He still wanted to enter the bronze door and exchange for treasures. How could he give them up? He attacked crazily. The 5th revolution divine thunder formed a terrifying blade light in the sky, flashing in all directions. Lin Xian used the terrifying 9-yang divine fist to contend with it. The two collided continuously, as if 2 worlds were constantly clashing. At this point, both of them were truly enraged. Although Lei Zhen had been defeated before, he was still powerful. At this moment, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. Even his bloodline power was burning. On the other side, Lin Xian kept triggering unparalleled secret techniques. There were even dragon roars in his body. When the dragon-shaped sword chi appeared, it was even more powerful. It forced Lei Zhen to retreat, several more cracks appearing on his body. And he couldn't erase the sword chi in a short time. Damn it, how was this possible? His opponent still had a trump card. Lei Zhen was horrified. He'd never seen this sword chi before. Just as he was in a daze, he roared, his heart bleeding. This was because the unparalleled sword had enveloped him with sword chi, cutting down all the Dao flowers around him. He felt as if a force had been forcibly extracted from his body. He wanted to redeem himself, but the sword cut off his arm. Damn brat, I'll fight you to the death. Lei Zhen tore open the void and fled. In the sky, the 500 Dao flowers were directly grabbed by Lin Xian and absorbed into his body. He roared at the sky, sweeping in all directions like a peerless sword god. Previously, after defeating Wang Xiao and the others, he'd obtained nearly 400 Dao flowers, enough for 9 people at home. And Lei Zhen's 500. At this moment, there were 1,600 Dao flowers on his body. As he walked, he brought about a strange phenomenon. With so many Dao flowers, Lin Xian finally felt the effect. His nomological laws were automatically cultivating. The laws they cultivated were not complete. They needed to continuously evolve and break through to get closer and closer to the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, under the nourishment of these 1,600 Dao flowers, he didn't need to deliberately cultivate. His laws were improving. What a wondrous feeling! Lin Xian let out a look of astonishment as he sensed this astonishing change. He wondered what it would be like to condense 3,000 Dao flowers. 3,000 Dao flowers were enough to form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. He wondered how fast the heavenly Dao golden lotus would allow his nomological laws to cultivate. Even though Lin Xian was immersed in this miraculous cultivation, it was only for 5 days. 5 days later, he stood up and prepared to go to the bronze door. He was going to go in and exchange for some treasures. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This feeling of cultivation was very wonderful. However, exchanging for treasures was more important. After all, he had seen the treasures inside the bronze door. There were really too many. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. It seemed that this was also a choice. Whether to cultivate laws or exchange for treasures, everyone's choice was different. Lin Xian streaked across the void and flew towards the bronze door. There were few people around, but there were still some people. Some people also found the bronze door. Some went into exchange, some came out, wild with joy. There were also some people waiting for their companions. Suddenly, they all raised their heads. What was that? In the next moment, they were dumbfounded, their eyeballs almost falling out. Heavens, there were so many Dao flowers, there must be at least 1,000 of them, more than that. 1,600, who was this? Was it Lei Zhen who had condensed 1,600 Dao flowers? Or 9-headed Qilin, it could be the 7th prince of the Sun Crows, or the chief disciple of the Grand Desolation Mansion. The crowd discussed fervently. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that they had 100 Dao flowers. It was enough to make their eyes red with envy. Most of them had dozens of flowers and were considered experts. However, compared to the other party's 1,600 flowers, they were like fireflies that could be ignored. Wait, none of them. That person seemed to be the Demon King. Someone cried out in alarm. The others could only hope to see him, but then they gasped. Run! The Demon King is here. They ran away like madmen. Hey, what's going on? Don't run. The people who came out of the bronze door were displeased. What the hell? Why did their companions run away? Didn't they say they would leave together? In the next moment, they were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. Damn it, wasn't that the Demon King? 1,600 Dao flowers. They were terrified beyond belief. At this moment, they finally understood why their companions had decided to flee. How many people had the Demon King killed to create so many Dao flowers? We don't have any more Dao flowers, Demon King. Don't attack us, Demon King. They looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Lin Xian glanced at them, then shook his head. He wasn't interested. They heaved a sigh of relief. That was a disregard for them. If anyone else had said that, they would have been furious. But the great Demon King's words made them delighted. They were so emotional that they were about to cry. Sometimes, being weak was also a kind of luck. Many thanks to the great Demon King for showing mercy. The few of them were deeply grateful. They bowed and hurriedly left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked through the bronze door again. When he pushed open the bronze door and entered for the second time, Lin Xian was still shocked beyond belief. We meet again, young man. You're here already? The bronze emissary chuckled in front of him. Suddenly, he paused, then revealed a look of surprise. 1,600 Dao flowers? You're really surprising. To be honest, during this period of time, he had also received many people who came to exchange. There were very few people who could exchange for 100 flowers, and those who could exchange for 200 flowers were even rarer. Lin Xian brought 350 flowers on his first trip, which was almost impossible. Now, Lin Xian had returned with 1,600 flowers. Tell me your name, young man. Junior Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, this is the title you gave yourself, right? You are indeed ambitious. Lin Wudi, you're the first to successfully condense 1,000 Dao flowers, so you've broken another record. You can enjoy special privileges. Did he break another record? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course, he knew that this record was different from a few hundred years ago. Instead, it was after they opened it this time. What a pleasant surprise. I wonder how much discount I can get this time. Is it still the same as the first time? Half off. If that was the case, he would be rich. He would be able to exchange for even more valuable items. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the previous light screen appeared again. The treasures were arranged in order. At the same time, he said, since you've broken the record, you have an additional privilege. That is, in addition to the items you can exchange for, you can also exchange for things that are not on the list. You can make requests of me. I will satisfy your corresponding requests based on the number of Dao flowers you have. You can make additional requests. Lin Xian froze, revealing a trace of surprise. Then, he became delighted. This meant that he had more choices, but soon, he was surprised. The corresponding request meant that he couldn't ask for a sky-high price. He could only ask for the price of 1,600 Dao flowers. But that was still impressive. What is your choice? The bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian began to think. He looked at the light screen in front of him. With his current Dao flowers, he could exchange for more powerful combat arts than the 5-element rings, and also obtain more precious pills. Of course, he could also make his own requests. That would be more suitable for him. Now, his ultimate techniques, cultivation, and sword techniques, Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, I want to condense the Edict of Death. Can I? His physique had just improved. It was unrealistic to improve it again. The same went for the Edict of 5 Elements. In addition, the dragon sword soul and the unparalleled secret technique were also very powerful. However, there was one thing that also had unparalleled potential, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's progress. That was the Taiji incantation. He had discovered it in the mist of death, and it had infinite power. But now, he couldn't absorb the power of death. And he couldn't take another step forward. If he could condense the Edict of Death, then the situation would be different. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to form new laws in addition to the Edict of Five Elements. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Then he said in a low voice, "I can send you to a place. Here, you can quickly cultivate the Edict of Death, but whether you can condense it and how powerful it can be depends on your luck. 1600 Dao flowers will allow you to stay in that place for 3 months. After 3 months, you will be teleported out. Are you willing to go?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded solemnly. "Good." The bronze emissary stretched out a finger and pointed at Lin Xian's forehead. Endless Edict of Death spread out, including Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky above planet Tianming. Congratulations to Lin Wudi for being the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Congratulations to the 9 heavens and the world. He thought of this voice 3 times. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light scattered. At this moment, everyone on planet Tianming looked up at the sky. Their eyes widened. What was going on? Who was speaking there? Had Lin Wudi already condensed 1,000 Dao flowers? These people were going crazy. They looked at the dozens and hundreds of Dao flowers on their bodies, and their mouths began to twitch. They thought they were already amazing, but compared to Lin Wudi, they seemed so weak. There were also some people who believed that it was real gold, the bronze door, and that it was released by the existence behind the bronze door. This Lin Wudi was too amazing. He actually made the bronze gate announce it to the world. Damn it, I'm so angry. In a mountain range, a few people were sitting there dejectedly. They'd been discussing how to fight back, but when they heard the news, they coughed up blood. These people were naturally Lei Zhen and the others. They'd just fled for their lives when they heard Lin Wudi's news. Moreover, it was news that everyone was celebrating. To be able to do this, it was definitely the Bronze Gate's doing. These people's faces were about to turn green with anger. They knew that Lin Wudi only had a few hundred Dao flowers before. As for his breakthrough to 1,000, it was all because he'd stolen them from them. Damn it, kill him. I'll tear him to pieces. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The princes of the Fiend City, the Golden Crow tribe, and the New Moon tribe all wore cold expressions when they heard this. We have to speed up. We can't let Lin Wudi continue to be so arrogant. They began a frenzied hunt. The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, and the others were shocked. This kid was so fast. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The North Demon smiled. Brother Lin was amazing. On the other side, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's face. Great! It's Brother Xian. In a mysterious cave. Shen Jingqiu stood in front, staring at the cave in a daze. Suddenly, he heard a voice in the sky and looked up. It's Brother Lin Xian. Did Brother Lin Xian break a record? That's incredible. Xiao'er had to work hard too. Xiao'er had to follow in Lin Xian's footsteps. She seemed to have made a decision as she spoke. Resolutely, she walked into the mysterious cave abode in front of her. As for the cave, it rapidly healed itself. Then, it actually disappeared before their eyes. In a swamp. More than a dozen demonic beasts were roaring nonstop. A figure stood in the middle of them. A very handsome man. They were all stained with blood, but it wasn't theirs. It was the enemy's. They'd hunted down many people in the past few days. These powerful monsters didn't have many Dao flowers on them, but the man in the middle had 1,200 of them. As he walked, multicolored light and loss fell. It was truly dazzling. Great, we didn't waste our efforts. His Highness is the first to form 1,200 Dao flowers. He'll definitely shock the world. One of the demonic beasts laughed. The other person also said. That was natural. He had the Qilin bloodline and the nine-headed heavenly snake bloodline. His natural talent was extraordinary. Who could compare to him? Even Lei Zhan and the Golden Crow Prince are no match for us. If we break the record this time, it will definitely shock the world. At that time, everyone will have to crawl under our feet. These people from the Demon City were very excited. As for the handsome young man in the middle of them, he had a smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, there was an incomparably domineering and confident look on his face. He was the nine-headed Qilin, a peerless expert with 9 lives. At this moment, they were flying through the air in the direction of a bronze door. In Destiny World, there was more than one bronze door. They were scattered all over the world, and these people had to search for them. The people of the Demon City knew one of the locations of the bronze gates. At this moment, their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived before the bronze gate. "Your Highness, please go in. We will wait here." The greater demons of the Demon City replied respectfully. The nine-headed Qilin nodded and walked forward with supreme confidence. He was getting closer and closer to the bronze gate. He guessed that once he entered, he would be able to break the record and shock the world. He would be admired by the world. But when he was a meter away, a voice came from the sky. "Congratulations to Lin Wudi for being the first to condense 1,000 flowers of the Tao. Congratulations to him for 9 days." The loud voice echoed through the sky. The nine-headed Qilin stopped in his tracks, the smile on his face frozen. Behind him, the peerless greater demons were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? The greater demons came back to their senses and roared wildly. They felt like they'd gone crazy. They couldn't believe it. There was actually someone who was 1 step ahead of them and had already broken the record. Damn it, Lin Wudi. It was him. How did he do it? Was Peerless City helping him with all their might? Impossible. Only the younger generation of Peerless City had come this time. Those old guys didn't come in. Who was helping him? Could it be the Sky Fiends? The greater demons of the Demon City had all gone crazy. The nine-headed Qilin stood in front of them without a word. His face was terrifyingly dark and his eyes flickered with shocking murderous intent. The void around him was collapsing. He was furious, incomparably furious. He was only 1 step away from entering the bronze gate and breaking the record. He would be the one who would be shocked and admired by the world then. However, he stopped abruptly when he was just 1 step away. Someone had beaten him to it. However, there was one person who was 1 step ahead of him and completed what he wanted to do. This was something he'd never felt before. He was the nine-headed Qilin. His bloodline was so terrifying that he didn't even care about Lei Zhan and the Golden Crow Prince. As for Lin Wudi, he didn't care about him at all. Although Lin Wudi had killed many of the Demon City's people, he still didn't care. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Wudi in 1 move. But now, this ant in his eyes had actually spoiled his plans. In the next moment, he turned his head and said coldly, "Find Lin Wudi. I'll kill him with my own hands." "Your Highness, are you all right?" The greater demons felt their scalps go numb. Their Highness didn't get angry or even say anything. However, they could hear the biting cold murderous intent in the voice. Perhaps His Highness was truly enraged. How dare he steal my fortune? I'll let him know how the word death is written. The murderous intent in his eyes was unparalleled. The Demon City began to frantically search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. In another place, in the depths of planet Tianming, there was a group of people. These people were also outstanding and had powerful auras. Their faces were also unfamiliar. It could be said that they were incomparably mysterious. At that moment, they also heard the voice in the sky. One of them laughed. "Lin Wudi? What an arrogant guy. How dare he have such a name? Are there any new rising geniuses recently?" Another person frowned and asked. At that moment, a short-haired girl walked over with a disc array. There were many words and images on it. She said, "Lin Wudi, the 3rd-generation chief disciple of Wushuang City, had only joined a few years ago." However, it caused a huge commotion. Then, all the information about Lin Wudi was revealed. After hearing this, these people were surprised. Yes, he's an incredible genius. However, he's too young. I'll put him in the observation list. Interesting. I didn't expect to add another person to the list besides nine-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and Jin Wu. So what? Although these people are geniuses, they're too young. If they fall behind, they'll fall behind forever. A tall man walked out with disdain in his eyes. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommend. Reward. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, reward. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been stunned. Someone was actually disdainful of Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the Golden Crow Prince. Was he even human? It was probably a joke. However, no one would dare laugh at him after seeing his situation. This tall man had 1,700 Dao flowers on his body. The sky was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. None of his companions were weak. All of them had more than 1,500 flowers of the Dao. There were even a few who had more than 2,000 Dao flowers. As expected, another person snorted. Who do they think they are? We just didn't go to the Bronze Gate. Otherwise, these youngsters wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. Enough, don't underestimate them. These geniuses aren't any weaker than us. If they're given the chance, they might soar to the heavens. This time, the heavenly fate planet was a perfect opportunity, so he couldn't afford to underestimate it. A man walked out from the front. He had a hazy aura about him, as if he would ascend to immortality at any moment. Beside him were 2,800 Dao flowers. It was too shocking. Someone had actually managed to condense so many Dao flowers on celestial fate. He was only 200 away from the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Just who were these people? Boss, could it be that you still think highly of them? Someone sneered. Our opponents should only be those on the Holy Pilgrim rankings. Those below the Holy Pilgrim rankings are nothing to be afraid of, they're the boss's match, not yours. Another woman began to correct them. The man with the hazy aura stood with his hands behind his back. They couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget, Peerless City has Fu Hongye. Back then, he was also an earth-shattering figure on the Pilgrim rankings. Now, there was another, and he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. This was Fu Hongye's junior brother. He might be able to make waves in the future. Humph, that's because Fu Hongye was born a few hundred years earlier than you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat you on the Pilgrim rankings. Enough with the flattery. Let's get to work and condense the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus first. They began to move. There were several groups of people like them. They all had 2,800 Dao flowers on them. They were very close to forming the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. It seemed that they wanted to condense the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus and then enter the Bronze Gate to shock the world. These people were doing the same. A man in dark blue armor with a stern gaze said coldly. A mere 1,000 lotuses of the Great Path were nothing to be afraid of. What they needed to do was to condense the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. I will definitely surpass the others and be the first to condense it. They moved quickly and began to hunt. However, not long after, these people were all stunned. They were even dumbfounded. Even the man with the hazy aura heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. The mighty man in the dark blue armor was so angry that he roared, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another voice rang out in the sky, congratulating the old demon of the Black Mountain for condensing the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. At this moment, the entire heavenly fate planet was stunned and in an uproar. Now, they all knew some of the secrets. For example, 3,000 flowers of the Great Path could form a golden lotus of the Great Path. It was said that the cultivation effect of the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus was better. This was something that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. But now, someone had done it so quickly? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Especially the top geniuses on the Pilgrim ranking. They were dumbfounded. Who was it? They immediately thought of a few people who were as famous as them, but they found that it was not them. It was not their old enemy. The old demon of the Black Mountain. Who was this old demon of the Black Mountain? They roared crazily. They had never heard of that name. Their subordinates also frowned. To be honest, they were also scared out of their wits. Go and find out who this old demon of the Black Mountain is. For a moment, there was an undercurrent. It could be said that everyone was trying to find out who the old demon of Black Mountain was. Only two people were dumbfounded. Northern Yao and the dark red dragon. The old demon of Black Mountain? Oh my god, it can't be that old demon of Black Mountain, right? The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Northern Yao's eyes also flickered. Was it really Master? Thinking about it, it should be only him. To be able to condense a golden lotus of the great path in such a short time. Probably no one other than Black Mountain who had been to planet Tianming could do it. Even those peerless geniuses would not be able to accomplish such a feat. These two pieces of news swept in all directions like a hurricane. One was Lin Wudi, and the other was the old demon of Black Mountain. It could be said that they were well known. The old demon of Black Mountain was especially praised by people because they had never heard of such a person before. But now, the other party suddenly appeared and achieved such a dazzling result. It seemed that a storm was brewing. They did not expect that there would be such a big dark horse apart from Lin Wudi. No, they had to get rid of these people. They could not leave such a disaster alive. Orders were given one after another. Lin Xian, the person involved, no longer knew anything. He used his privilege to make a request and was teleported away. When he reappeared, he found that his surroundings were gloomy as if he had arrived at the 18th level of hell. Where was this? What was this place? Lin Xian frowned. The cold wind around him gave him goosebumps. Buzz. He activated the 9-yang divine body, illuminating the world. However, the places that could not be illuminated still had a strange aura. He was shocked. These bronze messengers were too powerful. Their methods were unpredictable, and they could instantly bring him to such a place. Was this still planet Tianming, or had he already left planet Tianming? He did not know, but he knew that the other party did not lie to him. Why was the surrounding so gloomy? The death aura was too dense. It was very suitable for him to cultivate. He only had 3 months. He had to make good use of it and condense the laws of death. Thinking of this, he flew deeper. He wanted to find the place with the densest death aura to start cultivating. After flying for a while, Lin Xian stopped. He could not go any further. The death aura here already made his hair stand on end. He would not be able to take it if he went any further. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Taiji art to absorb the death aura around him. He had to admit that this place was too mysterious. It was simply a place born for death. The death aura spread out continuously. The Taiji art in his body circulated quickly. Fortunately, his physique was strong. After eating the 20,000-year-old flame lotus, he was frantically refining some of the medicinal energy that he had not refined, providing his body with strong vitality. It was to balance the Taiji art. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lin Xian felt that his power of death had increased rapidly and had reached the level of a nomological fragment. However, he could not condense it into a real nomological fragment. This was already very heaven-defying. To be able to increase his power of death to such a level in 10 days. In addition to Lin Xian's abnormal talent, the resources and death aura of this place were also of great help. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough. A nomological fragment was only one step away from becoming a real nomological fragment, but it could trap him for hundreds of years. If he did not have a special fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for Lin Xian to condense a nomological fragment within 3 months. What should he do? He stopped and began to think about whether he should dive deeper. Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood on end. Who was it? He suddenly turned his head. Golden light blades and terrifying flames shot out from his eyes and swept toward the rear. The cold wind behind him was instantly torn apart. However, there was no one. Lin Xian didn't relax, because in that instant, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. A strong sense of danger was coming from behind him. In this place, other than him, there were other living creatures. Were they some dead creatures? He did not know. The bronze messenger did not tell him this. Suddenly, he exclaimed again and moved his body horizontally. A gust of cold wind swept past the place where he was originally standing. The void there was shattered. Damn it, there was indeed someone who was it? Lin Xian activated his divine ability to the extreme and looked in all directions. However, in the next moment, his body froze. A pitch-black hand covered with black fur covered his mouth. All the hair on Lin Xian's body stood on end. The power in his body erupted, wanting to blast the other party away. However, in the next moment, another pitch-black hand grabbed his neck. A terrifying and vast aura of death instantly surged into his body. Lin Xian felt his body turn cold as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. He could not use any power at all. Damn it, who was it? Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't even have the strength to turn his head. He had no idea who had ambushed him. At this moment, a low voice sounded in his ear. If he wanted to cultivate death power Upanishad, how could he not experience death? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Could it be that this person wanted to kill him? Moreover, how did she know he wanted to cultivate the death Upanishad? What was going on? He could no longer think. Because he felt as if his soul was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. That feeling of pitch-black loneliness and helplessness instantly surged into his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. All along, he had been fighting and winning every battle. No matter how strong his enemies were, he would always be able to counterattack. But this time, the feeling of death was really too strange. Is this the feeling of death? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Although he possessed the power of death and had killed countless experts, this was his first time experiencing the taste of death. So that's what it was like. Lin Xian felt that he had a deep understanding of death in an instant. At the same time, he recalled the other party's words. Without experiencing death, how could he condense the law of death, fight it out? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He decided to fight it out. His eyes slowly closed, and so did his soul, which was swallowed by the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian's eyelashes trembled. He opened his eyes. He was incomparably weak. A chilly wind blew, causing one's hair to stand on end. Where was this? Was this the underworld? Lin Xian felt that his soul was like a weak flame that could be extinguished at any time. Why am I here? What happened? His mind went blank for a moment. But soon, he remembered. Could it be that he had already died once? He didn't know. The feeling of death from before was still fresh in his memory. After comprehending his own law, he realized that his law fragments had become more condensed. He was only a step away from the true law. It was indeed useful. The strange experience had given him a deeper understanding of death. But it wasn't enough. Did he have to go through it again? Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't control this kind of life and death in the hands of others. He had to control it in his own hands. Locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian activated his ocular technique and pulled his soul into the Tao, locking spring and autumn. He created an illusion and let him experience life and death through 10,000 cycles. Moreover, he injected all the feelings he had experienced before into the illusory world. This way, he could experience that feeling 10,000 times. Time flowed slowly. The people outside were in a frenzy, constantly fighting over the Tao flowers. In this cold darkness, Lin Xian experienced reincarnation again and again in the illusory world. Boom! Boom! On the 3,200th time, the black fragments on Lin Xian's body fluttered. They formed one strange rune after another. This was the law of death. At this moment, it was finally condensed. The law of death. It carried a sinister aura that was too terrifying. It could strip away everything. However, Lin Xian didn't stop. He continued to reincarnate in the spring and autumn. Crack! Crack, on. The 7,200th time, his law of death once again erupted with unparalleled brilliance. An even more sinister aura descended. The law of death had broken through. Finally, after 10,000 cycles, Lin Xian's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. His originally golden pupils instantly turned black, incomparably pitch black, with a soul-stirring aura. The surrounding black storm also swept through the 9 days as he awakened. Had it formed? Lin Xian comprehended the law of death. What a strange aura. Moreover, the law of death was very strong. Indeed, the 10,000 cycles made him experience 10,000 life and death situations. In the 10,000 cycles, Lin Xian seemed to have experienced 10,000 years. How could he not be strong? He didn't know how much time he had left to get out. The fact that he was still here meant that 3 months hadn't passed yet. He continued to sit cross-legged and consolidate the law of death. A day later, countless rays of light appeared on his body and directly teleported him away. When Lin Xian came to his senses again, he found that he was already outside. It wasn't the Bronze Gate, but a mountain range on planet Tianming. Was he out? That was close. He was only 1 day away. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This experience had greatly increased his strength, especially the law of death. It was incomparably strange. Very few people could resist it. He didn't know what had happened outside in the past 3 months. He didn't know how many Dao flowers those people had condensed. Did they enter the Bronze Gate and exchange for any strange Dharma treasures? It seemed that he had to find some people to investigate. Lin Xian rose into the air and quickly flew into the distance. However, just as he flew, a palm directly grabbed at him from below. It was a huge black hand that made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, he recalled the black palm in the 9 Serenities ground. The hand that made him experience death. No, it wasn't that palm. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. That palm made him feel despair, but it didn't have the power of death on it. It only had a ferocious power. It seemed to be the palm of a monster. The black palm slapped out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks spread and the light dimmed. Lin Xian was caught instantly. But in the next moment, endless light flew out from his fingertips. It was a black light, as black as ink. It was extremely strange. As soon as it appeared, the huge palm trembled and then quickly withered. The essence blood on it disappeared and it turned into a bag of bones. Then, even the skin was gone and only bones were left. And this terrifying change spread from the palm to the arm. Roar, below, there was a crazy roar, and a black mountain suddenly became bigger. It turned out that it wasn't a mountain, but a black demonic ape that had been in a deep sleep. After waking up, it stood tall like a demon god. However, the arm that turned into bones was extremely shocking. The demonic ape stared at Lin Xian and spat out a black blade of light from its mouth. It was like a black river that slashed across. The void was torn apart in an instant. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The stellar transposition pushed the river to the side. The surrounding dozens of mountains collapsed instantly. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand. On it, the law of death spread and gently slapped down. Immediately, the huge body trembled. It withered rapidly. Roar! Roar, roar! The demonic ape let out an unwilling roar, and there was deep fear in its eyes. His body began to tremble violently. At the same time, in the nearby mountains, countless monsters prostrated on the ground. They were also stunned. The demonic ape was an overlord of the surrounding area. It was a 5th firmament demon sage with great strength and a strong physique. No one was a match for it. But now, it was easily subdued by a young man. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the demonic ape's physique and essence blood were rapidly draining. In the end, the flesh and blood of the huge corpse dried up and turned into white bones. A mountain of white bones stood tall on the ground. The pitch-black storm swept out in all directions. The plants withered, as if winter had arrived, and everything was dyed with a layer of indescribable blackness. The surrounding demonic beasts fainted from fright. Some of them even knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Xian revealed a look of astonishment. How terrifying! Was this the law of death? It could really turn mountains and rivers into hell. He waved his hand and withdrew the law of death that was lingering in the surroundings. Then, the 5 elemental precepts flew out, and the wood precepts circled around. The desolate land was once again flourishing with vegetation and flowers blooming, returning to its original state. However, the mountain of white bones was still standing there. The law of wood could bring about powerful vitality and recovery, but it could not bring the dead back to life. Lin Xian soared into the air and left the area. As he flew, some demonic beasts attacked him. For example, there was a giant python that was 10,000 meters long. It was lying on the ground like a river. It suddenly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly used the law of death to form a corpse of white bones. There was also a demonic bird that came down from the ninth heaven. It was like a sharp sword and was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. After that, no one dared to provoke him. Buzz, Little White jumped out of the black earth and rubbed its confused eyes. Then, it pulled Lin Xian's hair and pointed down. Little guy, are you hungry? Well, I'll find some spirit fruits for you. He activated his eye technique and looked around. He found that there were indeed many spirit fruits below. Some of the spirit fruits were good in the eyes of many people, but Lin Xian was not interested. The little white monkey was even less interested. Among them, there was one that made Little White wild with joy. It was a peach tree, and it was not an ordinary peach. It seemed to be 10,000 years old. He did not expect to encounter such a spiritwood peach. Lin Xian's figure flashed and descended. Little White could not wait and directly disappeared into the air. The peach tree below covered the sky and the sun. Its branches were like horned dragons, and it was very old. Little White picked a few in an instant, held them in his arms, and ate happily. Lin Xian plucked one as well. After consuming it, the strength that he had consumed during the journey instantly recovered. Suddenly, he was stunned and turned his head to look into the distance. Someone was coming. Above the ninth heaven, 3 figures were shuttling quickly. One was holding an array formation, and the other was holding an ancient mirror. It seemed that they were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed, "Big brother, there's something good below." The woman had an ancient mirror in her hand that flickered with a strange light. Another man was holding an array formation, and runes were jumping on it. "Come, let's go." The 3 of them landed and arrived nearby. They exclaimed. It was actually a spiritwood peach, and it seemed to be 10,000 years old. Great, we're rich this time. Their speed became even faster, and they arrived in the forest below in an instant. When they arrived, they saw that someone was already picking the spiritwood peach. It was a little monkey, and it was very intelligent. The woman exclaimed and wanted to reach out to grab the little monkey. However, she caught nothing. She was surprised and wanted to make a move, but the 2 men beside her looked around inadvertently. In the next moment, they were terrified. "Don't do it." "What's wrong, big brother?" The girl turned her head in confusion. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and the ancient mirror in her hand fell to the ground. "The great demon king!" she screamed. They were not disciples of the sacred city. They came from some of the top clans. Therefore, they had already done their homework on some particularly powerful geniuses. For example, they had imprinted the great demon king's face in their minds, because such a person was not to be trifled with. However, they did not expect to meet him here. The 2 men hurriedly said, "Young Master Lin, our 3rd sister is ignorant and has offended you. Please forgive her." The girl also came back to her senses and said with a pale face, "I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I didn't mean to say that." They could call him the great demon king in private. However, if they called him that in front of him and angered him, they would die instantly. Lin Xian stared at the 3 of them, and his eyes flickered, but he did not speak. The 3 of them were nervous. At this moment, Whitey returned, and the small bowl on its head was filled with spiritwood peaches. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke, "You know me?" The 3 of them nodded. "Then it's easy. Tell me, what happened during this time, you don't know?" The girl was stunned, then she realized. "That's right, you entered the bronze door, broke the record, and disappeared." "How did you know?" A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and the law of death spread out from his body. A black storm blew, and the 3 of them felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. They were so scared that they were about to cry. "Young Master Lin, please calm down. It's not that we wanted to investigate, but everyone knows about this." The 2 men hurriedly told Lin Xian what had happened. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Lin Xian's expression became extremely strange when he heard that. Everyone knew that he had broken the record. Damn it, who did this? Could it be the bronze messenger, why did it turn out like this? He wanted to hide his strength and give those people a surprise. But now, it seemed that these people would be wary of him. Moreover, some of the top geniuses would be looking for him all over the world. That was indeed the case. It was said that in the past few months, some experts had been searching frantically, but they couldn't find him. That was why they gradually gave up. What else happened? Lin Xian asked. The girl said that after you entered, you broke a record and caused an uproar. Not long after, another person broke the record. He was the first person to condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. Similarly, the 9 heavens celebrated. Someone condensed the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. Lin Xian was too shocked. Who was it? One had to know that it was equivalent to 3,000 Tao flowers, twice as many as him. 9-headed Qilin, Golden Crow Prince, or some other terrifying genius? The man said that it was none of them. We don't know who he is. We only know that he's called Black Mountain's Old Demon. Black Mountain's Old Demon. Lin Xian's expression turned strange. Could it be that guy from Black Mountain? Thinking about it, it made sense. Only he could condense the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus so quickly. This old demon indeed knew some secrets. Lin Xian said that if you tell me everything you know, I'll let you go. We don't know much either. We only know some shocking things. For example, the 2 things that I mentioned before. Oh right, there's one more thing. The Golden Palace appeared. It attracted the attention of various factions. It was said that there were a few treasures from the Golden Palace. One was obtained by the Golden Crow Prince, and the other 2 were obtained by 9-headed Qilin. The Golden Palace. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that everyone had gone there. If he went there, he might be able to see Qingqing, Ruffian Long, and the others. Where was the Golden Palace? If you kept flying towards the east, you would soon see a Golden Palace. The palace floated between heaven and earth. The man pointed into the distance and said. Following this, he bitterly laughed. The 3 of us aren't strong enough, so we don't dare to get close at all. We can only look for other opportunities outside. However, young master should be able to enter the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian nodded. He then took out 3 spiritual peaches from Xiao Bai and gave them to the 3. This is the reward for the 3 of you. With that, he tore through the void and left with Little White. The 3 siblings held the spirit peaches in their hands as their minds went blank. The great demon king didn't kill them. Instead, he gave each of them a spirit peach. What was going on? The young girl's face was also a little red. The great demon king was not as violent as the rumors said. Why do I feel that he is very kind? I don't know either. The 2 men smiled bitterly. One of them said that perhaps he wasn't the great demon king in the first place. He was just related to the heavenly demons and was given the title of Great Demon King. Moreover, most of the people he killed were the experts of the holy city who went against him. Other than that, no one had heard of him killing the innocent. Forget it, sister. There's no need to think about it. People like him are worlds apart from us. The 3 of them put away the spiritual peaches and left the place. East, Golden Palace. A golden palace floated in the sky, emitting millions of rays of light and attracting countless gazes. At this moment, a great battle broke out near the Golden Palace. However, there were more people watching and waiting for the right time. The mountains and valleys near the Golden Palace had all been occupied by people. Among them, there were a few figures who were abnormally terrifying. One of them had a towering divine flame and was extraordinarily mighty. He was the 7th prince of the Golden Crow tribe. He led the experts of the Golden Crow tribe to occupy a mountain. On the other side, there was an extremely handsome person who had many powerful demonic beasts by his side. He was the 9-headed Qilin. There was another person who was covered in lightning and looked like the god of thunder. He was Lei Jin. At this moment, Lei Jin's face was extremely cold and emotionless. Previously, the Golden Palace had spat out 3 treasures. One of them was taken by the 7th prince and the other 2 were taken by the 9-headed Qilin. As for him, he did not even get a single treasure. How could he be happy? On top of that, the incident with Lin Wudi made him feel even more depressed. Next, no matter what treasures appeared, he had to get his hands on them. Other than these 3 extremely dazzling top heavens favorites, There were many other sages around, all of whom were extremely powerful. However, compared to the three of them, they were overshadowed. However, no one left. Because they all knew that the Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. The treasures that fell out were already so shocking. If they could kill their way in, their opportunities would be unimaginable. Therefore, no one would leave. Instead, they were all envious and guarded the place. In one of the valleys, Zishui, Tianshan, Sherbufan and the others were there. Other than them, the people of Wushuang City were there as well. However, these people were all injured. Damn Lei Shunqing and Demon City, these people are too despicable, and the Golden Crow tribe, they are specifically targeting us. These people were gritting their teeth. To be honest, they were also the geniuses of the sacred city. Although they were not the best, they were still a terrifying force. Especially Guili, the people of Zishui City were extremely terrifying when they joined forces. However, they were being targeted by someone. The sacred city had joined forces to suppress them and there were a few battles. They were all injured and some were even killed. These people did not dare to find trouble with eldest senior brother, instead, they found trouble with us. That's right, when eldest senior brother comes back, he will kill them all. Before senior brother Lin comes back, we can't fight them head on. Anyway, the Golden Palace is not open yet. Moreover, even if it is open, we might not be able to enter. Some opportunities look great, but we need to be strong. We can go to other places to find other opportunities. Zishui Tianshan said in a deep voice. He had a very clear view of the situation. The others nodded. Indeed, although there were many people here, only a few of them could get the treasures in the end. Most of them could only become cannon fodder. You know your place. Since that's the case, you ants can get lost. A cold voice came from afar. Following that, another voice sounded out. I feel that ants like them are useless in this world. Just send them to hell. Damn it, Zishui Tianshan, Guili, and the others turned around and saw Lei Shunqing, Demon City and Golden Crow tribes experts. They would not be afraid if any of them came alone. However, they could not defeat the three forces together. Let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts. So what if you have the advantage in numbers? Sherbufan walked out and roared crazily. Fight one-on-one, right? I'll satisfy you today. A person from the Golden Crow race walked out with terrifying flames all over his body. A great demon also walked out from the Thousand Demon City. She was a female demon with some bewitching fruits growing on her body. She had a terrifying aura. When this person came out, Ghostly and the others' faces changed. They had seen this person before. Previously, when they were fighting for the treasures, they had seen him make a move. The fiery red fruits on the other party's body looked bright as if they were spiritual fruits, but their power was indeed terrifying. At that time, they saw a few red fruits flying out and exploding. It was enough to smash 5 sages into pieces. The other party still had dozens of fruits on him. If he threw all of them over, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The expert from the Golden Crow race was also powerful. He once split 3 experts of the same level with one slash. The last person to walk out was Lei Shunqing. He was even more powerful than Lei Qian. Obviously, they were some top experts. Damn it, they were too despicable. Zishui Tiancheng, Ghostly, and the others gritted their teeth. Although they were disciples of the Holy City, they hadn't cultivated for many years after entering the Holy City. Their foundation and strength couldn't be compared to these veteran geniuses. However, the 3 of them still attacked. They used their strongest skills and attacked with all their strength. The people on the other side were also furious and attacked crazily. The result was obvious. Ghostly, Zishui Tiancheng, and Sherbufan were all injured. What a waste. You can't even block 3 of my moves. The people from the Thunder God City sneered. The people from the Golden Crow race looked disdainful. Such trash also had the right to have ideas about the Golden Palace. Damn it, you just relied on the fact that you entered the Holy City a few hundred years earlier. If you give us another few hundred years, who knows who will win and who will lose, Sherbufan and the others roared. They were really unwilling to accept this. Ants were ants. There was no excuse for them. The banshee with red fruits all over her body said coldly. Humph, are you really that strong? If you have the ability, go find our senior brother Lin. Let's see who will be defeated. The people from Wushuang City roared. Hearing the name Lin Wudi, the three people opposite him all frowned. Lin Wudi is strong, we can't beat him. But so what? Someone would deal with Lin Wudi. To tell you the truth, your senior brother Lin has been targeted by many people. As long as he dares to appear, we can guarantee that those people will make him die without a burial ground. Hearing this, the faces of the people from Peerless City changed. It seemed like Wushuang City was already in such a dangerous situation. Alright, there's no need to waste words with you. I'll send you to hell. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe walked out. The other two also stepped forward. Don't worry, you won't be lonely in hell. Your senior brother Lin will soon go to hell to find you. A golden crow circled in the sky, bringing with it a powerful flame as it charged down. Sherbufan and the others were in despair. They simply could not block such an attack. Could it be that they were all going to die here today? Haha, give it to me, I'll die. The terrifying golden crow descended, bringing with it a monstrous flame that burned everything. Sherbufan and the others wanted to fight back, but in the next moment, the situation changed. A treasure bottle appeared in the sky and kept the golden crow and the flames in the sky. The terrifying scene disappeared in an instant. Shui Tiancheng and the others opened their eyes. What was going on? They were not dead. Could it be that senior brother Lin had returned? Thinking of this possibility, they were overjoyed. The faces of the three people on the other side changed drastically. Was it Lin Wudi? They kept retreating. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe roared. Who is it? Come out. How dare you interfere with the affairs of the Golden Crow tribe? Do you want to die? The Golden Crow tribe is too arrogant. A cold voice sounded. Then, there was a flash of light between heaven and earth. Then, there was a scream. That arrogant Golden Crow clan elite was cleaved into two halves. Ah! He roared crazily and wanted to fight back, but the seven-colored light shone down and instantly turned him into a bloody mist. Even his soul did not escape. He was dead, everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying expert from the Golden Crow clan was actually killed in a single move. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi? Most likely, only he possessed such astonishing power. No, it was not Lin Wudi. It was a woman's voice. They looked around. The people of the Golden Crow tribe roared. Damn it, come out. In the sky, a figure descended. A woman dressed in white descended from the sky. She wore a veil, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was so beautiful. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who was this person? They were all puzzled. Because they did not know her. Even the people of Wushuang City were stunned. Who are you? Feeling the terrifying aura of the other party, the elites of the Golden Crow tribe asked coldly. Meanwhile, the people of Lei Shincheng screamed. Could it be your goddess? Soon, they came back to their senses. When they were in the moon world, there was a seven-colored spirit boat that descended, causing an uproar. Some top elites went forward and asked for an audience. In the end, they were all blocked outside the door. At that time, even Lei Shincheng did not see them. Now that the other party had shot out the seven-colored light, it might be that person. Thinking of this identity, the people of the Golden Crow tribe gasped. Their nerves became incomparably solemn. We have not offended you, right? Why did you kill our people? The woman in white said coldly. I have protected the people of Wushuang City. Do you have a problem with that? The people of the Golden Crow tribe opened their mouths but could not say anything. They could only stand there with dark faces. However, their gazes turned to the side. The three of us have joined forces. Are the two of you just going to watch from the side? The two of them looked at each other and then gritted their teeth. The demoness with fiery red fruits all over her body said coldly from Wushuang City. Humph, you are meddling in other people's business. Let's see what's so special about a goddess like you. As a woman, the other party's beautiful appearance and noble temperament made her very unhappy. The fiery red fruits all over her body jumped and she wanted to attack. When Zishui Tiancheng, Gueli, and the others saw this scene, they hurriedly said, "Be careful, fairy. Those fiery fruits are very terrifying." The woman in white turned her head and glanced at them. Her expression was indifferent, as if she did not take them seriously at all. The demoness was furious. What kind of gaze was that? Was she ignoring her? She was so angry that her body trembled. Go to hell! The fiery red fruits on her body bloomed with a monstrous light and were about to fly out. At this moment, a shout came from afar. "Let's see who dares to attack." Everyone was stunned again. Even the woman in white was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A woman in a brocade robe flew over from afar. She stood in the void and looked very domineering. "Do you want to die?" the woman shouted. "Who do you think you are? Go to hell." Countless red fruits flew out. The demonic woman was really mad. What day is it today? Why are there so many women who are prettier than me provoking me again and again? She must kill one of them. More than 10 fiery red fruits flew out and blasted the sky apart. Not good, it's over. Ghostly and the others were in despair. Even 5 or 6 sages would die under such an attack. Can the woman who rushed over block it? Humph, you dare to clamor with me? The demonic woman sneered. The people of Demon City were also disdainful. But soon, they were stunned. The fiery red light and terrifying energy that filled the sky were collected by a sleeve. Then the energy disappeared. The woman in the brocade robe stood in the void and was not injured at all. How stingy! How can an ant like you be so arrogant in front of me? She extended a jade-green finger and pointed downward. With a bang, the demonic woman's head was opened. Her soul was destroyed. Her eyes were wide open and she fell to the ground dead. Until her death, she did not believe that this woman could kill her with a finger. So powerful, at this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of Demon City were dumbfounded. The people of Golden Crow Tribe and Thunder God City were stunned. Zishui Tiancheng and the others were also stunned. What kind of woman is this? Isn't she too terrifying? The woman in white also revealed a look of surprise and looked curiously at the figure in the sky. Who are you? How dare you attack our Demon City? The woman in the sky snorted. I'm Li Hongxiu. If you're not convinced, let your 9 Qilins come. Li Hongxiu, the people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The people of Thunder God City and Golden Crow Tribe also took a breath of cold air. Damn it, this woman is the legendary Li Hongxiu. She is the daughter of a sage king. Her identity is so noble and her strength is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps no one can suppress her except the chief disciple. The appearance of 2 peerless beauties shocked everyone. Initially, there were countless experts gathered in the surroundings. Hence, the commotion at this moment naturally attracted the attention of countless others. They all rushed over. Heavens, the white-clothed woman was too beautiful. Although her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, it was definitely enough to topple cities and topple the world. Lower your voice. She annihilated the Golden Crow race's powerhouse with a single slash. Do you want to die? Someone said. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. The other woman was also very beautiful. Was she tired of living? That was the daughter of the Saint King, Li Hongxiu. When these words came out, no one dared to say anything else. Originally, they had thought that the 2 peerless beauties could get close to each other and perhaps have a romantic affair. Now, it seemed that he was courting death. Not only the onlookers, but the experts from the Golden Crow Tribe, the Thousand Demon City and the Thunder God City also moved out crazily. Attacking their people at this time, was he courting death? A large number of experts had arrived, but the 7th prince, 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others were nowhere to be seen. He was probably cultivating and preparing to snatch the treasures at any time. Although the 3 of them didn't come, there were many other experts who came. Some of the core disciples who were ranked at the top had arrived. They stared at Wushuang City with unfriendly expressions. Wushuang City would definitely die today. No matter who came, they would not be able to change this fact. The man from the Golden Crow Tribe who had just arrived was very domineering. He stared at the white-clothed woman. Die for me. He was going to destroy her ruthlessly. However, the result of the battle was shocking. The Golden Crow race's powerhouse's body was shattered and he fled in fear. Everyone was terrified. This woman was really too mysterious. Who was this person? Someone said that there was a seven-colored light on her body. It was very likely that she was the seven-colored goddess who had descended back then. When these words came out, everyone gasped. So it was her. No wonder. Rumor had it that the mysterious woman had met Lin Wude alone and even Lei Zhen didn't want to see her. It seemed that she had a special relationship with Lin Wude. It was understandable that the other party wanted to protect Wushuang City. The people of Wushuang City suddenly realized that there was such a thing. It seemed that these were all senior brothers' friends. Li Hongxiu also said, Lin Xian is my friend. His junior brother is my junior brother. Let's see who dares to touch him. The demon city was not convinced. A young genius had appeared. He was a golden rock. He was very powerful and his bloodline was even more terrifying. However, he was still defeated by Li Hongxiu. This Li Hongxiu was too strong. Yes, he was probably not weaker than Lei Zhen and the others. There was also that white-clothed woman. She also had the strength of a chief disciple. Would Lei Zhen and the others take action? They probably wouldn't. These three people had reached the most critical juncture. These things definitely wouldn't attract them to take action. Unless Lin Wude came. Would Lin Wude come? No one knew. However, there was an expert from Thunder God City who had come. He was called Lei Yuan. He was even more terrifying than Wan Xiao. He was here on Lei Zhen's orders. If there was anyone among these people who hated Lin Wude and Wushuang City, it would be Lei Zhen. Hence, the expert he had sent was extremely terrifying. Where was Lin Wude? Tell him to come over and take care of him. After the thunder source arrived, it made a clamor, shocking everyone. Lin Wude didn't come. However, if you shout, I can guarantee that you will go to hell now. Li Hongxiu stood out. On the other side, the white-clothed woman didn't say anything. However, there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. In the sky, countless moonlight appeared and turned into a few figures. One of them stepped on a crescent moon. She was like a fairy in the moonlight. Everyone looked up to her. Heavens! She must be the princess of the New Moon clan. So beautiful. What day is it today? The beauties of the second astral realm were all here. They were definitely here for the Roland's Golden Palace, but they were here on the way. However, why was the princess of the New Moon clan here? Didn't the New Moon clan go against Lin Wude previously? Everyone was confused. Li Hongxiu and the white-clothed woman also looked up. Li Hongxiu frowned and asked. Gao Yu, are you here to take action too? Gao Yu shook her head. Although Lin Wude had some conflicts with my clan, he didn't have any conflicts with our clan. Moreover, he saved me before and I am indebted to him. Today, I am here to repay him. It was related to Lin Wude again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people from the three Great Sage City were also shocked. Originally, they thought that Wushuang City was weak and that Lin Wude wasn't here. It was a good opportunity for them to take action. However, they didn't expect that Lin Wude had made so many friends. He didn't come, but so many experts came. Each and every expert gave them a headache. After that, Gao Yu attacked Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan counterattacked crazily, but how could he be Gao Yu's opponent? He was quickly killed. I'm here to repay my kindness. Does your Thunder God City still want to attack? Why don't you give me some face? Gao Yu's voice was very pleasant, but the people of Thunder God City had ugly expressions. They discussed for a moment, then said, alright, let's let them live for a while longer. Next time, I think Fairy Gao Yu won't stop us anymore, right? Naturally. There was only one chance to repay a favor. Gao Yu said. When the people of Thunder God City heard this, they waved their hands and left. They quickly left with their people. They actually left a sacred city. Everyone was in an uproar. What about you? Do you want to scram or die? Li Hongxiu nailed it. People of Thousand Demon City. Let's go. The people of Thousand Demon City gritted their teeth. Li Hongxiu's identity and strength were not weaker than Gao Yu's. In fact, she was even stronger. Naturally, they could not attack again. Well, let these people live for a while longer. When Lin Wudi came, he would deal with them together. The people of Golden Crow clan also left. The surrounding experts and geniuses were dumbfounded. They were too powerful. 3 women had scared away 3 great sage city. If this were to spread, the world would definitely be in an uproar. But thinking about it, these 3 women were really too terrifying. Each of them was not inferior to the chief disciple. Seeing that the enemy had left, Li Hongxiu snorted coldly. She turned her head and stared at the woman in white. Someone from Kunlun Pavilion, N. The woman in white nodded. My name is Murong Qingqing. You are Brother Shen's friend, right? Thank you for your help this time, Murong Qingqing, it really is you. Li Hongxiu suddenly realized and asked. I am indeed Lin Xian's friend. What about you? Are you also a friend? Murong Qingqing smiled sweetly. I am Brother Shen's woman. When these words came out, the people of Wushuang City were stunned. Then they were surprised. As expected of eldest senior brother, he was indeed blessed. Of course, there were also some people who were puzzled. For example, Wang Xiaofeng and the others. What about Xinjing? They knew that Xinjingqiu was also Lin Xian's woman. At this time, Murong Qingqing turned her head to look at them. Oh right, where's Brother Xian? Where is Qiu Er? Where are they? Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng was relieved. It seemed that Xinjingqiu also knew about the existence of Murong Qingqing. Forget it, it was better not to worry about their eldest senior brother. Li Hongxiu also asked, yeah, where's Lin Xian? Why hasn't he appeared after causing such a big mess? We don't know either. Senior apprentice brother Lin hasn't appeared yet. He's probably still inside the bronze gate. Then, they turned to Murong Qingqing and said, as for junior sister Shen, we didn't meet her either. She didn't come with us, and we don't even know if she's reached the celestial fate planet. Murong Qingqing frowned when she heard this. She wasn't too worried about Lin Xian. As for Xinjingqiu, she was a little worried. She didn't know what had happened to Qiu Er. Qiu Er was blessed by the heavens. She should be fine. Murong Qingqing thought to herself. At this time, Li Hongxiu also said, that kid hasn't come yet. It seems like you guys are in danger. Let me give you a piece of advice. This place is too dangerous. You guys should go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Thank you, fairies. We think so too. Zishui Tianqing cupped his fists. The other martial artists from Wushuang City were also very grateful. After they thanked them, they quickly left. The news quickly spread. The entire area around the Golden Palace was in an uproar. There were already many top experts here. Now, with the addition of 3 stunning beauties, the surrounding area was in an uproar. These 3 beauties weren't just beautiful. Their strength was also top-notch. They were all as strong as the chief disciples. This situation was even more confusing. No one knew who would be the final winner. It was hard to say. Lei Zhan and the rest were very strong, but the newcomers, Li Hongxiu and the rest, were also very strong. In the next few days, everyone was shocked again. Other than these few people, more experts arrived. Every one of them was very famous. However, this had nothing to do with Wushuang City anymore. Zishui Tianqing and the rest quickly left the Golden Palace. They were prepared to go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Halfway there, they stopped. They met 2 people. The North Demon and Ruffian Dragon. The North Demon and Ruffian Dragon were also surprised. Why are you guys back? Have the treasures been divided? Zishui Tianqing sighed. Senior brother Lin isn't here. We don't have the strength to take over the Golden Palace. Moreover, we were previously besieged by 3 holy cities. Fortunately, eldest senior brother's 3 friends arrived and helped us out. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. What? There's such a thing? The dark red divine dragon jumped up. The North Demon also frowned. These holy cities were too much. Although they weren't from Wushuang City, they were close to Lin Xian. Moreover, they had fought side by side with Zishui Tianqing and the rest. They were already familiar with each other. The dark red divine dragon asked. Who are his friends? The Holy King's daughter, Li Hongxiu, the New Moon Clan's princess, Gao Yu, and a mysterious goddess called Murong Qingqing. It's them. The North Demon was shocked. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. I know. Are you guys going to leave just like that? I'll bring you guys back. If we can't do it openly, we'll play dirty. Damn it, aren't they despicable and shameless? I want to see how they're going to work together. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes, we must fight back. All right. Guili, Sherbufan, and the rest also gritted their teeth. They already had the idea of fighting back. However, they didn't have a leader. Now, the North Demon and the dark red divine dragon were here. These two were extremely powerful. Especially the dark red divine dragon, who was proficient in formations. If he could lead them, they might even be able to take revenge. Then, these people secretly went back to kill. The dark red divine dragon set up a formation. First, he tricked the people of Thunder God City, then he attacked the people of Thousand Demon City. He even tricked the people of Golden Crow Clan. It caused a commotion in the city. In an instant, the people around Roland's Golden Palace were in a state of panic. Everyone knew that a formation expert had recently taken action. Moreover, it was against Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, and Golden Crow Clan. Without a doubt, it was related to Wushuang City. Thunder God City and the rest were also gritting their teeth in anger. They searched frantically, but they couldn't find anything. This made them so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Damn it, don't let me catch you guys. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. The experts of Golden Crow Clan roared crazily. The beasts of Thousand Demon City also looked unfriendly. In the dark, the dark red divine dragon and the rest sneered. In Water Sky City, Sherbufan and the rest were incomparably excited. Finally, they got their revenge. This time, the three great sage cities had lost many geniuses. They finally got their revenge. However, the dark red divine dragon was still unwilling to give up. According to his words, this was only the beginning. He would slowly play them to death. Ever since Lin Xian received the news about the Roland's Golden Palace, he had been flying towards the east. However, he was a little far away. He flew at full speed for a few days but still did not see the Roland's Golden Palace. He was not worried. As long as he was in the right direction, he would see it. After another 5 days, he finally saw a golden light in the distance. It was circling the heavens and earth. The dazzling light was shining like the sun. Come to think of it, that should be the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he saw the phenomenon. He was about to increase his speed when he heard a shout from below. Get down here. At the same time, 2 rays of blade light slashed down. The 2 attacks were extremely terrifying. They cut through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength was so great that he dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Now, there was someone who dared to attack him. Wasn't he courting death? He frowned and looked down. He wanted to see who was so reckless. Below him, there were more than 10 figures. Their auras were extremely powerful. He even saw people from the Thousand Fiend City and the New Moon Clan among them. It's these people again. How dare they provoke me? Are they courting death? Lin Xian's face darkened. With his strength, other than the 2 chief disciples of the holy cities, no one else was worthy of his attention. Since these people were here to die, he would fulfill their wishes. His body swayed and he flew down. The people below were stunned. This person was not simple. The 2 people leading the group frowned. However, they soon sneered. This was even better. They needed some powerful geniuses. Thousand Monster City, New Moon Clan, do you want to die? Where are 9-headed Qilin and the First Prince? Tell him to get down here and die. After Lin Xian came down, his cold voice was heard. Among the people below, a few of them jerked their heads up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was him. They were dumbfounded. The 2 leaders frowned. Who was this kid? How dare he be so arrogant? After coming down, he was shouting in front of them. "Brat, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Come down at once, and kneel before us, and await our judgment." The two of them looked very arrogant. Lin Xian was also stunned. That shouldn't be the case. These people didn't recognize him. One had to know that he did not disguise himself. This was his original appearance, and everyone in the world knew that. Why did these two people still dare to treat him like this? Are you too blind? Don't you know who I am? Lin Xian sneered. How dare you speak to me like that? The other two were furious. You're courting death. Kid, do you know who we are? There was no need to talk nonsense with him. This brat was too arrogant. Just take him down. One of them harumphed coldly and stretched out his hand. The power was extremely terrifying, and even Lin Xian was shocked by it. Something was not right. These two people did not seem to be ordinary people. He also stretched out a palm and slapped forward. With a boom, the two withdrew their palms. Lin Xian swung his arm. His strength was quite strong. Compared to ordinary geniuses of the holy city, he was much stronger. Who were these two people? A piercing light appeared in his eyes. The person opposite him was even more shocked. His arm was numb from the shock. How was that possible? Could this person be the chief disciple? Kid, who exactly are you? Before Lin Xian could speak, a genius of the Crescent Moon clan next to him spoke. Don't you know? He was Lin Wudi. Yes, didn't the two of you want to find some top genius saints? This Lin Wudi is more suitable than us. Oh, he's Lin Wudi. The two people were stunned, then their eyes bloomed with incomparable light. Are you Lin Wudi? You're the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Yes, it's me. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? The two people did not answer, but sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? You think you can break the record? Let us show you our strength. The two people snorted, and light bloomed on their bodies. There were countless Dao flowers around them. They bloomed with multicolored light, illuminating heaven and earth. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them had 1,800 Dao flowers, while the other had the Dao flowers. The other one had 1,700 flowers. What was going on? Why did these two have so many flowers of the Dao? It was unbelievable. How is it, kid? Are you shocked? Let me tell you, we condensed these Dao flowers a few months ago, far shorter than you. That's right, we just didn't enter the bronze door. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. The two looked disdainful, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xuanzu frowned. Something was not right. These two people were not ordinary people. Disciples of the sacred city couldn't be this strong. When he'd encountered the lightning formation, Lei Zhen had only had 500 Dao flowers. No matter how strong the others were, they wouldn't be much stronger. However, these two people were clearly beyond his imagination. They'd been able to condense nearly 2,000 Dao flowers in such a short time. This was very unlikely. Unless they'd killed many top powerhouses in succession. But why hadn't he heard of such a person before? Among the crowd, those from the Crescent Moon clan and Myriad Monster City sneered. Humph, Lin Wudi was dead for sure this time. Although they were also in a precarious situation, it seemed that they had a scapegoat now. They wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Wudi would be killed. The reason for that was because they knew how frightening the strength of those two individuals was. Who are you people? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Kid, listen up. We're from the Grand Desolation Mansion, and we're going to recruit some geniuses as our subordinates. You should be honored that we've taken a liking to you. Come with us obediently. It'll be the greatest honor of your life to work for our young master. People from the Grand Desolation Mansion. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. I was wondering who it was. So it was the Great Desolate Mansion. I've already killed one of Huang Shisan's clones. How dare a mere chief disciple act so arrogantly in front of us? Are these two people crazy? The two of them looked at him with disdain. Kid, it seems like you're really ignorant. Our young master is not the chief disciple, but an existence even more powerful than the chief disciple. Our boss has already condensed the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus, which is far beyond your imagination. If he wants to kill you, he can do it with just a glance. Therefore, submitting obediently is your only chance to live. How could there be such a powerful person in the Grand Desolation Mansion? Lin Xian was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even a chief disciple couldn't be so powerful. Moreover, if they weren't a chief disciple, who were they? Kid, I'll let you know before you die. Listen carefully. Our young master is a prodigy on the pilgrim roll. He's not someone you can compare to. The pilgrim roll. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. There was actually such an existence. It should be a roll. Those who could be on the roll were the most outstanding experts. Their strength should surpass the chief disciple, but why hadn't he heard of them before? Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the two thought that Lin Xian was scared silly. Kid, how is it? Now you know that there's always someone stronger, right? Do you think you're strong just because you defeated a few holy city cultivators? Let me tell you, you're far from it. Obediently submit to us now. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the people from the New Moon race and Myriad Demon City sneered. Haha, the arrogant Lin Wuti is finally going to bow his head. They were happy to see that. But as soon as they laughed, someone snorted. What are you laughing at? You're also slaves, go ahead and explore the cave. If you're slow, I'll break your legs. Immediately, the people from the New Moon race and Myriad Demon City had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were also experts. Which one of them wasn't high and mighty? Now, they were being treated as slaves. Damn it, why do I really want to see Lin Wuti explode? Yes, although we're rivals with Lin Wuti, I also want to see Lin Wuti display his strength. Impossible, these two people are definitely stronger than Lin Wuti. Damn it, aren't those on the pilgrim roll active in the depths of planet Tianming? They shouldn't be in the same region as us. Why did they come out? They gritted their teeth. Hearing these words, Lin Xian came to a realization. It turned out that there was a group of top-notch experts who had entered with them. It was just that they usually weren't in the same region as them. He didn't know why they had come out to capture some people as slaves. It seemed that they had encountered some trouble and needed some people to probe. It should be an ancient formation or a restriction. These people were really ruthless. They actually captured the experts of the holy city and used them as guinea pigs. However, they had come to him. He could only say that they didn't know what was good for them. Is the pilgrim roll that powerful? The two of you, kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I leave you to a whole corpse. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids twitched. The people of Demon City and New Moon Clan cried out in surprise. That arrogant great demon king had returned. They knew that with Lin Wuti's character, even if he knew he couldn't win, he wouldn't be so quiet. As expected, the other party was about to make a move. The two experts from the Great Desolate Mansion were startled, and their faces darkened. To you Xianxians. RRR Xian Dai, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and float, or I'll cripple you. We'll make you wish you were dead. People who can't be used by our young master are enemies. There is no need to keep them. You have two choices. Make your choice. The two of them looked extremely cold. No one dared to resist them. Those who dared to resist either knelt down or died. My choice is for you to die. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes were shining with an incomparable light. He attacked crazily. Two gigantic palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they slammed forward. A terrifying light tore through the void. In an instant, it shrouded the two of them. You're courting death. The two of them roared. They didn't expect Xian to attack. After dodging the attack, their faces darkened. Who's going to fight? The two of them looked at each other. The skinny one stepped forward. I'll fight. Why? Do you want to fight me one-on-one? You two are not enough. Let's fight together. On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand. The two of them looked cold. One of us is enough to deal with you. The skinny one charged forward. 8 Desolate Fist. Boom, the fist carried a desolate aura that swept across the world. Lin Xian was completely shrouded. The place where he was turned into ruins. The destructive aura was so powerful that it made the eyelids of the people in the holy city twitch. The skinny one retracted his palm and sneered. You can't even withstand a single blow. Don't tell me you're going to kill him? I'm going to capture him and torture him until he's better off dead. The other one frowned. The skinny man said, we still have a mission to complete. Long delays may cause trouble. The two of them were calm. It was as if they could kill the insufferably arrogant demon king with just a raise of their hands. The people in the holy city were completely dumbfounded. Was this the strength of the pilgrim roll? These two people were not even on the pilgrim roll. How could the subordinates of those on the pilgrim roll be so powerful? They felt a sense of despair. The two of them were only SOSO. What's there to be arrogant about? At this moment, a voice rang out from the void that filled the sky. Then, a figure tore through the void and strode over. It was Lin Xian. His body was unscathed and shone brightly. Although this strength is strong, it's still not enough to hurt me. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. In the end, the two of you are just subordinates. If you let your master fight, you might be able to put up a fight. But the two of you are not enough. He didn't die. The two of them were stunned. They turned their heads and their eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. How dare you look down on us? Die! The skinny man rushed over once again, turning into a torrent of water. He felt humiliated. He couldn't kill his opponent in one move. It was a black mark in his life. Ants should be killed in one move. He used the 8 Desolation Fist again. This time, the power was even more terrifying than before. The sky in front of him kept shattering. It couldn't withstand the power at all. The saints and skyprides of the Thousand Demon City and the New Moon Clan were trembling. He was too powerful. Even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand this punch. I've said that the two of you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Come at me together. Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked. How dare you not dodge? The skinny one snorted. This time, the other party will definitely die. However, in an instant, he realized that something was wrong. The other party's fist seemed to have become even more terrifying. Like a golden crow, it swept through the world and collided with his 8 Desolation Fist. That terrifying power caused his arm to go numb. At the same time, what made him even more terrified was that after that punch, the other party's fist kept falling like a meteor. In an instant, his arm was bent. Damn it! He was suppressed in terms of strength and physique. Impossible! He roared crazily. The 1,700 path flowers on his body bloomed with light. His fist came down from the sky. He was like a fierce tiger that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian raised his palm and a ball of black aura pulsated above it. They turned into black runes one after another, and with a terrifying aura, they slammed forward. After 3 consecutive slaps, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood with his hands behind his back. The people below were all stunned. Was the battle over? In the sky, the powerhouse from the great desolate mansion roared crazily. He wanted to attack, but as he ran, his body quickly withered. A lot of white hairs appeared on his head. In an instant, his body withered as if he had aged 1,000 years. What's going on? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? That person roared in the sky with endless fear in his eyes. Do you think you can fight against me? Lin Xian looked down at him. To put it bluntly, you're just a slave. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Compared to the chief disciple, you're too weak. You've only cultivated for a few hundred years, so there's nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian's words were ruthless. The people from the great desolate mansion couldn't tolerate it. Damn kid, what did you do to me? Especially the man who had aged 1,000 years, his face was full of fear. He rushed over as if he had gone mad. Die for me. Everything was over. Lin Xian slapped forward with a pitch-black palm. The law of death erupted and swept forward. Between heaven and earth, a black storm blew up. Everywhere it passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the law of death disappeared in a pile of white bones fell from the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, now had 1,700 Dao flowers. Damn it, how could it be? The people from the New Moon clan in the Myriad Demon City widened their eyes in disbelief. To be honest, they also hoped that Lin Wudi could win so that they could be free. However, they couldn't imagine that Lin Wudi could win so easily. He was a super powerhouse from the Great Desolate Mansion. Their generation couldn't resist him at all. But in the hands of Lin Xian, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, he died in a very strange manner. He had actually turned into a pile of bones. Damn it, what exactly was Lin Wudi using? Why did that person become so old? Why do I feel like he's capable of taking away lives? These people felt their heads go numb. The other expert from the Great Desolation Mansion roared furiously. Damn it, how dare you kill our people? Do you know what kind of people we are? If you kill us, our young master will definitely not let you off. Our boss is a top expert on the pilgrim rankings. If your boss were to say this personally, it might be useful. But you don't have the qualifications to threaten me. As for the pilgrim rankings, although I don't know much about it, I can tell you that one day, I will also be able to step onto it. Therefore, your boss has nothing to be arrogant about. On the other hand, you guys act high and mighty, but in fact, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. Any of the chief disciples would be able to defeat you, let alone me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Indeed, these two were strong, but their talent, bloodline, and martial intent couldn't be compared to the chief disciples. Although these people were showing off, the chief disciples would surpass them once they left the Heavenly Fate planet. This was the advantage of being a super genius. Even if they started late and couldn't compare to the other experts, once given the opportunity, they would soar to the sky. That kind of improvement was something that others couldn't achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, Lin Xian had many enemies, such as Lei Zhen, the seventh crown prince, and the nine-headed Qilin. However, Lin Xian didn't treat these two as his opponents. Because they weren't qualified. Brat, you're arrogant. Just you wait, I want to see if you'll still be so arrogant when our young master personally arrives. This person soared into the sky, intending to leave. Was he escaping? The saints below were dumbfounded. They had been forced to become slaves, but they didn't expect such a powerful person to escape. Had Lin Wudi become so terrifying? You can't escape. Stay. Lin Xian turned into a streak of light and charged over. He tore through the void, invincible. That person pulled out a long sword and slashed in all directions. A desolate aura spread out. That person knew how powerful Lin Xian was. He seemed to be able to take away life, so he didn't dare to fight too hard. Instead, he relied on his terrifying ultimate skills to fight against it. The Great Desolation Mansion had a secret ability called the Great Desolation Scripture. It was incomparably terrifying, and this person was using it. This aura was very strange. It was indescribable. However, its power was unfathomable, and it made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian was still fearless, especially when the law of death appeared endlessly. He used the laws of death to form many death crows, which rushed over and completely enveloped that person. No. That person's life was quickly draining away. His hair turned gray, and he aged more than 1,000 years. He was terrified. Damn it, he cut off one of his arms and directly self-destructed. With a loud boom, the black crows were all torn to shreds. Then, he fled into the distance. Lin Wudi, I will fight you to the death. He fled frantically. Want to leave? Leave me one. Lin Xian activated the laws of death again, and the overwhelming number of gray crows rushed over again. And this time, he activated the unparalleled secret technique, which stimulated 5 times the power, causing his laws of death to instantly increase in power. This power was too terrifying. It was overwhelming. Everywhere the black torrent passed, it was as if a black hell had descended. In the end, that expert was also killed. Was he dead? The people below were completely stunned. They were dumbfounded. This was simply a miracle. Would their chief disciple be able to withstand it? They didn't know. Damn it, this Lin Wudi was too terrifying. That's right. Who could stop his footsteps? Damn it, he didn't seem to know the laws of death before. How did he cultivate? He entered the bronze door. What did he get? Was it this kind of law? At this moment, these people were completely scared out of their wits. The previous Lin Xian was already incomparably powerful, making people despair. Now, there was the addition of this near-death law. Who could still resist? Lin Xian ignored these remarks. At this moment, his body was undergoing a strange change. Killing the other party, he had an additional 1800 Dao flowers. The two added together, it was already 3,500. 3,000 Dao flowers could condense into a heavenly Dao golden lotus. At this moment, those great Daos were rapidly interweaving, and were undergoing astonishing changes. Between heaven and earth, laws danced, and aura pervaded. Finally, it formed a golden lotus, bobbing up and down beside Lin Xian. The golden lotus in the sky was completely condensed from the great Dao. It was abnormally vast and majestic, emitting thousands of rays of light. There were even mysterious notes that pulsed between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient god was whispering. What a wonderful feeling! Lin Xian was surprised. Was this the heavenly Dao golden lotus? Compared to the Dao flower before, the effect was much better. If he could maintain this state of cultivation for a long time, he estimated that a year would be comparable to a few hundred years outside. This was a very rare cultivation opportunity. One had to know that Lin Xian hadn't cultivated for long, and he had to face all the powerhouses in the universe. In this way, time was very important to him. Now that there was an opportunity to greatly shorten the gap in time, how could he miss it? The heavenly Dao golden lotus, heavens, he actually condensed the heavenly Dao golden lotus. The people below were all stunned. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they felt the other party's gaze looking down. Retreat, these people quickly fled. Want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The death edict turned into black chains that swept out in all directions, completely sealing this part of the world. Please, don't kill us. These people were terrified. This kind of death edict made their hair stand on end. They could only support their own laws to resist. Even so, they felt that the slightest carelessness would deprive them of their vitality. The death edict was a very strange law, and its power was unfathomable. These people didn't dare to resist at all. I'm willing to offer the Dao flower and beg for our lives. These people didn't have many Dao flowers on them, only about 100 or so. It seemed that these people should have passed through the bronze door. But it was better than nothing. More than 800 Dao flowers appeared beside Lin Xian. A golden lotus bloomed, surrounded by countless flowers of the great Dao. It made Lin Xian look like a god. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll suppress you for 500 years. Lin Xian conjured 2 mountains to suppress these people. These 2 mountains, one of them was the 5 Elements Mountain, the other was the Death Demon Mountain. They covered the sky and earth, completely sealing these people. The earth trembled, the clouds rolled, and all sorts of miserable cries for mercy rang out. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he turned his head and looked ahead. Previously, the 2 people from the Great Desolation Mansion had wanted to capture some geniuses to explore the cave ahead. In that case, there should be something in the cave. He flew in the direction he had come from. Sure enough, there was a cave in front of him. Looking at it from a high altitude, this mountain looked very strange. It was like an overturned gourd. There were 2 caves with 1 entrance. The cave at the front was small while the one at the back was large. He wondered what was inside. Lin Xian used his Tianji God eyes, but he couldn't see through it. Since that was the case, he might as well go in and take a look. Lin Xian had originally planned to go to Roland's Golden Palace, but this cave had piqued his curiosity. Since the Roland's Golden Palace couldn't run away, why not explore this mysterious cave first? Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, they entered the cave. It was very dark inside the cave. Some places were covered with moss, and there was even the sound of dripping water. It seemed to be a very ordinary cave. However, the deeper he went, the more Lin Xian felt a mysterious aura. He found some skin. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, but it was very old. It turned into ashes with a slight touch. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed that there seemed to be a faint light flashing in front of him. In this dark cave, it was like a bright pearl. He quickly turned his gaze and looked forward. He found some broken stones in front of him, and there was a light under those stones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and all the stones flew out. Soon, the light became stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire cave. The next moment, Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. This is the elixir of immortality? His eyes were wide open. He was too shocked. He had seen this elixir in the nest of 10,000 dragons before. However, back then, countless experts and saints were in hibernation. That elixir was incomparably mysterious. He had only seen it before, but he couldn't obtain it at all. He didn't expect to see it again here. The immortal elixir in front of him was the size of 2 palms. It was like a small true dragon, vivid and lifelike. The aura emitted from it was really too terrifying. Lin Xian discovered that this small immortal elixir kept hitting the surroundings, but it was bounced back by the array formation. There was actually an array formation sealing it. But thinking about it, how could such a precious elixir not have an array formation protection? Lin Xian began to walk around the array formation to observe. He frowned. This array formation was very strong, but it had been set up for too long. Its current power was no longer the peak of the past. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy it. Lin Xian decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. To be honest, he was really too excited. One had to know that the immortal elixir was something that only great emperors were worthy of possessing. If others could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. If they obtained it, they would be able to live a second life. This was equivalent to having 2 lives. Although Lin Xian was still young, the path to becoming a great emperor was incomparably difficult. No one could guarantee that they would be able to take that step in the end. Now that there was such a divine elixir here, how could he not be moved? Taking a deep breath, he took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used all of his strength to break the array formation. This was a difficult battle. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was such a terrifying unparalleled saint technique, but it only managed to create a small crack. However, Lin Xian wasn't discouraged. Not to mention a month, even if it took him 8 to 10 years, he would still break it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. During these 3 months, the Roland's golden palace outside spat out several treasures, causing everyone to fight. Lei Zhen risked his life and obtained one. Other than that, Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and Gao Yu all fought hard and obtained a treasure. There were even some who obtained it. Among them, there was a woman in a black dress who was very mysterious. Countless people exclaimed. Had the people from the Ghost Hell Land also come? This battle had caused the 3 rivers to shatter and the heavens to shatter. Many experts had fallen, and some of the younger generation had risen up and become famous. After this battle, everyone went into hiding again, waiting for the next opening of the Roland's Golden Palace. In the gourd cave, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. This was great. His eyes shone with a piercing light. In the beginning, it was difficult to break the array formation, but after the first crack, the speed at which it was broken was simply 1,000 miles a day. It was really too fast. This array formation would soon shatter. 10 days later, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the array formation. The surrounding light quickly dimmed. This was great. Lin Xian waved the dragon-shaped sword, causing the crack to widen again. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at it. Not old medicine, here I come. All of a sudden, the godly herb let out a cold laugh. Following that, it drew a line of light and pierced toward Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the elixir of immortality to be so powerful. It made his hair stand on end. He had no time to dodge, so he could only use his heavenly secret divine eyes to shoot out terrifying golden light blades. Even the sound of the blue tide was used by him. The surrounding void continued to shatter. With a clang, the eye technique light blades he shot out were actually shattered. Even the blue tide had a crack in it. That thing was right in front of him. Fortunately, his heavenly secret divine eyes were not for show. That thing was also affected. It screamed crazily and rolled away. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my soul? The voice was filled with resentment. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? Was this the aura that a stalk of divine medicine could emit? He focused his attention. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. No, the appearance of the true dragon divine herb had disappeared. There was no great path or light in front of him. In its place was a toad lying there, staring at him with a pair of big eyes that were emitting a terrifying light. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Where was the true dragon divine herb? Could it be that it was snatched away by the other party, or was there no true dragon divine herb at all? Was everything a trap? Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. The toad snorted coldly, then laughed. Don't you know who I am, kid? I have to thank you for helping me break the array formation and letting me see the light of day again. At the end of his sentence, he began to chuckle. Oh no. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, it was really the other party. The true dragon divine herb from before should be the other party's illusion. He did not recognize it at all. The toad's cultivation was too profound. Moreover, why was the other party sealed here? One had to know that this was the celestial fate star. It opened once every 500 years. Each time, only the top elites could enter. They were looking for the celestial fate and opportunities. However, they could not stay here indefinitely. After searching for opportunities, they would still be teleported away. The celestial fate star had been sealed for a long time. Why would the other party appear here? Was the other party a creature of the celestial fate star? Was it sealed by the powerhouse who came to the celestial fate star last time? Who am I? Humph, kid, I'm a supreme demon saint. My blood flows in my veins. You're just a puny human. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting me, just? You? A toad? Lin Xian's face. It seems that you don't know how strong I am. Fine, I'll suppress you first and make you my human pet. This toad was spouting nonsense. He puffed up his cheeks and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. Lin Xian was originally filled with disdain. However, when he sensed the liquid, his expression changed. He Lin Xian's SS Pus the void heavens Lin's SS brat, you're running pretty fast. Can you dodge it? He's Lin's attack. S Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. Who cares what you are? I think you've been sealed for too long. How dare you attack me? He raised his hand, and countless laws revolved around him as he slapped forward. The 9-yang divine fire danced. This attack completely enveloped the other party's tongue. In the next moment, the toad screamed and retracted his tongue. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, I'm scalded. Kid, if you dare to burn me, I'll drown you. As he spoke, he puffed up his cheeks again, and with a swoosh, he spurted out a terrifying wave. The law of water was unparalleled. It could actually contend against the 9-yang divine fire. It was really unbelievable. What's the origin of this toad? One had to know that the top geniuses outside were no match for Lin Xian. Was this toad's strength not inferior to the chief disciple? At the thought of this, Lin Xian decisively made his move and charged forward. The two of them fought. The more the toad fought, the more shocked he became. To be honest, its origin was extraordinary. Although it was suppressed, it did not mean that it was weak. Now that it was out, it thought that it could laugh in all directions. However, it did not expect to encounter such a difficult opponent as soon as it came out. Damn kid, why is he so strange? Toad, you think you can sweep through the world? Let me tell you, I'm the weakest in the outside world. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to go out. I advise you to obediently dig a hole and bury yourself in it. Impossible. The toad jumped up with a face full of fear. This is the weakest strength? It would not believe it even if it was beaten to death. Or could it be that the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes? Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the other party's heart was in chaos. Because there were some flaws in the other party's divine abilities. He seized the opportunity and quickly counterattacked, suppressing the toad to a disadvantage. At the same time, he approached the toad with his strong physique and kept hitting it. The toad kept rolling on the ground as its eyes rolled back. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the other party's physique was extremely strong. He could not break the other party's body. Damn it, it hurts. The toad was so angry that it was foaming at the mouth. It could only roll its eyes. I'll fight it out with you. His body suddenly swelled, and his cheeks were like pinwheels that kept bulging. A terrifying aura flowed out. It seemed that the other party was going to use his trump card. Lin Xian also attacked decisively. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and the law of death flew out, turning into dozens of black chains that rushed forward. "Take my killing move," the toad on the other side shouted. Just as it was about to attack, it realized that many black chains had appeared around it, trying to bind it. It had a disdainful look on its face. Its physique was so strong that even if it was bound, it could not hurt it at all. However, in the next moment, it screamed in horror. "Damn it, what is this?" Its swollen body instantly caved in, and its entire body bounced up, tearing through the void. It snatched away the cage. "You actually know this kind of law?" It was too shocked. Just now, its chi and blood seemed to have encountered ice and became weak. It had not felt this way for many years. "Damn it, who are you? Are you the successor of the Ghost Emperor? Or the successor of the Emperor of Death?" It screamed crazily. "Ghost Emperor? Emperor of Death?" Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that it's an Emperor-level figure? This toad actually knows about Emperor-level figures? He asked. "What? Since you know my background, it seems that your background is not small either. Kid, don't try to trick me," the toad said in bewilderment. "Now, let's go our separate ways. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, its body swayed, wanting to leave. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless laws of death condensed in the sky, forming a black curtain that pressed down from the sky. He stopped the other party. "Damn it, what do you want to do now?" The toad jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated, pulling away. "Don't you think it's too easy to leave? I was the one who saved you, but what I wanted at that time was the immortal medicine. Who would have thought that it was a toad like you? You owe me an immortal medicine. Now, return it to me." "Damn, kid, don't take advantage of the situation." The toad jumped up. "Let me tell you, I'm not to be trifled with. Don't think that your laws are powerful. If I want to fight, you might not be able to beat me." "Is that so? Then let's try." Lin Xian attacked again. "You're courting death." The toad was also angry, and the two fought again. This time, heaven and earth shattered, and the surroundings kept collapsing. He didn't know what was wrong with this gourd mountain. After such a terrifying battle, it wasn't damaged at all. "Alright, let's stop fighting." After thousands of moves, the toad begged for mercy. He was in pain all over, and his blood was boiling. He even vomited blood. There was nothing he could do. Although his skin was thick, the other party's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, there was the law of death. He was in danger at any time. "Stop fighting?" Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't let go so easily. The great dragon sword's soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. The toad's bloodline trembled, and he was shocked. "Dragon's roar? Damn it, who exactly are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a sword light. This sword almost split him in half. "Stop, I admit defeat. I'm afraid of you." "Okay," the toad was really afraid this time. "Don't you want treasures? I know, I'll take you there." Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and asked coldly. "Don't play tricks with me, or you'll end up very miserably." "Humph, don't underestimate me. Since I've said it, it's hard to take it back." As he said that, the toad waved his claws. "Follow me." He hopped in front and led the way, while Lin Xian followed behind him cautiously. Soon, he realized that Toad wanted to continue walking inside. This was originally a gourd cave. The front cave was small, while the back cave was large. He had released the toad from the front cave. At this moment, the place they were heading to was the large cave at the back. The cave became even darker. There was a mysterious aura around him. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong. Moreover, after cultivating the law of death, the cold aura around him was no longer a threat to him. However, he didn't know what the treasure was. After walking for a while, the toad stopped and said unhappily, "We're here. It's just ahead." Lin Xian condensed his divine flame into a small sun that floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. There was nothing in front of him. Lin Xian frowned. Damn toad, what are you up to now? The toad snorted coldly. Brat, what do you know? The treasures here are not something you can understand just by looking at them. You'll know what they are once you walk over. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian sent him flying with a kick. Then help me scout the way first. The toad drew an arc in the air. Damn it, you dare to kick me? The toad fell to the front and was very dissatisfied. It rubbed its cheeks and wanted to fight back. However, it rolled its eyes, turned its head, and began to dig at that place. It was unknown what it was digging. The next moment, it became excited. Good stuff, it was indeed good stuff. Buzz, Lin Xian grabbed Little White out of the black earth. Little White was eating the spiritwood peach unhappily. Lin Xian asked if there were any treasures in front. Little White's black gem-like eyes looked for a long time and revealed a hint of suspicion. I'm not sure. Lin Xian was surprised. I'm not sure. That's interesting. One had to know that Little White was an expert at finding treasures. If there was one, there was one. If there wasn't one, there wasn't one. He didn't know what it meant. Could it be that there was really something mysterious in front? This toad wasn't lying. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. He walked forward. When the toad saw Lin Xian walking over, it took 2 steps back. Kid, I'm definitely not lying to you. As it spoke, it pointed forward. Lin Xian took another step forward and walked in the direction the toad pointed at. At the next moment, he activated his ocular technique, wanting to see what was going on. At this moment, the toad beside him suddenly retreated. Ha 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 ha. It let out a smug laugh. You definitely can't imagine my acting skills. Go and die. Not good, it's a trap. Lin Xian turned his head. Before he could use his power, he instantly disappeared. There was a trace of spatial power in front of him. The toad jumped up and sneered. You want to fight with me? I'll play you to death. Just as it finished speaking, space-time shattered and a huge palm grabbed at it. Damn, it could actually counterattack. The toad was shocked and hurriedly dodged. You have some ability, but you're definitely going to die. It dodged the golden palm and let out a smug laugh. Just as the voice chuckled, a shabby little bull suddenly appeared above his head and put him inside. Buzz. With a sway of his body, he disappeared as well. The flames in the cave were extinguished and pressed down again. Even the gourd mountain outside slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. There was a loud bang. A low voice came from the empty hall, followed by the toad's crazy roar. Damn it, who dares to scheme against me? Just as he finished speaking, he was stepped on by a foot. His eyes were about to pop out. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. I told you not to play tricks, but you didn't listen. Do you really think I can't kill you? Damn it, damn kid, let me go. I'm going to fight you to the death. Lin Xian didn't let go. He stepped on the toad with one foot and asked coldly. Tell me, where is this place? If you let me go, I'll tell you. Lin Xian shot out the chains of the law of death and locked it on the toad's body. Then, he let go of his foot. If you dare to play tricks again, I'll turn you into a pile of bones. Damn it, how dare you kidnap me? The toad was very dissatisfied, but after being slapped a few times, it quickly became obedient. Its eyes darted around, as if it was very puzzled. It had already dodged the other party's palm, so why was it still brought here? In the next moment, it saw a little monkey sitting on the other party's shoulder, and a shabby small bowl on its head. Damn it. How could it forget? It was that bowl that brought it here. Could it be a treasure bowl? It gritted its teeth, and its eyes lit up. Wasn't this guy too mysterious? Whitey also looked at the toad, and then revealed a look of disdain. It stuck out its tongue and stuck it out at the other party. What an ugly toad. Damn it, little guy, who are you calling ugly? The toad jumped up. In the end, it was stepped on by Lin Xian again. Hurry up and say, I'm impatient. Guess where they were teleported to? Kid, you are very lucky. Do you know where this is? This is the famous Roland's Golden Palace. There are countless treasures inside. This is a place that countless experts want to enter. However, even if they break their heads, they might not be able to enter. Now, you have been sent here by me. This is the good fortune that you have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. How dare you treat me like this, Roland's Golden Palace? You are saying that this is the Roland's Golden Palace. Lin Xian was stunned. His destination was the Roland's Golden Palace. He thought that he would be delayed for a while. However, he did not expect to arrive at the Roland's Golden Palace. Wait, that's not right. Why is it so desolate? There was no one around except for them. Didn't they say that countless experts and geniuses had come to the Roland's Golden Palace? He looked at the toad with suspicion. This made the toad very unhappy. Damn, kid, what's with your eyes? Are you suspecting me? Lin Xian nodded. I am very suspicious of you. Damn. The toad was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from outside. It came from the passage and reverberated in the hall. What was that sound? Lin Xian frowned. The toad sneered. There must be people outside attacking the Roland's Golden Palace. Did those reckless fellows think that it would be so easy for them to come in, attacking the Roland's Golden Palace? Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. If that was the case, countless geniuses had gathered at the Roland's Golden Palace. However, the situation was different from what he had imagined. Those people did not come inside. They were all outside the Roland's Golden Palace. Perhaps it was very difficult to enter. Therefore, those experts and geniuses were attacking outside. As for him, he had arrived here with ease. Interesting. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, it would be a pleasant surprise. He looked at the toad and said coldly, Damn toad, since you know that this is the Roland's Golden Palace, you should know where the treasures are. Lead the way. You owe me an immortal divine herb. As long as you give me treasures, I can spare your life. Kid, don't go overboard. What is an immortal divine herb? The Roland's Golden Palace does not have it. Indeed, no matter how mysterious and powerful the Roland's Golden Palace was, it might not have the immortal divine herb. That item was too rare. Even a great emperor might not have it. However, Lin Xian's reply was a terrifying foot and the terrifying law of death. The toad was very cowardly and quickly compromised. I'll take you there. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Lin Xian warned from behind. Last time, you set me up, so I let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll madly activate the law of death and destroy your soul. Lin Xian didn't know if the toad was really obedient or if Lin Xian was just lucky. Not long after, they found a treasure trove. To be exact, it was a side palace. There was a stone platform inside, and on top of it was a bowl. Inside the bowl, there was some liquid. It was as white as jade and emitted a wave of pure energy. Lin Xian was overjoyed after reading it. Could this be dragon marrow? After seeing this, the toad's eyes turned red. It opened its mouth and wanted to eat. He was sent flying by Lin Xian's slap. Whitey came to the stone platform and cried out excitedly. It used its small claws to touch the liquid and tasted it. It was rolling in the air happily. Lin Xian also picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful. Gulp. He felt as if the power in his body was about to explode. That kind of comfort was even better than eating 10 golden crows. Damn, kid, don't go too far. Leave some for me. The toad's eyes turned red. He was really anxious. This really was dragon marrow. The dragon marrow of the earth wasn't something that belonged to dragons. It was formed by the dragon veins of the earth. This wasn't ordinary dragon marrow. It was the highest level of dragon marrow. The dragon veins of an entire world would only produce 1 drop after 1,000 years of condensation. The dragon marrow in the bowl was only about 1/3 of the bottom of the bowl. However, it was formed by dozens of worlds over 1,000 years. Even the holy city didn't have such wealth, but here it was. How could the toad not be anxious? He wanted to go all out. His body swelled again. The black chains of the law of death began to tremble violently. Lin Xian was shocked. This toad was indeed extraordinary. He still needed it to continue searching for treasures. So he stopped. There are 3 drops left for you. What? Only 3 drops left. The toad's heart was bleeding. Its eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want us to split it? You're ruthless. With a swoosh, he sucked the 3 drops into his mouth. In the next moment, his body was covered in a multicolored light. It was too comfortable. He was so excited that he jumped wildly. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. How could he waste such a good thing? He quickly refined it. His physique might even be able to reach a higher level. There were more than 30 drops in the bowl. Lin Xian ate 20 drops, Whitey ate 10, and the remaining 3 were given to the toad. Lin Xian's body glowed as he ate. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. This thing was very useful for the recovery of the dragon sword soul. On the other side, the toad didn't attack. Instead, it hugged the bowl and sucked crazily. The bottom of the bowl was rotten. I can't waste it. In the end, he wanted to eat the entire bowl. It almost burst his mouth. He could only spit it out again. Let's go and search again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up. The toad's eyes were about to pop out. Damn, kid, you've digested it, you haven't improved your cultivation. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. More than 20 drops. That was top-grade dragon marrow. It could be condensed in a world. After eating it, Lin Xian should have improved by leaps and bounds. But it seemed that there was no change. Lin Xian said, How can you know my foundation? Lead the way. To be honest, he was also shocked. This thing made his physique stronger, but it didn't break through. After all, what he cultivated was a divine body. The legendary physique was harder to cultivate the further one progressed. The resources required would also increase exponentially. In the end, it would increase by dozens or hundreds of times. Therefore, it was much more difficult to improve the 9-yang divine body. In particular, there was still the dragon sword soul. It was probably even harder to evolve than the 9-yang divine body. Therefore, this dragon marrow was really not enough. Let's go and find it. The toad was also spirited this time. He began to bargain. In the end, Lin Xian decided to give him 5 drops when he found it. The toad was about to go crazy with anger. But on second thought, it was better than 3 drops. Therefore, he couldn't wait to start searching. Sure enough, this guy really found it. There was another stone platform with a bowl on it. The amount of dragon marrow inside was about the same as before. After the few of them divided it, they were incomparably excited. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength had changed, especially his physique and dragon sword soul. They had become stronger than before. He didn't break through. If he wanted to break through, he would need much more energy than others, however, his strength had still improved. Moreover, his laws were tempered by the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus, and his physique and dragon soul were nourished by the dragon marrow. His strength could be said to have improved comprehensively. But when they found the 3rd stone platform, they were stunned. What's going on? The bowl is empty. The toad jumped up. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that it was eaten by someone 500 years ago. There was still some energy left on it. It was eaten by someone just now. Damn it, who was it? Someone came in. The toad screamed. Lin Xian was astonished as well. The little white monkey beside him took a closer look and nodded as well. Yeah, the ugly toad was right. Someone just got it. Lin Xian was too shocked. What's going on? Is there anyone else in the Roland's Golden Palace other than them? Had the people outside already broken in? Damn it, don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I'll teach them a lesson. The toad gritted its teeth. This shocked them. Soon, they found that the door of a secret room in front of them was pried open. The array above was also broken. It can't be, who is it? This time, the toad was really panicking. The dragon marrow on the stone platform was stolen. There was no problem. It was someone else's good luck. However, how could the restriction be so easily broken by someone else, that made his hair stand on end? Damn it, could it be that someone in the Roland's Golden Palace was alive? The toad trembled all over. Lin Xian also frowned. He asked, what's going on? Is there someone else in the Roland's Golden Palace? He was too shocked. The toad knew that it had said something wrong, so it quickly shook its head to deny it. What did I say? Someone must have sneaked in. Let's go and find that guy. I must find him. How dare he steal my summon? I'll teach him a lesson. The toad jumped in front of them hurriedly. Lin Xian knew that this toad must have many secrets in its heart. However, the other party would definitely not say it out loud. Forget it, now is not the time to discuss these things. When the time comes, let's see who took the treasure first. The political and legal department here was not broken. The toad was very excited. It seems that we are ahead of that person. Can you break the array? Lin Xian asked. The toad looked for a long time and said, it's not easy to break. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What's there to be happy about? The toad was so angry that it vomited blood. At this moment, a voice sounded behind them. The few of you actually managed to find this place. Do you want me to help you break the array? Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard the voice. They turned around. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The toad, on the other hand, jumped crazily. Behind him, a pitch-black figure floated. The aura on his body was incomparably mysterious. He wore a large black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. The other party floated in the air, looking indescribably terrifying. Lin Xian was astonished. Then, his face lit up with joy. It was indeed him. Haha, laughed the figure. How am I being unkind? Didn't I say that the opportunities on Heaven's fate planet depend on yourself? I didn't even bring my disciple with me. I'm already very kind to you. It turned out that the mysterious figure was none other than He Shan. He disappeared after entering the heavenly fate planet. Lin Xian heard that He Shan was the first person to condense the heavenly golden lotus. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seemed that he was mysterious and knew the secret of the heavenly star. Otherwise, how could he appear here? He Shan was also shocked. You're amazing. You can come here. Outside, countless geniuses and chief disciples were crazy. They couldn't even enter the Roland's Golden Palace. You also seem to have gotten a lot of good stuff, right? To be honest, He Shan was shocked. He could come here because he had been to the heavenly fate planet once. But where was Lin Xian? Why was Lin Xian able to come here? Not just anyone could enter the Roland's Golden Palace. It was a coincidence. It was all thanks to this guy. Lin Xian pointed at the toad. He Shan also looked over and revealed a look of surprise when he saw the toad. His aura was not ordinary. The toad felt goosebumps. He stiffened his neck and said, Old Black, what are you looking at? Have you never seen me so handsome? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He Shan was silent for a while. He Shan also said, Can I beat him up? Sure, whatever. This guy's skin was very thick. Lin Xian shrugged. He Shan let out a strange laugh and started to attack. Damn, how dare you bully me? I'll fight it out with you. The toad wanted to fight back. But the outcome was very tragic. He was beaten black and blue. Damn, how could this old black be so powerful? The toad felt that it was unbelievable. Especially the mysterious aura on the other party. He couldn't see through it. Damn it, this was an incredible person. Although his cultivation wasn't very strong, his aura was simply too mysterious. Alright, kid, hurry up and find your opportunity. I'm going to find mine. After saying that, He Shan turned around and floated away. Let's go. Lin Xian and the rest went on their way again. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace. At this moment, the elites had already started to attack. Because there were no treasures flying out during this period, they were not satisfied. Especially the chief disciples, who were terrifying elites. They decided to attack the Roland's Golden Palace. If they could break through the defense and enter, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Especially the chief disciples who took the lead. Everyone was full of confidence. They started to attack crazily. However, the outcome was out of their expectations. They attacked together for 5 days, but they couldn't break through the defense. This made them feel hopeless. Could it be that they couldn't enter at all? Damn, how could it be? Lei Zhen, the 9-headed Qilin, the 7th prince, and the 1st prince gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this fact. Damn, I don't believe it. They attacked crazily again, but it was useless. Just as they were in despair, there was a change in the Roland's Golden Palace. Above the Roland's Golden Palace, countless lights appeared. The door opened. However, it only lasted for a short time. This shocked everyone. What was going on? The Roland's Golden Palace opened on its own? That was great. They waited quietly. They were waiting for the next time it opened, and then these people would fight. Everyone wanted to enter, but the time was too short. These people wanted to be the first to enter. In the end, it was a stalemate. When the Roland's golden door closed, no one entered. Everyone vomited blood. Ah, damn, I can't take it anymore. Let's go in order. The 7th prince walked out and said loudly. Sure, I'll be the first to enter. The 9-headed Qilin was extremely handsome. His voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard clearly. You're courting death. The 7th prince was furious. He made this suggestion because he wanted to be the first to enter. How could he let the other party get what he wanted? The 9-headed Qilin turned around and stared at the other party. He was not afraid at all. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. The suggestion was naturally impossible. None of these chief disciples were willing to submit to others. Therefore, when the golden door opened for the second time, these people fell into chaos again. However, Lei Zhen turned into a ray of light. A pair of thunder wings appeared on his back. There were runes on the wings. The thunder spirit body and bloodline were fully activated, causing his speed to reach the extreme. Buzz, in an instant, he rushed forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from the Golden Palace. Damn it, how dare you! The 7th prince roared crazily. The 1st prince also roared and attacked. The surrounding people were all furious and attacked crazily. The laws were like waves, covering the sky and covering the earth. They swept forward. However, the Golden Palace was closed. The energy only caused a slight ripple when it hit the door. It did not cause any damage at all. Damn it. The 9-headed Qilin's handsome face was covered with ice. The others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it. Why did he let this Lei Zhen beat him to it? This was great. On the other hand, the Thunder God City was cheering. Their chief disciple had entered. Moreover, he was the first to enter. Not only that, he was the only one to enter. Didn't that mean that the entire Golden Palace had become Lei Zhen's backyard? He could take as many treasures as he wanted. Thinking of this, the people of Thunder God City were so excited that they almost fainted. The others naturally knew this as well. Therefore, their eyes were red as they stared at the Thunder God City with unfriendly expressions. Damn it, the 7th prince was the first to get angry and attacked first. The 1st prince also attacked. Even the 9-headed Qilin attacked. Damn it, what are you trying to do? The people of Thunder God City were so scared that their hair stood on end. You can't do this, they were sent flying in an instant, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. With someone taking the lead, the other experts naturally attacked as well. In an instant, the people of Thunder God City screamed in pain. Some of them were seriously injured. Many of them vomited blood crazily. Of course, no one died. It seemed that these sacred cities knew their limits. Perhaps they were afraid of Lei Zhen. After all, it was unknown what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter one would obtain after entering the lightning array. They were only attacking now to vent the anger in their hearts. However, even with this being the case, Thunder God City was still dealt with in an extremely miserable manner. Damn it, damn it. Some of the disciples gritted their teeth, but they were stopped by the experts. Don't worry. Wait for Lei Zhen to come out. At that time, we'll be able to sweep through everything. Yes, wait for senior brother Lei Zhen. These people began to wait expectantly. Inside the Golden Palace. With a flash of light, a silhouette streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was Lei Jin. After he came in, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's great. He was really too excited. He was the first to come in, and also the only one to come in. He could have as many treasures as he wanted, so how could he not be happy, deep in Roland's golden palace? The toad was startled. Damn, who's making that weird noise? Could it be that Black Mountain old ghost? Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and frowned. It wasn't He Shan, it was someone else. Someone had entered. Let's go and take a look. Naturally, Lin Xian heard some of the rumbling outside as well. During this period of time, the experts outside had been attacking crazily. Thinking about it, someone must have succeeded. How many people had entered this time? Were the people from Peerless City among them? Were Qiu'er and Xingqing here? Did Ruffian Dragon and the Northern Demon come in? Lin Xian was very concerned about this, so he was prepared to go and take a look. Damn, kid, you're not going to look for treasures? Forget it, I'll go with you. The toad called out twice and realized that Lin Xian didn't turn back, so it could only follow. Actually, in these few days, they had also realized that other than the treasures at the beginning that were easier to obtain, the remaining treasures had extremely strong seals that were difficult to break. Perhaps there was something else going on in the Golden Palace. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He had to figure out who had entered the room first. On the other side, Lei Jin stopped laughing and started to look around curiously. The spacious hall and the passageways that extended in all directions were bottomless. He didn't know where they led. However, thinking about it, no matter which path he took, there should be treasures. He took the main path and flew forward like a bolt of lightning. After flying for a while, he stopped. What's going on? His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His smug smile froze on his face. Lin Wudi. It's you, damn it, how is this possible? How can you be here? Lei Jin screamed crazily. He was about to be confused. Wasn't he the only one who came in? Why was there someone else here? Moreover, the other party was in front of him. Could it be that the other party had already come in? How was that possible? One had to know that they had been guarding the Golden Palace. During this time, they didn't see Lin Xian at all, let alone someone else coming in. It would definitely alarm them. Therefore, they were sure that no one could enter. However, the other party appeared here. This made Lei Jin very confused. In front, Lin Xian also stopped, revealing a hint of surprise. Then, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the loser. Why, is it only you? Where are the powerhouses of Thunder God City? Stop lying in ambush and come out quickly. Right, where are the Golden Crow Prince and Nine-Headed Qilin? Tell the two of them to get over here and die. Are you courting death? Hearing the words loser, Lei Jin was so angry that he vomited blood. Kid, I don't need anyone else. I can take care of you alone. Lei Jin gritted his teeth. Losing to the other party last time was a great humiliation to him, so he must kill his way back. With just you, Lin Xian was disdainful. You're not my opponent. Lei Jin vomited blood. Don't underestimate me, my current strength is much stronger than before, and I even obtained a treasure. Do you really think you can defeat me now? The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Indeed, he had risked his life and obtained a treasure. What he obtained was a talisman paper, a very ancient talisman paper. There was a great Tao drawn on it, and no one knew who carved it. However, its power was unparalleled. There was a long sword carved on it. After Lei Jin obtained it, he studied it. He found that as long as he poured his energy into it, the long sword on the talisman paper would appear and be used as a weapon. Its power was much stronger than an ordinary saint weapon. It was a high-grade saint weapon that could reach the moon level. That was too extraordinary. One had to know that it was very difficult for ordinary people to own a saint weapon. Even if they did, it would only be a low-grade saint weapon. It was already very rare to have a mid-grade saint weapon, let alone a high-grade saint weapon. Although this talisman wasn't a saint weapon, it could erupt with the power of a high-grade saint weapon. Of course, there was a flaw, and that was the time and number of times it could be used. Lei Zhen guessed that this thing was left behind by an ancient super saint and could be used 3 to 5 times. The number of times it could be used wasn't much, but it was enough to kill the opponent. This was equivalent to a trump card, and Lei Zhen planned to use it from the beginning. "Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lei Zhen took out the ancient talisman and released his energy. The ancient talisman bloomed with light, and a thunder sword appeared in his hand. The aura it emitted was too terrifying. The current Lei Zhen was confident that he could fight against a minor saint. "Damn, there's actually a treasure!" the toad exclaimed, and so did Lin Xian. He narrowed his eyes. "This aura, is it a high-grade saint weapon?" "No, it's not an ancient saint weapon, but something similar to one." It seemed that this Lei Zhen also had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian was surprised. This was already very amazing. One had to know that his unparalleled sword was only a mid-grade saint weapon of the moon level. After all, it was modeled after the weapon of a saint king. It was more of a symbol of status. In addition to the unparalleled sword, Lin Xian also had the Great Destruction Spear. This was an inherited weapon, so Lin Xian didn't know its specific grade. But thinking about it, it should be very mysterious and powerful. Anyway, Lin Xian's strength had increased, and he felt that the power of the Great Destruction Spear had also increased. Other than that, he had never seen a high-grade saint weapon. He didn't expect that the opponent had something similar. "Kid, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then kneel down obediently." Lei Zhen began to laugh maniacally. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you. I don't need to personally deal with a loser like you. Toad, you go." Lin Xian kicked the toad away. "I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Defeat him for me." "Damn. Brat, don't go too far." The toad was also angry. "I'm not your little brother, so what right do you have to order me around?" Lin Xian said. "If you beat him, I'll give you 3 more drops of dragon marrow the next time I find it." "Damn, kid, you're a man of your word. I'm going to fight it out with him." The toad turned its head and stared at Lei Zhen. "Come over here and kneel before me," obediently admitting defeat. Lei Zhen was fuming with anger. A toad dared to show off in front of him. "Lin Wudi, what's the meaning of this? Don't tell me you don't dare to fight me?" Lin Xian shrugged. "You're no match for me. I'll just let my underlings fight." The toad was also enraged. "Damn, you actually dare to ignore me? I'll beat your face until it blossoms." It opened its mouth and spat out a green poisonous liquid. The liquid spread between heaven and earth and swept towards Lei Zhen. "You're courting death. I'll kill you today and then kill that kid." Thunder flashed in Lei Zhen's eyes. He was really angry. The power of thunder exploded from his body. It was unparalleled, causing the entire heaven and earth to shake. The toad was even more arrogant. "When I ruled the world, your grandfather wasn't even born yet." Boom, Lei Zhen couldn't take it anymore and attacked. The terrifying fist blasted out in all directions, and the sky was filled with lightning. He didn't need to use his killing move to deal with the toad. Therefore, he kept the talisman. In his opinion, he could kill the toad with a single attack. However, things were out of his expectations. The toad's strength was beyond his imagination. The toad rampaged between heaven and earth. After being struck by the thunder, its body turned black and it let out a miserable cry. "Damn, you dare to attack me? I'll vomit you to death." More and more green poisonous liquid spread between heaven and earth, melting the thunder. The toad charged forward. With a cry, it spat out a sound wave. The supreme great Tao surged and filled the air. The sound wave was like a peerless heavenly blade that charged towards Lei Zhen. "You're courting death." Lei Zhen was furious. How could a toad be so strong? He attacked crazily. The two of them fought. 1 move, 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and watched the battle. "You dare to call yourself a peerless genius? I think you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes." Lei Zhen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was too embarrassing. He couldn't even defeat a toad after 100 moves. The toad was also clamoring. "Damn, this kid's strength is not bad. He can actually fight with me for so long. Interesting. Look at my ultimate move. A ray of light flew out. It was like a red sunset rolling in the sky, tearing apart the thunder. Lei Jin was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the length of this ray of light was beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. Then, it quickly grabbed over. Godly Toad Fist, the toad raised its claws and slapped over in an overwhelming manner. Lei Jin's body was surrounded by lightning. Although his defense was strong, a few slaps landed on his face, leaving claw marks on his face. Lei Jin's eyes immediately turned red. Go to hell, an unparalleled power of thunder erupted. The pair of thunder wings on its back turned into a heavenly blade. However, when the toad attacked, it took away the poison and seeped into Lei Jin's body bit by bit. At this moment, Lei Jin was poisoned. His face was a little green. Ha ha ha, the toad laughed. Now you know how powerful I am. Hurry up and kneel down. Go to hell, Lei Jin was completely furious. He took out his trump card. The talisman paper turned into a heavenly sword and was held in his hand. With one sword, the poison law that filled the sky was split apart. It struck the toad's body and sent it flying. Let's see how you die. With this sword, the other party's heart and soul would definitely be destroyed, right? The toad flew backwards and screamed in the air. Damn, you dare to sneak attack me? I'll fight you to the death. What was going on? It didn't die, how was this possible? This was a high-grade sacred artifact. Lei Jin was about to go into a daze. What kind of physique did this toad have? Why did it feel like it was even stronger than his thunder spirit body? The toad rushed forward, but it soon screamed back. Damn, brat, if you have the ability, don't use the sacred artifact. The sword of thunder in the other party's hand was too terrifying. It hit the toad until it vomited blood. Damn, I don't want to play anymore. Fight him. The toad wanted to retreat, but Lin Xian said, no need, I'll lend you a sacred artifact. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and threw it to the other party. Here. Defeat him. Damn, this is a good thing. The toad took the Great Destruction Spear and its eyes turned red. Kid, where did you get this treasure? Can you give it to me? The toad wanted to secretly hide it, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Hurry up and defeat him. The toad spat. Watch me take care of you. He held the Great Destruction Spear and charged towards Lei Jin. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. Lei Jin was furious. This was the most sullen battle he had ever fought. Originally, he thought that losing to Lin Wudi was the greatest shame of his life. But now, it seemed that this was not a problem at all. Because now, he was very likely to be defeated by a toad. If this spread out, would he still have the face to live? Damn Lin Wudi, do you dare to fight me to the death? Lei Jin roared crazily. You can't even defeat a toad, so how are you qualified to fight me? You can talk after you defeat my underling. Lin Xian waved his hand. Damn it. I'm so angry. Lei Jin vomited blood. The toad was also unhappy. F***ck, kid, who's your underling? What do you mean by this? Kill. Suddenly, the power in Lei Jin's body erupted. He turned into a stream of light that instantly broke through the toad's defense and charged towards Lin Xian. He couldn't take it anymore, so he erupted with incomparable speed. At the same time, the talisman sword in his hand released a biting cold light. He wanted to use all his strength to kill the other party in one strike. Lei Jin's speed was very fast. Previously, he relied on this speed to be the first to enter the Roland's Golden Palace. Now that he used it, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Die. The talisman sword fell, and the surrounding void collapsed. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul roared, and countless rays of light flew out from his hand, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. With a wave of his palm, Wanlongtu flew out and blocked the sword. A sonorous sound rang out, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The toad was also sent flying by this force. The 10,000 dragons diagram roared and blocked the shocking attack. Lin Xian looked at Lei Jin. Are you so reckless? I'll fulfill your wish. He struck out with his palm again. At this moment, the law of death spread on his palm, and the pitch-black palm instantly slapped Lei Zhen's body. The aura of death surged into Lei Zhen's body and erupted crazily. No, how is this possible? Lei Zhen was already shocked that the other party could block his attack. But now, the law on the other party's body was taking away his life. This made him even more terrified. Damn it! The Thunder God instantly retreated. He realized that it was useless. The law of death locked onto him. He could use the talisman sword to slash away all the laws. However, the aura of death appeared in his body. His internal organs were rapidly festering. The feeling of death surged in his heart. Thunder runes flickered all over his body. His thunder spirit body was fully activated, and a terrifying aura of destruction rumbled within his body. He wanted to erase the power of death. Brat, you actually dared to trick me. Lei Zhen's face was extremely pale. Set you up? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I already said that you weren't my match, but you didn't know the difference between life and death. You just had to fight me. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Let me show you my strongest attack. Lei Zhen's face darkened as he made his move. The Heavenly Sword Talisman was unleashed, and his bloodline power was also activated rapidly. He wanted to kill his opponent with a single strike. However, at that moment, a white figure appeared behind him. It was Little White. It raised its little paw and slapped him on the head. Lei Zhen instantly became dizzy. Haha, this is a good opportunity to see my immortal toad art. Light flickered on the toad's body and a huge phantom rushed out. Even Lin Xian was shocked by the power of this attack. This fella actually had such a trump card. Lei Zhen was in a miserable state. Needless to say, he was sent flying, and there were many cracks on his body. Damn it. After the dizziness ended, he finally regained his senses. However, the power had already smashed him into pieces. No, Lei Zhen was about to cry, and his eyes were moist. He was really defeated by the toad. This feeling was even worse than death. Outside the Roland's Golden Palace, everyone was waiting anxiously. Firstly, they didn't know when the king would open again. Moreover, they were more worried about what kind of opportunities Lei Zhen had obtained in the king's Golden Palace. The top experts and geniuses couldn't bear it. The treasures were right in front of them, and they could only watch as others snatched them away. Boom, they waited patiently amidst their impatience and uneasiness. At that moment, the door of the Roland's Golden Palace suddenly opened, and a ray of light flew out. What's going on? Did someone come out? No, treasures. The Roland's Golden Palace had started to spread the treasures. These people were all excited because this had happened a few times before. For example, the nine-headed Qilin and the rest had obtained treasures before. Now that they saw the same situation, they attacked again. All of you, scram! The treasures are mine! The Golden Crow Prince roared, and the sky was filled with golden crows. Whoever dared to stop him would be killed mercilessly. He was really angry because he couldn't be the first to enter. This made him extremely depressed. He attacked without mercy. The first prince of the new moon race swept across the area with countless moonlight. The nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying. A monstrous light swept across the area, making it impossible for anyone to get close. The other powerful beings and geniuses in the surroundings did the same as well. However, they were soon stunned. They realized that it wasn't treasures that had come out, but a person. Moreover, they knew this person. Wasn't this Lei Zhen? Why did he come out? What happened? The surroundings were silent. The Golden Crow Prince, the first prince, and the others were also confused. At that moment, Lei Zhen looked extremely strange. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. There were even tears at the corners of his eyes. What surprised everyone was that the light on his body was dim, and there was a mark on his face. Was he being attacked? Could it be that he was beaten out by someone? Looking at the claw mark, it should be a demonic beast. Could there be a demonic beast guarding the Roland's Golden Palace? As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The people of the Thunder God City almost fainted. Impossible. they couldn't believe it. Their dreams and hopes were shattered. Previously, Lei Zhen, their chief disciple, had surpassed everyone and entered the treasury alone. They felt that his future was limitless. But now, Lei Zhen came out after a short while. It seemed like he didn't come back with a full load, but was beaten out by someone. Could such a scene lead to treasures? They felt hopeless. The people of the other sacred cities were gloating. A great demon from the Thousand Demon City walked out and cupped his fist. Why is young Master Lei out so soon? I wonder what it's like inside the Roland's Golden Palace. Are there piles of treasures that can be picked up anywhere? The experts of the New Moon race walked out and left. Young Master Lei was injured. Could there be a powerful demonic beast inside that even young Master Lei couldn't defeat? The experts of the Golden Crow race snorted. Trash, you're just wasting your spot. Those people were also discussing. Even someone as strong as Lei Zhen was in such a sorry state. Of course, some of the top experts were disdainful. Lei Zhen couldn't be compared to them. Being mocked by so many people, Lei Zhen felt like he was going to vomit blood. He finally couldn't hold it in and roared. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Damn you, Lin Wuti. I'll fight you to the death. Everyone was still mocking him, thinking that they would be stronger than Lei Zhen and wouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, they were all stunned when they heard that. Even their minds went blank. What was going on? What was Lei Zhen shouting about? Lin Wuti? Wasn't he beaten out by the guardian beasts? How did it have anything to do with Lin Wuti? Could it be that Lin Wuti had beaten Lei Zhen out of there? Everyone gasped when they thought of that. Wasn't Lei Zhen the first to go in? When did Lin Wuti go in? Impossible, he hadn't appeared at all. He hadn't even seen the Golden Palace. How could he be in there? The elites of the sacred city shook their heads frantically. However, Lei Zhen's words were too strange, making them very confused. Gao Yu, Li Hongxiu, and the others were also surprised. Lin Wuti? Could it be that he was in there? This kid was a little interesting. Li Hongxiu narrowed her eyes. Morong Qingqing also raised the corner of her mouth into a smile. Brother Xian was indeed worthy of his reputation. He actually went in early. Indeed, Morong Qingqing was worried that something had happened since he hadn't come in for such a long time. Now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. With Lin Xian's strength, she didn't need to worry at all. He had already entered the Golden Palace in advance. The Dark Red Dragon, the North Beasts, and the people of Wushuang City who were hiding in the dark were also shocked when they heard that. It was eldest senior brother defeated Lei Zhen. Damn, that kid went in. How did he do it? The Dark Red Dragon and the North Beasts were also surprised. Of course, some people didn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? How could Lin Wuti be in there? From what I see, some people can't hold it in anymore and are starting to find excuses, right? The people of the Golden Crow tribe and the Thousand Demon City looked at Lei Zhen with a hint of mockery in their eyes. The people of Thunder God City surrounded him. Senior brother, what's going on? Yes, what happened? Why did you come out early? Lei Zhen's face darkened. What should he say? Was he beaten out by a toad? Once he said that, where would he put his face? The whole world would probably laugh at him. Thus, he could only remain silent. In the end, when he was asked anxiously, he said that it was extremely dangerous inside. It was absolutely not a place that anyone could casually enter. Not to mention me, if anyone else went in, they would also be defeated. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. He could only grit his teeth and retreat into the distance, but his heart was still gloomy. Lei Zhen couldn't. You think you're worthy of being on the same level as us? The Golden Crow Prince stood out with a look of disdain. Nine-headed Qilin nodded his head as well. You're probably the weakest amongst all the chief disciples. I thought that you had the strength to make it to the pilgrim rankings, but now it seems that you still need to train for another 300 years. The first prince of the New Moon clan also walked out. Brother Lei Zhen, your myriad lightning god city can take a break now. Let us attack. After all, if you were to attack again, it would be a waste of a spot. Being ridiculed by so many people, Lei Zhen was so angry that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The people of Thunder God City were also extremely depressed. Previously, they had been attacked by these people, and had been beaten miserably. However, they accepted it. As long as Lei Zhen could take out a heavenly treasure, it would be worth it. But now, they had suffered a double loss. They had been beaten up for nothing, and Lei Zhen had also been eliminated from the competition. Next, form the Myriad Moon Great Formation and trap them. As long as I can trap them for a second, I can enter. The first prince of the New Moon clan began to give orders to the experts beside him. Those experts held the formation in their hands, ready to attack at any time. After waiting for 2 days, the Golden Palace finally opened again. Everyone was fighting crazily. Lei Zhen didn't attack, and neither did the people of Thunder God City. The Golden Crow Prince swept through the area with thousands of flames. Nine-headed Qilin was even more terrifying, his demonic aura soaring into the sky. In the end, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan who entered. The Myriad Moon Great Formation was activated, and the first prince brought a few sacred artifacts to support the formation, blocking the enemy for a second. In the next second, he successfully entered. Great! The people of the New Moon clan cheered wildly. They saw boundless hope. Damn it! The Golden Crow Prince shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, burning the ground below to ashes. He was furious and didn't enter again. Nine-headed Qilin's handsome face was also ashen. He had failed this time, but he must enter next time. Find the void beast for me. He was going to use some of his trump cards. Princess, the situation isn't good. The first prince has entered. Gao Yu's people were worried. Although they were all from the New Moon clan, they were like fire and water. No matter, let's wait and see. Gao Yu was also calm. Although the first prince is powerful, he's not much weaker than Lei Zhen. If Lei Zhen was beaten so badly, do you think the first prince will have a good ending? Moreover, it seems to be related to Lin Wuti. We're not in a hurry. Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and even the mysterious woman in black were all waiting and watching. Lei Zhen opened his eyes and snorted coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think there are treasures inside? You'll die if you enter. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What did Lei Zhen's words mean? What was inside? However, no matter how they asked, Lei Zhen did not speak. At this moment, he had to quickly recover his cultivation. He had lost to the toad before, and Lin Xian had the edict of death that could deprive him of his vitality. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. What was even more despicable was that the Dao flower that he had just condensed was snatched away by the other party. That was close to 2,000. His heart was bleeding. This time, it was the first prince of the New Moon clan's turn to wait with hope. However, 3 days later, these people despaired. The others were also dumbfounded. It turned out that the first prince was also beaten out 3 days later. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and there were many claw marks on his face. Damn it! Lin Wuti, I'm going to kill you. After the first prince came out, he roared crazily. He was so angry that white smoke rose from his body. What's going on? Is the first prince defeated too? These people were all stunned. This was not weaker than the chief disciples, even the 2 chief disciples had suffered a loss inside. What exactly was inside? Why did the other party shout for Lin Wuti after coming out? Could it be that Lin Wuti was really inside? At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were extremely curious. What's inside? Impossible. The first prince, Your Highness. The people of the New Moon clan rushed over crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. They had really failed. Gao Yu, on the other hand, felt that there was something strange about the surroundings. If he shouted for Lin Wuti, it meant that Lin Wuti was inside. However, looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he was injured by a monster. Was there an extremely powerful monster by Lin Wuti's side? Not only Gao Yu, but the others were also guessing. Only Lei Zhen's lips curled into a cold smile. Humph, I already said that going in would be courting death. Now. He had a feeling of schadenfreude. From the looks of it. The other party was also defeated by the toad. To be honest, now that he had someone in the same situation, he felt less depressed. After all, if he was defeated by the toad, he would be laughed at by the world. But if many chief disciples were defeated by the toad, it meant that this toad was unparalleled. It was understandable that they had failed. Lei Zhen was looking forward to seeing the nine-headed Kylan and the Golden Crow seventh prince enter and be defeated by the toad. The first prince turned his head and looked at the thunder array. He gritted his teeth and wanted to cry. They were all in the same boat. Around him, in addition to the people of the New Moon clan, there were also people from the Sacred City. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Thousand Demon City were also inquiring about the news. The first prince would never say a word even if he were to die. It was too embarrassing. After he entered, he saw Lin Wudi. He couldn't believe it. Then he attacked, but Lin Wudi didn't attack at all. Instead, it was a toad that defeated him. How could he have the face to say it? It was a great shame to be defeated by a toad. Come back, there's no need to ask. So what if it's Lin Wudi? The nine-headed Kylan said in a deep voice. The Golden Crow Prince was incomparably powerful. 2 pieces of trash couldn't beat Lin Wudi. I'll kill him myself. Everyone was shocked. These 2 people were still so confident. They were too surprised. Among the chief disciples, these 2 people were also incomparably powerful. Was it really Lin Wudi inside? It seemed that a shocking battle was about to break out, but they couldn't see it at all. Everyone waited again for the Golden Palace to open. At this moment, inside the Golden Palace, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had a feeling of waiting for rabbits. It seemed that only one person could enter at a time, and the recent ones were all chief disciples. This was simply a fat sheep. As expected, Lei Zhen and the first prince entered one after another and were defeated. All the Dao flowers on the other party were snatched by him. This was already enough to condense a second heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Sure enough. A second heavenly Dao Golden Lotus appeared beside Lin Xian. 2 golden lotuses danced around him. With a boom, a rumbling sound came from his body. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian was astonished. It was finally here. One had to know that with his divine body and dragon sword soul, it would be much more difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough compared to others. But during this period of time, he had condensed a golden lotus of the great Tao and eaten a 20,000-year fire lotus. Most recently, he had even eaten world-class dragon marrow. These top-notch treasures of heaven and earth finally erupted at this moment. This allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to make another breakthrough. From the middle 4th heavenly layer to the late 4th heavenly layer. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged with Little White guarding him. The toad was beside him, rolling its eyes. However, he didn't make a move in the end. It wasn't that Toad didn't want to, but he was scared stiff. At this moment, Lin Xian had a dragon's shadow and a Qilin's shadow running around him. There were even heavenly Dao golden lotuses around him. He was simply a god descending to the mortal world. Oh my, even the ancient emperors were only SOSO. Just how many trump cards did this kid have? What shocked Toad even more was that the other party had broken through, but he was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Before breaking through, he was only at the middle 4th heavenly layer. Such a cultivation base. Yet, he had such terrifying strength. It was simply unimaginable. It seemed. It was another golden age outside. Toad curled his lips. Although he had been sealed here for a long time, his origin was extraordinary and he had seen a lot. The 2 people he had beaten away before were all astonishing. They all had astonishing physiques, and now, a monster like Lin Xian had appeared. If this wasn't a golden age, what was it? Could it be that this time, a great emperor was really going to appear? Toad's gaze looked towards the depths of the Golden Palace. No one knew what it was thinking. Great. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt the surging power. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and roar. Previously, he had consumed a lot of heaven and earth treasures, but the medicinal effects couldn't be completely absorbed. They were all dormant in his body. At this moment, when he broke through together, these medicinal effects erupted together. It was equivalent to letting his body undergo a sublimation and evolution. With his current strength, defeating Lei Zhen and the first prince was simply a piece of cake. This was the powerful strength brought to him after breaking through. Pilgrim list. Lin Xian recalled the two experts he had killed before. He knew that there was a group of even more terrifying people on the chief disciple list who had entered. These people were currently fighting in the depths of the Destiny Star. Those people were on the pilgrim list. I wonder how big the gap is between me and those people now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Those people's subordinates had strength comparable to the chief disciple, not to mention themselves. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, there was a roar in front of him. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Did someone else come in? Indeed, the Golden Palace had opened again. Someone walked in forcefully. This time, it was nine-headed Qilin. He summoned the Void Beast, and the moment it opened, it directly used the power of space to teleport him in. After entering, nine-headed Qilin was extremely vigilant. Although he was extremely confident, Lei Zhan and the First Prince had both been defeated here, which made him realize that the First Prince and the First Prince had been defeated here. There was definitely a huge figure inside. He walked alone in the spacious hall with his hands behind his back, his footsteps echoing like thunder. Not long after, he stopped and saw a few figures in front of him. There were people. There were indeed people. Nine-headed Qilin was shocked. It seemed that they weren't the first to arrive. He had already guessed this, so although he was shocked, he was still able to control himself. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes, piercing through the void and looking forward. It's you. You must be Lin Wuti. He had never seen this person before, but he had seen his portrait countless times. How could he not recognize him? Lin Wuti also crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the other party. This was a handsome young man, so devilishly handsome that it was beyond recognition. Oh, you know me. Since you can enter, your identity must be no weaker than Lei Zhan and the others. Tell me your identity. I don't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. I'm the chief disciple of the Demon City. Although you're powerful, you're no match for me. Kneel down obediently and give me your 2 golden lotuses of the Great Path, all your treasures, and secrets. I'll leave your corpse intact, and you'll die in a dignified manner. Nine-headed Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He found it unbelievable that the other party had 2 golden lotuses of the Great Path. It seemed that the other party was the one who had defeated Lei Zhan and the First Prince. Otherwise, the other party couldn't have formed so many golden lotuses of the Great Path. Moreover, what made him gnash his teeth was that the other party had snatched away one of his destinies. Previously, he wanted to break the record by condensing 1,200 flowers of the Tao. However, when he was 1 meter away from the bronze door, Lin Xian finished ahead of him. Nine-headed Qilin would never forget the feeling of having his fortune stolen. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he felt that the heavens were helping him. Young man, you're very confident. Lin Xian smiled. It's good to be confident, but I'm curious. What are you relying on? Do you think you're stronger than Lei Zhan and the others? Lei Zhan is nothing. Of course, I'm stronger than him. Can his Thunder Qilin body compare to my bloodline? Nine-headed Qilin was very confident. His body shone brightly, and an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a very strange demonic beast. It was the son of a Qilin and had 9 heads. The 9 heads seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Toad gasped when he saw it. Damn, what's that? He was stunned. Lin Xian said, you're too confident. Do you really think that Lei Zhan and the Crown Prince were defeated by me? They're not qualified for me to attack. They were defeated by my underlings. Toad, you're up. Lin Xian kicked Toad away. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. It wasn't Lin Wuti who attacked Lin Wuti's underling. In the next moment, he saw Toad fly out, and his face turned green. Was the other party humiliating him? How dare you look down on me? He roared, and the terrifying phantom let out a rumbling sound. The 9 heads exploded in an instant, and the power was earth-shattering. I'm not going to fight this battle. Toad retreated. Kid, don't try to trick me. The previous one was already very strong, and this one is even more terrifying. It's a combination of a Qilin and a 9-headed sky snake. How am I going to fight a guy with 9 heads? Toad rolled his eyes. Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. This guy's vitality is very strong. He can't be killed. Is that so? 9 heads? So what? I'll just kill him 9 times. Lin Xian stood out in a domineering manner. Just you? You want to kill me 9 times? I'm afraid you won't even be able to do it once. The 9-headed Qilin snorted coldly. This despicable fellow was too arrogant. He would definitely trample on him personally. Do you think your bloodline is so strong that you can laugh at everyone? What a joke, isn't it just a Qilin and a snake? What was there to be arrogant about, half Qilin and half snake? How could it compare to a real dragon and Qilin? Lin Xian snorted coldly as black Qilin tattoos appeared all over his body. It formed a black Qilin phantom that circled around him. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and countless sword chi dragon shadows rushed out and floated under his feet. Wow, both of them were incredible existences. I have to stay as far away as possible. The toad jumped into the distance to watch the battle. Whitey also landed at the side, hugging the spiritual wood peach. There was no need to worry. He patted the toad. The toad wanted to resist, but in the end, it was knocked unconscious. Damn, little guy, you're not allowed to use this kind of divine ability on me. Up ahead, 9-headed Qilin had originally been very confident. However, at this moment, his expression had turned extremely grave. Black Qilin, there was also the dragon's shadow. You actually have such a trump card, he was really too surprised. One had to know that he was extremely proud and thought that his bloodline was extremely strong because he had the Qilin bloodline. He also had the 9-headed sky snake bloodline. These two were incomparably terrifying bloodlines. Qilins were monarch races, divine beasts. Although the 9-headed sky snake was not a dragon, it was also a peerless ferocious beast head that did not belong to dragons. With 9 lives, he was even stronger than the average dragon race member. In his opinion, Lin Wudi could not compare to him. But now, he was completely stunned. The other party actually also had the Qilin Phantom and True Dragon Phantom. Could it be that the other party also had these 2 bloodlines? Impossible. He had never heard of anyone who could have the 2 supreme bloodlines of a Qilin and a dragon at the same time. The other party must be using a smokescreen. Perhaps he had obtained some broken divine ability of the Qilin race and the dragons. Kid, you're bluffing. Perhaps you've obtained bits and pieces of the divine abilities of these 2 monarch races. However, how can you compare to my supreme bloodline? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. The 9-headed Qilin made his move. He slapped out a palm, and terrifying laws and bloodlines surrounded him, illuminating the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept out in all directions. Incredible, this person is really too strong. The toad swallowed his saliva. He felt that this young man was very strong. Indeed, the 9-headed Qilin was confident. He did not even put the golden crow and Lei Zhen in his eyes. Naturally, he would not put Lin Xian in his eyes. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted as he punched out. A dragon shadow accompanied his fist, moving between heaven and earth. The power of the dragon fist was unparalleled. Boom, the 2 forces clashed between heaven and earth. The 9-headed sky snake and the revered dragon were tearing at each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the void collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this was the Golden Palace, which was enough to suppress everything. Otherwise, half of the world would probably be destroyed. After that attack, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The 9-headed Qilin was surprised that he was not injured. He was too shocked. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. The violent power in Lin Xian's fist and the terrifying aura of the Way of the Dragon shocked him. Soon, his face darkened. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that his opponent was really strong. He seemed to have surpassed the first prince and Lei Zhen, and was a difficult opponent. However, so what? He was not afraid of his opponent. The black Qilin shadow on his body roared like a Qilin, as if it was about to come to life. In Lin Xian's palm, a black Qilin appeared, and it quickly slapped out with his palm. Are you trying to compete with me using Qilin superpower? You're asking for it. the nine-headed Qilin sneered. How could Lin Xian compete with him? He was someone who truly possessed the Qilin bloodline. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and two Qilin shadows streaked across the sky. They were like a vast ocean, striking the heavens. This time, he was really strong. He waved his fist, and the endless Qilin shadows filled the sky. He attacked Lin Xian crazily. Boom! Boom, boom. Another earth-shattering collision. The front was completely engulfed. The toad continued to retreat, shocked. This nine-headed Qilin was too strong. Even if that kid was defeated, he could still be proud. He's fine. Suddenly, the toad exclaimed. He realized that in the shattered void, two figures were as fast as lightning, constantly colliding with each other. This battle was earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, and then they each stood on one side. Only the great Tao continued to spread. The laws were still shattering. Dragon shadows circled under Lin Xian's feet, Qilin roared, and golden lotuses of the great Tao circled around him like a god. His aura was getting stronger. On the other side, the nine-headed Qilin stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood the combination of the nine-headed sky snake and Qilin. I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my attacks. I'm really surprised. I admit that I underestimated you before. Now, I'll reevaluate your strength. However, that's all. You're still no match for me. Nine-headed Qilin looked down from above, his eyes filled with confidence. Previously, he had already seen through the other party. Now, it was time for him to unleash his true killer move. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, the test was over. It was time for the real attack. He took a step forward and strode forward. Nine-headed Qilin snorted. What a joke, was the other party just testing him? He did not believe that the other party was just putting on an act. Soon, he would make the other party despair. On his body, a terrifying light revolved, and a terrifying law spread. Thousand Beast Fist, nine-headed Qilin attacked, and a terrifying light covered the sky. A terrifying demonic aura shook the nine heavens. This was a peerless fist technique. With one punch, it was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The power was much stronger than before. On the other side, Lin Xian roared as well. Every move he made had an aura of supremacy. He was going to fight with force. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now, he was going to attack. He also threw out a punch, and the terrifying aura caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, the beasts all wailed. This punch was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was already strong. With this breakthrough, his combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed. The terrifying aura of the great Tao spread. When Toad saw it, he was shocked. These two people were really something. He did not know who would win. That kid probably did not use his full strength. He looked at Lin Xian. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Following that, the 10,000 beast phantasm was completely destroyed. A golden fist swept out in all directions. It charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. What was going on? His 1,000-beast fist was broken by the other party. Was this really unbelievable? Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? This was the other party's true strength. This person was indeed strong. No wonder he could defeat Lei Zhen and the first prince. But so what? He was not comparable to the other two. 1,000-beast fist. Wang Hu. With a roar, 10,000 beasts gathered. Great Tao surged, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced murderously. The ferocious tiger was a killing move of the 10,000 beast fist. Go to hell, he believed that this attack would definitely be able to kill his opponent. Seriously injuring the other party was not a problem at all. The ferocious tiger turned into a peerless wild beast, pouncing towards Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. His entire body tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xian's aura erupted. Endless black laws filled his hand, forming a long blade of death that he grasped. The saber slashed down. Between heaven and earth, black torrents and terrifying storms swept through. Boom! Boom! The peerless great desolate and ferocious beast howled in agony as it was split into two. The black saber light once again shot towards the 9 Qilins. How could this be? 9-headed Qilin was truly shocked this time. Even the killing move of his fist technique couldn't do anything to the other party. What was that black saber in the other party's hand? Was it a top-notch saint artifact? Why did it feel so cold? 10,000 beast fist, black tortoise. He struck out with his fist technique again. This time, the endless laws on his body formed a huge tortoise shell that blocked the shocking attack. This was a defensive fist technique, and black tortoise was a defensive technique. He was confident that the other party would definitely not be able to break through his defense. As expected, the black saber slashed down and made a clanging sound. Then, countless cracks appeared and shattered on the ground. Humph! The corners of 9-headed Qilin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was just as he had expected. However, his expression soon changed. The black saber light did not completely disappear. Instead, it circled around him and even entered his body. He felt that his vitality had instantly decreased, and his qi and blood were about to dry up. The huge illusory figure behind him also became dim. Damn it, what's going on? 9-headed Qilin's hair stood on end. At this moment, he finally screamed. This law could deprive him of his vitality. Damn it, he was too careless. If it was an ordinary law attack, he would be fine if he blocked it. However, this special law ignored his defense. Damn it. He was furious. The Qilin fire. The flames that belonged to the Qilin bloodline on his body jumped and began to burn the black aura. This bloodline flame was terrifying as it burned away all the death aura. However, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. Instead, it became gloomier. Previously, he knew that Lin Xian had a strong physique and possessed the 5 elemental laws. Lin Xian also had terrifying sword techniques. He was confident that he could block all of these. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a death law. This was completely out of his expectations. In his carelessness, he was injured. You're only SOSO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen and the others, but not by much. You're still not my match. Lin Xian said coldly. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was not afraid of anything. You're arrogant enough to compete with me, but you can't imagine my means. I'll make you despair next. 9-headed Qilin's expression was cold as he walked over again. Terrifying flames appeared on his body, leaping and dancing. This was the Qilin fire. It was extremely bright. At this moment, he was like a fire god. The aura on his body became incomparably violent. Forming a hand seal, a fire Qilin flew out from 9-headed Qilin's palm. It had a monstrous aura that shook heaven and earth. In the distance, the toad who was watching the battle was also shocked. Damn, this is the flame of the Qilin bloodline. This guy's bloodline power is really shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was not afraid of any of 9-headed Qilin's flames. However, he did not use the 9 Suns' divine fire. Instead, he mobilized it again. The death law condensed and formed a black Qilin that ran between heaven and earth. The fire Qilin fought against the black Qilin. The two Qilin's superpowers clashed. They fought non-stop. It was as if two divine beasts were fighting. It was really terrifying, 9-headed Qilin sneered. Some poisonous snake phantoms appeared in his embroidered robe and instantly disappeared into the void. This kind of small movement, under such a violent light, could not be discovered at all. The fire Qilin and the black Qilin fought until blood flowed like a river. It was shocking to see them disappear at the same time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. However, at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that a few snake phantoms had suddenly appeared beside him and coiled around him. On the other side, 9-headed Qilin laughed loudly. Kid, go to hell. This is the sky snake phantom. You can't stop it. A total of 3 snakes coiled around each other and completely bound Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shook and a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. However, the three snakes did not break. They were abnormally soft and changed as Lin Xian's power shook. In the end, they blocked the shaking. Nine-headed Qilin laughed again. Useless kid, you can't break it. With that, he waved his hand and the three snakes attacked. One went for Lin Xian's throat, while the other went for Lin Xian's heart. This was a sure kill. It was vicious and did not hesitate at all. Boom. Boom, boom. Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Lin Fan was dead for sure. He would tear Lin Fan's body into pieces. Then, he would let the sky snakes eat Lin Fan's body. However, he was soon stunned. There was a sound of metal clashing in front of him, followed by a thunderous explosion. How could this be? Nine-headed Qilin's eyes widened. The sky snakes could not break Lin Fan's body. Is this your trump card? Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can restrain me? Break it, he roared, and his body shone brightly. As his divine body opened and closed, endless flames burned. The two heavenly snakes could not withstand this attack, and they kept rolling around. Although they were like water and could withstand any attack, there was a limit to it. In front of absolute power, the two sky snakes could not withstand it and were torn into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and charged towards Nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's face changed. Lin Fan's body and power were beyond his imagination. He was shocked that Lin Fan could tear the sky snakes to pieces. But so what? His face was cold. Kid, do you think you have one? Now is the time for you to die. Go to hell. At this moment, only one of the three sky snakes was left. Once again, it bit towards Lin Xian. It could not withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he revolved his body for 9 days. However, at this moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the heavenly snake wasn't attacking his body, but his soul. Boy, are you surprised? Not only can my heavenly snake devour your body, it can also devour your soul. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? Can you withstand it? Once again, he laughed out loud with pride. Lin Xian's soul had indeed been attacked, and he had sustained some injuries. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Soul attack? You are the one who does not know your place. Lin Fan activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and a golden light appeared. At the same time, terrifying flames swept across the sky and Lin Xian covered the sky. He did it so that the other party wouldn't see what he was doing. After blocking the other party's line of sight, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes to attack the heavenly snake. Sky Snake was being controlled. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The other party had used a despicable method to sneak attack him. Now, he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The flames that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood there motionless. A heavenly snake coiled around his body, hissing. Success, the nine-headed unicorn smirked coldly. It seemed like the other party's soul had been devoured. Humph, fighting with him? You're courting death. He strode forward, preparing to take Lin Xian's ring of holding and the secrets inside of him. When the toad saw this scene, it exclaimed, "Damn, is the battle over? Was that kid actually killed? Damn it, is the soul his weakness? No, I have to escape." The toad was about to escape, but Whitey slapped it twice. Squeak, don't run. The nine-headed unicorn had already arrived beside Lin Xian. He reached out a hand and covered Lin Xian's body. What, Lin Woody? You're just SOSO. You're too inexperienced to fight with me. From now on, you'll have nothing to do with this world. The nine-headed unicorn was very happy to have dealt with a powerful enemy. However, in the next moment, he screamed and retreated, holding his head. Damn it, how is this possible? How dare you hurt me? He was shocked. The one who attacked him was none other than his heavenly snake. What was going on? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. At this moment, the motionless Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. How was it? Did it feel good to be ambushed? You're not dead. The nine-headed unicorn screamed. His handsome face was filled with shock. He was too shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian's soul devoured? Lin Xian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He sneered. Do you really think that a mere heavenly snake can kill me? What a joke. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. Not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he also controlled his heavenly snake and even injured him. This method was too shocking. He felt cold all over. This kind of feeling was really too bad. Previously, he thought that he had everything under control and could see through Lin Xian. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He couldn't see through him at all. He didn't even know if that was Lin Xian's final trump card. Boom! Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he saw a fist that was as big as a mountain coming towards him. Boom! He was sent flying. The huge force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He roared, and his eyes shone with incomparable light. Demonic chi swirled around him, and terrifying magical laws shot out in all directions to block the incoming fist. At the same time, he also attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying attack. The two of them exchanged blows again and fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The toad originally wanted to escape, but it stopped and looked shocked. Lin Xian didn't die? Lin Xian was so powerful. Xiao Bai also heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian lose? The two of them watched the battle again. The nine-headed unicorn roared crazily. Just a moment ago, he had received thousands of attacks. Those punches made his body numb. He fought back crazily and used the black tortoise fist. However, Lin Xian was not only strong, but also had the death laws. He could only use the Qilin fire to defend himself. He didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he activated the heavenly snake bloodline and attacked. Lin Xian was using the death laws. As a member of the heavenly snake bloodline, he must have the poison laws too. Therefore, he used some poison to invade Lin Xian's body. Let's see who will die first. However, what shocked him was that after his poison dissolved into Lin Xian's body, it was silent. Lin Xian was not affected at all. How was that possible? Even a level 5 sage would die when the poison entered his body. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. It was enough to destroy everything. A mere poison was nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it entered his body, it was smashed to pieces by the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Lin Xian punched the black tortoise seal. Immediately, cracks appeared on it. Then, he used another 100,000 attacks to break through Lin Xian's defense. He kicked Lin Xian's chin. There was a loud bang. The nine-headed unicorn flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chin was completely smashed and his flesh was mangled. Damn it, how did this happen? Nine-headed Qilin was stunned and the pain was driving him crazy. Lin Xian succeeded in one attack and attacked aggressively. His terrifying power completely enveloped nine-headed Qilin. Then, a miserable cry was heard. Nine-headed Qilin fell to the ground. His body was in tatters and his blood dyed the ground red. He was seriously injured. Toad's eyes bulged when he saw this scene. No way, this kid is too strong. Based on his previous analysis, the two of them should be evenly matched in a fierce battle. But now, Lin Xian was getting braver and braver as he fought. Nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured. Nine-headed Qilin and nine-headed Sky Snake, how could he be in such a miserable state? You're only SOSO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen, but you're still no match for me. Lin Xian's mental state was cold and his eyes were filled with a biting cold radiance. He walked forward. Ah! He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. His long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't accept that he had lost. Everyone knew that he was a lofty figure, and believed himself to be one of the strongest among the chief disciples. But now, he had lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a newly promoted chief disciple and his cultivation was far inferior to his. This kind of defeat made him feel ashamed and humiliated. Lin Wudi, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Nine-headed Qilin stood up and roared crazily. His bloodline circulated and his broken wounds healed quickly. Soon, he was as good as new. Not only that, but the aura on his body had also become even more tyrannical. He was truly a super powerhouse. He was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. Lin Xian was expressionless and his eyes flickered. He knew that those injuries couldn't kill nine-headed Qilin. But so what? If he couldn't do it once, he would do it twice. He would definitely kill nine-headed Qilin. Why, do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Dao flower to me. I'll consider cutting off 8 of your heads and sparing your life. Reckless thing, I will make you regret it. Nine-headed Qilin roared and took out a fiery red treasure bottle. This was a treasure that had flown out of the Roland's golden palace. He had used his strength to snatch it. This was his trump card. At this moment, he was finally going to use it. The fiery red precious bottle was sparkling and translucent, carrying resplendent multicolored light, as if it was forged from immortal gold. The laws on it circulated, shaking the world. If other level 5 sages saw this, they would probably tremble in fear. A high-grade saint artifact. A true high-grade saint artifact. It was much stronger than the one Lei Zhen had used before. Moreover, there were no restrictions on its usage. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Kid, go to hell. The vase tilted down. Countless laws intertwined and flew out from the bottle. Each law was a sword chi. The nomological laws that filled the sky poured down in torrents. Endless sword light surged between heaven and earth. What do you have to fight me? No one under the minor saint realm would be able to withstand such a terrifying strike. The other party was definitely going to die. Buzz, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He circulated the energy in his body and took out the Great Destruction Spear. The law of death was also circulated to the extreme. Black laws were attached to heaven and earth. Especially the Great Destruction Spear, it was incomparably black. It was like the murderous weapon of the devil world, carrying a monstrous killing intent. The long spear vibrated, destroying everything. The great dragon sword spirit in his body also surged. With a loud boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sword chi was instantly shattered. At this moment, the killing intent was soaring. Countless laws were shattered. Endless black death chi sank between heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. His opponent could even withstand such an attack. Damn it. Could it be that he also has a high-grade artifact in his hand? Kill, he roared furiously. Thousands of laws formed an even more terrifying law light sword and slashed at Lin Xian. This time, the power was even stronger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rushed over and opened his great gate. Endless black laws turned into chains and swept toward the nine-headed Qilin. Once again, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. Boom boom boom, the situation did not change just because nine-headed Qilin took out a high-grade artifact. He was defeated again. In fact, he was defeated even more miserably. His body was destroyed by Lin Xian. Nine-headed Qilin was completely mad. After he took out his trump card, he was defeated even faster. How could this be? He could not believe it. I'm going to kill you. He took out his second treasure. In the battle between so many top disciples and elites, nine-headed Qilin was able to snatch 2 treasures. This was enough to show that he was powerful. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. You've already lost. I'll finish you off today. The power of the great dragon sword spirit flowed out completely and poured into his body. It even coiled around the great destruction spear. With one strike, black demonic chi filled the heaven and earth. The power of this strike was much stronger than before. It caused the high-grade sacred artifact to tremble. Before the second treasure could appear, nine-headed Qilin was sent flying. He vomited blood again. His body that had just healed was shattered again. Lin Xian's strike succeeded and he continued to attack. Endless laws of death condensed into a death demonic saber with the aura of the dragon soul. It condensed inside, causing the death demonic saber to have a soul. Wherever the saber went, it would split the heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's scalp went numb and he kept dodging. The void shattered and he was sent flying again. There were more laws of death on his body, making him feel cold all over. His life was draining away quickly. He could not believe it. How could this be? How could he end up like this? Before entering, he had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought of such a possibility. Run, nine-headed Qilin quickly flew away, wanting to escape. Now, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He wanted to escape. He turned into a stream of light and fled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave? The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the Roland's gold palace. Nine-headed Qilin had two powerful bloodlines, a strong physique, and vigorous life force. Even so, he was beaten badly. It was extremely miserable. He desperately wanted the Roland's palace to open so that he could escape. He did not know if it was his good luck or his thoughts that moved the heavens. The Roland's palace opened again. It was a good chance. Nine-headed Qilin was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushed toward the exit. Outside the Roland's palace, the crowd waited patiently. This time, the Golden Crow Prince was extremely powerful. It was finally his turn. He had to go in. The others were also nervous. Nine-headed Qilin had stayed inside for such a long time. It seemed that he had succeeded. He might have killed the powerful existence inside. The people from Thousand Monster City were even more pleased with themselves. Humph, what powerful guardian beast. What Lin Wudy. Everything will turn to dust before our chief disciple. The first prince's face darkened and Lei Zhen vomited blood. Damn it, did the nine-headed Qilin succeed? They could not believe it. The people from Wushuang City were nervous. Even Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others frowned. The situation was not good. Morong Qingqing was worried that Lin Xian was in danger. She decided to rush in and take a look. I'll hold back the Golden Crow Prince. You go in later. Li Hongxiu walked over and said. Morong Qingqing nodded. All right, thanks a lot. The two girls were ready to attack. The others were also ready to attack. The Golden Crow Seventh Prince sneered. Whoever dares to snatch my spot, I'll tear them to pieces. Everyone was terrified. Some of the experts retreated, not daring to provoke the Golden Crow Prince. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu flew out. They were ready to give it their all. However, when the Roland's palace opened, the situation inside was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Morong Qingqing, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others were stunned. They saw a figure rush out of the Roland's golden palace after it opened. Isn't that the nine-headed Qilin? Everyone screamed. They realized that it was indeed the nine-headed Qilin. However, what shocked them was that the nine-headed Qilin was not in a good condition. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. No way, the nine-headed Qilin was injured. And he was seriously injured. Heavens, who was it that injured him? Could there really be a peerless guardian beast in the Roland's palace? These people had gone crazy. The first prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Lei Zhen also stood up. They had mixed feelings. For one, they were taking joy in other people's misfortune. Even someone as powerful as the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured just like them. At the same time, they were terrified. Was it Lin Wudy who did it? Was he that powerful? The others were in an uproar. Everyone in Demon City had gone crazy. Young master. They screamed crazily. How could this be? They simply couldn't accept the fact that the nine-headed Qilin was beaten up so miserably. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not attack again. Instead, they smiled. It seemed that the kid wasn't in any danger. Older brother Xian, it shouldn't be a problem. The two retreated, and no one attacked again. The Golden Crow Seventh Prince was also stunned. To be honest, even he acknowledged the strength of the nine-headed Qilin. However, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the nine-headed Qilin. But now, the nine Qilins were in an incomparably sorry state. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. What was inside the Roland's golden palace? Could it be that there was really a peerless demonic beast guarding it? For a moment, he did not dare to enter rashly. Let's go, the young master is coming out. The people of the demon city prepared to receive them. The others were even more curious. This time, they had to find out what was inside. However, they were soon dumbfounded. That was because they saw a pitch-black palm that blotted out the sky and directly enveloped the nine-headed Qilin. Then, it grabbed him and dragged him back. What's going on? Can't the nine-headed Qilin escape? Oh heavens, he was dragged back again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the demon city screamed. No. Young master, damn it, hurry up and save the young master. The demon race powerhouses attacked crazily. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. However, they were all sent flying back. The golden palace emitted a mysterious aura, forming an endless golden law that swept through everything. They couldn't enter. The demon race powerhouses had all gone crazy. The others also gasped. What was going on? Why couldn't they enter? Could it be because the nine-headed Qilin didn't come out? The nine-headed Qilin was also screaming crazily. He was about to go crazy. The way out was right in front of him. He could have gone out easily, but he was dragged back by the other party. Damn you, Lin Wudy, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, the demon city will tear you into pieces. Bam, he roared crazily, but what answered him was a fist. His jaw was broken and his teeth flew everywhere. He couldn't even speak clearly. The people outside were all stunned. What was going on? Lin Wudy, it was Lin Wudy again. Could it be that the nine-headed forest was fighting Lin Wudy? No way. Could it be that Lin Wudy injured the nine-headed Qilin? They were all crazy. They couldn't accept it at all. They could understand if there were powerful guardian beasts in the Golden Palace. After all, how could such a mysterious palace not have powerful guardians? However, if it was Lin Wudy, they couldn't understand it at all. How did the other party get in? Moreover, the other party's strength was too strong. Just as everyone was puzzled, they finally saw a figure walking out of the black light that filled the sky. He sent the nine-headed Qilin flying with a punch. His power was incomparably shocking. It was Lin Wudy. Countless people cried out at this moment. It was Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing smiled. Li Hongshou also said, it's really that kid. In Wushuang City, the dark red divine dragon, the North Demon, and the others also screamed. Damn, when did this kid enter? The others went crazy. Lin Wudy was incomparably powerful. Was he beating up the nine-headed Qilin? They felt like they were dreaming. At the same time, they looked at the first prince and Lei Zhen. Could it be that the two of them were also defeated by Lin Wudy? This Lin Wudy was too heaven-defying, wasn't he? Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martial artists of the demon city roared crazily. Damn Lin Wudy, let go of our young master. If you dare to attack again, I will definitely tear you into pieces. I will teach you and the people of Wushuang City. I will kill all of you and make you unable to reincarnate forever. They were really mad. However, when Lin Xian heard such a threat, he attacked even more ruthlessly. He chased after the nine-headed Qilin crazily. The nine-headed Qilin was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. His bones flew everywhere. All kinds of miserable scenes played out in front of everyone. Stop. We admit our mistakes, okay? The experts of the demon city saw that their threats were unsuccessful and started to beg for mercy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was strong. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he killed the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, the nine-headed Qilin's life force was too strong. He had hit it so many times. An ordinary level 5 sage would have been killed several times. He couldn't be any more dead. However, the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured. It was very difficult to kill him. Especially the vital parts, which the nine-headed Qilin had narrowly avoided. However, he still managed to grab the opportunity. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the nine-headed Qilin's heart and tore half of his body apart. Blood splattered everywhere, piercing through everything. Ah! The people outside were stunned. The nine-headed Qilin was actually split apart. It was too unbelievable. The people of the demon city were so frightened that they roared crazily. Some of them even fainted. Ah! Nine-heads Qilin roared. His handsome face was now extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged. He was no longer a handsome man, but transformed into his true form. The 9 heads of the Qilin danced in the air, looking extremely ferocious. Even though they were so far away, the experts in the distance were still shocked. 9 heads Qilin had transformed into his true form. Oh God, he was really angry. Transforming into your true form? Then you're courting death. 9 heads Qilin's true form was too big. Lin Xian used him as a target and smashed him again. 9 heads Qilin screamed and transformed back into his human form. Everyone was terrified. 9 heads Qilin was at his wit's end. 9 heads Qilin felt extremely aggrieved. He had never been oppressed like this in his life. Lin Wudi, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll tear you into pieces. 9 heads Qilin activated his bloodline and took out the great Dao treasure bottle. Countless swords of laws flew out and pierced through everything. He tore open a crack and prepared to escape. You want to leave? Go to hell. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He would never let 9 heads Qilin escape. He raised the death demonic saber and the great dragon sword soul appeared and merged with the death demonic saber. A dragon roar was heard as if the demonic dragon had awakened. When the saber slashed down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many of the people outside fell to their knees. Some of the experts even screamed. Even Lei Zhen, the first prince, the Golden Crow Prince, and the other top disciples narrowed their eyes. What kind of saber was that? It seemed to be able to destroy everything. The aura of death on the saber was too strong. No. The people of Demon City roared crazily. 9 heads Qilin also screamed. He tried his best to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all. The death demonic saber slashed through his body. It took away all of his life force. Even his soul was destroyed by the terrifying energy of the great dragon sword soul. 9 heads Qilin's corpse fell from the golden palace. Lin Xian held the death demonic saber in his hand. He was extremely powerful. This scene shocked everyone. Young master. The people from the 1,000 Demon City rushed forward as if they had gone mad and caught the corpse. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian, their eyes spitting fire. Damn it. Damn it. A few people wanted to step forward, but in the end, they were killed by Lin Xian with a single slash. Too strong, these people frantically retreated. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as powerful as the 9-headed Qilin was killed. They all looked in the direction of the demon city. The great demon of the 1,000 Demon City held the corpse and cried hysterically. Even his eyes were bleeding. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light appeared on the 9-headed Qilin's body. Immediately after, the mysterious laws of heaven and earth filled the air as an illusory figure appeared. Qilin body, 9 heads. One of the heads suddenly shattered. At the same time, the 9-headed Qilin had completely awakened. His battered body recovered once again. In the next moment, it was as good as new. His closed eyes also opened. The terrifying light was like the light of a sword, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Wudi, I won't rest until you know what's going on. He stood up and roared madly. He didn't die? The surrounding powerhouses and skyprides of the holy city were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Prince and the others were also shocked. Rumor had it that the 9-headed Qilin had 9 heads, which was equivalent to 9 lives. It was practically immortal. Now it seemed that the legend was true. Morong Qingqing also frowned. This person's bloodline was too extraordinary. Li Hongxiu and the others were also surprised. Great, the young master didn't die. The people of the 1,000 Demon City heaved a sigh of relief, but they still gritted their teeth. The 9-headed Qilin stood in the sky with an unusually cold expression. Behind him, the illusory figure was already missing a head. This made his heart bleed. He didn't die? How magical. Is this the 9-headed sky snake? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The vitality of the other party was beyond his imagination. It was practically immortal. However, the other party was not truly immortal. He looked down and sneered. Are you not convinced? Come up and fight me. Today, I'll cut off all 9 of your heads. Wherever the long saber went, the void shattered. The powerful genius of the fourth week felt his scalp go numb. Is this Lin Wuti? He's too strong. He actually forced the nine-headed Qilin to such a state. Young master, you can't. The monsters of the Thousand Demon City hurriedly persuaded him. It was obvious that Lin Wuti was extremely powerful now. Wherever he went, the nine-headed Qilin would not be able to defeat him. If he went up again, he would just be throwing his life away. The nine-headed Qilin's face was also gloomy. Damn it, damn it. When had he ever been afraid, but now, he really did not dare to attack anymore. The next time I see you, I'll personally take your head and make you suffer a fate worse than death. He turned around and left in big strides. The people of the Thousand Demon City also said, just you wait, Lin Wuti. This is not over. They hurriedly followed the nine-headed Qilin. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. This is a grudge between me and you. If anyone dares to implicate my friends and fellow sect members, I'll kill them all. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. At the end of his sentence, an endless aura of death spread and swept around. Everyone felt that their lives were about to be taken away and their scalps went numb. The people of the Thousand Demon City also had ugly expressions. Damn it, how dare he threaten them? The nine-headed Qilin left and so did the people of the Thousand Demon City. The surroundings were completely silent. Previously, these people had wanted to break their heads to enter the Golden Palace. But now, no one dared to move. This was because there was a godlike existence standing at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Damn it. Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others' faces were incomparably cold. The Golden Crow Prince's face was even more solemn. He stood there without saying a word. Lin Xian's gaze swept across and looked at him. You're the seventh Golden Crow Prince, right? Come and die. Boom, the crowd was in an uproar. They really did not dare to believe it. Heavens, is Lin Wuti going to challenge the Golden Crow Prince this time? This is too crazy. First, he defeated the nine-headed Qilin. Now, he's going to attack the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was also facing a great enemy. They all rushed over and surrounded the Golden Crow Prince. One of them shouted angrily. You dare to challenge us? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I won't kill all of you from Wushuang City? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a deathly saber light slashed across and directly split the Golden Crow tribe elite into two halves. It also took away his life force. The severed body fell and the huge corpse shattered the mountains and rivers. Lin's soul fled in panic and the starry sky trembled. How dare you destroy my body? He was really stunned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've said it before. If you have the ability, you can attack me. Who dares to attack my friends and fellow sect members? I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Do you think I'm joking? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and a golden light blade shot out. It directly shredded the soul into pieces. With a blood-curdling scream, the divine soul of one of the Golden Crow tribe's experts was extinguished. You're courting death. The Golden Crow tribe elites were completely enraged. Lin Xian had actually killed one of their elites in front of them. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. Lin Wuti was too powerful. Yes, they must not attack Peerless City again. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was especially so for those who had attacked Peerless City previously. Their legs were trembling and they wanted to run away right now. Do you really think you're invincible? At this moment, the Golden Crow Prince stood out. The divine fire on his body was raging, his golden hair danced wildly, and a pair of golden wings covered the sky. You'll know whether I'm invincible or not when we fight. Lin Xian raised the death demonic blade again. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm not in the right state to fight today. The Golden Crow Prince said. The surrounding people's blood boiled. They thought they could see a shocking battle, but the Golden Crow Prince's words almost made them vomit blood. Not in the right state? Not in the right state to fight, liar my ass, who was the one who was so arrogant and said that he wanted to get an extra slot. He even threatened the others so that the other experts did not dare to attack. but now he had the cheek to say that he was not in the right state. Feeling the disdainful gazes of the surrounding people, the Golden Crow Prince's face turned red. The Golden Crow Prince gritted his teeth. He was about to go crazy. However, he had to say that. Because he realized that even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's last attack was too terrifying. Lin Xian laughed out loud after hearing that. Not in the right state? What a joke. Lin Xian was obviously afraid and did not dare to fight with him. What Golden Crow Prince? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. How dare you call yourself a genius? I think you're not even as good as Lei Zhen. Lin Xian's words made the Golden Crow Prince vomit blood. On the other side, Lei Zhen also vomited blood. What did Lin Xian mean? Why did he snatch the slot for no reason? Damn it, just you wait. Wait for me for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. No one had ever dared to look down on him like that. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed. Alright, I'll wait for you for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll take your head. The Golden Crow Prince also left, leaving behind a 3-month agreement. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the Golden Crow Prince was no match for him. One had to know that the Golden Crow Prince was extremely arrogant and didn't care about anything. If he had the strength, he would have killed his opponent immediately. But now, the other party wanted to delay for 3 months. This meant that the other party had no confidence in being able to defeat the other party. Lin Wuti was really too strong. One man could hold the pass against 10,000. The others naturally didn't dare to go either. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He saw Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and even Ruffian Long flying over. Come over here. Lin Xian waved at them. That's great. Dark Red Divine Dragon. The people of Peerless City flew over excitedly. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing also flew over. The others were envious. Was he going to enter the Golden Palace under the protection of Lin Xian? What was in the Golden Palace? They realized that Lin Xian's strength had become much stronger than before. Could it be because of the Golden Palace? Morong Qingqing and the others arrived outside the Golden Palace and were about to enter. However, there was a change in the Golden Palace. The golden law above formed a light screen that blocked them. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. Morong Qingqing and the others stopped. The Dark Red Divine Dragon shouted. Damn, it can't be. He swung his dragon tail and slapped it, making a loud sound. However, he couldn't break the golden law at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He also swung his blade. The death demonic blade surged in the palace. The terrifying blade light slashed on it. A terrifying power spread, and the golden light screen kept fluctuating. However, it didn't break. This made him frown even more. Was the Golden Palace about to close? Lin Xian also frowned. The surrounding people were in despair. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that only Lin Xian could stay in the Golden Palace? This was a piece of despairing news for everyone. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was abnormally deep and old. 3 months later, the Golden Palace would be fully opened. At that time, everyone could enter. Before that, the Golden Palace would be sealed. When these words came out, everyone gasped. 3 months later, the Golden Palace would be fully opened. This was really good news. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Was there someone else in the depths of the Golden Palace? Other than Lin Wuti, there was someone else inside. Who was it? Was it an outsider like them, or was it an original existence of the Golden Palace? The Dark Red Divine Dragon and the others were also shocked. Lin Xian could tell that it was He Shan's voice. Could it be that he had discovered something inside? Qingqing, come back in 3 months. You have to make good use of these 3 months. Bronze Gate. There are many treasures inside that will definitely allow your strength to undergo a drastic change. I know, Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing nodded. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and the others also looked serious. Lin Xian looked at Li Hongxiu. Oh right, I have something to ask you. What is the pilgrim role? You don't know? Li Hongxiu was shocked. I haven't been in the holy city for long. Most of the time I was outside. I really don't know. If I didn't meet some experts under the pilgrim roll, I really wouldn't know. Li Hongxiu said that the pilgrim roll was a list. The people on it were extremely terrifying. Currently, there were a total of 7 people on the pilgrim roll. These 7 people were all top experts. Their strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing the chief disciple. Their cultivation base had also reached the small saint realm. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Small Saint, Lin Xian was shocked. How did they get in? One should know that there were restrictions on the Destiny Star. Small saints were not allowed to enter. Li Hongxiu said that they had suppressed their cultivation base. Currently, their cultivation base was suppressed to the late or peak of the 5th heaven. That was why they could enter. Your senior brother Fu Hongye and Huang San, whose clone you killed, were all on the pilgrim roll in the previous generation. This batch is the new pilgrim roll prodigies. They are very strong. Also, be careful. There is also an expert from the Great Desolate Mansion among them. You killed Huang San's clone. If he meets you, he will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He said, "All right, I understand. Hurry up and go to the Bronze Gate. When the Golden Palace opens, we will kill everyone together." Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, the dark red divine dragon, and the people of Peerless City left. They had to make good use of the 3 months to cultivate. Lin Xian also returned to the Roland's palace. The Golden Palace closed again. Let's go. Lei Zhen soared into the sky. The first prince also left with his people. They had to make a breakthrough in 3 months. They would definitely take revenge. Everyone left. The Golden Palace floated in the sky. It was silent all around. As for this news, it began to spread. The people on the Heavenly Fate planet were shocked when they heard the news. They couldn't believe it. Lei Zhen had been defeated, the first prince of the New Moon race had been defeated, the 9-headed Qilin had been decapitated, the Golden Crow Prince had retreated without a fight. The news was like a clap of thunder that left them dumbfounded. These people were all famous experts, and they were all chief disciples. They were so strong that no one could compare to them. They were probably the strongest people below the pilgrim ranking. Moreover, it was rumored that these people had a high chance of making it to the pilgrim ranking once they left. But now, these people had been defeated. Moreover, they had been defeated by the same person. And that person was Lin Wudi, an extremely young chief disciple. What was even more shocking was that he was only at the 4th level. Was this guy going to defy the heavens? Was there no one among the chief disciples who could suppress him? He was too strong. He was the strongest among the chief disciples. Everyone was shocked. However, there were also people who snorted. Being the strongest was too exaggerated. Although Lei Zhen and the others had been defeated, it was only 4 chief disciples. There were many people from the holy city who had entered this time, and there were many chief disciples as well. It was just that they hadn't met the other chief disciples yet. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would win. That's right. It was said that the chief disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion had become stronger and was seeking revenge. There were other experts who were also very strong. Moreover, they had lived for thousands of years and were very experienced. Lin Wudi might not be able to stop them. Furthermore, the 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others were all top talents. Once they were given the chance, their strength would definitely break through. At that time, they might even be able to kill Lin Wudi. Now that you mention it, there really was one. The Golden Crow Prince had issued a challenge. He would fight Lin Wudi to the death in 3 months. Moreover, it was said that the mysterious Golden Palace would be fully opened in 3 months. At that time, anyone would be able to enter. Hurry up and prepare. We have to go. Even if we can't get the treasure, we have to watch the shocking battle. The people who had entered were all excited. In the depths of the Heavenly Fate planet, the mysterious existences on the pilgrim ranking had also heard the news. This guy was interesting. He had defeated Lei Zhen. He even chopped off one of the heads of the 9-headed Qilin. Some people exclaimed in admiration, but of course, there were also people who snorted coldly in disdain. This brat was too arrogant, occupying the entire Roland's golden palace by himself. Although we won't go to Roland's golden palace, we definitely won't let her succeed. Young master, why don't we go teach him a lesson? Several figures flashed out from the Great Desolation Mansion's side. There was a glimmer of light in their eyes, but hidden deep within them was a burning passion. The few people on the pilgrim roll didn't go to the Roland's palace because they had better opportunities. These followers, on the other hand, were extremely jealous of the Roland's palace. Now, if they could teach Lin Wude a lesson, then they could conveniently enter the Golden Palace and perhaps obtain a heaven-defying fortune. Alright, go. The Great Desolate Mansion expert waved his hand. His 3 subordinates were overjoyed. Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely let that brat know how powerful we are. The figure in front said, don't make a move yet. Let my younger brother make a move first. Since he dared to provoke our Great Desolate Mansion, we will definitely kill him. All you need to do is to protect him from the shadows. Yes, young master. We'll definitely complete the mission. The few of them quickly left. This person was called Yu Quan. His younger brother, Yu Yu, was the current chief disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion. He didn't even need to make a move against Lin Wude. His younger brother would be able to deal with him. The other factions also sent their subordinates to the Roland's Golden Palace to try their luck. At this moment, there was an undercurrent. Lin Xian returned to the Roland's Golden Palace and continued his cultivation. He and the Toad set off again to search for treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, most of the treasures were protected by array formations. They might not be able to break through in 3 months. They could only search for treasures that didn't have any defenses or comprehend some mystique laws. Apart from that, he also saw 5 large halls in the 5 regions of the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 large halls were currently sealed. However, an incomparably mysterious aura was emitted from within. These 5 large halls were extraordinary. However, they weren't opened yet. He wondered if it had anything to do with what would happen in 3 months. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He retreated. The only thing he could use now was the 2 great Dao Golden Lotuses on him. These 2 heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses allowed him to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at a very high efficiency. Therefore, he decided to enter seclusion for 3 months to comprehend the laws of death. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At this moment, the Destiny Star was moving. Everyone had started their journey a few days ago. They were madly rushing towards the Roland's Golden Palace. They knew that there was a great opportunity and a great battle that was about to break out. Lei Zhen walked out from one of the bronze doors. His aura was even more violent than before. It was obvious that he had obtained a great opportunity in the bronze doors in the past 3 months. At this moment, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Lin Wude, this is the time of your death. Lei Zhen was extremely confident. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. 9-headed Qilin walked out from another bronze door. At this moment, he had regained his composure once again. His aura was equally terrifying and stronger than before. It was obvious that 9-headed Qilin had also obtained a great opportunity. If you dare to take my life, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. 9-headed Qilin turned into a peerless divine beast and tore through the void. In a dilapidated ruin, a golden figure streaked through the void. It was a man with shoulder-length golden hair and a body like a true dragon. His entire body was covered in terrifying flames. He walked through the air and was extremely domineering. The 7th Golden Crow Prince. He had not been idle in the past 3 months. According to the information in their hands, he had investigated a broken ancient ruin. He had obtained a great opportunity from there, which greatly boosted his confidence. Lin Wude, 3 months have passed. I will take your head. The Golden Crow Prince streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. The first prince of the new moon race had also come out. His aura was even more mysterious than before. He also headed towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The 4 chief disciples had made their move. At the same time, the other prodigies also made their move. The Roland's Golden Palace, which was originally quiet and desolate, became incomparably lively once again. Countless experts from the sacred city and the major families had gathered here, each occupying a mountain. There was a lot of discussion. I wonder what will be inside the Roland's golden palace this time. Don't worry, we will know once we enter. I am more concerned about the battle. Who do you think will win the battle between the Golden Crow Prince and Lin Wuti? It should be Lin Wuti. After all, he was too strong previously. The moment he used the death demonic blade, he managed to kill the nine-headed Qilin. That's right. Lei Zhan and the Crown Prince of the New Moon race had also been defeated by him. Perhaps no one could suppress Lin Wuti. However, some people snorted. What do you know? You're too ignorant. As far as I know, the Golden Crow Prince, Lei Zhan, and the rest have been attacking with all their might. They either entered the Bronze Gate or the Primordial Ruin Garden. They're no longer the same as they were 3 months ago. Just wait and see. They'll definitely come out strong. Everyone was discussing intensely. At this moment, another stream of light flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. At first, it was still at the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. What followed was a monstrous sea of fire that shrouded everything. There were flames everywhere in the void as if they were going to burn everything. It was the Golden Crow Prince. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god, when did his aura become so strong? Some people were going crazy. They could clearly feel that the Golden Crow Prince's cultivation had become much more terrifying than before. It was obvious that he had improved. It was unbelievable. To be able to improve so much in just 3 months, he was indeed a top genius. Your Highness, the Golden Crow race's warriors quickly surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with excitement. That was great. Their Highness had become so strong. They would definitely not fight this battle. Hasn't the Roland's Golden Palace opened yet? The Golden Crow Prince stood in the void like a god of fire. He said coldly. An elite from the Golden Crow race beside him said, Your Highness, it hasn't opened yet. We'll probably have to wait for a few more days. All right. I'll let Lin Wuti live for a few more days. When the Roland's Golden Palace opened, it would be time for him to die. I'll let the world know who's the strongest. The Golden Crow Prince descended on a mountain peak. He was too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Previously, they thought that Lin Wuti would definitely win. But now, they were shaken. The Golden Crow Prince's strength had increased. They wondered how the others were doing. The people from the sacred city were also excited. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. A figure appeared in the sea of thunderbolts. Heavens, Lei Zhan, his aura had also become stronger. Everyone screamed. Those people from Thunder God City cheered. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's gaze was piercingly cold. It was as if an endless sea of fire was spreading. Thunder Zhan also shot out terrifying thunder and lightning that interweaved in the sky. I didn't expect you to break through as well. The Golden Crow Prince snorted. Lei Zhan's expression was ice cold. If you can't kill Lin Wuti at that time, then let me do it. I will personally send him to hell. It was another person looking for Lin Xian to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The Golden Crow 7th Prince said, You have no chance. He will die in my hands. Is that so? But I also want to fight. At this moment, another voice rang out. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of beasts cried out in unison, with the illusory image of the Qilin and the illusory image of the heavenly serpent circling around. A beautiful man descended from the sky. The 9-headed Qilin had also become stronger. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. As expected of the chief disciple. As long as he was given an opportunity, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Great, young master is here. The people from Thousand Demon City were also excited. Let's see how Lin Xian will die this time. Lin Wuti dared to kill me. I will make him suffer. I will torture him for 10,000 years. The 9-headed Qilin said coldly after arriving. He definitely won't be able to live. The Crown Prince had arrived. Those who had been defeated by Lin Xian before had all come. They had become stronger than before, and they carried with them supreme confidence. Lin Xian's fate seemed to have been decided while they were chatting. It's over. Lin Wuti is in danger. Yes, after provoking so many terrifying geniuses, he probably won't be able to sleep well in the future. The Golden Crow Prince was already so terrifying. With the nine-headed Qilin and the others, Lin Wuti's fate would be very miserable. Many people shook their heads. Some people sneered. Some people, such as Wushuang City and Aqua Sky City, were worried. The dark red divine dragon also had a solemn expression. Damn, how did these guys improve so quickly? I wonder if that kid obtained any heaven-defying opportunities in the Golden Palace? Morong Qingqing also frowned. Li Hongxiu said. Don't worry, nothing will happen to that kid. He might be able to beat these people away again. However, it's time for me to show my skills. I've encountered a few interesting opponents this time. Li Hongxiu's bloodline surged. As the daughter of a saint king, her strength didn't lose to these chief disciples. Other than these people, some powerful people appeared. Their strength and ostentatiousness were great, not weaker than the nine-headed Qilin and the Golden Crow Prince. For example, great desolate manner Zhiyu came. He was a man in black battle armor, heroic and extraordinary. After he arrived, he also attracted the attention of the Golden Crow Prince, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. This person's strength wasn't weaker than theirs. He was a peerless great enemy. In addition, there were a few mysterious figures hidden in the dark, standing in different places. Clearly, they belonged to different factions. Some of these people revealed themselves, releasing a wisp of aura that was shocking. Some hid themselves, but they were detected by some people, causing their scalps to go numb. They knew that this time, the Golden Palace had really attracted the attention of various factions. There would probably be a shocking battle. After another 3 days, the Golden Palace in front of them blossomed with incomparable brilliance. The huge golden door trembled and then slowly opened. The Golden Law was also withdrawn, no longer obstructing it. It opened, the Golden Palace opened. Everyone was incomparably excited. The Golden Crow Prince and the others also stood up, their gazes piercing through the sky. Had it finally opened? It was time to send that kid to hell. At the same time, in the depths of the Golden Palace, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Around him, there were terrifying demonic figures circling. His laws had also become more profound than before. Standing up, Lin Xian looked outside. Was it coming? A biting cold battle appeared in his eyes. This time, he wouldn't let the Golden Crow Prince off. Everyone was waiting for the Golden Law to completely disappear. The moment it disappeared, everyone moved. Charge quickly. Countless people quickly rushed in. Humph, the Golden Crow 7th Prince rushed in with the Golden Crow race's experts. The nine-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the first prince of the New Moon race also led their own people and quickly killed. Let's go. On the other side, Gao Yu led people into the sky. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing joined forces, leaping in the sky like fairies. On the other side, the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon also led the people of Peerless City in. At this moment, everyone was on the move. Was this the Golden Law? Great, they finally came in. The Golden Palace was incomparably huge. Even if everyone entered, it still seemed incomparably empty. In fact, everyone felt that it seemed to be a world of its own. Now that they could enter, they were so excited that they cried. Quickly search, where are the treasures? These people searched frantically. They discovered that the main hall was empty and extended in all directions. There were no treasures. Damn it, where are the treasures? Why isn't there a single one? Didn't they say that there were treasures everywhere? In their imagination, the Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. When they pushed open the door, they would see saint artifacts scattered all over the ground. All kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. However, they discovered that the situation was not like that at all. Some people screamed crazily. Could it be that Lin Wuti had obtained all the good things? It was possible that he had stayed inside for 3 months and couldn't snatch any treasures. Damn it, quickly find Lin Wuti and kill him. Yes, they had to make him hand over the treasures. He couldn't take them all for himself, these people's eyes were red. It was even more so for those holy cities. How could such a treasure trove be taken by one person alone? at this moment, they began to frantically search for Lin Xian all over the world. Not good, Brother Xian is in danger. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. Li Hongxiu also said, are these people crazy? The dark red divine dragon, northern demon, and the others also said, quickly find that kid and tell him not to show his face. At this moment, not only the Golden Crow Prince, but everyone's target had become Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many people. Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he went to the depths of the Golden Palace. He discovered that the 5 sealed halls had actually opened. Moreover, they were emitting a mysterious aura. He discovered that the aura emitted by each hall was different, as if they represented different laws. Inside, he discovered the Sky Hall, Earth Hall, Human Hall, Yin-Yang Hall, and All Life Hall. After Lin Xian carefully sensed it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This palace was truly extraordinary. Basically, it contained most of the nomological laws. Other than some extremely rare laws, all the other laws could be comprehended here. In other words, after entering, one could be tempered and improved. As expected, the opening of the 5 halls was inextricably linked to the Roland's Golden Palace. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned his head and looked ahead. Had they all entered? He could feel countless surging auras. It seemed like it was time to settle their grudges. He snorted coldly and decided to take the initiative to attack. Once he dealt with the Golden Crow Prince and the others, he would enter the 5 halls to cultivate. Outside, those people were frantically searching for treasures while searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts. All of a sudden, they froze. The reason for that was because they had discovered a figure walking out from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was that kid. Lin Wuti, did he finally dare to come out? At that instant, countless gazes were directed toward him. There were even some experts from the sacred city who rushed up and surrounded them. Lin Wuti, hand over the treasure. That's right. There are so many treasures in the Golden Palace. Do you want to take them all for yourself? Hurry up and hand them over, otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. These people's expressions were incomparably cold. Let's see who dares to make a move. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to boil. He rushed over. The northern demon also snorted coldly, and the illusion of a towering divine tree behind him emitted a terrifying aura. The people of Violet Water City and Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They drew their swords and sabers. We will advance and retreat together with senior brother Lin. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing came. Li Hongxiu also came. The 2 of them came to Lin Xian's side. At that moment, a group of experts stood around Lin Xian. It was a powerful force. It caused the expressions of those who had spoken arrogantly to change. Lin Wuti alone was already so strong, and now there were so many people. Especially Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. They had all seen their skills before. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. These people were facing a great enemy. Some even quietly retreated. Do you think you can survive just because someone is helping you? At that moment, Lei Zhen walked over with 10,000 lightning bolts. Today, you will definitely die. The 9 Qilins also stood out. The Crown Prince and the Golden Crow Prince also walked out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Kid, it's already March. Come and fight to the death. I will let you know that you are just an ant in front of me. Lin Xian looked around and then sneered. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. There were treasures, but most of them were sealed. Those who had the ability to break the seal themselves. How could it be possible to come in and pick up treasures? What kind of place do you think this is? Also, what I get is my business. Do you have the right to know? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his sentence, the black chains of law on his body rushed out with a monstrous aura of death, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. The surrounding people trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still did not dare to attack when they felt the cold aura on Lin Xian's body. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seeing these people retreat, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. Then, he looked at the Golden Crow Prince and the others. You're so arrogant now. Didn't you run away from me like a stray dog 3 months ago? Do you think 3 months can change anything? You're courting death. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. 3 months ago, leaving without a fight was a great humiliation to him. He did not allow others to mention it. Now, the other party was obviously provoking him. Kid, I wasn't in my best state last time. This time I will personally send you to hell. And us. Kid, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhan and the other two also stood out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. The 3 of you who have lost to me are not qualified for me to take action. I'll leave you to deal with the toad. He kicked the toad out of the cave. The toad cried out. Damn, kid, are you trying to trick me again? Then, he turned his head and looked at Lei Zhan, the first prince, and the others. How dare the 2 of you come back after being defeated by me? You were defeated by me before. Are you not convinced? Come and fight. This time I will teach you how to behave. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, what is the meaning of this? A toad jumping up and down dared to look down on Lei Zhan and the first prince. Did he have a death wish? However, Lei Zhan and the first prince's faces were terrifyingly dark. Their bodies began to tremble. Damn it, it's that toad again. This was the nightmare of their entire lives. That was because they had not been defeated by Lin Xian. Instead, they had been defeated by that toad. Damn toad, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhan and the first prince's voices were piercingly cold and murderous. The surrounding people were all stunned. What did this mean? Could it be that Lei Zhan and the first prince were defeated by this toad? They were all dumbfounded when they thought of that possibility. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Tips. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, tip. This was truly shocking news. These 2 people were both chief disciples. Losing to Lin Wudi was understandable, but losing to a toad, that was too unbelievable. That's right, they lost to me. Why? Is it shameful to lose to me? It's the honor of your life to be able to fight with me. The toad clamored. Lei Zhan and the crown prince were so angry that they were bleeding. The experts behind them were also in a frenzy. Impossible. Damn it, we don't believe it. Lin Xian's people were also dumbfounded. Oh my god, it can't be true. Morong Qingqing laughed, and Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. This kid is good, the dark red dragon roared. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. So these 2 trash were defeated by a toad. I'm dying of laughter. What toad? It's the wise and mighty Lord Toad. Although you're this kid's friends, if you dare to shout, I'll be angry. The toad jumped up and down. Xiaobai came over and slapped him, making him dizzy. Quiet, Ya, ignore him. I have a lot of spirit fruits here. Xiaobai took out the spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. Little guy, you're really reliable. The dark red dragon rushed over and laughed impatiently. He grabbed the spirit fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, he called out, don't be polite. We're on the same side. Hurry up and eat. Right, kid, I remember that. You still have some golden crow corpses. Take them out and we'll roast them. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, this is a life and death battle. You guys are making it seem like you're on vacation. Do you put the other experts in your eyes, especially this dragon, who wants to eat the golden crows? Isn't this provoking the Golden Crow Crown Prince? Sure enough, the Golden Crow Crown Prince couldn't take it anymore. He said, all of you, back off. I'll take his life. I've made an agreement with him 3 months ago. He took a step forward and the power in his body erupted. The surrounding people were all sent flying, coughing up blood. The 9-headed Qilin, the Crown Prince, Lei Zhan, and the others frowned, then they laughed. Alright, I'll let you do it then. Older brother Xian, be careful. His strength has become stronger than before, Morong Qingqing reminded him in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Qingqing, he isn't a match for me. After I kill him, I'll treat you to roasted golden crow. Lin Xian also strode forward in large strides. Everyone retreated, creating enough distance between them. Fortunately, the Roland's golden palace was extremely spacious, allowing them to observe the battle from a distance. Brat, go and die. The Golden Crow 7th Prince did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Because he really wanted to kill him. In an instant, his divine flame exploded. The entire sky was dyed red. A vast sea of fire swept out and rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light bloomed from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a quiet and handsome man into a domineering demon god. Aside from the 9 yang divine fire, there were also 2 types of law revolving around his body. One was the law of 5 forms, and the other was pitch black, the law of death. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward. Like a Kuan Peng, his speed was extremely fast. He left an afterimage in the world, causing most people to not be able to see him clearly before he arrived in front of his opponent. He tore apart the boundless flames, and a pitch-black hand slapped towards the Golden Crow 7th Prince. He was too strong and too confident. He actually wanted to kill the Golden Crow 7th Prince with one hand. Everyone was shocked. Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others also had cold expressions. Lin Wuti was too domineering and arrogant. The elegance that he displayed made them very uncomfortable. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was even more furious. No one dared to treat him like this. Especially now that his strength had increased greatly. A fiery red light bloomed in his eyes. He swept out his right hand and rushed towards the sky. It smashed open like the sun. A terrifying heat wave swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the Golden Crow flames collided with the pitch-black palm. The 2 of them had an apocalyptic confrontation. Terrifying laws danced in the air, and the world was filled with cracks. After that attack, the Golden Crow 7th Prince came out forcefully, and the Golden Crow fist swept in all directions. It had to be said that he was really too powerful. His entire body was filled with divine power. Kid, what do you have to fight with me? Behind him, there was a Golden Crow phantom that swept across the sky. You actually blocked it. It seems that your strength has increased in the past 3 months. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, you are too naive. You are still not my match. Lin Xian also came out forcefully, and all kinds of killing methods were endless. Boom. Boom, the 2 of them kept colliding, and all kinds of divine powers were released. The surrounding people were extremely terrified. It was too terrifying. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. Just the aftermath of this energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others also had solemn expressions. Could it be that Lin Wuti's strength had also increased? One had to know that the current Golden Crow 7th Prince was no longer the same as 3 months ago. His strength had increased greatly. To kill Lin Wuti, it should be a piece of cake. Why was it so difficult to separate them now? This made them shocked. It seemed that the other party's talent was not inferior to theirs. 3 months was enough for a huge change to happen. Such a peerless enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party would completely grow in the future. When he entered the Saint Venerable or Saint King realm, he would be a peerless enemy. Boom, at this moment, there was a violent vibration in front of them, which attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, they all screamed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' pupils shrank. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe screamed. This was impossible. It turned out that Lin Xian had attacked forcefully. His right hand was like a dragon, and it was like a pitch-black demonic dragon. It hit the other party's fist. It caused the Golden Crow 7th Prince's fist to shatter. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the bones were exposed. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was injured in a contest of physique. It was too unbelievable. That was a Golden Crow, whose body was like a real dragon and Qilin. His physique was unimaginably strong. Even so, he could not defeat Lin Wuti. Damn it, what kind of physique did this Lin Wuti have? How could he be so strong? It must be an extremely strong physique. It should be a divine physique of heaven and earth. It was too heaven-defying. This kind of physique was very difficult to cultivate. It was unbelievable that Lin Wuti could cultivate to such a level. The powerhouses of the sacred city exclaimed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not that good. Is this your strength? You can't be arrogant in front of me. I'll teach you how to roast today. Ah, the Golden Crow Prince felt humiliated. He roared at the sky, and his golden hair fluttered. An even more terrifying aura appeared. It spread out. Die. He opened his palms and 2 golden crows flew out. They were covered in blood-red runes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His opponent had activated his bloodline power. He snorted and moved. At the same time, he waved his hands and used stellar transposition. The 2 golden crows were controlled by a mysterious power and collided with each other. There was a loud boom. The sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. The violent aura blew everything away. Lin Xian retreated. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was also forced back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, his opponent had broken through his peerless attack. It's useless. I said that you're no match for me. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. That's because your flesh contains more energy. I'll eat you later and my strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was drooling. This scene infuriated the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The other party had actually said that he wanted to eat him. He couldn't stand it. Now, I'll show you my true peerless technique. The Golden Crow 7th Prince recovered from his injuries and strode forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body as his hands were continuously forming hand seals. The ancient Golden Crow's 4-fold attack. The terrifying sound made everyone's scalp tingle. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others narrowed their eyes. How was that possible? Wasn't that the lost peerless technique of the Golden Crow tribe? How did the Golden Crow 7th Prince know it? Did he get it on the celestial fate planet? Damn it, this guy hit it too well. The Golden Crow tribe elites were stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. It was a lost peerless technique. Great, His Highness will win this time. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. This attack was a real threat to him. He used the ping movement technique and quickly retreated. However, the 4 strikes of the immemorial Golden Crow were truly too powerful. It was unparalleled and chased after him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't dodge. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, Lin Xian condensed the death demonic blade and slashed out. Boom! Boom! When the 2 of them collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The void trembled, and the world shook. Countless people frantically retreated. Some people were affected and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The terrifyingly powerful death demonic blade had met its match at this moment. This saber only blocked the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks. However, it did not shatter, which moved Lin Xian. Everyone was even more surprised. No way, was the Golden Crow 7th Prince already this powerful? One had to know that the death demonic blade had chopped off the heads of 9 Qilins before. It was so powerful, but now it was blocked. Brat, you can't take it anymore. You'll definitely die next. The Golden Crow 7th Prince released a terrifying aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. You're too confident. His body also exploded with incomparable light, as bright as the sun. The terrifying law of death was even more breathtaking. The death demonic blade continued to attack. It carried with it the power to destroy all life as it crazily slashed down. It's useless. Primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks, kill. He continuously waved his hand and formed 4 golden crows. They were unparalleled, and they carried with them an indomitable aura. They surrounded Lin Xian 4 times. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The heat wave suppressed the light on his body. Oh no, Lin Wudi is in danger. It seemed that the Golden Crow 7th Prince wanted to refine Lin Wudi alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Morong Qingqing, Ruffian Long, and the others were also extremely nervous. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe laughed loudly. Lin Wudi could not be compared to their crown prince at all. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others also had grave expressions. Was this the primordial golden crow's 4 attacks? It was really too powerful. They felt their hair stand on end. Not to mention Lin Wudy, even if they attacked, they would not be able to stop it. This golden crow crown prince was really heaven-defying. Everyone thought that Lin Wudy was going to lose. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the primordial golden crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He placed the death demonic blade in front of him and emitted a terrifying aura of the laws. At the same time, he waved his hands and circulated the power of the great dragon sword soul. The laws of the 5 elements spread out. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What was that? Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. This kid actually had such a remarkable ability. Lei Zhen and the others gasped again. They did not know that it was an evolved weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Its strength was beyond imagination. During this period, not only had Lin Xian's strength increased, but so had the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's attack power had become stronger, and his ability to evolve all things had also become more powerful. The dragon pattern cauldron was much more powerful now that it had been created by him. Boom, he activated the dragon pattern cauldron and struck it in all directions, directly putting away the 4 primordial golden crows beside him. The 4 golden crows were like suns as they were sucked into the dragon pattern cauldron. Everyone's expression changed. Did he break it? The golden crow crown prince's expression changed. How was that possible? This was his ultimate technique. How could his opponent break it? In his opinion, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others could not break it. Damn it, get lost, the golden crow crown prince kept forming hand seals. The 4 primordial golden crows trembled violently, wanting to rush out. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Golden crows surrounded the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was as if the gods were about to descend. All kinds of phenomenons appeared one after another. This golden crow prince was truly too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand such a terrifying attack and heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, everyone was on guard. Even the few figures in the dark frowned. They were the subordinates of the genius on the pilgrimage roll, but they were also shocked when they saw this scene. This person was very powerful. They would give him time in the future. There was a high chance that he would make the pilgrimage roll. Lin Wudy had lost. Yes, he was very powerful, but he was no match for the golden crow crown prince. After this battle, he might die and be killed. There was no need to pay attention to him in the future. These few experts who came from the depths of the forest made a decision. On the other side, the man in black armor also had a cold smile on his face. Was he going to be killed just like that? He originally wanted to attack, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Well, when the time comes, I'll just meet the golden crow crown prince. The people from Wushuang City were also nervous. Could senior brother Lin succeed? They did not know. That golden crow was too powerful. The dark red divine dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it, how did this guy get such a lost technique? The toad also spat. Aren't you guys going to run? I'm going to retreat. Even an ancient existence like the toad wanted to escape. Was Lin Wudy really going to lose? Lin Xian also felt great pressure. To be honest, this ability was truly terrifying. As expected of an ancient expert of the Golden Crows, it was too powerful. Even though it was a broken ability, it was still terrifying. However, he hadn't lost yet. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon sword soul roared again. At the same time, he activated his secret technique. With a whoosh, the dragon pattern cauldron shone brightly. Then, it spun rapidly. The 2 dragons on it seemed to come to life. With a bang, the golden crow 7th prince fell to the ground and spat out blood. A crack appeared on his body. What's going on? Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. In their opinion, the battle was over. Lin Wudy had lost and was likely to be killed. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed completely. The golden crow 7th prince spat out blood and his body was broken. What's going on? Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others were also shocked. Even the experts from the depths of planet Tianming were dumbfounded. This was impossible. It was completely different from what they had predicted. Boom, the dragon pattern cauldron shook violently. The Golden Crow 7th Prince retreated and spat out blood again. A second crack appeared on his body. No way, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was really injured. Heavens, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was the one who lost in the end. The surrounding people went crazy. The experts of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. Your Highness, they couldn't believe it. Their Highness had gained such a great advantage that he could have killed his opponent. However, he lost in the blink of an eye. It was unimaginable. Damn it, I don't believe it, the Golden Crow 7th Prince roared at the sky. Flames surged from his body and an illusion appeared to heal his wound. He hadn't lost yet, he wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, the dragon pattern cauldron shook again. He spat out blood again. The flames and the Golden Crow illusion shattered. A third crack appeared on his body. Then, the dragon pattern cauldron shook 4 more times. A fourth crack appeared on the Golden Crow Prince's body. Then, his body was torn apart. Boom, his body was ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone was stunned. He had lost. They knew that the Golden Crow Prince had been completely defeated. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. They were unable to accept this fact. Lei Zhen, Nine-Headed Qilin, and the others' faces turned ugly. The people from the Grand Desolate Mansion and the people in the depths of the Heavenly Fate Star also had solemn expressions on their faces. Could it be that this person was their greatest enemy? The people from Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. Great, senior brother had won. The dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others all laughed. Initially, the toad wanted to escape. But when it caught sight of this, it came to a stop as well. Damn, it can't be, right? I actually misjudged him. This brat is actually so powerful. With the dragon pattern cauldron above his head, Lin Xian drew the death demonic saber and charged forward. Damn it, how dare you! The cultivators of the Golden Crow clan roared in anger. Their crown prince had already been defeated, yet the other party still wanted to fight. In an instant, 2 sages rushed over. Lin Wudi, do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wherever the death demonic saber passed, the vitality of the 2 sages was constantly drained away. White hair grew out of their golden hair. The 2 sages were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian kicked them until they exploded. Do you want to leave after losing? If I were to lose, would you guys stop attacking me? You will definitely kill me mercilessly. Since that's the case, why can't I attack when you lose? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting the Golden Crow 7th Prince go today. The Golden Crow 7th Prince roared in anger. His shattered body reformed. He was really mad. Even after using the immemorial Golden Crow quadruple attack, he was still no match for the other party. However, although he had lost, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. Brat, you are too arrogant. He rushed forward. The 2 of them fought, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Not long after, half of his body exploded, and countless golden feathers fell to the ground. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He slashed the Golden Crow 7th Prince with the death demonic saber. Damn it, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was really frightened. He realized that he was no match for the other party at all. Even after 3 months, he was still no match for the other party. He quickly retreated. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe also flew over, wanting to attack. One of them directly summoned 8 large flags that surrounded each other. The flags were completely enveloped by the law of fire. It was extremely monstrous and formed a peerless array formation that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. That person laughed sinisterly. The other person took out a flying sword. It was a golden flying sword the size of a palm, but it was incomparably powerful. Its aura was extremely terrifying. There was even a terrifying attack that came over. It seemed that they wanted to completely kill Lin Xian. No way, the people of the Golden Crow tribe were going to attack. Could it be that they wanted to break the rules? One should know that it was very normal for young supreme talents to fight. However, if so many powerhouses were to gang up on a single person, especially a chief disciple, then things would get out of hand. Even if Lin Xian was killed, would Peerless City let it go? Damn it, how dare you? The people of Peerless City were also roaring crazily. Morong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others' faces changed. Were these people despicable and shameless? Did they think that they would be afraid of them in terms of numbers? The dark red divine dragon flew out and roared towards the sky. All kinds of dragon shadows rushed out. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. The seven-colored light on her body revolved and tore an elite from the Golden Crow tribe into pieces. Li Hongshou also attacked. The northern demons and the people of Peerless City also attacked. The toad was also angry. Damn it, how dare they bully him with numbers? Did they really think that he was a pushover? These people charged over and fought with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Lin Xian rushed out from the endless energy. He naturally entered the Great Sage Pagoda and used the Great Sage Pagoda to block the attack. Then, he rushed out with the death demonic blade in his hand and attacked again. Did you think that you could survive today? The blade slashed down. The Golden Crow 7th Prince kept dodging. However, his life was quickly snatched away. He resisted crazily, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out golden flames that filled the sky. The flames condensed and formed 4 golden crows that rushed over. Firmament? Could it be that this was the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes? This person was stunned. Did Lin Xian know such a technique? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even the Golden Crow 7th Prince was stunned. The others didn't even know that he had just obtained the ultimate technique. How did the other party know it? How was that possible? In an instant, he was stunned. Boom, he was smashed to pieces by the primordial Golden Crow. Die. The death demonic blade released a terrifying aura and slashed down again. Not good. A soul roared crazily in the broken body. His glabella suddenly split open, and a violent aura surged out. He grabbed the death demonic blade. Then, the death demonic blade shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He quickly dodged, but he was affected by the force and instantly retreated. The people fighting in the surroundings all stopped. Morong Qingqing, the dark red dragon, and the others also looked into the distance with solemn expressions. The others were also on guard. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Crow 7th Prince still had a trump card? Greetings, Father. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's soul knelt on the ground. The other Golden Crow race elites also knelt. Could it be a Saint King of the Golden Crow race? Everyone was terrified. Was the Saint King about to enter planet Tianming? They trembled in fear. Some people said that it wasn't the real Saint King, but a soul mark that the Saint King had left in the Golden Crow Prince's body. It was a life-saving rune. Father, help me kill him, the Golden Crow 7th Prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with viciousness. The surrounding experts of the Golden Crow tribe also spoke quickly, asking the Saint King to take action and kill this bastard. In the sky, a golden figure turned into a middle-aged man with a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a god. His golden eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. Instantly, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Heavens, is the soul mark going to make a move? Lin Xian was also on guard. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark said coldly. Young man, you're quite strong, but you dare to challenge the Golden Crow race? Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end as the sky collapsed. And the earth cracked. He immediately used the dragon pattern cauldron to block in front of him. The 2 roaming dragons flickered incessantly, but in an instant, they collapsed. It was too strong. Even if it was just a soul imprint, it was still left behind by a Saint King. It was impossible to resist. He was sent flying and vomited blood. The dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also affected. Lin Wudi was finished. That's right. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a sage king? It was a worthy death. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that this time, Lin Wudi was really doomed. Was he dead? In the Great Desolation Mansion, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, the first prince, and the others wore stern expressions. They rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Such a great enemy had finally died. However, they were still extremely careful. Would the 7th prince of the Golden Crow attack them again to prevent future trouble? Therefore, these people were always on guard, ready to escape at any time. How dare you? The people of Peerless City rushed out. Our eldest senior brother is the chief disciple. You are a high and mighty sage king. Could it be that you want to make a move on us, the younger generation? You broke the rules, aren't you afraid of Peerless City's revenge? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sage king's gaze swept over. Xianxia and the others were sent flying and vomited blood. Their flesh was badly mangled and many parts of their bodies were charred black. He was too powerful. They could not withstand a single glance from him. It was just a soul mark. It was hard to imagine how powerful a real sage king was. They would probably be reduced to ashes with a wave of his hand. A bunch of ants, how dare you threaten me? The middle-aged man in the sky said coldly. So what if you are from Peerless City? If King Peerless is unhappy, ask him to come and find me. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that the Golden Crow Sage King was determined to kill Lin Xian. That was true. If such a powerful enemy was allowed to grow, it would be an endless calamity. The best thing to do now was to kill him in the cradle. The people of Sacred City also became excited. They also wanted to kill Lin Wudi. However, with the Golden Crow Sage King's help, Peerless City would not be able to take revenge on them in the future. Damn it, damn it. The people of Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. The dark red divine dragon and the northern demon also looked solemn. At this moment, Morong Qingqing stood out. If Peerless City was not afraid, what about Kunlun Pavilion? If you dare to touch him, I, Brother Kunlun, will not let you go. When those words were spoken, everyone was stupefied. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan were stupefied. Heavens, this beautiful woman is actually from the Kunlun Pavilion, that was also a sacred city and it was extremely mysterious. The successor of Kunlun Pavilion is on Lin Wudi's side? The 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others looked solemn. Kunlun Pavilion? Humph, how dare you threaten me? In the sky, the Golden Crow Sage King snorted coldly. The void around him kept shattering. Morong Qingqing also felt a violent vibration. She held up the 7-colored light to block it. However, she still took a few steps back and her face turned pale. She had no choice. The other party was too powerful. So what if I threaten you? Try it if you don't believe me. Li Hongxiu also stood out. Damn, another ruthless person. Li Hongxiu was also the daughter of a sage king. Her status was not any lower than the 7th prince of the Golden Crow. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Crow Sage. They wanted to see what the Golden Crow Sage would do. That was because it was not just Peerless City. There were also Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. In total, there were 3 forces. No matter how powerful the Golden Crow tribe was, could they fight against the 3 great sage cities? Could the 2 of you represent Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion? If the 2 sage kings came out, they might be able to save this kid. But now, it was impossible. The Golden Crow Sage King shot out 2 rays of light that shrouded Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I only want to kill this kid. Cold murderous intent burst from his eyes, which turned into 2 golden divine swords and quickly shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, but he was still coughing up blood. Damn it, that was too despicable. He did not expect the Golden Crow tribe to be so despicable. Even the Sage King wanted to take action. It was over. Lin Wudi was doomed. At this moment, everyone knew that the 3 great sage cities together could not scare the Sage King away. This meant that the Golden Crow tribe was determined to kill this enemy. The people of Peerless City were also in despair. The dark red divine dragon secretly contacted Lin Xian, wanting to use the Great Sage Tower to fight back. If it did not work, they could escape. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of Roland's golden palace. Are you trying to bully the weak? I'll let you have a taste of being angered today. As Xianxia spoke, a massive pitch-black hand reached over, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, it arrived above the Golden Crow Saint King's hand. Who's that? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the Saint King's soul mark. How dare someone attack it? The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also furious, but their expressions changed when they sensed the aura. Heavens, this person is too powerful. Who is he? The Golden Crow Saint King's phantom roared and slammed his palm into the sky. The golden flames were incomparable, and countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth. The two clashed, and the sky collapsed. Oh no, this is a super powerhouse. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that there's a Saint King in the Golden Palace? After the attack, everyone was sent flying. They widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark was extremely weak and dim. The black hand retracted. At the same time, a cold voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. How is it? Does it feel good to be bullied? Who are you? The soul mark roared crazily. You're just a small golden crow. You don't have the right to know. Damn. No way, who is this person? He doesn't take the Golden Crow Saint King seriously. Could it be that he has surpassed the Saint King? Thinking of this, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The Golden Palace was too mysterious. The people of the Golden Crow tribe went crazy and trembled. The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also stunned. Even Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The dark red divine dragon and the North demon were also shocked. This aura, could it be? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said telepathically. That's right, it's Black Mountain. Black Mountain is here too. I've forgotten about that old guy. I didn't expect him to have recovered to this extent. That's great. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. The North demon also smiled. With Master here, we're safe. The toad was also surprised. Could it be that mysterious person? It revealed a look of suspicion. There's a good show to watch. I want to watch a good show. Sure enough, the dark red dragon jumped out and pointed to the front with a cold smile. Why? Aren't you guys very arrogant? Come on, continue attacking. Didn't you rely on your status as a sage king to bully us? Now, have you tasted the feeling of being crushed by others? Ha 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 ha, the dark red dragon laughed maniacally. The others were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. The toad jumped out as well. Brother, you're to my liking. I'll befriend you. As he spoke, he looked ahead and gulped. Damn, I despise people who use their power to bully others the most. Is a golden crow so amazing? My bloodline is much nobler than yours. Even I didn't use my power to bully you, how dare you be so shameless? Now he was in trouble. When the Golden Crow race's people heard this, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Ants, the Saint King was enraged. With his status, the two demonic beasts were jumping around in front of him. He slapped them with his palm. A terrifying aura shrouded the two of them. Damn, old thing, you really dare to attack. The dark red dragon was shocked. The toad also wanted to escape, but it was caught by the dark red dragon. Brother, don't be afraid, we have a backup plan. Sure enough, the black palm in the sky slapped down again and directly destroyed the Golden Crow Saint King's attack. At the same time, the black palm shrouded the Golden Crow Saint King. No, damn it, you can't do this. Who are you? Do you want to be our enemy? The Golden Crow race's powerhouse roared. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul imprint shouted coldly. You want to be my enemy, no matter who you are? You will definitely die. However, this threat was useless. The black palm grabbed the soul imprint and then completely destroyed it. Dead. How is that possible? The soul imprint was destroyed. The Golden Crow race's powerhouse knelt on the ground in disbelief. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's face was also full of despair. His biggest trump card was his father, the real Saint King, but his soul imprint was taken away by someone else. What kind of powerhouse is this? Damn it, why did he help Lin Wuti? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Is this person really on Lin Wudi's side? Will he kill the Golden Crow 7th Prince and the others like the Saint King? Will he attack us after killing the Golden Crow? At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, the black palm in the sky disappeared after killing the Saint King's soul imprint. It seemed that it was not worth it to attack again. However, it did not matter. The remaining people were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian stood up again. The terrifying laws in his body were activated and all his injuries were healed. He stared at the Golden Crow 7th Prince. Is this your biggest trump card? How pitiful. You can't beat him, so you asked the Saint King to help you. Do you think you can kill me like this? Today, I will send you to hell. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's soul quickly healed his body and then fled into the distance. The Golden Crow race's powerhouses also rushed up. Lin Wudi, do you want to die? We only damaged the imprint this time. The real Saint King is still alive. If you dare to touch our crown prince, the Saint King will definitely not let you off. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Even if I don't kill him, will he let me off? He wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I will go easy on him? Lin Xian snorted and attacked forcefully. Several Golden Crow race's powerhouses were sucked dry and couldn't stop him at all. He stepped in the air and charged toward the Golden Crow 7th Prince. Counterattack. However, this time, the Toad, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others all attacked. They blocked these powerhouses. Lin Xian had no more worries and instantly caught up with the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The Golden Crow 7th Prince only knew that he couldn't escape and counterattacked crazily. However, the outcome would definitely be miserable. He was beaten up several times by Lin Xian. The life aura on his body was also constantly being ground out by the death blade. In the end, his soul was directly destroyed. Its huge body fell to the ground. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire Golden Palace shook violently. Everybody was stupefied. The Golden Crow's 7th Prince had been killed. This was the Saint King's son, the chief disciple. At this moment, he was actually killed. Everyone felt that they had gone crazy. It wasn't that no powerhouses had died before. For example, many top geniuses in the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City had died. However, these people added together were not as shocking as the death of the Golden Crow 7th Prince. They knew that there would be a huge storm that would sweep through the starry sky. The Golden Crow race would definitely not let this matter rest. No, the experts of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. They had gone mad, completely mad. Their prince had been killed. How were they going to explain it when they returned? They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it, let's go. They rushed towards the prince of the Golden Crow race and wanted to take the corpse away. Perhaps the Sage King could revive their prince. However, Lin Xian was one step ahead. He grabbed the huge corpse and kept it in the Great Sage Pagoda. How could we leave such a good delicacy for you? We want to eat roasted Golden Crow. We've been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow race screamed crazily. Damn it, give us back the prince's corpse. However, what answered them was the cold death demon blade. Another 2 experts were killed and returned to their original forms. They were caught by Lin Xian. There wasn't enough food to begin with. All of you can stay. He attacked crazily. The remaining experts of the Golden Crow race were scared out of their wits. Hurry, leave. They had gone mad. This was simply a madman. It was impossible to reason with him. The remaining people quickly fled. In the end, another 2 people were killed. Only a few people escaped. Blood splattered all over the ground. Golden feathers scattered all over the ground. There was still a violent aura in the sky. No one dared to believe that the powerful Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered. Even the Golden Crow prince had been killed. Moreover, these people's corpses were going to be made into delicious food. They felt terrified just thinking about it. He was truly a great demon king. At this moment, some people wanted to retreat, especially those from the Thousand Demon City. They were all beasts. If they attracted the attention of the other party, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the crown prince of the new moon race had dark expressions. They originally thought that they could take revenge after breaking through in 3 months. But now, the situation was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow Prince was killed. Even if they had the soul imprint of the Sage King, it was useless here. Who was still unconvinced? Come over and stand. Lin Xian carried the death demon blade and looked around coldly. At this moment, everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. No one dared to go against him. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and pointed at Lei Zhen. Do you dare to come? Lei Zhen remained silent. He looked at the 9-headed Qilin and the first prince. The two of them snorted coldly as well. Clearly, they were stunned by the previous scene and did not make a move. A bunch of trash, I'm still waiting for you to provoke me. Since that's the case, then scram. At this point, he waved his hand and told the dark red divine dragon, clean up the battlefield. We'll have a golden crow feast later. The surrounding people all left, because no one dared to provoke Lin Wudi again. Even the people from the depths of planet Tianming didn't make a move. They said that they would wait and see what else the Golden Palace had. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this brat after obtaining the treasure. The great desolate mansion Jiyu also retreated. For a moment, only Lin Xian and the others were left. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Are you two okay? They're fine. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She suffered a bit of shock, but it wasn't serious. Morong Qingqing also said, if Brother Xian is fine, then I'm fine too. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a feast later. The flesh and blood of the Golden Crow race all contained pure energy. Especially the Golden Crow Prince. No matter what injuries he suffered, he would recover immediately after eating a mouthful. Lin Xian took out the storage rings of these people and started to organize the spoils of war. The Golden Crow's corpse was thrown to the dark red divine dragon and the others for them to organize. Soon, the dark red divine dragon and the others set up a pot and started a fire to roast the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Prince's corpse was too huge, like a mountain. They could make many kinds of delicacies. There was no need for Lin Xian to take care of it. The saints of Wushuang City also had red eyes. Following their eldest senior brother was like having meat to eat. There was no need for Lin Xian to provide the flames. The dark red divine dragon was extremely active. It spat out countless dragon flames and started to roast. Lin Xian cleaned up the spoils of war while sitting with Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, chatting and laughing. The Golden Crow was indeed not easy to take. With the terrifying dragon flames of the dark red divine dragon, it took 3 days to gradually roast it. A fragrance floated out and echoed in the Golden Palace. The experts and saints who had already left began to search the Golden Palace. However, when they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they swallowed their saliva. What smell is so fragrant? F***ck. Could it be that he was really taking the Golden Crow test? These people's eyes popped out. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just joking. But now, it seemed. The other party really did it. Was he not afraid of the Golden Crow Saint King's crazy pursuit? There were also some people who didn't believe it. They thought that Lin Wudi wouldn't dare to be so bold. But when they quietly returned and saw the Golden Crow being roasted, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They quickly ran away. They couldn't afford to offend this Demon King for the rest of their lives. The news instantly spread throughout the Golden Palace. The saints who were searching for the treasures all broke out in cold sweat when they heard about it. Especially those from the Demon City. Their legs were trembling now. This was simply a glutton. A Demon King glutton. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about what the others thought. At this moment, they were all staring at the huge golden roasted meat and drooling. Lin Xian cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." Actually, he didn't need to say anything. These people couldn't wait anymore. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Haha, I won't hold back. He opened his mouth and bit. However, there was one person who was faster than him. That was the toad. The toad might be small, but at this moment, it jumped out and bit the golden meat. Instantly, a piece of it was bitten off. The toad ate it and cried out excitedly. Is this the Golden Crow's meat? This is the first time I've eaten it. The dark red divine dragon said in disdain, "You're just a toad. Aren't you a vegetarian? How dare you eat meat?" As he said that, he started eating. Whitey also threw away the spirit fruits and started pouncing on the meat. The people from Wushuang City were even more impatient. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and eat. Don't hold back." "Yes, senior brother." These people started sharpening their knives. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu might be peerless beauties, but at this moment, their eyes were shining. Lin Xian cut some meat for them. After the two beauties ate, they kept nodding. A group of people was eating heartily. Needless to say, they were very happy. Especially the people from Wushuang City. They thought that the world was ending. Now that they were treated like this, they felt like they were dreaming. The toad and Anhong divine dragon were very greedy. They wanted to swallow it all. However, after a few bites, they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies swelled up, and there were many rays of light flowing from their bodies. They looked like they were about to become immortals. "Damn, this won't do. I can't take it anymore." As expected of the Golden Crow Saint King's bloodline. "It's really powerful." The two of them hurriedly refined it. Lin Xian and the others also ate a few mouthfuls and began to refine it. The energy contained in it was definitely not to be underestimated. It was even more precious than heavenly treasures. Sure enough, after a meal, everyone's strength had increased compared to before. They could cultivate while eating. They were probably the only ones in the world. After all, no one dared to eat Golden Crow meat, let alone the Golden Crow Prince's meat. After eating half of the huge roasted meat, everyone could no longer eat anymore. One by one, they burped their bodies overflowing with light. Lin Xian took out some spiritual wine and shared it with everyone. As he spoke, he drank it. Lin Xian said, "Next, it's time to get down to business. Although we killed the Golden Crow Prince and defeated the Golden Crow tribe, there are still many powerful holy cities. Moreover, I found 5 great halls in the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 great halls each contain different laws. I think it should be a trial. Later, we'll go there and take a look. Everyone can choose a hall that suits them and go in for the trial." Everyone stayed for another 2 days. When they were almost done digesting, Lin Xian put away the remaining golden roasted meat. Then, the group set off towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The others had also discovered that there were indeed treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, those treasures were sealed by countless array formations. It was impossible to break them in a short period of time. Moreover, no one knew what was sealed inside. If they spent a lot of effort and found nothing inside after opening it, the loss would be great. Therefore, these people did not rashly break the seal. Instead, they searched the entire Roland's Golden Palace. Other than the innermost depths, which they could not enter, they had searched the surroundings. They found some remnants of spiritual liquid on the stone platform that contained a powerful aura. However, the items were all gone. Damn it, it must have been Lin Wudi who took them. These experts gritted their teeth. In the end, they went crazy because they found that everything that had such stone pillars and bowls had been snatched away. Lin Wudi had really taken them all for himself. No wonder his strength had increased so much. They gritted their teeth and continued to search. When they discovered the existence of the 5 great halls, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The news quickly spread, and everyone knew about it. In an instant, the 5 great halls of the great sage city. Even Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others. This place was really mysterious. The experts and saints who had arrived were astonished. They looked at the 5 palaces with excitement in their eyes. There was a stone tablet at the entrance to each of the 5 great halls. Ancient words were carved on it. Everyone to read it. The Heaven Palace should be a law of nature, such as wind, thunder, rain, and other laws of nature. The Earth Hall should be a plant type and animal type nomological law. The Human Hall was one's own laws, such as physique, bloodline, and so on. The Yin-Yang Hall was even easier to understand. It should be a type of Yang law and a type of darkness type law, both of which could be found there. As for the Hall of Life, everyone was confused. until a sword will expert walked forward. He was surprised after sensing the changes. My sword will seems to be affected. I can refine it here. Could it be that I can refine some rare will, for example, the sword will, the saber will, and some other special will? That's great. Except for a few will, I can find the corresponding hall to cultivate the rest of the will. Everyone was excited. More and more people gathered here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also moved. When they arrived, it caused a lot of exclamations. Lin Wudi had arrived. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. Demon City, Lei Shenqing, and the New Moon clan were the same. They all looked serious. After Lin Xian arrived, he glanced at them. He did not make a move. Instead, he stared at the 5 great halls. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon, northern demon, Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others also looked over curiously. Previously, they had already explained the situation here. However, now that they were here, they still felt an unusual aura. Which hall do you want to go to? This represented a different law. I think the Earth Hall is more suitable for me. The northern demon looked at one of the halls. His eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, he had the body of 10,000 demons. Moreover, he had the sky-piercing divine tree. Going to the Earth Hall was the most suitable choice. I want to go to the human hall. The dark red divine dragon was also very excited. He was a dragon. His bloodline was very strong. He wanted to go to the human hall to evolve. Li Hongxiu's eyes shone. I can go to several halls. I don't know which one to go to first. Murong Qingqing also said that she could go to several halls. However, she decided to go to the human hall first. She had the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. That was a super bloodline that was not weaker than the dragons. Therefore, she also wanted to go to the human hall to strengthen herself. Then I'll go to the Yin Yang hall first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He had already planned this. He already had the Tai Chi art. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of death. Now, he wanted to comprehend the law of birth. This way, the power of the Tai Chi art would be even more terrifying. Shui Tianchen and the others were also excited. They began to look around and make decisions. In front of them, some people were already preparing to attack. A few figures instantly pierced through the void and rushed over. However, they were bounced back. Their blood was boiling, and they felt dizzy. What's going on? Can't we go in? The people around them were stunned. If that was the case, they were happy for nothing. Next, they tried again and found that they were all bounced back. What's going on? These people were roaring crazily. Even Lin Xian and the others frowned. I don't believe it. Let me try. An expert could not help but walk out. Unparalleled light burst out from his body. He quickly charged towards one of the halls. He was heading towards the Sky Hall. This time, he succeeded. He disappeared. Did he succeed? The people around were all stunned. They were all extremely shocked. There were no restrictions in the Sky Hall. Let's go in. Let's go. They turned into a torrent and rushed in. However, they were all bounced back. They roared at the sky. Why? Why could he go in? Humph. That person has the heavenly path golden lotus. Do you have it? At that moment, someone spoke. The others were also stunned. Could it be that there were special conditions? Let's go and try. Another person with the heavenly path golden lotus walked towards the Earth Hall. As expected, there were no obstructions. Heavens, could it be that the ticket to enter is the heavenly path golden lotus? We don't have it. The heavenly path golden lotus was formed by 3,000 Dao flowers. Most of them did not have it. Some of them screamed. I have one, but I've already exchanged for something. Indeed, some of them had a heavenly Dao golden lotus, or were close to it, but they had all gone to the bronze gate to exchange for treasures. Therefore, there were very few Dao flowers on them now. Humph, who said there weren't any? Weren't there so many fat sheep here? Someone's eyes shone with a cold light. He directly attacked and killed a few people. Instantly, the number of Dao flowers on him increased rapidly. Damn it, how dare you! The battle instantly became chaotic. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he frowned. Quickly go and form the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. With your strength, you should be able to get it quickly. Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others nodded. The northern demon and the dark red dragon's eyes also flashed as they prepared to find opponents. However, the people from Water Sky City smiled bitterly because it would be much more difficult for them to get the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be targeted by others. I have a few sets of array formations here that can protect you. There are also 2 sets of offensive array formations. Take them. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After receiving them, they were extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, go and find your opportunities. Don't worry about us. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and the others. You should hurry up too. We'll meet up later. With that, Lin Xian rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the Yin Yang Hall. Lei Zhen snorted coldly and rushed towards the Sky Hall like a thunder god. The 9 Qilins went to the Earth Hall, and the Crown Prince of the Star Moon race went to the Hall of All Life. In an instant, the experts all moved. Lin Xian entered the Yin Yang Hall and found that it was a space of its own. The Yin and Yang Qi in the world rotated from time to time, but it was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was the area where Yin and Yang mixed. On the left was the area of Yang, and on the right was the area of Yin and Yang. After arriving, he roughly sensed it. He prepared to go to the Yin and Yang area to strengthen the law of death. Then, he would go to the Yang area to comprehend. Not only him, but some other experts also came in. After all, everything could be divided into Yin and Yang. Those experts all wanted to obtain good fortune here. Some of them immediately retreated when they saw Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had killed the Golden Crow 7th Prince in a domineering manner. He was in the limelight and these people did not dare to provoke him. Of course, there were also a few mysterious experts who thought that they were not afraid of Lin Xian, but they did not want to fight with him for no reason. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing. Of course, just because they didn't attack Lin Xian didn't mean that they wouldn't fight with each other. Not long after, there were people fighting over a place to cultivate and a great battle broke out. Those were 2 young men. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When they attacked, they could destroy the heaven and earth. Fortunately, this place was incomparably miraculous, so it was not destroyed. However, that terrifying energy still caused the people in the distance to feel their scalps go numb. Young Master Lin, we meet again. At this moment, a coquettish voice sounded. The people nearby were shocked. Who was it that dared to provoke Lin Wudi at this time? They all looked over. At the next moment, they exclaimed. They saw a mysterious woman in a black dress walking over. She was wearing a veil, but there was an indescribable charm to her. It's you. Lin Xian was shocked at first. He looked at the woman in black in front of him and revealed a look of surprise. He had seen this person before. When he was on the demon planet, he had seen her when he stole the treasure. He didn't expect her to be here now. Lin Xian asked, I wonder what was in that box of yours back then? The woman in black smiled. This was a secret, so she couldn't say it. She blinked her eyes, which were filled with endless charm. Lin Xian shrugged. Alright, let's change the question. Which saint city are you from, young Master Lin, don't you know? The woman in black was surprised. Then, she said pitifully. It seemed like young Master Lin didn't take her seriously. Lin Xian was speechless. Big sister, I just met you, okay? I didn't even have the chance to find out. At this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Demoness, bewitching people with lies. Then, a ray of light came down. This ray of light was like a crescent moon, bringing with it an endless cold aura. Even Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he dodged instantly. The woman in black laughed and turned into a black mist to dodge the attack. At the next moment, she appeared on the other side. She frowned and said, You're really haunting me. Lin Xian also turned around. Then, his expression was a little strange. He saw another familiar face. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Oh my god, isn't this the princess of the new moon race? Why is she here? And she even attacked the woman in black. The person who came was Gao Yu. At this moment, her exquisite face was filled with coldness. She stared at the woman in black. She said coldly, "Give it back to me." "Sister, that's not right. I got it, so it's naturally mine. How can I give it back to you? You got it with despicable means." Gao Yu shouted and attacked again. The two of them started fighting. Lin Xian, who was at the side, was surprised. What kind of thing could make Gao Yu fight with her life on the line? What surprised him was that Gao Yu should have gone to the Sky Hall. Why did she come to the Yin-Yang Hall? After thinking about it, Lin Xian ignored it. Instead, he started to comprehend the laws around him to cultivate his death laws. Just like that, 10 days passed. The number of people in this area gradually increased. The battle outside should have reached its climax. Many people had formed the Heaven Path Golden Lotus, so they started to enter. He wondered how Morong Qingqing and the others were doing. He guessed that they should have entered by themselves. As more and more people entered, more and more battles broke out. On the 13th day, someone finally exclaimed. A mysterious white bone was discovered in front of him. It caused a huge battle between experts. Even Lin Xian could feel the terrifying commotion. There's something good. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian stood up and stopped cultivating. He took a look and saw that the woman in the black dress and Gao Yu were still fighting. The two women were evenly matched. Lin Xian sighed. There was no need for them to be so stubborn. They no longer paid any attention to the two beauties. With a flash, they quickly flew into the distance. Buzz, suddenly, a huge palm slapped over. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The bodies of a few people in the space instantly exploded, letting out miserable screams. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. The same thing happened to him. Who was it that wanted to kill him? It wasn't targeting his palm. It was killing him without limit. Anyone in this area would be attacked. This attack was too ruthless. Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palm and summoned the immemorial golden crow to meet the attack. With a boom, it pierced through the light palm. Endless laws danced and flickered. Lin Xian completely left the attack range of the palm. Then, he looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned and his eyelids twitched. This was because he realized that the one attacking him wasn't an expert, but a creature that already existed in the Yin-Yang Hall. It was a piece of grayish-brown stone, with a gloomy and cold aura coming from it. He was the one who took the photo. What was that? A beast? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, the other party wasn't weak. He was at least in the mid-stage of the fifth heaven. The Yin-Yang Hall was too mysterious. Even the stone had cultivated into a spirit. It seemed that he had to be careful. Lin Xian dodged the other party and continued to fly forward. When he arrived, he realized that the battle had already ended. Those people had fought into the distance. There was a lot of blood flowing in the surroundings, as well as broken arms and limbs. Obviously, it was extremely intense. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura shot towards him from all directions. In an instant, it enveloped him. Lin Xian felt his blood turn cold. Someone dared to attack him. He snorted and activated the law of death to block the chilling aura. Then, he looked in all directions. There was no one around, but there were 5 ghost heads in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that attacked him relentlessly. Do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The law of death transformed into chains and charged in all directions, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 ghost heads. A look of surprise appeared on his face. These 5 ghost heads were actually able to block his attack. Who was it? This was unbelievable. One had to know that he was extremely powerful now. Only the chief disciple could fight against him. Other than that, the others were no match for him. He was surprised that a human could block his law of death. Which holy city's chief disciple was this? Who was it? Come out. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian snorted. There was no sound in the sky. The attacks of the 5 ghost heads were even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt cold all over. He snorted and slashed a ghost head in half with the death demonic saber. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. He swept in all directions. Not long after, he slashed another ghost head in half. At this moment, a chilling voice sounded in the sky. As expected of Lin Wuti. You're really strong. However, you're definitely going to die today. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-robed man with a strange aura. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't the chief disciple, but an old man. He was an expert of the older generation. What was even more shocking was that the other party's cultivation aura had reached the late stage of the 5th celestial layer. His cultivation base was even higher than that of an ordinary chief disciple. Most of them were chief disciples, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the 5th heavenly layer. However, they were able to fight against those of a higher level. Their strength far exceeded those of the same level. Of course, there were also a few chief disciples whose cultivation was at the late stage 5th heavenly layer, but Lin Xian had yet to see them. This old man was the first person he had seen who was at the late stage of the 5th heaven. Kid, go to hell. The old man took out a black demonic banner and waved it non-stop. Countless ghosts and evil creatures flew out in a frenzy. The ghost laws on them made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted. People from the Demon Island Palace, he saw a demon head drawn on the other party's wrist. He should be from the Demon Island Palace. Yes. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved the death demonic blade and cut through the sky. This blade was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. The black banner rolled, and the laws filled the air. Heaven and earth were completely split apart, and some ghosts were also torn apart. However, several powerful ghostly beings managed to block them. Useless kid, although you're strong, my cultivation base is much higher than yours. Even some of the chief disciples are not my match. Just you? Go to hell, the old man laughed sinisterly. Previously, he had hidden in the dark and used insidious methods to injure many experts of the holy city. Now that he met Lin Wuti, he felt that it was an opportunity. The other party was a 4th heavenly layer saint, and he could fight against those of a higher level. This meant that the other party must have a treasure on him. If he could kill the other party, then the treasure would be his. He waved the demonic banner crazily, and the ghosts around him kept flickering, blocking the other party's death aura. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. The ghost's laws formed 4 hell dogs, roaring between heaven and earth. The old man's laws were too powerful. The whole world shook violently. A great battle broke out, shocking everyone. The people in the distance looked over. It was the old man from the demon palace. Some of them were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, they were tricked by this old man and almost lost their lives. They were all experts of the holy city, and they almost died. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. They didn't know who was fighting with this old man. It didn't matter who it was. They all had a miserable ending. Damn it, this place should have restricted the age. Yes, it was too abominable to let these old bastards in. Indeed, although these old men weren't minor saints, their cultivation bases were higher than theirs. Moreover, they were experienced, rich, and had all kinds of magical treasures. It was a headache for these young people. However, no matter how much they had a headache, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly fate star only restricted the cultivation base. Even some minor saints could suppress their cultivation base and enter. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. That aura, wasn't that the death demonic blade? It was Lin Wuti. What? Lin Wuti was fighting with this expert from the demon palace? Everyone was shocked. Do you think Lin Wuti can stop him? Everyone knew that although he was strong in the younger generation, compared to these old monsters, he was still weak. Don't worry, even if Lin Wuti can't defeat them, he can still escape. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and cold. He admitted that this old man was very strong because he had lived for several thousand years. He had endless means. However, he still couldn't do anything to him. He didn't only have the law of death. He took out the great destruction spear. His body bloomed with light, and sword chi flew out, turning into a demonic dragon that danced between heaven and earth. He directly slaughtered all of the ghostly beings. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, killing all the ghosts. Damn it, the old man's pupils constricted. Originally, he had suppressed Lin Xian, thinking that he could kill him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian still had such a terrifying sword chi. He felt that his demon flag was trembling, as if it couldn't bear the power. He quickly fled. He fled, that old monster from the demon palace actually fled. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudy was too strong. Want to run? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He controlled the sword light and looked at the old man. The old man in front was depressed. To be honest, although he had fled, he wasn't really defeated. It was very difficult for the old man to kill him. However, being chased by such a person made him feel bitter. The old man was being chased. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. After all, he had to be careful at all times. He couldn't even get some treasures anymore. Damn brat, are you crazy? Don't you want to look for opportunities and treasures? Humph, if I kill you, I'll definitely have a lot of treasures on me. Lin Xian sneered behind him. His speed increased again. The old man was so scared that his scalp went numb. Damn it, he's really a lunatic. He regretted provoking the other party. In the end, he was chased for 2 days. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He had no choice but to say, "Oh my God, I'll give you whatever you want. Let's talk, okay? I want your life." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man was furious. He said that 2 days ago, a piece of white bone appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that it might be the bone of the Sage King or the Great Sage. Don't you want to cultivate? I've seen it up close. Although that piece of white bone is only the size of a palm, it's engraved with strange runes. It's formed by the interweaving of the Great Tao. It's very likely that it's a secret technique. If you don't make a move, it'll be snatched away. There's no hurry. There must be many people fighting over that thing. It won't be a problem to kill you and then snatch more. Lin Xian didn't give up. Then I can only run while throwing treasures in an attempt to attract the other party's attention. Many treasures flew out. I'll give them all to you. Although these treasures were good, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. Moreover, he could shoot out some sword chi and transform it into a giant dragon to pick up those treasures. In the end, the old man had no choice but to throw out an item. This item can stop you in your tracks. After the old man threw it out, he immediately used a mystic technique, tore through the void, and disappeared. Lin Xian wanted to chase after him, but he stopped. He realized that the aura on that item was extraordinary. It was a box. It was square in shape. It wasn't big, but it was engraved with Tao patterns and had a seal on it. The aura that came out of it made one's hair stand on end. This thing isn't bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the old man was really willing to spend a lot of money. He grabbed it and then landed below, ready to watch. The seal of the Great Tao on it was very profound, but Lin Xian was also an expert in this Tao, so he studied it for 2 days. He tore a corner of the crack. However, in the next moment, he felt a shock. The black light spread out in all directions, and Lin Xian formed a suit of armor to block it. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. He wondered what was inside the box. The box was very small, only half the size of a palm. It was hard for him to imagine what was inside. He took out the spear of great destruction and used it to pry open the lid of the box. It gave off a black light that swept out in all directions. Instantly, the entire world boomed out. Some of the people in the vicinity were so scared that their scalps went numb as they ran for 30,000 miles. Lin Xian had black Qilin tattoos all over his body, and the Qilin phantoms covered him. At the same time, he activated his divine body to block the aura. He looked ahead with a doubtful expression. There was something black inside. It looked like mud. He checked it 3 times and found that it was indeed black mud. However, it was too terrifying. Why did this mud feel like it could destroy all things? He guessed that if a little saint encountered it, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Good stuff. Lin Xian closed the lid and resealed it. A smile appeared on his face. If he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he would directly slap them in the face. It would definitely be a peerless trump card. After Lin Xian put it away, he rushed into the distance. He chased after the white bone. When he arrived, he frowned. He found that there was a terrifying aura in front of him, spreading between heaven and earth. There were also countless cracks, and blood was seeping out from them. Obviously, there had been an extremely fierce battle. It seemed that more than a dozen strong cultivators had died. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out. Was someone still alive? Lin Xian turned his head and found a figure among the corpses. Only half of his soul was dim. However, he still survived. You're still alive. Lin Xian struck out the law of 5 elements. The law of wood among them shone brightly, allowing the other party's soul to recover a little. However, there was nothing he could do. This person was too seriously injured. It would be difficult to save him. Who got the white bone? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The person glanced at Lin Xian. Great Demon King, leave quickly. This is a trap. A trap? Lin Xian frowned. That person's soul was very weak. He said that he was right. I don't know who spread the fake news that the bone contains supreme divine powers. It caused countless people to fight over it. After a fierce battle, we found out that it was fake. Secretly, someone wanted us to kill each other. That person's soul was intermittent, and in the end, it was completely extinguished. Lin Xian stood up, sank the ground, and pulled the real corpse in. Then, his face became incomparably cold. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that someone had already begun to set up a trap. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Fortunately, he was chasing after that old monster from the Fiend Palace and didn't make a move in time. Otherwise, he might have been tricked. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Lin Xian rushed into the depths of this area. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate again. Beside him, a formation flickered. A golden lotus was revolving around him. The entrance ticket to this place was a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Lin Xian originally had 2. After paying the entrance fee, there was only 1 left. This heavenly Dao golden lotus could increase his comprehension efficiency by a lot. After comprehending for about a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected of the Golden Palace, cultivating here was simply twice the result with half the effort. It could shorten the time by dozens of times. During this month of cultivation, his law of death had become even more condensed. However, he had also reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult to take another step forward unless he had a major breakthrough or a heaven-shaking opportunity. Lin Xian planned to go to another place to comprehend. In the Yin-Yang Palace, apart from the cold power, there was also the power of Yang. He planned to go to the opposite area to comprehend it. The power of Yang, for example, was the power of Yang. The law of wood also contained the power of Yang. His divine body was the 9-Yang divine body. It was the purest Yang, therefore, Lin Xian wasn't weak in this aspect at all. However, whether it was the power of wood or the power of fire, they were all compatible with the 5 elements. If they were to be compatible with the law of death, it would be a little chaotic. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate a new law here that would be compatible with the law of death. He turned into a stream of light and shuttled to another area. Here, the light was boundless. All kinds of power of Yang suppressed his law of death. It seemed that the saints who cultivated the cold power would be suppressed in this hell. For example, Lin Xian's divine 9-Yang body had been suppressed before. Now that he was here, his divine 9-Yang body would no longer be suppressed. In fact, his strength would increase. There were many people in this area. As soon as Lin Xian arrived, he saw many people turning into streams of light and flying into the distance. Lin Xian stopped one of them. That person was very angry. How dare you stop me? When he saw that it was Lin Xian, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Demon King, I didn't provoke you, did I? He was a little frightened. Lin Xian asked, "What are you going to do?" That person said, "It's said that the blood essence of the primordial golden crow has appeared. We're going to snatch it." With that person ran away. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. The blood essence of the primordial golden crow was too unbelievable. The golden crows were originally a powerful race. It was said that they lived on the sun. Nothing was more masculine than the power of their blood. The primordial golden crows must have been left behind by extremely terrifying experts after their deaths. Their blood contained the power of the purest yang. And that was exactly what Lin Xian needed. Lin Xian went over. What an unexpected surprise. It seemed that more than one golden crow expert had come to planet Tianming. After all, the golden crow 7th prince had obtained a lost primordial technique. Lin Xian rushed over and found that many people were fighting. They were fighting for a cave abode. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. It was Lin Wudi. He actually came too. In this battlefield, everyone who was fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. All of them had cold expressions. Should they join forces to get rid of him first? Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement. They looked at Lin Xian with cold killing intent in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's strength was very strong, and it made them fearful. At this moment, they wanted to join forces to get rid of him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Just the two of you," there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not your turn to behave atrociously here." A figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a surging aura. Thunder God City's expert, a late 5th heavenly layer expert. Weng, the old man spread out his fingers and a vast amount of thunder energy shot towards Lin Xian. On the other side, a middle-aged man appeared. A crescent moon appeared behind his back, releasing an incomparable radiance. He also threw a punch, and the moonlight in the sky burned. Both of them were experts of the older generation. They were saints at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Their strength was unparalleled. Weng, Lin Xian coldly snorted as his 9-yang divine body blossomed with light. He did not use the power of death. Instead, he used the power of flames. Lin Xian attacked with overwhelming divine flames. His fists transformed into golden crows, and they weaved between heaven and earth as they clashed with the two experts. Fists and legs collided, and the sound of clanging resounded in all directions. The surrounding people all retreated. Looking at this scene, all of them were bewildered. This Lin Wudi was so strong, but could he contend against the older generation? Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this too unbelievable? These people were all crazy. Indeed, these late 5th heavenly layer experts were even stronger than the chief disciple. This Lin Wudi was actually able to contend against 2 of them. It was really shocking. The 2 older experts who attacked also had gloomy expressions. They felt that the other party's physique was too strong. It was as if he had endless power. How could it be like this? The other party was already so terrifying. They could not believe it. In fact, even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. To be honest, he had no problem contending against 1. 2 should be more strenuous, or even impossible to contend against. After all, the strength of a late 5th heavenly layer was simply incomparable to a middle 5th heavenly layer. However, he did it. Lin Xian was surprised to find that his 9-yang divine body's power had greatly increased in this place. This was the Yang region. The 9-yang divine body was the peak representative of the Yang power. Therefore, his body had a great increase in power here. Even the power could be multiplied. Great, this place was equivalent to his cultivation realm increasing. Therefore, he could contend against them. Old thing, how is it? Aren't you two very powerful? You're only SOSO now. Lin Xian smiled. He felt that he had no worries and could fight. Kid, what kind of physique do you have? The elder from Thunder God City stopped and asked with a cold expression. On the other side, the middle-aged man from the New Moon clan also had a solemn expression. Golden light bloomed like a god. There were not many people with this kind of young physique in the ancient path of the starry sky. From what I know, there should be sacred physique, tyrant physique, ancient battle physique, and 9 yang divine body. Which one are you, when these words came out, everyone was stunned. These were the peak physiques, existences that could sweep through the heavens. Lin Wude actually had such a special physique, no wonder he could contend against the Golden Crow clan and the 9 Qilins. It turned out that the other party had also cultivated a super physique. Take another guess if you have some knowledge. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and the golden flames on his body burned fiercely. His entire person turned into a sun war god. In fact, at this moment, 9 halos of light appeared on his body. They were like 9 suns that illuminated the entire area. This is 9 yang divine body. The elder from Thunder God City's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This is a super physique, even stronger than the Thunder Spirit physique. The other party actually had such a strong physique. On the other side, the expression of the New Moon clan's expert changed greatly. Sure enough, it's those super strong physiques. No wonder you can contend against us. If I'm not wrong, your strength should increase exponentially here. The surrounding people were also going crazy. It turned out that Lin Wude had the 9 yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 2 peak saints' faces were gloomy. You're too arrogant. So what if you have a 9 yang divine body? Your cultivation is too weak. Even with the addition of strength here, you're not our opponent. These 2 were both late-stage 5th celestial layer. They usually laughed arrogantly. At this moment, how could they be scared off by a young man? The New Moon clan's expert opened his mouth and spat out a crescent moon, which spun rapidly. Everyone was horrified to find that it was not an illusory shadow, but a real crescent moon. This person couldn't have really refined a moon, right? Some were horrified, some screamed. This is a saint tool. Moreover, it's a high-grade saint tool among the moons. That's right, it's indeed a high-grade saint tool. Its power is boundless. On the other side, the elder from the Thunder God City also opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a pagoda. The 9-story Thunder Pagoda is also a high-grade saint tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of an expert of the older generation. His strength and trump cards are unimaginable. Such a powerhouse, coupled with a sacred artifact, could single-handedly defeat everyone. Now that the 2 of them were attacking together, would Lin Wude be able to block them? Very well, you 2 old things, go all out. I hope you won't disappoint me. I will use you guys to improve my god body further. Lin Xian let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered, and the golden flames on his body swept across the sky. At this moment, facing the 2 powerhouses, he attacked forcefully. 2 large golden palms appeared in the sky, as if they were the hands of the heavens, and slapped forward. Kid, you're courting death. The 2 of them were furious that the other party still dared to attack. Since that was the case, they would send the other party to hell. The middle-aged man's eyes bloomed with light. The moon above his head obliterated the void, like a demonic disk that could destroy the world, and pressed down. It collided with the golden palms. The golden palms sank smoothly. This power was too terrifying. But soon, it rushed over again, competing with the moon in the sky. On the other side, the 9-story pagoda descended like a divine pagoda, piercing through the 9 heavens. The golden palms were sent out again. The 2 collided, emitting endless lightning and fire. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The strength of these 2 experts was too strong. What made them even more frightened was Lin Xian's physique. He could actually catch a high-grade sacred artifact with his bare hands. Was this guy even human? Was this the 9 yang divine body? As expected of a legendary physique. Apart from Lin Wude, no other young person could do this. Lin Xian was indeed incomparably powerful. He was invincible as he fought against the 2. On his body, there were 9 halos. 4 of them were very real, like 4 suns that revolved around him. The other 5 were illusory light shadows. However, the light was also dazzling. After the 9 yang divine body reached greater mastery, one could form 9 suns to fight with. It was already very impressive that Lin Xian could form 4 of them. After all, the 9-yang divine body was extremely difficult to cultivate. No one had reached greater mastery in tens of thousands of years. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The two powerhouses, the saints, were also shocked. They roared angrily, and the high-grade saint artifacts in their hands shone with extreme brilliance as they unleashed shocking attacks. The golden hand was blasted back, and so was Lin Xian, who had crushed the larger hand. His qi and blood churned as the 9 suns revolved around him. Everyone was shocked. They did not know if he was injured. "Brat, you are very strong, but you are still unable to contend against us." The two of them wielded high-grade saint artifacts and were extremely powerful. So what if it was Lin Wudi? So what if it was the 9-yang divine body? Today, they would slaughter the other party and turn him into the dust of history. A high-grade saint artifact is indeed powerful, but do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. A terrifying demonic aura surged out and filled the area. Thunder God City's older generation experts sneered. So it's a demonic weapon. It's suppressed here. What do you have to compete with us? Even in a one-on-one fight, the other party was already suppressed, let alone when the two of them fought together. Is that so? You'll see soon enough. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't say anything else and quickly made his move. Courting death. The two people on the other side also charged over. The battle broke out once again. However, this time, Lin Xian suddenly took out a pagoda and blasted it towards the old man from Thunder God City. Boom, as soon as the pagoda appeared, heaven and earth rumbled, and the surroundings trembled. You want to contend with me? The old man from Thunder God City roared. He held 90% of the lightning pagoda in his hand and was extremely powerful. However, in the next moment, he trembled. His 9-layered lightning pagoda was actually suppressed. In fact, he was enveloped by the pagoda and was completely sucked inside, disappearing. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. What was that pagoda? One had to know that the 9-layered lightning pagoda in the hands of the old man from Thunder God City was a high-grade treasure. However, it still could not block a single attack. It was hard to imagine what kind of trump card Lin Xian had in his hands. What Lin Xian took out was naturally the Great Sage Pagoda. He first used the Great Sage to pin down his opponent. Then, he held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and charged towards the middle-aged expert from the New Moon clan. The middle-aged sage was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to subdue someone in an instant. He was shocked. But so what? He had unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Kill, with a roar, moonlight surrounded his body, emitting endless sound waves that destroyed everything. On the other side, Lin Xian's body also bloomed with golden light. Monstrous flames swept across the sky and dyed the Great Destruction Spear golden. At this moment, it didn't look like a demonic weapon at all. Instead, it looked like an endless divine weapon. It was extremely powerful. Boom, the monstrous flames surged like a divine fire and enveloped the New Moon clan's expert. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out. He used the 9-yang divine body, the 5 elemental laws, and even the great dragon sword soul and unparalleled secret skill. He was too powerful. One strike. The middle-aged sage from the New Moon clan vomited blood and was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The pain almost made him faint. At the same time, he was stunned. How was it possible? How could he be seriously injured with one strike? I don't believe it. He activated the secret skill of the Star Moon clan and his broken body healed. The moon above his head kept moving up and down, emitting a sacred light. Bright moon palm, the bright moon hung in the sky. His palm emitted a bright light as if it had turned into the palm of a god. He slapped forward fiercely. This was the secret skill of the Star Moon clan. Coupled with an upper sacred artifact, its power was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian used many secret skills to resist the attack. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. They seemed to have turned into statues as they watched in a daze. Was this really a battle between two sages? Why did it seem like a battle between two gods? Even some of the older generation figures had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Wuti had grown to the point where they could no longer suppress him. Unless a few of them joined forces, it would be difficult to fight against him alone. Boom! In front, the middle-aged man from the Star Moon clan exchanged 3 blows with Lin Xian. Then, his body broke apart and he let out a miserable cry. His soul drove the upper sacred artifact and quickly escaped. Lin Xian grabbed a golden lotus from the middle-aged man's body and smashed his broken body again. He snatched the middle-aged man's storage ring. As for the soul and the upper sacred artifact that escaped, he did not chase after them. After all, the middle-aged man still had the strength to fight. He should deal with the Thunder God Elder first. With a wave of his hand, the great sage Pagoda released the middle-aged man. The old man's eyes were red. Although it was only a short time, it made him break down. No matter how he attacked, he could not escape. This shocked him. What grade of sacred artifact was his opponent? Now that he was out, he roared to the sky. Join forces and kill him. However, to his surprise, his companions had already disappeared. What was going on? When he felt the sage blood and the broken body of the other party, the old man's eyelids twitched wildly. Where is he? Don't tell me you killed him? The old man was terrified and asked in bewilderment. That's right. Do you want to go down and accompany him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape, not daring to fight anymore. Not to mention Lin Wuti's strength that shocked him, just the pagoda that trapped him previously made him despair. How could he dare to continue fighting, want to leave? Lin Xian reached out with a large hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed the heavenly Tao golden lotus on the old man. The old man roared angrily. How dare you? He was really angry. Even someone as strong as him only had 1 golden lotus left. If it disappeared, then the speed of his comprehension of laws would be greatly reduced. How could he be willing to accept this? Want him or want your life? Choose for yourself. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. However, when he saw Lin Xian want to use the pagoda again, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Here, kid. Just you wait. I will get my revenge. In the end, he gave up the heavenly Tao golden lotus and chose to save his life. Lin Xian had 2 more golden lotuses on his body. He felt that his laws were circulating rapidly. It seemed that he was cultivating on his own again. This feeling was really great. He looked around, wanting to seize more Tao flowers. The surrounding people were already prepared. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly retreated frantically. Although treasures were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. 2 Fifth Firmament late-stage experts with high-grade artifacts in their hands were unable to do anything to each other. Needless to say, it was them. Lin Quan retracted his gaze and looked at the cave abode in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of light and entered. The surrounding people retreated into the distance, but they did not leave. After all, this cave looked incomparably mysterious, and they did not know what treasures there were. But thinking about it, it was definitely extraordinary. So these people were waiting to see if there was any chance. After Lin Xian entered, he found that the cave abode was filled with all kinds of formations and restrictions. It was very dangerous. He began to patiently crack them. This showed that there were definitely treasures in this cave abode. Half a month later, some of the people outside had left, some were still waiting, and there were also new people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. On this day 2 figures flashed past quickly. Grandpa, there are so many people here, there must be treasures. Of the 2 figures, one was an old man, and the other was a man in his 20s. However, what made everyone's eyes pop out was that the old man actually called the young man Grandpa. This was truly inconceivable. Damn it. Then how old was this young man? Could it be an old monster? Damn, it might be a living fossil. Even such a person had come in. It was not a living fossil, but it was more than 2,000 years old. I know him. He's from the Peacock race. Peacock Sage. The origin of the Peacock clan was definitely not ordinary. not to mention an old monster that had lived for nearly 3,000 years. "Grandpa, wait here. I'll ask around for you," the old man said respectfully. Then, he flew over with 5-colored light on his body. He asked coldly, "Were there any treasures up ahead?" The surrounding spectators were unable to withstand this aura at all. Thus, they recounted everything that had happened in detail. After the old man returned, he said, "Grandpa, I've checked clearly. Indeed, there are treasures. However, someone has already beaten me to it. Should we kill our way in?" "Who is it?" The man stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. The old man said, "It's Lin Wudi. He defeated 2 level 5 saints and took the cave abode." "Lin Wudi, is it him?" The peacock man's eyes flickered, then he looked at the cave abode. There was a burst of 5-colored light in his eyes. Then, he sneered. "So it's him. No hurry, let's wait outside. There are many arrays in this cave abode. It's very troublesome to crack them. Why don't we let this kid crack them for us? When he comes out, we'll kill him and the treasures will be ours. Are we going to take advantage of the situation?" "Grandpa, that's a good idea." The old man laughed. Then, the two of them waited there. This wait lasted for 2 months. Many people were impatient and were ready to leave in search of other treasures. Inside the cave abode, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been cracking the arrays day and night for 2 months. Finally, he tore open the array formation and walked inside. The great Tao intertwined in front of him, and multicolored light shone. Among those streams of light, there was a golden light that was incomparably dazzling. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that the golden light was a page of scripture. Could it be a supreme technique? Lin Xian was overjoyed and reached out to grab it. It caused endless flames to jump. Dazzling flames erupted from the golden book and swept toward him. Lin Xian felt a stinging pain and horror. It's too strong. One had to know that his divine body was the most masculine and the 9 yang divine fire could destroy everything. But at this moment, the flames in front of him could hurt him. How astonishing was the power of this attack, he snorted coldly, and the golden palm became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul roared, and the power of the palm increased again. In the end, Lin Xian kept triggering the unparalleled secret technique and finally stimulated the power of 5 times. His palm was like the hand of a god. In an instant, he grabbed the page of the golden book. Then, he pulled it out of the light. The page of the golden book struggled, but it immediately calmed down when it came out of the light of the great Tao. The light on its body was also restrained. Lin Xian held it and could feel the weight of this page of scripture. It was too heavy, as if it was 100,000 mountains. "What kind of metal is this?" He looked at it carefully, then knocked on it forcefully, causing countless flames to jump. Could it be the legendary sun metal? This was an extremely precious metal, a material to refine supreme sacred artifacts. At this moment, it was used to write records. It was hard to imagine what kind of secrets it contained. However, in the next few days, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. No matter what methods he used, nothing appeared on it. This even made him suspect that it was just a piece of metal and had no other use. However, he felt that something was wrong. He could always feel an inexplicable aura. It was obvious that there was something recorded on it. But how could he get it? Lin Xian thought about it, but he couldn't think of a way. Damn it, that old man Black Mountain wasn't here. Otherwise, he could ask him. Black Mountain had experienced a lot, so he might know. However, there was no other way now. He could only rely on himself. Lin Xian thought of something, and that was the Shiwu Divine Furnace. The Shiwu Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious, and there were many treasures inside. Until now, Lin Xian hadn't studied it thoroughly, but he could grab a few treasures from it. If he threw this thing into the Shiwu Divine Furnace, would it be able to refine a treasure? Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. In any case, he had no clue. He directly took out the Void Divine Furnace. This Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious. Its aura was not weaker than the Great Sage Pagoda. However, it could not be used to attack. Lin Xian threw the page of the scripture in. The void divine furnace emitted an endless aura of chaos. The page of the scripture did not disappear. Instead, it floated in the chaos. Suddenly, it erupted with a brilliant light. The entire cave abode was illuminated. Lin Xian jumped. The aura that suddenly appeared in the light was too terrifying. It was as if a sun had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to be roasted. What was this thing? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He discovered that many patterns had appeared on the page of the scripture. It was like a supreme great Tao that carried a monstrous aura. It was as if divine flames were jumping one after another. Lin Xian did not know what it was. However, he knew that it was definitely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the power of yang energy contained in it was too violent. That's great. I can use this to cultivate the laws. Moreover, I can also improve the power of the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged to comprehend it. Time slowly passed. Another 3 months had passed. Lin Xian condensed a trace of the law. This speed was too fast. However, there was only one chance. Lin Xian had 3 golden lotuses. His speed was extremely fast. It was comparable to decades of cultivation outside. More importantly, the divine flame that Lin Xian possessed was extremely masculine. It was as pure as celadone. He was just short of an opportunity to condense the law. Now, this page of the scripture was an opportunity. Therefore, he was able to condense the law in a short 3 months. This law was called the law of the sun. This was an extremely masculine law. Once it was condensed, Lin Xian felt that his 9 yang divine body had also become stronger. Although he was unable to condense a 5th sun, his power was still a lot stronger than before. More importantly, he could now fuse the sun law and the death law to form a true taiji. However, this step was even more difficult. It couldn't be done here. Lin Xian originally wanted to continue cultivating in one go, but at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Was someone attacking the cave? Forget it, looks like I'll have to find another opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian placed a page of scripture into the illusionary divine furnace. Then, he put the void wave divine furnace away. He walked outside. Outside, there were indeed people attacking. It was the 2 powerhouses from the peacock race. It was that old man. He couldn't wait any longer. What was this kid doing in there? He had already been in there for more than 5 months. Could it be that he still hadn't cracked the formation, or perhaps, there was a treasure inside and it was eaten by the other party? He couldn't help but want to make a move. At that moment, the peacock man nodded. Make that brat come out. Even if he ate some kind of heavenly treasure, I will still drink his blood. After receiving the order, the old man attacked without hesitation. Terrifying light burst forth, forming a terrifying bombardment. As a result, the surrounding people all gathered over. The people from the peacock race really couldn't hold back and were about to make a move. It had been more than 5 months, almost half a year, and Lin Wudi still hadn't come out. No one would be able to endure it. If it was outside, it wouldn't be a problem to wait for 100 years. However, this was the destined bride. They couldn't stay here for too long. Wasting 5 months was already a great waste, indeed. The destined planet opened for a very short period of time. According to past experience, the shortest was 3 years, and the longest was 8 or 9 years. This period of time was nothing to the saints. It could be said that it was very short. Therefore, on the destined planet, these people were crazily plundering resources. One had to know that comprehending a law outside, or even improving it by a little, would take hundreds or thousands of years. However, here, their time could be shortened by dozens or hundreds of times. For example, Lin Xian could use a page of the scripture to condense a law in 3 months. This was something that could not be done in the outside world. Lin Wudi, get out here. Not only did that old man attack, but he also roared crazily. The cave abode trembled more and more violently. At this moment, a figure walked out from inside. Who is making a big fuss here and disturbing my cultivation? Lin Wudi. It was Lin Wudi who came out. The people in the distance stopped fighting for treasures. Instead, they stopped and looked over. They were incomparably shocked. What benefits did this Lin Wuti obtain? Why do I feel that his aura has become even more terrifying than before? You are Lin Wuti. The old man's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He quickly got over. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain inside? Show me. Are you robbing me? Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the old man. Then, he glanced at the young man not far away. He snorted coldly. Old man, are you tired of living? You want to bring your grandson here to broaden his horizons? However, I have to say that you really don't know what's good for you to target me. Hearing this, the corners of the people in the distance twitched. The atmosphere was extremely strange. The old man was also angry. You're courting death. How dare you be disrespectful to my grandfather? Lin Xian was also stunned. This young man was the old man's grandfather? He could not believe it. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He knew that in the world of cultivation, one's appearance could not be used to estimate one's age. Old age meant that one was old, but that did not mean that one was old. For example, some people looked like a teenager, some looked like a middle-aged man, and some looked like a young man. The means of the saints were extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to change their appearance. He glanced past the old man and looked at the young man standing behind him. Then, a cold light shone in his eyes. This person gave him a very dangerous aura. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the peacock man also spoke. Since he was not cooperating, then let's do it. Yes, grandfather. The old man quickly nodded. Then, an unparalleled light burst out from his body. A five-colored sickle quickly formed. It carried a terrifying energy. With a slash, the law overflowed and illuminated the sky. This strike was capable of destroying everything. The people in the distance were terrified. This old man's strength was not weaker than the chief disciple. He had some strength. As expected of an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. However, so what? The old man's strength was comparable to the young chief disciple. Now, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. He was still not afraid. The golden hand, with golden law, swept in all directions. Lin Xian used the law of the sun in an instant. He wanted to test the power of this new law of the sun. In an instant, the world was illuminated. Even the people in the distance were blinded. Damn it, what kind of light is this? It's too bright. I can't look straight at it. Has Lin Wuti become stronger again? These people were terrified. It had only been a short time and the other party had become stronger again. This speed made them despair. In addition to the resplendent light, they also felt a monstrous heat wave as if a sun had descended beside them. It made their bodies hurt. Their bodies were about to split open. Boom, the sun law blasted on the five-colored scythe. A monstrous fire burned fiercely and quickly blocked the saber. How was this possible? The pupils of the peacock race's elder constricted. His saber could easily split apart a top young prodigy. However, it was easily blocked by the other party. This person's strength was above his expectations. As the two of them fought, power surged. In the end, Lin Xian's sun law was too powerful and directly burned the elder. Half of his body was ignited. He frantically retreated. A five-colored light appeared on his body and kept sweeping out, trying to extinguish the flames. However, it took him a lot of effort to suppress it. Then, his eyes were filled with deep shock. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Why do I feel that his 9 sons' divine fire has become stronger? That's right, it carries the power of the laws. Has he comprehended a new law? These people were extremely shocked. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, her pupils constricted because Lin Xian had attacked again. This time, Lin Xian used the immemorial golden crow's 4 strikes. Of course, he used the great dragon sword soul to evolve it. Its power was extremely terrifying. The 9 sons' divine fire and the sun law. The 4 immemorial golden crows spun in the sky like 4 suns descending from the heavens. The terrifying heatwave caused the old man to scream miserably. He could not hold it in anymore. This power was too difficult to resist. You want to seize my fortune? Let's see if you can live to do so. Lin Xian attacked again. the old man from the peacock race finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His body exploded and burned madly. "Grandpa, save me!" He let out a miserable cry for help. Wang, at the back, the man who had been silently watching the battle suddenly had a piercingly cold light explode from his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a five-colored ray of light, which went into the hole. He enveloped the old man's shattered body and soul and brought them out. So powerful. The spectators were all stunned. The four golden crows were like paper in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. Even Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This person was a little too frightening. It was fortunate that he knew that the other party was not a young man. Otherwise, he would have thought that it was one of the people on the pilgrim rankings who had made a move. "Kid, hand over what you've obtained, and I'll spare your life. I treasure geniuses very much," the man said coldly. It was rumored that there was the blood essence of the immemorial golden crow in there. Based on his tone, it seemed that he could kill Lin Xian if he made a move. "You're overconfident. You may be powerful, but here, you're at most a late-stage fifth heaven. It's no big deal. You want my treasure? Let's see if you can live to take it. It's a pity that such a top genius is going to fall here today." The man from the peacock race sighed and shook his head. Wang, he made a move. As he took a step forward, the nomological laws on his body swept out wildly, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This person was really too powerful. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure, but in the next moment, he roared and his body bloomed with a golden light. The nomological laws of the sun burned fiercely. He was like the sun god of war, charging forward forcefully. The entire world was completely illuminated. No one could see at all. They could only hear a thunderous sound. Obviously, the two of them had already engaged in a great battle. There were also some top experts who had extremely cold light in their eyes. That was the light of runes. They wanted to forcibly observe the battle to capture the two figures. They saw that Lin Xian's body was burning with the sun god fire. He was like the sun god, emitting a terrifying aura. He collided with the man from the peacock race. These people felt their hair stand on end. Because the power that Lin Xian displayed was too terrifying. Basically, no one could stop him. However, the man from the peacock race blocked him. Not only that, but he also made a strong move. The five-colored light on his body surrounded him. He was like a Dharma god, causing Lin Xian's body to tremble continuously. Lin Xian was forced back, but he rushed over with an even more violent power. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye, exchanging more than 1,000 moves. In the end, 9 suns were still circling Lin Xian's body. 4 of them rushed into the house, and the shadow of a dragon and a qilin appeared. He forcefully forced the man from the peacock race to retreat. He stood in the void like a Dharma god. The man from the peacock race did not attack again. His expression was extremely serious. Behind him, the old man who had recovered his body was even more dumbfounded. His grandfather was forced to retreat? That was unbelievable. One had to know that his grandfather was almost 3,000 years old. His strength was extremely terrifying, but now, he was forced to retreat by a young man. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. The man from the peacock race looked even more gloomy. A violent aura surged from his body. It was obvious that he was going to use his killing move. However, at that moment, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky from the distant horizon. Then, it quickly disappeared. Several powerful auras rushed over from the horizon. A rare treasure had appeared. "Kid, you're lucky. Let's go." The man from the peacock race waved his hand and brought the old man with him. They turned into a 5-colored stream of light and rushed into the distance. It seemed that he was going to fight for the rare treasure, in his opinion, the essence blood of the primordial golden crow had been eaten by Lin Wudi. He would return to kill Lin Wudi after he obtained the rare treasure. He would refine Lin Wudi's blood. That would also be very effective. Hence, he was not in a hurry. Let's fight for the rare treasure first. Let's go and take a look. The onlookers were also shocked. Although they might not be able to obtain it, they still wanted to see what kind of rare treasure could cause such a phenomenon. Lin Xian also looked into the distance. He turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the distance. Now that his strength had increased greatly, how could he not go after the rare treasure? Although the Yin Yang Hall was only a hall, it was like a world inside. It was boundless. This region of the astral sun was also extremely vast. In the distance, some experts were dumbfounded. A blood-red 8 trigrams appeared above their heads. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be in a cold and gloomy area, but it appeared here. If they had sensed it, they wouldn't have been surprised. The blood-colored light carried a scorching aura as if it could burn everything. People arrived one after another. When they arrived, they were also incomparably shocked. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, many experts of the holy city had fallen here. In the sky, the blood 8 trigrams were dyed red, and the ground was dyed red by the blood of these saints. These saints were all saints who cultivated the laws of fire and light. Their saint blood contained incomparably terrifying power. At this moment, when they gathered together, it was truly terrifying. The surrounding people hid and watched because there were a few people fighting in front of them. The power was like a vast ocean, so they didn't dare to approach at all. One of them had a head of golden hair and a sharp gaze. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed in all directions, splitting a few fifth heaven saints apart. That terrifying power made people think that the Golden Crow Prince had revived. However, when they looked, they realized that it wasn't him. Although the other party also had a pair of golden wings, he wasn't from the Golden Crow clan, but from the Thousand Demon City. It was a golden rock, and his strength was unparalleled. On the other side, a woman held a long sword, and flames danced all over her body. Her strength was equally terrifying. After killing a few fifth celestial layer experts, she and the golden rock started fighting. Could it be that the people of the Thousand Demon City had an internal conflict? These people were shocked. They discovered that the fiery red woman seemed to be a demon beast as well. She seemed to have the phantom of a fire phoenix on her body. Could she be from the Phoenix clan? Everyone's scalps went numb. That fire phoenix wasn't from the Thousand Demon City, but from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. The Thousand Swords Pavilion was also one of the holy cities. Moreover, the sect was filled with sword saints who used sword techniques. Their strength was terrifying. Therefore, everyone was from the 10,000 ancient races, but they belonged to different holy cities. At this moment, they really didn't show any mercy. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner, but in the end, they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other, so they retreated to one side. Other than that, there were also some experts watching the battle. They didn't act rashly because they realized that the blood 8 trigrams in the sky didn't seem to be activated yet. However, it seemed that it was about time. More and more experts arrived. Suddenly, a stream of light streaked past, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Who were they? They felt that this 5-colored light was really too terrifying. They all looked over and saw 2 figures appear there. A young man and an old man. The 5-colored divine light on their bodies seemed to be the light of the peacock race's bloodline. Could they be 2 great cultivators from the peacock race? These people discussed animatedly. The golden rock and the fire phoenix also cast their gazes over, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. The peacock clan's strength was incomparably terrifying. This time, not only were there people from the younger generation, there were even more experts from the older generation. In the face of a peerless treasure, they would not show any mercy at all. At this moment, another golden light streaked across the sky and turned into a man. Like the sun god of war, he stood in the void. When the 2 people from the peacock race saw this, they snorted coldly. How dare they come here? The old man gnashed his teeth. As for the peacock man, his eyes shone brightly. This time, he would definitely capture him. The others also looked over. Who was that? He was so handsome and extraordinary. Soon, someone's eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, could he be Lin Wudi? Was it really him? As expected, the other party was also here. And from the looks of it, he wanted to snatch the treasure. Oh no, our chief disciple is not here. Some people from the sacred city had ugly expressions. Don't be afraid. Although the chief disciple is not here, the experts of the sacred city are here. they are not afraid of him either. Some people's eyes shone with piercing cold light. Indeed, there were quite a number of mid-stage fifth heaven and even late-stage fifth heaven experts. They were definitely strong enough to contend against the other party. Damn it, Lin Wuti. Among them, there were 3 figures with flames burning on their bodies. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Those were the people from the Golden Crow race. They hated them. Previously, in the Golden Palace, their 7th prince was killed by someone, and most of their people died. Only a small number of them escaped. They did not expect to meet the other party again here. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. In the distance, a figure also shouted coldly. You are Lin Wuti. You dare to kill the 9-headed Qilin. Come and let me send you to hell. The one who spoke was the Golden Rock. The golden saber in his hand was emitting a piercing cold light. As an expert of the Thousand Demon City, how could he let Lin Wuti go? The other experts of the Sacred City were also gritting their teeth. Lin Wuti had killed many experts of the Sacred City. Now that they saw him, they naturally wanted to kill him. Lin Xian looked disdainfully at the 8 barren lands, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Whoever is not convinced and wants to fight, step forward. I will deal with him now. The sun law on his body burned fiercely, blooming with incomparable brilliance. Damn it. Damn it. Feeling the aura on Lin Xian's body, the surrounding people vomited blood in anger. Damn it, the other party's strength had increased again. It was really infuriating. Kid, don't be arrogant. If my grandfather goes all out, you will definitely die. The old man from the peacock race gritted his teeth and said. He was seriously injured by the other party and couldn't wait to kill the other party immediately. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and sneered. You have lived for so long, but even I can't defeat you. How dare you still have the face to be here? Hurry up and get lost. The peacock race was powerful, but so what? They were just tied. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Grandfather, kill him. The old man vomited blood. The man's voice was cold. He would take the other party's life later and observe the situation first. His eyes were fixed on the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the 8 trigrams in the sky with a look of surprise. The Yin-Yang 8 trigrams. He was too excited. This thing was definitely very important to him. He had to get the secret inside. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity. However, a few days later, they were surprised. The blood 8 trigrams suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. Oh no, he is going to escape. Chase him, we can't let him escape. These people were anxious. After waiting for so many days, how could they let the other party escape? These people attacked crazily. The speed of the blood 8 trigrams was too fast, surpassing everyone. Even Lin Xian couldn't keep up with it with the Kuan-Peng movement technique. They could only look at the other party's red light from afar and chase after him. After chasing for a few days, they stopped. They realized that the blood 8 trigrams had stopped. However, this area was no longer the Yang region, but the Yin and Yang region in the middle. There was both the power of Yang and the power of Yin and Yang. The blood 8 trigrams emitted light, and the Yin and Yang chi rose and fell in the middle, turning into a Yin and Yang fish. After some experts saw it, they couldn't help but sigh. The power of Yin and Yang was too mysterious. That's right, very few people can directly control this kind of origin energy. It's said that some ancient stars have Yin-Yang sect that can control this kind of origin energy. It's just that our second star realm doesn't seem to have it. Several holy cities experts were discussing in low voices. Don't even think about it. This kind of energy can only be found in the buried Emperor star or the origin star. Apart from that, it's very difficult to find it anywhere else. We can only cultivate some related energy, but we can't directly cultivate this kind of origin energy. Lin Xian, who was listening on the side, was also incomparably astonished. He thought of the Yin-Yang sect. It's a holy land of the true spirit world that can use this kind of Yin-Yang energy. At that time, he didn't think much of it. But now, it seems that it's really amazing. After he left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path, He rarely saw people using this kind of origin energy. Now that he heard the words of these holy cities experts, he was even more astonished. It seems that besides the Yin-Yang sect of the true spirit world, only the legendary buried Emperor Star has such an unparalleled sect. Apart from that, there are also primal chaos energy and spatial energy. These kinds of peerless abilities are also very rare. He doesn't know when he'll be able to go to the buried Emperor Star to take a look. Moreover, he also has a trace of longing for the true spirit world. After leaving that world for so many years, he wondered what it had become. Would it enter an era of martial Tao prosperity due to the revival of the 10,000 ancient races? However, once one stepped on the ancient starry sky path, it's very difficult to turn back, unless there's a special opportunity. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts because there are experts flying over from the distance. These people are flying over from the Yin-Yang region. When they arrived at the Yin-Yang region, they looked at the blood 8 trigrams in the sky and cried out in alarm. This is an incredible fortune. In the surroundings, Huafeng, Jin Peng, and the others' expressions were incomparably gloomy. It seems that their opponents this time have increased. Many experts came from those Yin-Yang regions. Some of them made them feel apprehensive. Lin Xian also saw Gao Yu and that mysterious woman in a black dress. The appearance of these two peerless beauties attracted countless gazes. The two beauties also looked at the blood 8 trigrams with a trace of astonishment. This group of people was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon is absolutely precious. Great, they were going to be rich this time. Everyone, I think it's necessary for us to first work together to eliminate some people. Someone stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Yes, I agree, I also agree. The people from both the Yin and the Yang sides all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Some of them were glowing like fire gods. Some of them had cold and gloomy auras, like demons. However, these people were all working together to suppress Lin Xian. Attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He smiled. He was just worried that these people would not dare to make a move. Since that was the case, he would not be lenient. The solar laws flew out, opening and closing, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Boom! A sun exploded, and the bodies of several saints were set ablaze and burned to ashes. Cries of agony could be heard. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked disdainfully at Ba Huang. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, how did Lin Wudi's strength become even more terrifying than before? Killing these fifth heaven saints was no different from chopping cabbages? Gao Yu was surprised. Could it be that this guy's strength had increased again? It was really unbelievable. She realized that she could not keep up with his pace. As the favored daughter of the heavens, she could not believe it. The mysterious woman in black beside her also revealed a look of surprise. This person was really incredible. Kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the one who roared was the Golden Rock. At this moment, the Golden Rock's body was filled with killing intent. He was really angry. Among them, the other party had killed many of the Demon City's experts. Damn it, the other party had even taken away a few of their corpses. What did the other party want to do? Coupled with the fate of the Golden Crow clan, there was no need to think that the other party would definitely take them out to make delicious food. How could he endure it? Kid, get over here and die. He roared, and the saber light on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire sky began to tremble, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding people were terrified. Heavens, this Golden Rock was really too powerful. This was a powerhouse of the previous generation, right? His strength was so strong that he could sweep through everything. Many people swallowed their saliva. The eyelids of those older generation figures also twitched wildly. Not only was this person's laws powerful, his bloodline and physique were even more terrifying. In the sky, those golden saber lights intertwined, forming a wave that instantly charged towards Lin Xian. The people around Lin Xian fled frantically, leaving behind a vacuum. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his fist and smashed out. The Sun Law erupted, turning into golden crows that circled between heaven and earth, directly sending those golden saber lights flying. His body was also incomparably powerful. Do you want to make a move? I haven't eaten a roasted golden rock yet. The surrounding people were stunned. Such a terrifying saber light could sweep through everything, but it could not hurt Lin Wudi. Wasn't the other party too strong? He had already surpassed the ordinary chief disciples. There were probably not many people who could suppress him. There was a hint of surprise in the golden rock's eyes. He had heard that Lin Wudi could defeat Lei Zhan's nine-headed qilin. He was very strong. But so what, he was not a disciple of this generation. He was a powerhouse of the previous generation. Why would he be afraid of a young newcomer? However, when he attacked now, the other party's strength surprised him. Could it be that the other party's strength was not weaker than his? This made him unable to believe it. The golden rock's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He had some ability. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, you are still not my match. Now get over here obediently and kneel down. I'll give you a quick death. What big words. Who do you think you are? Can you beat me? However, I'm very interested in you. If you don't want to die a horrible death, turn yourself into a skewer and wait for me to enjoy. Facing the other party's threat, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He even shouted back. The surrounding people were all stunned. He was really a foodie. However, thinking about what kind of scene it would be to challenge the golden rock, they did not dare to imagine. This Lin Wudi was in danger. The golden rock was stronger than ordinary chief disciples. I reckon that there will be a great battle next. Some people had already quietly retreated and distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. Sure enough, the golden rock was so angry that his entire body trembled. No one dared to treat him like this. Even Lei Zhan and the nine-headed qilin did not dare to. Good boy, you have guts. I'll kill you later and see if you have the courage of a bear or a leopard. However, the moment he attacked, he felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the 1-pound Huafeng was eyeing him covetously. Damn it, could it be that this woman wants to attack secretly? Thinking of this, the golden rock was shocked and did not attack rashly. After all, his peerless enemy was the Huafeng. Whether it was strength or bloodline, the other party was not weaker than him. If the other party sneaked an attack on him when he was killing Lin Xian, it would be a disaster. He did not attack. Therefore, he did not make a move. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't attack? Why? You don't dare? Are you really afraid of becoming a barbecue skewer? Don't worry, I'm a very merciful person. I won't kill you. Cut off your wings and give them to me. I'll make 2 barbecue wings and I'll spare your life. Brat, go ahead. I'll make you wish you were dead later. The golden rock gritted his teeth in anger. This brat is too detestable. We must avenge our highness. The few people from the golden crow race said coldly. In this place, there shouldn't be that mysterious expert interfering, right? Then he must be killed this time. 2 golden crow experts stood out. Their eyes were red. This time, they must kill the other party. The 2 of them attacked with peerless divine abilities and quickly charged over. The surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that the people from the golden crow race really wanted to take revenge. Lin Xian sneered. If you still dare to come, then go to hell to search for your highness. He attacked forcefully, and the laws of the sun illuminated the area. Beside him, illusions of suns appeared one after another, bobbing up and down. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Boom! After an intense battle, the 2 golden crow experts screamed miserably. One of them was charred black. There was a burnt smell in some places. The other expert was blasted apart by a punch. The 2 of them screamed miserably and fled in panic. The surrounding people were stunned. He's too strong. Even the 2 golden crow experts were no match for him. No wonder he could kill the golden crow prince. Do you still want to leave? Lin Xian used the solar laws to unleash the ancient golden crow's 4 strikes. 4 immemorial golden crow phantoms appeared in the sky and enveloped the 2 golden crow experts. Then, energy exploded and the two were completely annihilated. Everyone went crazy. This was really a huge irony. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe had died under the Golden Crow unique skill. This was a crazy slap to the face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Looking at the bloody mist, he shook his head and said, I already told you that you are not my match, but you didn't listen. If that's the case, then go to hell. The surrounding spectators felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king. They definitely couldn't afford to offend him. However, in the next moment, they screamed because they discovered that someone else had made a move. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to make a move at this time? What they didn't know was that the person who made the move was surrounded by a black aura, as if he was the Grim Reaper from hell. He attacked forcefully. His terrifying and cold aura was rarely seen in the surroundings. What kind of person was this? Everyone retreated in fear. Lin Xian was also stunned. This person was very strong, and he even concealed his aura. Could it be that he was afraid of being discovered? Lin Xian sneered as his solar laws shone brightly. You dare to fight me? Lin Xian's solar laws illuminated the area. It burned all the cold aura. That pitch-black person didn't say anything, but the killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. His palms kept forming seals, and the cold aura around him quickly condensed. The law of darkness kept roaring, condensing into a headless night. It was too terrifying. It was as if he had walked out of the abyss of hell. The knight waved his long sword and slashed down with the law of the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that this ability was really too strong. However, he was only shocked, but not afraid. As he opened and closed his hands, countless seas of fire appeared. There were also countless golden crows floating in his hands. They carried the monstrous sun and moon as they charged out. Terrifying power kept colliding, shattering all directions. Neither side was suppressed in this shadowy area. Therefore, the attacks were unparalleled. After hundreds of moves, Lin Xian roared and shot out a golden fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and directly whipped that person, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist on that person's body trembled violently. However, it was soon covered up again. However, there were still some people who saw the other party's true appearance. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What, it was actually him? It was too unbelievable. How could such a person be injured? They were too shocked. The black figure was also extremely shocked. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. A long sword, a long spear, a wild saber, and a pagoda floated around him, emitting a desolate aura. A law weapon? Heavens, this person actually condensed so many law weapons. What was he trying to do? Incredible. Once these law weapons were released, no one would be able to resist. They were not weaker than 4 sacred artifacts. Exclamations sounded one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. Then, he sneered. The law of death condensed in his left hand, forming a wild saber of death. The law of sun condensed in his right hand, forming a sun god sword. The saber and sword slashed forward together. 2 completely opposite laws appeared on the same person at this moment, causing the surrounding people to exclaim. Kill! The two roared and attacked each other. Monstrous light engulfed the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people kept retreating. It was too violent. Wherever the two of them passed, nothing could stop them. Damn it, who is this person? How can he fight Lin Wudi to this extent? The young geniuses were shocked. However, some of the older generation snorted coldly. What do you know? It's Lin Wudi who can fight with him to this extent. That's shocking. Do you know where this person came from? He came from the depths of planet Tianming. What, is he one of those young master's subordinates? As expected, they were also here. Some people knew the inside story and were extremely shocked. Apart from those on the pilgrim ranking, who else could enter the depths of celestial fate? These people should be the subordinates of the experts on the pilgrim roll. Although they were subordinates, they were extremely terrifying geniuses. Their strength was even stronger than the chief disciples. Because they were not from the same era. When such a person appeared, the older generation experts would have to retreat. But now, Lin Wude was fighting more and more fiercely. It was really unbelievable. This Lin Wude was too heaven-defying. If he was given more time, it wouldn't be long before he began to attack the Pilgrim Role. If one wanted to enter the Pilgrim Role, they had to enter the small saint realm first. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified. Everyone discussed as they watched the battle in front of them. In front of them, terrifying laws filled the air, and all kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another. The black figure was beaten back and kept vomiting blood. Damn it, how is this possible? Before he came, he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. But now, he was injured. Especially at the end, when the death demonic saber and sun god sword erupted together, and there was actually a fusion power that scared him out of his wits. He quickly tore open the void and escaped. Had he left? Such a powerful figure had actually been scared away. The surrounding people were all silent. Lin Wude, alone, was able to suppress everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. He was too strong. Who could resist him when fighting for the 8 trigrams? No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian occupied a piece of the sky by himself and stood there. In the previous battle, he had killed 2 powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe, but they didn't have many Dao flowers on them. There were less than 500 in total. He had a look of disdain on his face. A mighty Golden Crow powerhouse was actually so poor. As for the last person, he had run too fast. He hadn't had time to harvest. He had let the other party escape. He guessed that the other party must have mastered a secret escape technique. Under normal circumstances, he would have charged over at top speed. However, he couldn't do it now. He had to obtain the summons from the Blood 8 trigrams. Even so, Lin Xian's 3 heavenly Dao golden lotuses were still very eye-catching. Many people swallowed their saliva in envy. After all, Lin Xian was just standing there. He didn't need to cultivate. The nomological laws on his body were being tempered every second. This was the effect of the heavenly Dao golden lotus. In the end, even the golden rock was jealous. Kid, give me your heavenly Dao golden lotus and I'll spare your life. Sure, give me your 2 roasted wings in exchange. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. You're courting death. The golden rock was really angry. The long saber in his hand slashed down. It seemed that he was ready to make a move. The terrifying golden saber light suddenly expanded like a golden bolt of lightning. It descended from the sky, surrounded by monstrous killing intent and terrifying nomological laws. Boom, on Lin Xian's palm, the solar nomological laws revolved. He struck out with his palm and hit the golden saber light. There was a thunderous sound, and the void collapsed. The 2 of them were evenly matched in this exchange, and both of them took 2 steps back. Interesting. Let's try again. Lin Xian laughed and struck out with his palm again. It was like a world that swept forward. The golden rock opposite him was completely enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He didn't intend to hold back anymore. Even if the fire phoenix attacked secretly, he was fearless. He had to kill him. The golden saber in his hand slashed in all directions. An astonishing battle began, blasting heaven and earth apart. The people around them were stunned. They didn't expect that the 2 of them would start fighting just because of a disagreement. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian used the law of the sun to form a sun sword. Holding it in his hand, he continuously clashed with the golden saber. The golden sword and golden saber set off endless waves. The resplendent light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. These 2 people were really too strong. Even the fire phoenix had a serious look on her face. She considered the golden rock to be her greatest enemy. And now, Lin Wude was able to fight with the golden rock to such an extent. Didn't this mean that he already had the qualifications to contend with them? The others were also incomparably shocked. This battle had lasted for over 1,000 moves. The entire place was in chaos, and no one knew who would win in the end. From the looks of it, it would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they fought for 10 days and 10 nights, there might not be a clear winner. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, at this moment, the Blood 8 trigrams in the sky suddenly spun. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out in all directions. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were completely mobilized, forming a yin-yang fish in the center of the blood 8 trigrams that kept spinning. Heavens, could it be that the blood 8 trigrams was about to change? It was very likely that a peerless creation was about to be activated. At this moment, everyone was excited. The 8 strange runes on the blood 8 trigrams were emitting a mysterious light. The surrounding people were completely boiling. They didn't know where the blood 8 trigrams came from, but there must be a supreme creation inside. These people's bodies were rapidly spreading out, and all kinds of divine abilities and sacred artifacts appeared one after another. As long as there was a chance, they would attack regardless of everything. The 8 runes on the blood 8 trigrams became more and more obvious, as if they were about to jump out of heaven and earth. Soon, it won't be long before the blood 8 trigrams really opens. When that time comes, we can rush in. The eyes of those saints were red. At this moment, Lin Xian and the Golden Rock were still fighting. Both of them were fighting with all kinds of divine abilities. Every attack was filled with monstrous power. The Golden Rock naturally felt that the blood 8 trigrams was about to completely open, so he was a little anxious. He wanted to kill his opponent as soon as possible. "Kid, I don't have time to play with you. Go to hell." The aura on the Golden Rock's body surged and shook the surroundings. The saber in his hand became even more piercingly cold, like a heavenly saber. The nomological laws on it were incomparably sharp. They kept slashing down, forming a sea of golden saber light. Lin Xian's eyes were also emitting a piercingly cold light. He wanted to get the thing inside the blood 8 trigrams. Buzz, the sun sword in his hand was like an immortal light that swept between heaven and earth. The two of them kept fighting here, causing the surrounding people to not dare to get close. "Damn it, these two are not going to fight their way in, are they?" They swallowed their saliva frantically. The young geniuses were on the verge of breaking down. Lin Wudi's current performance had completely surpassed theirs. Even some of the older experts felt their scalps go numb. This young man was too amazing. His future achievements were limitless. Boom. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, Lin Xian activated his unparalleled secret technique, and his strength exploded out 5 times. The sword struck the golden long saber. The Golden Rock's hand trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his palm, and the saber was sent flying. His entire arm turned into ashes. Blood mist filled the air, dyeing the void red. With a muffled groan, the Golden Rock was sent flying. The surroundings were in an uproar. The Golden Rock was injured. How strong was Lin Wudi? He must have used an unparalleled secret technique just now. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so much in an instant. The saber swept across the sky and fell to the ground, causing the ground to sink and crack. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. That saber was definitely a superior grade treasure. If they could snatch it, many people had such thoughts. "Why, how dare you have designs on my treasure? Do you want to die?" At this moment, the Golden Rock shouted coldly. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of them gave up, but some of them sneered. It was a good opportunity. One of them took out a huge cauldron and directly covered the area in front of him. Countless seals appeared on the cauldron as if it could seal a world. The other person also unleashed a powerful attack. It was a palm, and on its 5 fingers, there was an extremely powerful seal. That was the 5-kill seal. There were also people who took out array flags. In short, there were 5 or 6 experts who used laws to hide their true appearances. No way, there's really someone who dares to have designs on the Golden Rock. Although the Golden Rock was powerful, those who could come here were not weak, especially some of the older experts. They didn't have a chance before, but now that they had a chance, how could they let it go? "You're courting death," the Golden Rock roared and waved his hand. The golden saber suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying light, instantly sending 2 nearby powerhouses flying. One of them was cut in half at the waist. The other person had his head chopped off. The others were also sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. "Do you all want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." The golden saber flew back, but it was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian made his move. He would not let the other party hold the saber again. The golden saber was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Lin Xian said, "Whoever wants it, go ahead and take it. I'll stop this person." Damn, is Lin Wuti going to fight the other party to the end? Everyone was shocked, and some of them swallowed their saliva. Humph, Lin Wuti, you're courting death. The golden rock roared and formed a seal with his palms. The golden saber emitted an incomparable light, and he charged towards Lin Xian. Even without the saber, the golden rock's strength was extremely terrifying. He spread his wings, and the golden wings on his back slashed down like two heavenly sabers. The power was not weaker than before. Even his claws and feet were unparalleled. They were like a torrential rain that rained down in front of him. Lin Xian held his sword in one hand and clenched his fist in the other to resist. The two of them fought in close combat until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At that moment, Lin Xian slashed at the other party's head with his sword and punched the other party's heart with his fist. The power of the attack was boundless, and it could definitely destroy the other party. The golden rock's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to spit out a shield. It was a very simple shield with many cracks on it. In a hurry, he blocked in front of him. With a clang, his chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the shield did not shatter. At that moment, the golden rock revealed a cruel smile. Die. The wings on his back spread open, and two golden feathers flew out. The golden rock's true feathers. These two feathers were too powerful. They were simply divine weapons that could kill. Lin Xian also felt his blood run cold. Lin Wuti, let's see what you're going to do. The golden rock laughed sinisterly. There was no way the other party would be able to block these two attacks. No one under the Minor Saint realm would be able to stop him, let alone the other party. Not good, that Lin Wuti is in danger. The surrounding people jumped back crazily. Just this aura alone was enough to make me unable to block it. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If they were hit, it would be hard to imagine. Even the 9-yang divine body would not be able to block it. Unless Lin Xian was a little saint or had the same cultivation base as his opponent. But now, Lin Xian's cultivation was a whole realm lower than his opponent's. It was simply impossible for him to block such an attack. Lin Xian felt an extreme sense of danger. He wanted to activate the space escape technique and escape. However, he did not do so. He rushed forward. The law of sun on his body burst out with light. He was operating it to the extreme. He resisted the two feathers head-on. With a puff, the two feathers pierced through his law and nailed Lin Xian's body. Puff, the feathers penetrated his body. Blood flowed out. The blood carried a golden radiance that pierced through heaven and earth. Not good, Lin Wuti was injured. Was it true? Even the 9-yang divine body could not block it. These people exclaimed. Some of the older generation experts shook their heads. They had long guessed that this would be the result. Was he going to lose? Huafeng shook her head. It seemed that it was indeed impossible. His cultivation base was too weak compared to theirs. Even if he could block it for a while, his trump card was still lacking. The golden rock saw that his killing move had succeeded. He looked up to the sky and laughed. What Lin Wuti? What divine body? You can't even withstand a single blow in front of me, you are not my opponent at all. He strode over. The aura on his body was extremely strong. He wanted to take advantage of his victory and finish off Lin Xian. When he arrived, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart was beating wildly. Not good. He quickly retreated because he discovered that the two golden feathers that pierced Lin Xian's body suddenly flew out. They turned into heavenly swords and charged at him. Damn it, how was this possible? This was his divine ability. How could the other party control it? Stop right there. He roared crazily, but he discovered that he had only blocked it for a moment. The speed of the feathers did not slow down. Moreover, the distance between the two was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the two golden feathers slashed his body. With a puff, his two arms were cut off. Ah, the golden rock roared at the sky. The pain made him go crazy. His severed arms fell to the ground. Not only that, but the two wings on his back were also pierced. Blood dyed the 9 heavens red. What? How was this possible? What happened? What? Why was the Golden Rock injured? Wasn't Lin Wudy already defeated? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that there would be such a shocking reversal in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Lin Wudy had pretended to lose so that the Golden Rock would be careless and then counterattack? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudy was too confident. Lin Xian activated his divine body. The power in his body surged and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed the severed arm. Then, he curled his lips and threw it away. It turned out to be 2 claws. I don't like to eat claws. I like to eat wings. Next time, I'll chop off your wings. Lin Xian stared at the other party, his eyes shining. The Golden Rock opposite him was so depressed that he vomited blood. Damn it, how was this possible? He was actually injured. Although both of them were injured, the other party was obviously slightly injured. On the other hand, he had lost 2 of his arms. Although he could recover, it was a great humiliation to him. Damn kid, I underestimated you. You actually know such a divine ability. He was really surprised that the other party suddenly controlled his divine ability. His severed arms grew back and shone even more brightly. His eyes were extremely cold. Just now, I was only careless. You caught me off guard and managed to injure me. Now I know about this strange divine ability of yours. What are you going to use to injure me next, is that so? You can try. My trump card is more than that. However, I'll definitely break your wings next. Lin Xian looked eager. He had eaten the golden crow, but he had not tried the roasted golden rock. This time, he had to try it. However, at this moment, the 8 trigrams above his head suddenly bloomed. 8 mysterious runes, like 8 channels, cast rays of blood-colored light. Has it been activated? The surrounding people were shocked. Charge quickly. Someone dared to charge in. In the end, he found that he had really entered. When the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. They could not fall behind. In an instant, these people moved crazily. Soon, someone screamed. Heavens, is this the blood essence of a saint? I can feel a surge of energy. The people outside were all crazy. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, and reward. Please support. What kind of treasure would that be? If they could be tempered, their flesh and blood could even improve their bloodline again. These people rushed over crazily. Lin Xian and the Golden Rock did not fight anymore. It was not suitable for a life and death battle at this time. The Golden Rock roared, "Get lost, all of you." He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The golden saber that had been sent flying flew back into his hand again. With a slash of the saber, a group of saints was split apart. No one dared to stop them as they fled crazily. Lin Xian also made a move. He reached out his golden palm, grabbed at the void, and then pulled forcefully. The entire void was torn in half by him. A large spatial rift spread into the distance. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Some people wanted to resist forcefully, but they were torn to pieces. Just like that, Lin Xian stepped on the spatial crack and charged in forcefully. After entering, he found a blood pool in front of him. There was some blood in the blood pool. It was incomparably red and emitted a shocking aura. It seemed that it was the blood essence left behind by the ancient saints. At this time, the surroundings were already in a mess. These people were all crazily fighting for their lives. Lin Xian naturally joined in. A large hand in the air directly sent a few saints flying. Then, it grabbed at the blood pool. How dare you? Someone roared and stabbed at the large golden hand with a spear. The other people also counterattacked crazily. At this time, they did not care about Lin Wudy. If they could not defeat them, they would use all kinds of despicable methods. In short, they could not let him succeed. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's methods. On the golden palm, a black death dharma suddenly appeared and instantly took away the vitality of these people. The others were so scared that they retreated frantically. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He held 6 blood balls in his hand, each of which contained pure energy. Lin Xian took out 6 treasure boxes and put them in. After sealing them, he put them in his storage ring. Then, he attacked again. There were simply too many saints around. Furthermore, there wasn't much essence blood in the blood pool to begin with. Now that Lin Xian had taken away 6 essence blood, these people's eyes turned red. Some of them didn't even have one. Get lost. At this time, the Golden Rock and the Fire Phoenix rushed over. There were also some top experts who were in a chaotic battle. Lin Xian tried again, and in the end, he managed to kill 3 of them. He didn't attack again because there wasn't much left inside. Furthermore, he had obtained enough. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. This world was truly too mysterious. Was it the world of gossip? The surroundings were hazy, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Damn it, Lin Wudi was too hateful. The surrounding people were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. 9 of them had been snatched away by the other party. What kind of shocking treasure was this? Their eyes were red. At this time, another 5-colored light flew out, chopping off the heads of several people. Damn it, a peerless expert had arrived. It turned out that 2 experts from the Peacock tribe had walked over. The young man from the Peacock tribe was especially powerful. Everyone knew that he was a super expert who was not weaker than the Golden Rock. Lin Xian ignored the matter of the blood pool and flew forward. He wanted to go to the center of the 8 trigrams because he remembered correctly that there were yin and yang qi there. He wanted to fuse tai chi there. At that time, his strength would definitely increase again. Whether it was the Golden Rock or the Peacock tribe, he would kill them all. At this time, there were people in all directions. Everyone was also charging toward the depths. They all knew that the most precious thing should be in the innermost area. As soon as Lin Xian approached that area, countless attacks were thrown at him. He didn't even see who the other party was. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal. Stellar transposition. The force was sent flying by him. It drew a strange arc in the air and hit his right. Immediately, several screams came from his right. It was obvious that someone had been killed. However, Lin Xian didn't know who it was, and he wasn't in the mood to care. Lin Xian's body shone brightly, and the image of a Qilin surrounded him. He strode over like a god fiend. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi. What? He came so quickly? The people around him screamed in horror. They originally thought that Lin Wudi, the Golden Rock, and the others would be fighting over the blood pool. Could it be that the outcome had been decided so quickly? This person is too strong. We can't get the treasure if he's here. How about we join forces to kill him? Someone in the darkness said. He was hiding in the void, so no one knew who he was. However, the people around him were tempted. If they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Someone nodded in agreement. The person in the darkness made a move. He shot out a ray of cold light. It was a painting of 800 miles of mountains and rivers. This was not an ordinary mountain and river. It could refine a saint alive. It was a powerful saint artifact. The 800 miles of mountains and rivers surrounded Lin Xian completely. As for the others, they quickly attacked. Peerless divine abilities accompanied by the laws quickly descended. Some people also took out saint artifacts and swept through the area. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely submerged. At this moment, more people rushed over from afar. The Golden Rock came, the Fire Phoenix came, and the Peacock Powerhouse also came. When they saw Lin Xian being surrounded, they immediately sneered. Then, they sped up. Damn it, these people are all here. What should we do? Quick, let's join forces to kill Lin Wudi first. The attacks did not weaken. Instead, they became stronger. Lin Xian roared. He directly exploded the void and channeled the energy into the dark void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. These people were not as strong as him in a one-on-one fight, but when they joined forces, they formed a terrifying force. The previous attack had also injured him. He was really angry. He took out the Great Spear of Destruction and erupted with an aura that could destroy everything. The entire void was completely exploded, and a few saint artifacts were completely sent flying. Those divine abilities were also torn apart. Blue Sea Tide. There was a green light in Lin Xian's eyes. It was emitted and swept in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding saints all hugged their heads and screamed. Retreat quickly. He knew techniques, the soul attack was really too strong. Some people retreated crazily. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the Heaven Qi divine ability and stared at the person in the darkness. Do you think I can't find where you are? With a single strike, it shook the heavens and the earth, directly knocking that person out of the void. It pierced through his heart. Then, it blew his body up. That person screamed. Damn it! A small purple flag fell from his body. This small purple flag was a saint artifact. He originally thought that with it, he could hide in the void and no one would discover him. He did not expect that the other party would discover him in an instant. He was no match for Lin Xian at all, so he rode the purple flag and quickly escaped. Boom, the person fled very quickly. In an instant, he had escaped into the distance. He heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering energy directly blew him up. That attack was too powerful. Even his soul could not escape. The purple flag tore through the void and escaped by itself. Was he dead? The surrounding people were shocked. Was it Lin Wudi who attacked? Lin Xian was also stunned. He was not the one who attacked. He looked into the distance. It turned out that there was an earth-shattering battle in front of him. A peacock man with 5-colored light was fighting with the golden rock. That terrifying attack just now was the explosion of energy from the battle between the two of them. It directly enveloped the escaping saint. That was why he killed the saint. The others also frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. Now, it was not a matter of whether they could snatch more treasures, but whether they could survive in the battle between these experts. Look, what did that man from the peacock race catch? Some people screamed. It turned out that the two of them had already reached the depths of the battle and grabbed a treasure from the yin yang qi. It was a blood-red battle robe that emitted a terrifying aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was a peerless treasure. Some people were horrified. Could it be made from the skin of a saint? Moreover, it was not just one saint, but a group of saints. These people's scalps went numb. If they wore the battle robe, their defense would definitely increase by several times. No wonder the peacock man attacked, and no wonder the golden rock was envious. Hurry up and go inside. There might be other treasures in the yin yang qi. The surrounding people went crazy and quickly rushed over. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dashed over. He did not attack the battle robe. He did not need it. He believed that as long as his divine body evolved again, it would be able to overcome all defenses. What he was looking for was the purest yin yang qi, something that could allow him to form tai chi. There were not many people in front of him, but each of them was abnormally powerful. They worked together to tear open the void and rushed in. Get lost, someone roared angrily and shot out a wave of thunder. On the other side, ghostly energy surged. There was also a sky full of blade light and sword shadows to contend against it. The void in front of him exploded. What kind of pill was that? Heavens, could it be the yin-yang pill? Someone screamed. They discovered that there were a few pills floating in the void palace in front of them. They were black and white and looked extremely mysterious. This was a pill formed from the condensation of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It definitely contained supreme power. Hurry up and snatch it. The eyes of the experts from the holy city had turned red. In an instant, the mystique nomological laws in their hands became even more mysterious. It looked like they were going to go all out. Scram. Do you think you can take the yin and yang pill with just you? A cold laugh sounded out. Then, a big hand slapped down. It was a huge hand that was glowing with multicolored light. There were feathers on it, and it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, several experts were sent flying. Their bodies were all shattered. Damn it, who is it, who would dare to attack them at this time? These people looked over angrily. In the next moment, they saw an old man walking in the air. The aura on his body was surging. An expert of the peacock race. Some people's scalps went numb. The other party's multicolored divine light was too terrifying, they could not resist it at all. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if it was the peacock race? They could not retreat here even if it was the heavenly king. A person shrouded in black fog rushed over. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. It was him. He had fought with Lin Wudi before. Although he lost, he was able to leave calmly. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race also snorted coldly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He used the great peacock mystique and rushed forward. The black figure sneered, and many cold nomological laws rushed out like chains. The two collided, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. The yin and yang pills were enveloped by yin and yang qi. They floated in the air and were unaffected. However, the surrounding saints were sent flying by this force. Half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, get lost. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. The two people in front of them were really angry. However, at this moment, a golden light slashed down from the sky. Yin and yang pills? That's mine. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. What followed was an extremely berserk voice. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was that? He was too powerful. He slashed at two powerhouses with a single saber. It was the Golden Rock. He was here, someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race and the black figure also felt their scalps go numb. The saber light gave them a fatal sense of danger. The two of them did not fight anymore. Instead, they retreated frantically. Boom, the saber slashed down, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. No one could stop it. In the next moment, a figure emitting a monstrous light walked out. It was the Golden Rock. He looked down on the surroundings like a god fiend and arrived nearby. Get lost, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Damn it, he was too arrogant. Why? This was not the territory of the Demon City. Some people were not convinced. They were no match for the Golden Rock in a one-on-one fight, but they could take him down together. If you don't want to leave, then die. The saber in the Golden Rock's hand bloomed with incomparable light. The terrifying saber light swept across the surroundings. All sorts of miserable shrieks instantly rang out, rising and falling one after another. No one was a match for the Golden Rock. Even a level 5 powerhouse was split in half by the saber. No one could block that attack. Even the old man from the peacock race felt his hair stand on end. He regretted it madly. The black figure from the depths of the Heart of Destiny also had a cold expression as he hid in the void. Ha 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 ha, how dare a bunch of trash covet the treasure? The Golden Rock looked up to the sky and laughed when he saw the people around him being beaten up miserably. Who would dare to take the treasure that he had set his eyes on? He strode forward in large strides. At the same time, he stretched out his golden claws and grabbed at the yin and yang pills in front of him. Oh no, he's going to snatch it away. Damn it, that's a creation of heaven and earth. I might be able to condense the laws of yin and yang after eating it. Those people were extremely jealous. However, the saber strike just now had traumatized them too much. They did not dare to go forward now. They were not in a hurry. Such a treasure must have a powerful defensive formation. He could not have broken it so quickly. Some people still had hope in their hearts. However, they soon despaired because the yin and yang aura did not stop the Golden Rock. It only floated in the air, allowing the golden claws to envelop the yin and yang pills. What, there's no formation? Damn it, are we really going to be taken by the Golden Rock? The surrounding people were in despair. The old man from the peacock race also screamed. Grandpa, where are you? The Golden Rock was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to spend some effort to get it. But now, it seemed like it was as easy as blowing off dust. Great. He was overjoyed. He got it. He might be able to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time, his strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. He would even have a chance to enter the pilgrim list. Buzz, however, at the last moment, a golden crow flew out and blocked his sharp claws. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The golden rock was furious. The surrounding people also screamed in horror. Could it be an expert of the Golden Crow clan? Perhaps only the Golden Crow clan dared to fight against the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock was also furious. Was there anyone left in the Golden Crow clan? Wasn't the Golden Crow prince killed by someone? Who was it? How dare they be arrogant in front of him? He turned his head. His gaze was like a golden blade that cut through the void. He was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Because they found that it was not an expert of the Golden Crow clan, but a person who looked like a Sun War god. Lin Wudy. They screamed. Damn it, this kid's ability was very strange. He could evolve many things. This Golden Crow was evolved by him. Lin Wudy and the Golden Rock were fighting again. Were the two of them going to continue the previous battle? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Rock was completely furious. He attacked aggressively. The golden long blade, the terrifying Golden Rock true feather, and the terrifying defense exploded together. The entire space was completely filled with violent energy. Lin Xian was even stronger. He stared at the yin and yang pill after arriving, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. This pill was extremely beneficial for him to condense Tai Chi. He would never miss it. So. He didn't say a word. He also attacked aggressively. The Great Sun Sword and the Death Demonic Blade were displayed by him, sweeping in all directions. This place was completely destroyed. Those who were watching the battle were also sent flying. Some people were directly killed. Run quickly. These two top experts were fighting. If they were too close, they would definitely die. So, these people all retreated in an instant. What yin and yang pill? Saving one's life was the most important. In the air, a black figure was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. He originally wanted to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity, but now he couldn't. Every space in front of him was filled with destructive power. He couldn't stay any longer. The old man from the peacock race wanted to hold on for a while longer, but he soon spat out blood. Half of his body had been shattered. He was so scared that he screamed and retreated. He had to hurry and find his grandfather. Otherwise, the treasure would really be taken away by these two people. Brat, you've completely angered me. The Golden Rock's bloodline power was fully unleashed. Rock's fury, he spread his wings, and those feathers turned into countless wild blades, rushing over like a flood. Do you think I'm scared of you? Lin Xian wielded the law of the sun and used stellar transposition to form a golden vortex that sucked in the terrifying saber light. They were all shrouded in golden light. Then, they pushed back. The two forces exploded again. The violent aura caused Lin Xian and the Golden Rock to continuously retreat. At this moment, a snow-white little marquis rushed through the turbulence. He came near the yin-yang pill, and then the small bowl on his head directly covered the yin-yang pill. Yeah, I got it. Little White cheered with the small bowl on its head. Damn it, damn monkey, go die for me. The Golden Rock was completely furious. What was going on? They couldn't withstand this place, but someone could stay. And it was a monkey. And he even stole his yin-yang pill. Leave the pill for me. He roared crazily, and the long saber in his hand turned into a giant dragon that rushed out. Little White made a funny face and jumped into the void, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he returned to Lin Xian's side. Little White didn't know if it was delicious or not. He sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and began to think about the yin-yang pill. Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, leave the thing to me. I'll find you some supreme-grade spirit fruits." No, I want to drink monkey wine. As Little White negotiated, Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Okay. I'll give you whatever you want. Deal. Little White narrowed her eyes, then took the yin-yang pill and entered the black earth. Great. Lin Xian smiled. This thing would be a step closer to forming the real Taiji diagram. Ah. The Golden Rock opposite him was completely mad. Damn it, it's this despicable brat again. He wanted to kill him previously, and now he even stole his fortune. How could he tolerate it? Kill. With a roar, the laws were released, and heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was about to shatter. Run! Everyone frantically fled the area. They knew that the golden rock had completely gone crazy. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian roared, and a dragon roar came from his body. The sun sword in his hand shot out beams of golden dragon sword chi. The power of the sword chi also increased exponentially. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. The golden rock was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, he still couldn't do anything to the other party. In the distance, an even more terrifying aura filled the air. There were also screams. The golden rock knew that other places also had rare treasures. Brat, just you wait. I'll snatch the yin-yang pill one day. Your life is also mine. After saying that, he slashed out again, then turned and left. If they continued fighting, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The other party might even die together in the end. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd better seize the other fortunes first. When his cultivation increased again, he'd kill the other party as easily as flipping his hand. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. He snorted coldly and charged in another direction. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were ghostly wails and howls. There were even fifth heaven sages who ran out with their souls. His body was completely shattered. What's going on? What happened? The surrounding people were terrified. That was a late-stage fifth heaven expert. He could definitely defeat everyone with his strength, but at this moment, he was in such a sorry state. The person who escaped had a face full of terror. Dead, they were all dead. In an instant, 5 late-stage fifth heavenly layer cultivators had died inside. It's too scary. I don't want to go in there again for the rest of my life. He trembled in fear and quickly fled the area. What? Even late-stage fifth heaven experts died in there? What is that place? It's too scary. I'm afraid no one can go in there. They knew that there might be an earth-shattering summon inside, but they couldn't go in. There was nothing they could do. Humph, the fortune is mine. At this moment, a figure descended. His body was blooming with 5-colored light. It was the expert from the peacock race. Everyone was shocked. This person was very strong. However, some people shook their heads. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't go in unless a real minor saint came. These people shook their heads and sighed. However, the man from the peacock race had an extremely arrogant expression. He was wearing a battle robe, and a terrifying aura was trembling. Endless laws flew forward rapidly. The space in front of him was torn apart. What? This battle robe was actually obtained by him? The surrounding people were all stupefied. The battle robe was made of at least 10 saint skins. It was extremely powerful and had unparalleled defense. With it could block all attacks. It seemed that he really had a chance to enter. These people's eyes were red. The peacock man rushed in with the super strong battle robe. Not long after, another person rushed in. This person had a burly voice and a surging aura. There was a bead above his head. That bead was as big as a millstone and emitted a terrifying aura. It even transformed into an illusion of a golden lion that enveloped him. He also rushed in forcefully. Heavens, who was that person? He should be from the golden lion race. Was that a sacred artifact on his head? These people were terrified. No, it was an inner core. However, it was probably an inner core left behind by a great ancient demon after its death. Its power was not inferior to a top sacred artifact. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Could it be that the two of them had a huge battle inside? The people outside watched from afar. It was very likely, but they did not know who won and who lost. Both of them were extremely strong, and the trump cards in their hands were even more terrifying. They were probably evenly matched. Not long after, there was a sudden rumble in front of them as if the sky and earth were collapsing. 2 figures rushed out. Their faces were covered in wounds and dirt. Damn it. The man from the peacock race roared as he tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were all stunned. What happened? Could it be that neither of them obtained the treasure? Moreover, it seemed that both of them were injured. Heavens, they were wearing super armor and had a terrifying inner core. Could they not block it? The golden lion glanced at the people in the distance and shook his head. Don't go. There's no treasure inside. It was a corpse, a rotten corpse with a terrifying aura of death. Damn it, who said that there was a treasure here? At the end of his words, the golden lion roared. After the two of them entered, they almost died inside. If it weren't for the terrifying trump cards in their hands, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. A corpse, they didn't know whose body it was. But thinking about it, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke them anymore. Let's go quickly. They all fled from this place and went to other places. The mysteries of the 8 trigrams were as if there were 8 worlds within it. Therefore, they quickly traveled through space. In another space, the surrounding people were crazily attacking. They discovered that there were yin and yang energies in this space. They actually condensed into an ancient building. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone was moved and charged in. They discovered that there were actually traces of people living inside. To be able to leave behind a relic here, one had to be an incredible saint. Everything they used contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Hurry up and snatch it. If you can obtain it and wear it for a long period of time, you will definitely be able to increase your comprehension of laws. These people were all crazy. They quickly attacked and snatched. Tables, chairs, teacups, and bowls were all snatched away. There were even people who fought until rivers of blood flowed for a table. Lin Xian had also arrived. He directly entered the 3rd level. It was the top level. He found that it was a bedroom. The pillow was not bad. Lin Xian reached out a hand to grab it, but at this moment, she shouted and put down the treasure. Immediately after, endless fiery red sword light rushed over and turned into a monstrous sea of fire, blocking Lin Xian's palm. Who was it? Lin Xian was surprised. There was still someone who could block his attack. He turned his head to look. He saw a beautiful woman. She rushed over with a murderous aura. You're Lin Wudi? Get lost. I won't kill you. This woman was incomparably cold, as if she could kill him as soon as she made a move. It's you. Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party should be the Fire Phoenix of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That mirror is not bad. Take it. It might be useful to you. This pillow is mine. The pillow also carried a powerful yin and yang aura. He didn't know what treasure it was carved from. However, thinking about it, it would be a wonderful thing if he could cultivate in his sleep in the future. Therefore, Lin Xian was determined to get it. Everything here is mine, including this pillow. The Fire Phoenix said coldly. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. What a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? He was so angry that he laughed. Previously, he thought that the golden rock was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect the Fire Phoenix to be even more arrogant. Does she really think that this is her territory? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he reached out to grab the yin-yang pillow. In an instant, he held it in his hand. How dare you? The Fire Phoenix was furious. How dare he disobey her orders? He deserved to die. She slashed out with her sword. The terrifying sword light circled in the sky and turned into a flaming phoenix that rushed over. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. Get lost. Lin Xian retaliated with a palm. It hit the cold sword light, causing heaven and earth to shake. The entire yin-yang ancient building shook violently. The sword chi didn't shatter. Instead, it was sent flying, but the light on it dimmed a lot. Lin Xian retracted his palm in surprise. What a cold attack. It seems that the other party has comprehended the law of the sword in addition to the law of fire. The sword was originally meant to attack. The law of the sword was even more fierce. Everyone in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was a terrifying sword saint. Their power far exceeded that of their peers. Now it seemed that it was true. It's useless. You're not my opponent at all. My cultivation is stronger than yours. And now, I can fight above my level. What do you have to fight me? The Fire Phoenix walked over aggressively. The flaming sword light on her body jumped. Sword Saint? Lin Xian put away the yin-yang pillow completely, turned around, and revealed a smile. Very well, let's compete in sword skills. He was also a swordsman. Although he didn't condense the law of the sword, Lin Xian's sword skills weren't weak at all. Other laws were enough to make up for it. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, his attack power was even stronger than the law of the sword. You want to compete in sword skills with me? The fire phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. If the other party used the law of death or the violent law of the sun, the other party could fight with her. But in terms of sword skills, the other party was probably 108,000 meters away from her. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're omnipotent? In terms of sword skills, I'll give you a handicap of one hand. Lin Xian also laughed. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me in sword skills. You want to challenge me? Well then, if I use any divine ability other than sword skills later, then I'll consider it my loss. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword, and a terrifying sword intent emerged from his body. The fire phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. She didn't say anything else. She estimated that she could kill the other party in 3 moves. The flaming long sword slashed downwards. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky. That power was really too strong. It surpassed all the previous magical powers. Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with the unparalleled sword. The long sword drew an arc in the air. The terrifying sword light brought with it a vibrating power. It directly entangled the other party's flaming sword light. Then, the two collided. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. How was this possible? His sword technique, the fire phoenix was surprised. Although it was just a simple exchange, she could clearly feel the exquisiteness of the other party's sword technique. Although the other party didn't have the law of the sword, other laws combined with the sword chi still displayed unparalleled power. Humph. Her face was completely gloomy. No wonder the other party dared to compete with her in sword technique. It seemed that he was also an expert in the way of the sword. However, no one could compare to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in terms of sword technique. Next, the Fire Phoenix displayed a set of sky-burning sword technique. The terrifying flames and sword chi seemed to be able to burn for 9 days. This sword technique was known for its violence and ferocity. Above Lin Xian's sword chi, the law of the sun revolved. It was unparalleled and swept across the area. It was as if one sun after another exploded in the air. The other party was fierce, but he was even more violent than the other party. He could destroy everything. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The Fire Phoenix discovered that her sky-burning sword technique was suppressed. How was this possible? She really couldn't believe it. As a sword saint, the law was a must. If they couldn't condense the law of the sword, then they wouldn't have the face to be called a sword saint. Once they condensed it, their attack power would reach a terrifying level. It was far beyond the same level. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to contend with a sword saint of the same level. And now, her cultivation was a realm higher than the other party. Logically speaking, if she wanted to kill such a person, she could probably kill him with a single sword chi. But now, her peerless sword technique was actually suppressed by the other party. Then, how strong was the other party's attack power? However, what shocked her even more was that the other party didn't have the law of the sword at all. This made her unable to understand at all. Without the law of the sword, he could still display such a powerful sword technique. What kind of trump card did the other party have? Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he did not have the sword laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power was extremely strong. The fact that his opponent was able to fight him to this extent showed that he was indeed an expert in the way of the sword. It looked like Xiao Chen had to think of a way to comprehend the laws of the sword after he condensed the taiji. As a swordsman, it was impossible without the law of sword. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he thought about his future path. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. Other than the Yin-Yang Palace, there were other palaces. He remembered that the Hall of All Life should be able to help him condense the law of sword. Thinking of this, Lin Xian coldly shouted. He wanted to end this battle quickly. 9 suns open the sky. With a roar, the flames on the unparalleled sword burned fiercely, turning into a huge sword that reached the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. As of this moment, the people off in the distance, as well as on the first and second floors, could sense what was happening. Heavens, who are these people fighting? What a terrifying sword intent. Humph, are we going to have a big showdown? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The fire phoenix also roared. 9 days of phoenix dance. There were a few phantoms of phoenixes circling around her longsword. They were equally powerful. Boom, 2 peerless attacks landed, clashing in midair and exploding violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The light and sword chi enveloped everything. The Yin-Yang Tower was completely overturned. The experts in the tower who were fighting for the treasure spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Outside, those who wanted to rush to the Yin-Yang Tower were swept away by a peerless sword chi. Some of their bodies were shattered, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, it was too terrifying. There were peerless sword saints fighting inside. The commotion here alarmed everyone. They all looked towards the 3rd floor. They wondered who was so terrifying. The aura on the 3rd floor was so strong that it seemed like it could destroy the world. Gradually, the 2 figures separated from each other. Lin Xian had a sword wound on his body. His body was covered in golden blood. However, at this moment, the sword wound was rapidly healing. On the other side, the fire phoenix covered her body. Her body was trembling slightly. There was also a sword wound on her body. Furthermore, this sword strike was even deeper. It had nearly split her entire body in half. Even her internal organs were severely injured. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't erase the sword chi on it. As a result, her injuries were getting worse and worse. Damn it, what kind of law was this? She was too shocked. She didn't expect to lose to the other party in swordsmanship. Kid, just you wait. This matter isn't over. The fire phoenix turned around and flew down. She didn't dare to stay here any longer. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will come again. To be honest, he was really surprised that the fire phoenix was able to injure him. One had to know that the golden rock couldn't injure him previously. And the fire phoenix had injured his body. 10,000 Swords Pavilion, huh? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. As a swordsman, the other party's swordsmanship had aroused his fighting spirit. His body was filled with laws. He activated his divine body and began to repair the sword wound. Although he was injured, he didn't care. The other party's injuries were more serious than his. If they really fought, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Look, someone is coming down. Inside the Yin-Yang restaurant, the people below were terrified. In the next moment, they saw a beautiful person floating in the air. It was the fire phoenix. She was injured. Who injured her? These people were terrified. After the fire phoenix arrived, she snorted coldly. Lin Wudi was despicable and shameless. He injured me when I was snatching the treasure. I think he should have gotten the treasure. What? Lin Wudi injured her? It must have been Lin Wudi who plotted against her. The fairy said that it was a ploy. These people were shocked. Some gritted their teeth, and some had fiery eyes. What treasure was it? The fire phoenix's eyes flashed and she sneered. Listen carefully. That is the Yin-Yang inheritance. If you cultivate it, you can directly obtain the Yin-Yang power. After saying that, she directly tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were really crazy. It was actually such a peerless inheritance. Damn it, they definitely couldn't let that Lin Wudi get it. Everyone, let's join forces and kill this despicable person. These people quickly rushed over. On the 3rd floor. When Lin Xian was recovering from his injuries, he heard these words. Suddenly, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. A woman's heart was really the most vicious. He sneaked an attack on the other party? He obtained the Yin-Yang inheritance? The other party was talking nonsense. But now, no matter what he said, these jealous people probably wouldn't believe him. So he didn't say anything. When those people reached the third floor, Lin Xian directly used 9 suns open the sky. The berserk sword chi sent all of those people flying. A few of them were directly destroyed in body and soul. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. The others were also seriously injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, we've been deceived. That fire phoenix woman is detestable. They now understood that Lin Wudi's sneak attack was a joke. With such strength, was there a need for a sneak attack? It was obvious that Fire Phoenix was injured in a head-on battle. As for Fire Phoenix's other words, the yin-yang inheritance, they also felt that it was very suspicious. Forget it, there might not be an inheritance. This woman probably wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. These sages had lived until now, which one of them wasn't smart? They instantly understood, therefore, they didn't find trouble with Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they began to look for other opportunities. Lin Xian left the yin-yang ancient building and flew into the distance. The people around him were still fighting and snatching treasures. In the distance, there was an even more monstrous light flickering. However, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. He had already snatched several treasures. He felt that it was about time to start breaking through. Now that he had the 2 laws and the yin and yang pills, as well as this yin and yang energy, he would be able to. He felt that he could start cultivating Tai Chi and let it truly appear in the world. He rushed towards a place with fewer people, but he didn't leave the yin-yang area. Fortunately, the space here was vast. Lin Xian finally found a secluded and quiet place. There was nothing here, only the aura of yin and yang permeating the air. He set up more than 10 defensive array formations. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. It would be troublesome if he was ambushed. Sitting down cross-legged and feeling the yin and yang aura around him, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and began to circulate. The Tai Chi art was in his body. The Tai Chi art and the Tai Chi art of death constantly circulated and intertwined, causing half of Lin Xian's body to be pitch black. The other half was golden like a god. These 2 powers could coexist in his body, but they couldn't truly intertwine. Tai Chi, on the other hand, allowed these 2 powers to fuse together perfectly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into cultivation. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There were indeed changes. At this moment, he had 3 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, the yin-yang space, and the 8 trigrams revolving around him. It could be said that the timing was right. Lin Xian's cultivation speed had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that he had traveled 1,000 miles in a day. In the end, he took out the yin-yang pill. Sensing the mysterious aura it contained, Lin Xian excitedly swallowed it. As the yin and yang pill entered his body, the yin and yang energy quickly spread throughout his body, rushing into every part of his meridians and blood. Then, Lin Xian took out the yin-yang pillow and lay down on it. Then, he began to practice Tai Chi from afar. It looked as if Lin Xian was sleeping. However, he was not sleeping. He was cultivating. On Lin Xian's body, the yin and yang energies were constantly circulating, sometimes terrifying, sometimes bright. Just like that, time slowly passed. In the 3rd month, the golden rock killed in all directions and finally obtained a yin-yang treasure bottle. This made him ecstatic. In the 5th month, the fire phoenix also killed in all directions and obtained a treasure. It was a mirror, with yin on one side and yang on the other. It contained 2 completely opposite powers of the laws. Once the yin-yang mirror appeared, it swept through all directions. These people's strength increased greatly, and they were full of confidence. Then, they searched even more crazily. Apart from the yin-yang hall, there were also all kinds of battles and killings in the other halls. In the endless sea of lightning, Lei Zhen bathed in it. He was like a god that had been reborn. Ever since the heavenly hall opened, he had been in it and had not left. No one knew what he had obtained in it, but the aura of thunder that he occasionally used made some of the older experts shudder. They knew that Lei Zhen must have obtained an incredible opportunity. When he came out, he would definitely shock the world. In the Earth Hall. In a mysterious place, there was a pool of blood. Blood was boiling in it, and there was a terrifying aura of blood. In the pool of blood, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was a handsome young man. He was so demonic that he did not look like a human. It was the nine-headed unicorn. At this moment, the illusory figures of the unicorn and the nine-headed sky snake appeared behind him. It kept roaring, and it became more and more condensed. It was as if it was really going to cross time and space to be resurrected. The bloodline power of the nine-headed unicorn was growing stronger every day. By the time he made his move again, his strength would have undergone an earth-shattering change. In another place in the Earth Hall, a great battle was breaking out. A slender man was fighting with the saints around him. His body was covered in blood, and he was severely injured. However, his eyes were brighter and brighter. Behind him, there was a divine tree that reached the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. It gave the man an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. In the end, he killed all the strong enemies and laughed proudly. He was the North Beast. At this moment, the aura of the North Beast had also changed drastically. It seemed that his bloodline was awakening further. After all, the myriad beast body was very strong. If he had not been captured by the people of the demon planet and suffered for those years, his strength would have shocked the world. Although he had been delayed for a period of time, with the special Golden Palace and the guidance of the Black Mountain, his bloodline was much stronger. More importantly, the Northern Demon's bloodline talent had increased by leaps and bounds. At that moment, the Northern Demon's cultivation and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When he appeared again, he would definitely not be weaker than those top geniuses. In the human hall, the dark red divine dragon rushed out with his face covered in dust. Behind him, an ancient ruin was destroyed. That terrifying aura caused all the strong cultivators to tremble in fear. The dark red dragon was also injured. However, he was like an old monster, laughing at the sky. Ha 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 ha. It seemed that he had obtained a shocking treasure. Beside him, a black figure rushed out and asked, "Brother, how did it go? Did you get it?" The black figure was actually the toad. He did not expect the two of them to be together. Who knew how many people they had harmed? At this moment, the toad's aura was even more obvious. There were countless strange runes on his back. At a glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. "I got it." The dark red dragon nodded. The toad grinned. "How is it?" "I was right, wasn't I? There's an ancient ruin in the north. Let's go together. What are we waiting for? Hurry up." The dark red dragon's eyes were red. The two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed into the distance. In another space within the human palace, there were countless gigantic stone steels, all of which contained a mysterious power. There were many strong cultivators around them, tempering their bodies and evolving their bloodlines. At the front of the stone tablet stood a figure. It was a beautiful figure who looked like a holy maiden. Countless people looked up at her with envy. This person was Morong Qingqing. At this moment, the seven-colored light on Morong Qingqing's body was even more mysterious. She was trying her best to comprehend the laws on the mysterious stone tablet. This law could purify one's bloodline. It was truly rare, and Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Although she wasn't from the phoenix race, she had the seven-colored phoenix, which was an extremely precious bloodline. However, the more precious a bloodline was, the harder it was to awaken it. She didn't have the phoenix race's inheritance, so she could only rely on herself. Everyone was cultivating. The 5 halls of the Roland's Golden Palace were truly blessed lands. It all depended on whether or not you had the strength and qualifications to obtain them. At the same time, outside the Roland's Golden Palace, in a mysterious place on the celestial fate planet, no one could come here, and no one could find it. The spirit veins here were extremely terrifying, even surpassing those that anyone had seen before. The spirit veins converged to form a spirit spring, and it emitted the aura of the great Tao. Any saint would be envious if they saw it. And within the spirit spring, there was a person floating. It was a beautiful woman. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was sleeping. However, her body was emitting a resplendent light. The spirit spring was constantly flowing into her body, and then out again. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her. This sleeping woman was Shen Jingqiu. Although Shen Jingqiu hadn't entered the Roland's Golden Palace, she definitely had a great fortune. Everyone was fighting for their own fortune. Some people's eyes were red, as if they had gone crazy. Just like that, a year passed. In this year, everyone's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. They were much stronger than before. This made everyone happy. This was just the Roland's Golden Palace. They wondered if there were other treasuries on the celestial fate planet. In this year, they felt that their strength had increased, and it was comparable to hundreds of years outside. Furthermore, their strength was still increasing. In a secluded and cold place, yin and yang energies revolved around a figure lying there, seemingly in a deep sleep. However, the aura on his body was extremely strange and terrifying. Half of this person's body was shining with a holy light, while the other half was pitch black like hell. However, the two completely opposite powers were actually intertwining with each other. It seemed like they wanted to fuse together. Furthermore, he had already fused most of it and would succeed very soon. Sure enough, after a few days, the two fused together perfectly, forming a pattern of the yin-yang fish. At this moment, the figure lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was as black as a millstone, while the other was as golden as the sun. With a loud roar, the yin and yang energies in his body began to circulate rapidly. The terrifying aura that he exuded shattered the world around him. Did he succeed? The figure roared at the sky. He was too excited. This person was none other than Lin Xian. After a year of hard work and the various fortunate encounters he finally managed to merge the two forces of yin and yang together. The death law and the sun law intertwined with each other. A Taiji diagram was formed in his hand. The power of the Taiji diagram was many times stronger than when the two were used separately. Great! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with boundless excitement. Finally, he succeeded in forming Taiji. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. If he had encountered the Fire Phoenix or the Golden Rock from before, he was confident that he could have easily defeated them. Of course, he also knew that the others in this place would also obtain a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps those people's strength would also undergo an earth-shattering change. But so what, he had boundless confidence in himself. No matter how powerful the things these people obtained were, they would not be as powerful as his Taiji. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. He did not leave, but instead took out the primordial blood essence that he had obtained. He took out 5 drops of blood essence. 5 fist-sized blood balls revolved around him. Lin Xian used a secret technique to nourish his divine body and quickly absorbed them. As for the other 4, he gave the Great Dragon Sword Soul to nourish and revive the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul's absorption speed was extremely fast. The 9 Yang Divine Body's absorption speed was not slow either. It was completely absorbed in 2 months. Lin Xian felt that his body had become even stronger. Of the 9 suns on his body, the 5th one had become even more resplendent than before. It seemed that he would be able to successfully condense the 5th sun on planet Tianming. It would allow the 9 Yang Divine Body to take another step forward. It was time to make a move. He wondered how those people were doing. Lin Xian thought of the Golden Rock, the Fire Phoenix, and the others, and his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He could not wait to test the power of Taiji. Buzz, he turned into a yin-yang bolt of lightning, tore through the void, and flew into the distance. There were 8 spaces in the blood-colored 8 trigrams. At this moment, countless people were screaming in one of the spaces. Heavens, look at what that is. They discovered that there were countless black shadows floating in the runes of the 8 trigrams. Is that a weapon? Is that a sacred artifact? The yin-yang energies were tempering the weapon. Heavens, if such a weapon was formed, how terrifying would its power be? These people's eyes turned red. Some people also screamed. No, it's not a complete sacred artifact. Look, it's not completely formed yet. However, it had already taken shape. As long as it was tempered with all its strength, its power would surpass that of ordinary sacred artifacts. That's great. A saint artifact was extremely attractive to every saint, so how could these saints not covet it? Hurry up and make a move. These people rushed forward as if they had gone mad. However, this time, a crisis had erupted. These sacred artifacts had been tempered by endless aura and had fallen into a deep slumber. After countless years, they had long gained spirituality. At this moment, when they sensed that someone had made a move, they erupted with an incomparable light. A sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, instantly blasting 3 saints away. On the other side, there were trembling spear lights, pagoda, and cauldron floating up and down. Those saints who had made a move all flew back with serious injuries. Damn it, it was too terrifying. These sacred artifacts had already gained spirituality. It would not be easy to subdue them. Hurry up and spread the news. Let our people come. These saints quickly spread the news. They might not be able to get it, but the powerhouses of their holy city would definitely have a way to get it. The news quickly spread. The powerhouses in the other spaces immediately took action after learning about it. They had to get their hands on such treasures. It would be best if they could get all of them. This way, the strength of their holy city would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. And they themselves would be able to obtain many sacred artifacts. Think about it. In a battle, no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as several peerless divine artifacts were used, you would be reduced to ashes. Get out of my way. The peacock race has taken a liking to this place. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. An old man surrounded by 5 colored lights stood in front and roared. Damn it, he's too despicable. Does he want to take it all for himself? Many sages were instantly enraged. There were also some who were terrified. They recognized this old man. This old man was very strong. However, there were still people who could fight against him. The terrifying one was his grandfather. That peacock man's strength was terrifying. He was not weaker than Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix. Moreover, he had obtained a sage battle robe previously. Its defense was shockingly strong. Probably not many people could break through his defense. Moreover, it had been more than a year. He must have obtained other opportunities. How strong was such a person, they did not dare to imagine. My grandfather is already on his way. He will be here soon. You'd better leave obediently. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, none of you will be able to survive. The old man in front was very arrogant. Some people's scalps went numb as they retreated in fear. However, there were also some experts who thought that he was strong and did not retreat. They all had trump cards and backgrounds. Some even snorted coldly. They wanted to kill this old man first. Someone attacked. A terrifying light flew out. Countless great path laws filled the air. This attack could tear everything apart. A level 5 advanced realm expert from Xianxia attacked. Everyone screamed in fear. The peacock man sneered. He did not know what was good for him. He took out a blue fan and waved it forward. That fan carried an extremely cold aura. It overflowed with ice and filled the air. It instantly froze the other party's great path laws. Not only that, the entire space was completely frozen. The arm of the level 5 advanced realm expert that attacked was covered in ice. Soon, half of his body was frozen. And it continued to spread. Damn it. That person was so frightened that he quickly retreated. At the same time, his body shone brightly. Flames burned as he tried to resist. However, he could not resist at all. In the end, he turned into an ice cube and exploded. Only his soul escaped. What? The power was so terrifying. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Some of them who thought that they could fight back now had extremely ugly expressions. In their imagination, this old man was not so terrifying. It's that fan. I remember that this should be a treasure that his grandfather snatched from the hands of many experts. It carried an extremely cold aura. When the fan was used, it froze the world. He originally thought that it would be in the hands of the peacock man, but he didn't expect it to be given to this old man. Many people were terrified. The old man looked up to the sky and laughed. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Even I couldn't stop him, let alone my grandfather. Hurry up and scram. As he spoke, he struck out a few more times. Instantly, the surrounding ice spread rapidly. When the people in the distance felt this aura, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. Damn it, this is too despicable. Humph, there's no need to be afraid. He has treasures, but does he think we don't? This year, everyone had their own opportunities, and someone walked out. This person was a demonic beast with flames burning on his body. It was unknown what his true form was. However, his aura was extremely terrifying. He was also at the late stage of the fifth firmament. After the old man finished reading, he sneered. Do you think that just because you cultivate fire, you can be compared to my ice? You are too naive. As he spoke, he waved his fan. Terrifying ice laws rushed out and enveloped the world. The great demon roared angrily as many fire laws appeared on his body to resist. However, he soon discovered that his flame laws had been sealed in ice. The surrounding people sighed. No, the gap between the two was too big. Everyone thought that this great demon would be frozen and suffer a terrible fate. However, at this moment, the great demon took out a branch. It was a branch that was red like fire. The moment it was taken out, it was as if the sun had risen, and the surrounding ice melted quickly. Then, the two were in a stalemate. It was blocked. Chang Tian, what did he take out? It was a branch. No one knew what it was left behind. The flame aura on it was too terrifying. It could actually block the ice. No wonder he could stand out. Everyone was discussing. Next, a few people also took out treasures. They were either extremely cold or as bright as the sun. In short, they had an extremely terrifying aura. As long as they waited for their experts to arrive, they would be able to start snatching and killing. The remaining people watched from afar to see if there was a chance to fish in troubled waters. On this day, another figure hurried over at high speed. There was the aura of treasures here. There were so many weapons. What a good place, someone came. Was it an expert? No idea. It seemed like there was only one person. How dare he be so arrogant? Was he courting death? These people were discussing. The few people in front sneered. At this time, only the few major forces could contend with them. The others were courting death. However, when they saw the person who came, they were stunned. Wasn't that the kid? Lin Wudi was still alive. He hasn't appeared for more than a year. I thought he had fallen. All sorts of voices were heard. Indeed, in the past year, they had seen the figures of many experts. There were even some who rose quickly. However, they didn't see Lin Xian. They thought that Lin Xian might have explored some terrifying ruins and died in it. They didn't expect him to appear again. It's you. The people in front naturally saw Lin Xian. Immediately, their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. In particular, the elder from the peacock race was trembling all over. Kid, you're not dead. That's great. Let me personally send you to hell. He hated the other party too much. Previously, the other party had snatched too many treasures that they had taken a fancy to. Moreover, the other party had defeated him. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had dared to challenge his grandfather. This undoubtedly made him produce a biting cold killing intent. However, previously, he didn't have the strength to fight against the other party. The other party was too strong and could contend against his grandfather. However, it was different now. In the past year, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. His grandfather had obtained a lot of opportunities. Even now, he had obtained an ice fan. Its power was terrifying and could freeze a late-stage fifth heaven saint. Kid, get over here and die, hand over the meridian blood in your body. The elder from the peacock race stood out and shouted coldly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party. So it's you, trash. How dare you shout in front of me? Ask your grandfather to come out. Today, I'll send the two of you to hell together. Damn kid, do you want to die? The elder from the peacock race was furious. The current me is no longer the strength I was a year ago. Just now, I easily injured a late-stage fifth heaven saint. Do you think you can resist me? As he spoke, he waved the fan in front of him. A terrifying icy aura spread out and froze the area. Oh no, the old man is attacking. Oh no, Lin Wudi is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was only at the late stage of the fifth heaven. Moreover, he had not appeared for a year. Perhaps he was recuperating. At this moment, he was no match for the old man. Sigh, they were all top geniuses, but they were not strong enough here. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, there would be earth-shattering changes in the Golden Palace every day. Lin Wudy was strong before, but he might not be able to fight against the old man now. Oh, what a terrifying icy aura. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder the old man dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he had obtained a treasure. He could feel the terror of the ice. Indeed, it could freeze a late stage of the fifth heaven. But so what, the old man had obtained a fortune, but he had not. The fortune that he had obtained was far more than these people. The yin and yang qi on his body shone brightly. Lin Xian walked forward. The ice wanted to freeze him, but when it came into contact with the yin and yang qi, it strangely disappeared. Haha, this kid is dead. The old man from the peacock race sneered. The others also exclaimed. Was Lin Wudy really frozen? Even his soul did not escape. At this moment, they saw a world of ice and snow in front of them. There was no one in sight. Humph, this is the consequence of going against the peacock race. The old man snorted. It was too easy for you to die like this. I should have captured your soul and tortured you for a few thousand years so that you could never be reincarnated. The old man's voice had a hint of viciousness. The others felt their scalps go numb. A genius had fallen just like that. What goes around comes around. Previously, Lin Wudy had killed the Golden Crow Prince and countless powerhouses, causing the Golden Crow race to be almost completely annihilated. They did not expect it to be his turn again. Many people sighed. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the ice in front of them. Is that so? Capturing a soul and torturing it for a few thousand years. Very well, I'll do that to you later. This voice clearly spread throughout the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. Damn it, whose voice was that? Did it belong to that Lin Wudy? What? Is he still alive? Impossible, how could he still be alive? The old man from the peacock race screamed madly. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Humph, it must be a ghost. Do you want to become an evil spirit after you die? It's useless. It's useless against me. Just die. He waved his fan again. The ice in front of them was even more horrifying. It was like a world of ice and snow. The aura it emitted was extremely frightening. Now, even if there were any ghosts, they would have been frozen. However, with a boom, the ice in front of him suddenly cracked open and melted rapidly. A figure walked out. What? Not dead, the peacock race elder's hands trembled. His heart was filled with endless fear. The surrounding people were also stunned. How could this be? This Lin Wudy was actually fine, wasn't this too strange? Had his physique already reached such a terrifying level? Everyone discussed animatedly. The old man also gritted his teeth. Humph, you only blocked it. I don't believe that you can block me a few times. He crazily attacked. The treasured fan in his hand kept waving. The terrifying laws of ice quickly spread. Everyone knew that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. They didn't know which was more terrifying, the divine body or the super-powerful sacred artifact. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He stretched out a finger. On his finger, the laws of death and the laws of the sun fused together and pointed forward. Tai Chi finger, as he pointed forward, the laws of ice in front of him kept shattering. This finger seemed to have turned into the only thing in the world. Impossible. The old man screamed and wanted to escape. However, this single finger had caused his body to explode. Boom, blood mist filled the air as screams continued. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What did they see? Such a terrifying old man from the Peacock clan could even freeze a late-stage fifth heaven saint with a raise of his hand. How terrifying was that? Against very few people. However, at this moment, he couldn't even block a single finger from Lin Wudy. How terrifying was this Lin Wudy? Damn it, could it be that he wasn't injured this year, but cultivating? Thinking of this possibility, these people felt like they were going crazy. The old man also screamed crazily. Ah! His soul hugged the ice fan and his body quickly reformed. However, under the yin and yang qi, it directly shattered again. The old man was terrified. He felt like he was going to die. Damn brat, do you dare to kill me? My grandfather will be here soon. Let me tell you, he has obtained a lot of opportunities in this year. You are definitely no match for him. If you dare to kill me, you will end up very miserably. Do you think I'm afraid of you threatening me? This time, I'll wait for your grandfather to come and then send him to hell. But before that, you can go to hell and wait. Lin Xian's big hand slapped out. It was a black and white palm with two completely opposite laws on it. However, it was perfectly combined. With one strike, he grabbed the ice fan and snatched it. The old man's soul screamed in despair and wanted to escape. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye and used the locking spring and autumn to pull the old man's soul into an illusory world. Didn't the old man say that he would torture his soul for 1,000 years? Well, he would fulfill his wish. In his illusory world, he let the old man suffer 3,000 years of torture. In endless misery and despair, the soul of the old man from the Peacock clan dissipated. The others were also terrified as if they were facing a great enemy. It was too terrifying. The current Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than a year ago. Moreover, he was incomparably mysterious. With a raise of his hand, he easily killed an expert from the Peacock clan. Everyone was terrified. Some people even frowned. What was that black and white palm? They felt their hair stand on end. It felt like yin and yang qi. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudi could directly cultivate the yin and yang laws? It was absolutely impossible. They shook their heads crazily. This kind of origin law could only be passed down in some ancient planets. It was impossible to learn it in other places. After killing the old man from the Peacock clan, Lin Xian obtained an ice fan. The ice fan wanted to resist. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eye and erased the soul on it. However, he found that there were two soul imprints on it. Other than the old man's, there was another one that was even stronger. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the man from the Peacock tribe. But so what? His divine eye shot out a golden blade of light and directly erased the soul of that person. The soul screamed as it disappeared. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Then, he turned into green smoke and disappeared. Lin Xian did not care about such a threat. If the other party dared to come, he would destroy him. That was all. He stared in front of him in surprise. This place was too unusual. It could even temper weapons. There were more than 10 sacred weapons. Although they had not been completely tempered, they had already taken shape. They should be able to take shape after a period of time. Once they were formed, how terrifying would their power be? They were tempered with yin and yang qi. He looked carefully and found that the materials needed to make these sacred weapons were extremely precious. They were all rare metals. Some of them had even gone extinct. He had to search hundreds of worlds to find a little bit of them. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This gossip really surprised him. Lin Xian was overjoyed and strode forward. Stop. The people around him shouted coldly. Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly, "How dare you stop me?" Those people trembled in fear. To be honest, the other party had easily killed the Peacock tribe's expert. This made their scalps tingle. However, they could not just watch as the other party went to get the treasure now. They said, "Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. Our experts will be here soon. Yes, senior sister Hefeng will also be here. You'd better stay there obediently. It's impossible for you to take this place for yourself." Humph. Lin Xian reached out a large black and white hand and slapped forward. "How dare you?" That person roared and took out a fiery red tree branch to block. However, with a bang, he exploded. His body was torn into pieces, and his soul fled in panic. The surrounding people were terrified again. One had to know that the fiery red tree branch could block the ice fan. One could imagine that it was also a treasure. But even one of Lin Xian's cards couldn't stop him. Good stuff. Lin Xian sent that expert flying. Seeing the fiery red branch, he snatched it and used his heavenly fate god eye to erase the soul on it. This thing belongs to me. The soul of that powerful being was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was only heavily injured now. If he dared to make a ruckus again, his heart and soul would probably be destroyed. Damn it. It looks like I can only wait for Senior Brother Golden Rock to come and avenge him. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian didn't step forward. Instead, he looked around. Those people fell silent. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Xian walked forward. He wanted to go in and collect all of the saint artifacts. However, he had only taken a few steps when the saint artifacts in front of him began to attack. Their terrifying auras made Lin Xian jump in fright. His figure flashed and dodged the attacks. Then, he frowned. They could actually take the initiative to attack. Interesting. He reached out a large black and white palm and sent the attacks flying. Then, he grabbed toward the inside. However, he found that the saint artifacts could still move. It seemed that they had formed a weapon formation. He couldn't take them down in a short time. Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also surprised. Soon, those people sneered. Great, it seemed that the treasures weren't so easy to take. So what if this Lin Wuti was strong? In the end, he was still stopped by these sacred weapons. Humph, when their experts arrived, it would be his time of death. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was proficient in formations. After deducing for a while, he found a way to break it. However, he needed some special methods. He turned his head and stared at the expert from the Thousand Demon City. You, come here. That expert's body had been destroyed and had just recovered. When he saw Lin Wuti, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. He braced himself and said, "What do you want? I've thought of a way to break it, but I need someone to experiment with. Go up and try it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. The great monster from the Thousand Demon City was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, do you want me to be your lab rat? He was about to faint from anger. You've gone too far, Lin Xian sneered after hearing that. Can't I? When I first came here, many of you did the same thing. Even my junior brother from Wushuang City was treated the same way. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Can't I do that? Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was incomparably mysterious and made people's hair stand on end. The others were silent. Indeed, they had used this sort of method many times before. It was merely that Lin Xian was the one who had used it. They felt uncomfortable all over. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you do the experiment, or I kill you now. You can choose for yourself. The great monster fell silent. He really didn't want to make a choice. Both of the results were extremely dangerous. However, in the end, he sighed. It was better to listen to Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to survive. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a black and white palm slapping over and turning him into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why did Lin Wuti suddenly attack? Lin Xian retracted his palm and snorted coldly. You've had too much time to think. I don't give you that much time. Next, you. Which path do you want to take? This time, it was an expert who became a god of thunder. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Damn, this method is too ruthless. He nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to be the lab rat. What a joke. If he hesitated for a while longer, he would probably be turned into a bloody pulp. Very good. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the others. Those people felt their scalps go numb. They nodded one after another. We're willing to try. However, there was an exception, and that was the people from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. He said coldly, Kid, do you know who I am? I'm from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, try it. This was a young man. He seemed to be a young genius. However, his strength was already very terrifying. Although his cultivation was at the middle stage of the fifth heavenly layer. Although he was at the fifth heaven level, coupled with the law of sword and countless exquisite sword techniques, his combat strength was probably not weaker than a fifth heaven level. Even Lin Xian suspected that he was a chief disciple. However, he quickly rejected that idea. No, a chief disciple should be stronger than this. If it was a year ago, his strength would be that of a chief disciple. However, in this year, he had obtained too much fortune in this Roland's golden palace. The chief disciple had already advanced by leaps and bounds. This person only had the strength of a chief disciple back then. Now, in front of him, he was nothing. Are they from the Myriad Swords Pavilion? They are a group of sword saints. It's too terrifying. I heard that a core disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion was training outside, and a top family of a world injured him. As a result, countless sword saints from the Myriad Swords Pavilion arrived. That family, including that world, was annihilated. Since then, very few people dared to offend the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Indeed, these sword saints were too powerful. Especially this group of them, they could really wipe out everything. Coupled with the fact that they had destroyed a world, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Only some extremely terrifying existences would dare to do so. Would this Lin Xian dare to do so? The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. How dare this guy touch him? He was sure that this guy would die miserably. The Myriad Swords Pavilion? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your senior sister Fire Phoenix was defeated by me. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Impossible. You're talking nonsense, the young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion roared crazily. He did not believe it at all. How powerful was their senior sister Fire Phoenix? How could she possibly lose to him? The Myriad Swords Pavilion had their own pride, and they would not allow others to humiliate them. His body was emitting a terrifying sword law. I don't care what kind of tricks you used. If you dare to injure my senior sister Fire Phoenix, you're dead meat. Let me tell you, there is an expert from the Myriad Swords Pavilion on the pilgrim list. Do you dare to do it? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, how could they forget about this? The few monsters on the pilgrim list were all here. One of them was indeed from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. He was in existence even more terrifying than the chief disciple. Because he was a minor saint, his strength was extremely strong. Now that he had suppressed his cultivation base, he was still far stronger than ordinary experts. Other than the opponents on the pilgrim list, he could be said to be invincible in the world. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Oh, someone on the pilgrim list? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. Currently, he knew that there were two people on the pilgrim list. One was from the Myriad Swords Pavilion, and the other was from the Great Desolation Mansion. He wondered which holy city the others were from. Hee, kid, are you afraid? The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion raised his chin even higher. What Lin Wudi? What chief disciple? In front of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, weren't they the same? Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. After all, the names of the experts on the pilgrim roll were truly terrifying. At this moment, another person stepped forward. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. You want to take it all for yourself? Try touching me. Wow, did someone jump out again? The crowd was shocked. Soon after, he exclaimed in surprise. So they were from the Great Desolate Mansion. The Great Desolate Mansion also had a spot on the pilgrim roll. Its deterrence was no weaker than that of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Therefore, at this moment, they also jumped out and clamored. Lin Wudi was finished. Everyone knew that Lin Wudi was definitely going to retreat this time. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone the Great Desolation Mansion, not to mention Lin Wudi. Even the Golden Rock and the others would not dare to be presumptuous. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his eyes flickering, but he did not say a word. In front, the person from the Great Desolation Mansion sneered. Lin Wudi, how dare you be arrogant in front of us? Get lost. Kneel down obediently and hand over your treasures. If you do, I'll give you a quick death. Everyone fell silent. There was nothing they could do. After all, the Great Desolation Mansion had an expert on the pilgrim roll. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned. This was because they saw Lin Xian make a move. Another black and white palm stretched out and instantly enveloped the expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Then, the palm exerted force and killed the person. The person's body was shattered. Sacred blood flowed out from his fingertips and pierced through the void. He roared crazily. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Are you tired of living? The Great Desolation Mansion has an expert on the pilgrim roll. If he attacks, you'll definitely die. Let me go." However, Lin Xian did not say a word. What answered him was an even more ferocious attack. The two types of laws formed a taiji diagram and killed the person completely. Lin Xian released his hand. Endless blood splattered and fell into the void, forming a void. "Are you threatening me?" "Humph, go to hell then." Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Everyone was stunned. Heavens! What did Lin Wuti do? He killed someone from the Great Desolation Mansion. Moreover, he did it after bringing out an expert on the pilgrim roll. Wasn't this a slap to the pilgrim roll's face? The pilgrim roll was extremely terrifying. The second astral realm was extremely vast and there were many sacred cities. In each sacred city, there were even several generations of disciples fighting for a spot on the pilgrim roll. One could imagine how intense the competition was. At this moment, there were only 7 people on the pilgrim roll. These 7 people represented an unimaginable strength. Needless to say, they were definitely the strongest. Would it be a good thing to provoke such a person? However, Lin Wuti had directly provoked them. Moreover, he had directly slapped them in the face. He had killed an expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Everyone was shocked by this. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was also stunned. His eyes were wide open and his back was covered in cold sweat. How could Lin Xian dare to attack him? To be honest, he was stunned. Previously, he had brought out the pilgrim roll, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid and would definitely give in. Moreover, if the Great Desolation Mansion came out again, Lin Xian would definitely die. However, Lin Xian did not give in at all. Instead, he attacked and killed the person who had provoked him. Lin Xian did not care about the pilgrim roll or the dazzling genius at all. He was a madman. Would Lin Xian attack him now? Indeed, in the next moment, he felt Lin Xian's gaze and his eyelids twitched violently. What are you trying to do? At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. This person was a demon king who did not play by the rules. The people on the pilgrim roll were very powerful, but they only represented themselves. If you want to rely on the pilgrim roll to show off, fine. However, if you want to use the power of the pilgrim roll to suppress me, then you are too naive. Lin Xian took a step forward. The 2 types of laws on his body condensed to form a strange taiji pattern. He even mobilized the surrounding yin and yang qi to form a force of heaven and earth. The pressure was so strong that the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could not withstand it at all. With a bang, he knelt on the ground. His body trembled. "No, don't kill me." He begged for mercy in horror. He knelt, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had knelt, the people around him had all gone crazy. Lin Xian was the same. He threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with endless arrogance. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the Great Desolation Mansion, whoever stood in his way? He would kill them all. Wasn't the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrogant? Didn't they think that no one dared to provoke them? Fine, he would let them know what despair was. He would not kill them, but he would torture them. He wanted to defeat their pride and make them grovel before him. That was 100 times worse than killing them. As expected, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion came to his senses and realized that he had already knelt before Lin Fan. He could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. He would probably live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. Of the 2 geniuses who were born, one fainted from anger, and the other was killed. The remaining people did not dare to rebel. They obediently followed Lin Xian's orders and began to experiment like lab rats. Thus, Lin Xian began to decipher the formation. A few days later, the aura of this place completely filled the air. A terrifying figure descended and roared in all directions. "Lin Wuti, die!" A huge seal slammed down. It was incomparably black, and it covered the sky and the earth. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian's figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then, he looked into the distance. A powerhouse had arrived. The others were also stunned. In the next moment, they saw a mighty man in a battle robe descending. It was the man from the Peacock tribe. It seemed that he was here for revenge. Buzz, on the other side, a golden light filled the sky. The golden rock also appeared. The saber light on his body destroyed a part of the world. You're still alive? Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands. His voice was filled with endless dominance. In the sky, flames spread. A phoenix spun and formed a beautiful figure. It had turned into a fire phoenix. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. The fire phoenix roared angrily. Her eyes were also filled with monstrous killing intent. They were already aware of what had happened. Lin Fan dared to humiliate the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. She had to kill him. 3 great powerhouses had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew that Lin Wudi would not be able to escape. The people on the pilgrim leaderboard had great reputations, but they were too far away, and they did not come to the Golden Palace. Therefore, Lin Wudi dared to clamor. But now, 3 great powerhouses had descended together, joining forces to hunt down Lin Xian. This time, Lin Wudi should shrink back and be afraid, right? Oh, are they all here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one. Today, I will kill all of you together. He was very excited. In his opinion, one was not enough. Only when the 3 of them worked together would he be able to use Tai Chi with all his strength. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the 3 experts darkened. He was too arrogant. Did he really think that the other party was invincible? This brat really didn't know what was good for him. In this 1 year, my growth in strength is not something you can imagine, the man from the Peacock race shouted coldly. Said the Golden Rock coldly. Today, I will definitely kill you. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Today is the day you die. Huafeng also stood out, surrounded by killing intent. Weng, she was the first to attack. Her terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth, slashing toward Lin Xian. She slashed out with her saber, sweeping through everything. The Golden Rock also attacked. When the 2 of them attacked together, their power was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, were the 3 great powerhouses going to attack together? It was too unbelievable. They thought that with the other party's status and strength, he would at least fight alone. Wasn't it a little too much for the 3 of them to attack together? However, the 3 powerhouses did not seem to be embarrassed. At this moment, all of them attacked crazily. The Golden Rock roared, and beams of light slashed down from the sky, turning into terrifying phantoms of demonic beasts that pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hands. The laws of death and the laws of sun quickly condensed and were pushed out by him. With a boom, the terrifying yin and yang completely shattered the other party's saber. Not only that, the power also charged toward the Golden Rock. So powerful, the surrounding people were stunned. They knew that the Golden Rock had changed in the past year. It was absolutely incomparable. It was far from being comparable to before. In their opinion, Lin Wudi might not be able to block it. But now, even his invincible strength was really shocking. What had the other party experienced in the past year? The Golden Rock was also stunned. Although the attack just now was not his most powerful attack, he did not hold back. But even so, he was still easily sent flying by the other party. This was a little too unbelievable. What kind of power did the other party use? Why did he feel that there was a terrifying power of yang and a terrifying chill, and the 2 seemed to have merged? Impossible, he roared crazily, dodged the other party's attack, and at the same time, attacked forcefully. The other 2 also attacked. A fiery red longsword appeared in Huafeng's hand, and with monstrous laws, she slashed forward. Incomparably brilliant sword light flashed, and terrifying laws filled the air. On the other side, Mr. Peacock and Gengzi roared, and their palms turned into a large 5-colored seal that descended from the sky. It was like an ancient divine mountain that could suppress everything. Kill, Lin Xian roared to the sky. He wanted to fight the three powerhouses alone. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. With the death laws in his left hand and the sun laws in his right, he crossed his hands, and the two forces merged perfectly under the effect of Tai Chi Kill. At this moment, the power of yin and yang on Lin Xian's body trembled, and a terrifying aura spread. He charged out forcefully. With a wave of his hand, the light of yin and yang cut open the space in front of him like lightning. He sent the other party's sword chi flying, and at the same time, he raised his foot and blocked the mountain moon seal in the sky. Lin Xian's attacks were bold and powerful, and his strength was incomparable. He fought with the three powerhouses, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The surrounding people went crazy, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. He could really fight the three of them alone. This was impossible. Many people screamed crazily. Lin Wudi's strength was extremely strong, and he could fight against any one of the three powerhouses, so they could believe it. But to fight against the three of them together, they would not dare to believe it even if they were beaten to death. What kind of strength did the three of them have? If they joined forces, no one would be able to stop them. But now, Lin Wudi blocked them. How was this possible? Those people from the holy city were also shocked. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was so scared that he knelt on the ground again. He originally thought that with their senior sister Fire Phoenix here, he could hold his head high and take revenge for him. But now, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve. Golden Rock, Fire Phoenix, and Peacock's pupils shrank, and their hearts were filled with shock. They were quite confident in their own strength. In their opinion, if the three of them attacked crazily without caring about their own safety, they would be able to kill the other party in an instant. But now, more than 50 moves had passed, and they were still unable to do anything to the other party. Damn it, the other party's aura was too terrifying. It seemed to have turned into yin and yang. The surrounding yin and yang chi was being mobilized by the other party. Could it be that this kid had obtained the yin and yang inheritance, or had he cultivated the yin and yang laws? Damn it. No, they had to capture this kid. They had to find out his secrets. The three of them were envious. They were envious of the strength of one against three. They had to obtain this power. Buzz, the man from the peacock race, was the first to attack. He roared and a large seal appeared in his hand. It was a large black seal that looked like black jade. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the entire area. The surroundings instantly darkened. Those who were watching the battle felt their hair stand on end. Retreat quickly. What was that? That black seal was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the frost fan from before. Everyone now understood why the peacock man did not want the frost fan. It turned out that he had a better treasure. When the seal fell, the Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix were extremely shocked. They sneered. The other party should be dead now, right? Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. This should be the other party's trump card, right? No wonder he was so arrogant before. He had indeed obtained an incredible opportunity. He snorted coldly and activated the Tai Chi art. The power of death and the law of sun gathered in his hand, forming a Tai Chi art. He pushed it out. Boom, the Tai Chi art was as fast as lightning. It broke through the sky and hit the black seal. With a loud clang, the pitch-black seal was sent flying. Not only that, the Tai Chi art did not slow down. It quickly attacked the peacock man. How was that possible? The surrounding people were completely stunned. The Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix could not believe it. The peacock man's pupils constricted. How powerful was that seal? He was confident that it could suppress the Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix. Could he not kill the other party? However, the other party sent him flying with a single attack. Damn it. What was that yin-yang light? It was too terrifying. He quickly retreated, but he realized that it was too late. That lightning-like killing intent had locked onto him. Damn it. He could only activate his battle robe to protect his body. With a loud boom, the attack landed on his battle robe and sent him flying. Boom, the void shattered, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The yin-yang chi completely exploded. The peacock man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was too frightened. He was injured. How was that possible? The surrounding people were also screaming nonstop. That was an ancient battle robe made from the skins of dozens of sages. Its defensive power was astonishing. Not many people under the minor saint realm could break it. But now, it was broken by Lin Wuti. No, the saint battle robe was not damaged. It was just that the impact was too strong. The saint battle robe was unable to completely block the attack, so the force was transmitted, injuring the mighty one from the peacock race. There were experts analyzing the situation at the back. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Just what kind of power could be so powerful? Look, what is that yin-yang light? Everyone screamed. They saw that the yin and yang energies did not disappear. Instead, they were spinning in the sky. Could it be the yin-yang diagram? At last they were frightened. 2 yin-yang fishes circled in the air. If this wasn't a yin-yang diagram, then what was it? This Lin Wuti had actually grasped the power of the origin source. Damn it, he had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to challenge 3 people at once. It turned out that he had such a terrifying power of the origin source. Impossible, did he really know it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix were dumbfounded. The man from the peacock race looked extremely ugly. His wounds healed quickly, but his face was extremely pale. Why aren't you guys attacking? The 3 of us will use all our trump cards. I don't believe that we can't suppress him. At that time, the power of the origin source will be ours. Alright, the golden rock and the fire phoenix nodded. They no longer stayed behind. The golden rock took out a yin-yang vase. It also had the yin and yang energies flowing in it. The fire phoenix also took out an ancient mirror. The front side was yang, and the back side was yin. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. What a terrifying treasure. It actually contained the yin and yang energies. It seemed that these 2 people had also obtained an incredible fortune. These should be 2 sacred tools. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. However, the golden rock and the fire phoenix's eyes were even redder. Although they had obtained such sacred tools and their power was unparalleled, how could they be compared to Lin Xian? Lin Xian himself could use the power of the origin source. It was a completely different concept from wielding a sacred tool. They naturally wanted to master this power themselves, and not rely on sacred tools. However, they were still confident. Although Lin Xian had mastered the power of the origin source, so what? Lin Xian only had a year's time. He wouldn't have cultivated it too deeply. He should have only grasped a little. If the 3 of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress Lin Xian. Kill him, the golden rock roared angrily. The yin-yang vase in his hand released a terrifying aura. It quickly swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a terrifying devouring power that seemed to want to swallow him. It seemed that the yin-yang vase could suck people in and then refine them with the yin and yang energies. On the other side, the fire phoenix also attacked. He struck out the yin-yang mirror in his hand. 2 completely opposite forces flew out. This was a fatal blow. The peacock roared angrily. The pitch-black seal fell again. This place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was sent flying. Many of them coughed up blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. The 3 of them attacked so powerfully that no one could stop them. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a cold murderous intent. Lin Xian's face was also extremely gloomy. He activated the Taiji art crazily. A Taiji pattern appeared on his body. He waved his fists, opening and closing them wide. Every strike carried the power of Taiji. It was extremely powerful. Boom, he reached out and grabbed the seal, controlling it in midair. On the other side, the terrifying yin-yang mirror was also kicked away by him. Lin Xian didn't resist the terrifying devouring power at all. Instead, he used the force to quickly fly forward. Great. The golden rock sneered. However, it didn't take long for him to become terrified. He decisively retreated. He realized that Lin Xian seemed to be coming towards him. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't sucked in by the yin-yang vase. He was doing it on purpose. Lin Xian charged in front of him. The taiji on his body burst out and blocked the yin-yang vase. At the same time, he punched out. The golden rock retreated and vomited blood. Ah! The golden rock roared and slashed out with the golden saber in his hand. He was crazy. He was injured, and he was easily injured by Lin Xian. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. Lin Wude was too brave. Yes, the three great experts had taken out such terrifying sacred artifacts, but they couldn't do anything to him. No one would be able to suppress him. Attack! The fire phoenix controlled the yin-yang mirror while executing a peerless sword technique. The terrifying flames transformed into phoenixes one after another, rushing over. On the other side, the man from the peacock race activated the black seal while executing the ultimate divine ability of the peacock race. They would not let the other party kill the golden rock. Lin Xian was not afraid of that. His body emitted a tai chi symbol. The terrifying power of yin and yang filled the world. Moreover, he had the divine body, the dragon sword soul, and an unparalleled secret skill. Each of them was a peerless divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, his power was at its peak. Boom, he punched out with the power of yin and yang, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It directly knocked away the sword chi that filled the sky and charged towards the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix screamed and unleashed an even more terrifying sword light to block the attack. However, she was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Every attack from the other party was a great threat to her. At this moment, the man from the peacock race also charged over. His five-colored divine light could sweep through everything. However, with a wave of Lin Xian's hand, the power of Tai Chi and the stellar transposition, it was as if four tails could move 1,000 caddies. The five-colored divine light was pushed aside by him and charged towards the golden rock. The golden rock had just stopped his injuries when he saw the five-colored divine light. He quickly blocked the attack. However, he was still forced back and vomited blood again. Ah, damn it, you attacked me. He stared at the man from the peacock race with murderous intent. The man from the peacock race also had a cold expression. Look carefully, it's not me who hit you. It's this kid's strange attack. Humph. The golden rock was very cold and did not say anything else. He had experienced such a strange attack before. Last time, he was injured by such an attack, so his expression was extremely cold. Everyone, let's attack together. An earth-shattering power was displayed. The three great experts attacked together, and the entire world shook. Only Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He had mastered the power of yin and yang and could use Tai Chi otherwise, any other expert would have died here. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His use of Tai Chi also became more and more proficient. Not only could the Taiji art mobilize the power of yin and yang, but it could also use softness to overcome hardness. In fact, he could even control the situation first and stop it with inaction. Too powerful. These were all manifestations of the great Tao. Lin Xian felt that he had entered a new realm. For example, at this moment, he stood in the void without moving. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, his eyes were sharp. When the attacks were about to reach him, he moved. This movement was like a sudden clap of thunder that tore through everything. He sent all of these forces flying. A terrifying fist blasted out. Sometimes, he would go berserk, making it impossible for people to guard against him. The three experts were beaten until their auras were tumbling. Sometimes, their bodies even split apart. They complained bitterly. It was also because of them that they had obtained the powerful yin-yang treasures, as well as the great fortune of the past year. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial ground. However, even with that being the case, they still felt that they would not be able to last for long. It wouldn't be long before the three of them were completely defeated. When they thought of this possibility, the three of them couldn't believe it. Was the other party already so heaven-defying? The five-colored divine light washed everything. The peacock man shouted loudly, and his entire body emitted a five-colored light, forming a five-colored world. It was dazzling, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. At this moment, he was finally going to use the peacock race's ultimate divine ability. The five-colored world pressed down from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. The peacock race controlled the five-colored divine light, which could wash everything in the world. At this moment, the Peacock Man was displaying his strength to the extreme. Lin Xian used the Taiji art. The Taiji art spun and blocked the other party's five-colored divine light. At this moment, the golden rock also charged over. True feather, he roared, and two primordial stone feathers flew out from his two wings, carrying the power of his bloodline. They were much more powerful than ordinary sacred artifacts. Moreover, as they intertwined with each other, they formed two ultimate attacks. This time, they even hid their tracks. It was impossible to guard against them. Phoenix dance for 9 days. The Fire Phoenix also used a peerless divine ability. Accompanied by the Phantom of the Phoenix, she slashed down with her long sword. The three of them didn't hold back at all. Was this a life and death battle? They didn't expect the three of them to be forced to such a state. The people in the distance retreated frantically. Want to end this quickly? I'll help you. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji art on his body erupted with an unparalleled light. The death precept in his left hand formed a black moon, and the sun precept in his right hand formed a dazzling sun. His hands crossed, forming a terrifying yin-yang ball. This power was too terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Kill, with a roar, the yin-yang qi that filled the sky completely erupted at this moment. Lin Xian was like the yin-yang war god, forcefully splitting open the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire place was completely drowned out, even the entire 8 trigrams shook violently. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were also shocked. Damn it, what was happening? They were all terrified. The spectators screamed in unison. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. The terrifying energy lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. 3 figures appeared. They were the Peacock, the Golden Rock, and Huafeng. The 3 of them were pale, and they were breathing heavily. Is he dead? The 3 of them frowned. The power was too strong. Yes, if they had known, they would have held back. They would have kept his soul and tortured out the yin-yang origin energy to pass on their inheritance. Huafeng also frowned. The Peacock Man said. No, he shouldn't have died so easily. Just like how he died, the remaining flesh and blood on his body can also allow us to explore his secrets. A biting cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. The 3 of them began to search. But soon, they felt a chill run down their spines. The golden rock screamed. The rock spread its wings and used its maximum speed. However, he was sent flying by a slap. His body shattered, and countless golden feathers fluttered in all directions. The golden rock's entire body was smashed into a bloody mist. This attack was too powerful. How was this possible? Who did it? Huafeng screamed. The Peacock Man also felt his hair stand on end. He wrapped his battle robe around his body. In the next moment, they saw a person who looked like a god-fiend walk out. It's you. You're not dead. They saw Lin Xian. However, what shocked them was that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but the aura on his body had become even more terrifying. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena surrounded him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The attack just now had also injured him. However, this angered him even more. He attacked forcefully, jumping out like a dragon. He charged towards Huafeng. Damn it, the flames of war were burning the plains. Her long sword danced, and flaming sword chi filled the sky. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He struck out a wave of sword chi and blocked the other party's blazing prairie. At the same time, he used the Kuan Peng speed to the extreme and arrived behind the Fire Phoenix. The Taiji diagram in his hand flew out like a peerless sword. It split the Fire Phoenix in half. Ah, the Fire Phoenix screamed. She was scared out of her wits. She quickly retreated with a mist of blood. Lin Xian stomped his foot again and charged towards the man from the Peacock race. How dare you? The man from the Peacock race suddenly recalled the 5-colored world and surrounded his body. He said coldly like a ruler. I am invulnerable. You can't kill me. Sure enough, the surrounding aura was swept away by the 5-colored divine light. This was the Peacock race's bloodline ability. Invulnerable? Humph, are you sure? Lin Xian sneered. Today, he would break the other party's ability. He charged over aggressively. The yin and yang in the sky all turned into terrifying sword chi and fell crazily with his movements. The five-colored world trembled and was about to collapse. The man from the peacock race also roared at the sky. Block it. The five-colored divine light swept out crazily like a storm and blocked the sword chi. Did he succeed? The people in the distance cried out in surprise. The fire phoenix and the golden rock also quickly recovered. Hope was restored in their eyes. Lin Wudi, you are not invincible. I can block your yin and yang. The man from the peacock race stood in the five-colored world and roared coldly. Is that so? Then can you block this sword? The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body roared. The yin and yang sword chi turned into a giant dragon and rushed down crazily. Its power was even stronger than before. Some of the five-colored divine light in the five-colored world were actually split apart. Some were directly destroyed. How is this possible? How can you destroy my five-colored divine light? The man from the peacock race screamed. He couldn't believe it. The five-colored divine light of the peacock race was known to sweep through everything and be invulnerable. What could be destroyed? How did the other party do it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix shrieked in fright. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what? Open up, the giant dragon roared again, and the yin-yang taiji on his body became even more powerful. The sword chi was completely under his control. At this moment, he was not only the yin-yang war god, but also the sword ruler. The sword soared into the sky, destroying everything in its path. In the end, the five-colored divine lights were all sent flying. The five-colored world was also split open. The man from the peacock race quickly fled. Damn it! He placed the yin-yang seal in front of him and retreated quickly. Kill! Lin Xian waved his hand and used stellar transposition to send the seal flying into the distance. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he chased after him in a frenzy. Damn it! The man from the peacock race broke out in cold sweat when he saw the other party chasing after him so easily. He spread his peacock wings and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave this place completely. However, this time, the yin-yang hand reached out and sealed off the area. At the same time, Lin Xian charged forward. A large foot stepped toward the man's head. How dare you? How dare you provoke me like this? The man from the peacock race was enraged. He raised his hand and shot out a five-colored divine light. Terrifying loss filled the air, but he could not block it at all. His palm instantly shattered. Half of his body caved in. Damn it! The battle robe on his body emitted a terrifying light that completely enveloped his body. Only then did he dodge the attack. Then, Lin Xian launched a frenzied attack, hitting the peacock race until he vomited blood. Useless brat, my battle robe is unparalleled. You may be able to injure me, but you can't kill me. At the same time, he roared, why aren't you two attacking? This was a good opportunity. In the distance, the golden rock and the fire phoenix stood up again. They held their swords and sabers and rushed over quickly. Indeed, the peacock race had attracted the fire power. The two of them might have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In front, Lin Xian sneered. I can't break your defense. You're too naive. If you had a divine body or a sacred body, you might be able to do it. But you think you can block my attack with just a battle robe? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. Lin Xian's palm struck out a terrifying death dharma. Cultivating the Tai Chi diagram could not only fuse yin and yang to form Tai Chi, but it could also be used alone. It was just like the five elements dharma. It could be gathered and dispersed. Moreover, the power of a single dharma was far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Xian's death dharma was even stronger than before. Black chains appeared and locked the other party's body. At the same time, they began to deprive the other party of his vitality. Although the sage battle robe was strong, it could not block the death dharma. The peacock race was terrified. The five-colored divine light protected his body. In the end, he began to burn his bloodline to barely block it. However, he was already crying in fear. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden blade of light that pierced the other party's soul. The man from the peacock race screamed. His soul was severely injured again. Damn it, he was completely terrified. How could the other party be so strong? The other party's physique, dharma, and even soul were all top-notch. He had never seen such a person before. One had to know that although the strong were powerful, they would always have one ultimate skill that they were good at. Although the others were outstanding, they were far inferior to that ultimate skill. The Fire Phoenix sword technique was superb, the Golden Rock was fast, and the saber technique could destroy everything. They were incomparably violent. As for him, his five-colored divine light could wash everything away and make him invulnerable. These were all their peerless divine abilities. However, Lin Xian was different. Every one of his divine abilities seemed to be a divine ability. Whether it was his physique, eye technique, or dharma, they were all top-notch. He seemed to have no weaknesses. Such a person was simply invincible. Buzz, Lin Xian struck out with the Great Destruction Spear. The power of Tai Chi was infused into the Great Dragon Sword's soul. At the same time, he kept using his unparalleled secret technique and struck out with 5 times the attack. This attack was really powerful to the extreme. The man from the peacock race was sent flying. Cracks appeared on his battle robe. No, he was too terrified, his unparalleled defensive treasure was about to be broken. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he frantically struck out the 5-colored divine light in an attempt to escape. He couldn't continue fighting. Another shocking attack pierced through the battle armor. The body of the man from the peacock race was pierced through and nailed to the void. The Golden Rock and Huafeng, who had just arrived, also stopped when they saw the scene. They were dumbfounded. Everyone around was completely stunned. The saint's battle robe was broken. The man from the peacock race was pierced through. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was really defying the heavens. The man from the peacock race roared at the sky. Do you dare to kill me? Our peacock bright king saint will not let you off. Is that so? Then when you go to hell, you must remember my name. My name is Lin Wuti. Don't find the wrong person. Lin Xian's long spear directly shattered the other party's body. The power of death directly extracted the other party's soul. His bloodline and soul became dim. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword Qi rushed out and completely destroyed his last trace of life. A broken battle robe fell from the sky. What followed was blood. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The other party was completely killed. There was no way he could survive. He was dead. The surrounding people were terrified. Many of them knelt on the ground. How could such a powerful expert of the peacock race be killed? The Fire Phoenix was stunned. The Golden Rock trembled all over. He screamed and turned to run. At this moment, he used his bloodline talent to the extreme. The Golden Rock turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. He did not dare to attack again. The surrounding people couldn't believe that the Golden Rock had actually escaped. Moreover, it had used its maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian did not chase after him. He activated the heavenly secret child prodigy. A pair of golden eyes in the sky locked down like the eyes of a god. He shot out a golden light pattern and marked the Golden Rock. As long as the mark was there, even if the other party escaped to another world, he could still see him clearly and hunt him down. In other words, no matter how far the other party escaped, he would be under his control. Therefore, Lin Xian turned to look at the Fire Phoenix. He would kill the Fire Phoenix first, then go after the Golden Rock. He would not let any of these 3 people go. What are you trying to do? The Fire Phoenix was nervous when she saw Lin Xian turn to look at her. She said coldly, "Kid, you may have defeated me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If you don't ask around, who would dare to touch the 10,000 Swords Pavilion?" Even though Huafeng was injured and covered in blood, she still raised her chin and exuded an aura of nobility. She looked exactly the same as the arrogant 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Indeed, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of arrogance. Your junior brother before you already showed off in front of me and even used an expert on the sage list to suppress me. However, do you know what his ending was? The Fire Phoenix was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth in the distance trembled. He quickly lowered his head, wishing that he could find a hole to hide in. The Fire Phoenix had a bad premonition when she saw this scene. She asked coldly, "What's the result? You attacked him? Do you want to die?" She was going crazy. Someone dared to provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? He was courting death. "No, I didn't attack him. I only killed an expert from the great desolate mansion in front of him. I will let him know that a genius on this sage list can't threaten me. Not to mention suppressing me." So, when he saw this scene, he obediently knelt down and begged for mercy. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can give you a quick death." The Fire Phoenix was shocked. A disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was actually kneeling. Back then, when someone injured one of their core disciples, they could send out countless sword saints to destroy that person's world. Now, Lin Wudy dared to provoke them? What a joke. The Fire Phoenix screamed, "Die." This sound wave turned into countless sword waves that slashed out in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split open. The power was terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Even though the Fire Phoenix was injured, she was not someone that any sage could provoke. Such a person was too strong. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The terrifying power of yin and yang erupted. A taiji diagram appeared in the sky and suppressed all the sword chi. He said, "The three of you couldn't defeat me even when you attacked me together, let alone now. Damn brat, do you dare to compete with me in swordsmanship?" The Fire Phoenix knew that she was going to die, but she still had a chance. In the past year, the power of her swordsmanship had increased. Her swordsmanship had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she wanted to fight for a chance. "You're no match for me in swordsmanship. You couldn't defeat me a year ago. Do you think you can turn the tables now?" Lin Xian shook his head. The Fire Phoenix snorted. "What do you mean? You don't dare. Are you trying to provoke me? Alright then, I'll let you know when you die." "So what if you have swordsmanship?" The surrounding people were stunned. Chang Tian, Lin Wudy didn't use his law advantage and wanted to compete with her in swordsmanship? Did he really think that he was invincible? The Fire Phoenix was a top expert of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled. Could Lin Wudy defeat her? These people didn't believe it. The Fire Phoenix was also stunned, but soon, she sneered. Humph, he was too arrogant. She would let him see her improvement in the past year. With a cold shout, countless flaming sword chi danced around her. Sky-burning sword technique. The terrifying sword chi was displayed again. Its power was indeed much stronger than a year ago. "Your improvement?" "Humph," Lin Xian sneered. "How do you know my improvement in the past year?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the past year, he had not only cultivated Tai Chi of the 9 primordial blood essences that he had obtained, 4 of them had been swallowed by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. This allowed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to recover further. Therefore, his swordsmanship had far surpassed before. In the next moment, the Fire Phoenix attacked. She waved her long sword and countless flaming sword chi descended from the sky with a brilliant light. The sword chi was piercingly cold and could pierce through the 9 heavens. The youth of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion clenched his fists. Their senior sister Fire Phoenix would definitely not lose in swordsmanship. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Countless swords also flew out. These sword chi were extremely sharp and pierced through the sky like the swords of a god. Their swords collided and clashed in the sky, sweeping across the area. The surrounding people were all stunned. Did Lin Wudy really only use sword chi to fight against the other party? He was too confident. "I don't think he can last more than 10 moves." Someone concluded. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that 30 moves had already passed. Not only did Lin Xian's sword chi not break, but it became stronger and stronger. Damn it, why was the other party's sword chi so sharp? Could it be that he was also a sword saint? No, he didn't have the law of the sword. He was just a swordsman. How could a swordsman without the law of the sword defeat a terrifying sword saint like the Fire Phoenix? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. Without the law of the sword, the attack power of the two was not on the same level at all. But why was Lin Wudi able to block it? The Fire Phoenix's face was also cold. It was the same situation again. A year ago, she was defeated by the other party. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she was still not the other party's match. Especially in the sword domain, she was suppressed again. This was unbearable for her. End of chapter 39-39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.